This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Deep Blue Sea. The survival game is loading. The game has been loaded. All humans on Blue Star automatically become survivors in the endless ocean world. The current sea area is Deep Blue Sea. The endless ocean, a small wooden board that can't even turn over, a tattered fishing net with holes everywhere. These three things make up Chun-Ching's current desperate situation. Chun-Ching, who was originally working in a milk tea shop, suddenly appeared in this unfamiliar environment. The next second, a mechanical sound rang in his ears. Welcome all survivors to the endless ocean world. Please be sure to remember the following rules. 1. This is a real world. The previous world of all survivors no longer exists. 2. This world is full of dangers and opportunities. The more dangerous it is, the more abundant the harvest. 3. Please be careful of the ocean. The ocean is extremely dangerous. 4. Various materials will float in the ocean during the novice period. You can also use fishing nets to salvage materials from the sea. Please cherish this opportunity. Finally, during the 4-day protection period, all survivors are relatively safe. There will be danger after 4 days. Please be prepared. I wish all survivors good health in all seasons. Survival game? Chun-Ching looked at everything in front of him in a daze. But his body involuntarily picked up the fishing net, even though he hadn't figured out what was happening. His instinct, as a city survivor, made him subconsciously follow the voice and start searching for supplies. Chun-Ching was born in a rural area of a coastal city. Even if he had never used a fishing net, he was used to seeing people use it. A 10-meter 10mm fishing net. Chun-Ching skillfully began to sort out the fishing net. While sorting the fishing net, he opened the panel mentioned by the prompt. Chun-Ching. Age, 26. Supernatural ability, to be awakened. Occupation, none. Skills, none. Physical, G+, including comprehensive qualities such as strength, agility, physique, etc. Spirit, G-, including comprehensive qualities such as intelligence, willpower, charm, etc. Evaluation, not even as good as the bottom of a pot. Supernatural ability. Chun-Ching frowned slightly and clicked the awakening button in that column. Ability awakening, awakening completed. Survivor Chun-Ching's supernatural ability is, everything can be added unique. Everything can be added. As the name suggests, everything in the world can be added, including the survivors themselves, by adding points to enhance items or creatures. Currently available points. 0. Points are obtained by killing creatures, obtaining precious items, etc. Currently addable items. Survivor Chun-Ching raft, Survivor Chun-Ching fishing net. Raft, broken, a small raft that could be overturned by small waves at any time. Broken fishing net, broken, a broken fishing net. Even if a stupid fish gets into the net, I think it won't hold up. Seeing this ability, Chun-Ching's face, which originally had no expression, finally showed a little smile. Chun-Ching had almost straightened out the messy fishing net. If it hadn't been straightened out, there would have been no way to cast the net. He stood up and threw the fishing net out, and at the same time opened the chat channel. This survival game only gave 3 panels to use: personal, chat, and trade. The chat channel was very lively. All the humans on the entire blue planet were pulled into the survival game. A total of 10 billion people. At this stage, the only channel that the survivors could open was the nearby channel, which accommodated 1,000 people. And they were all busy scrolling the screen. No, why is this fishing net so rubbish? It's broken. Help, does anyone know how to use a fishing net? It's so messy. Mom. I want mom. Where are you? Woo woo woo. The chat channel was a mess. The comments above all used real names and ages. Chun-Ching also saw many young children in it. However, no one seemed to mention supernatural powers here. Is this something only he has, or does everyone have it? The fishing net has been cast, and Chun-Ching now only needs to wait for the current to push the supplies in the water into the net. For the time being, there is really nothing for him to do. Chun-Ching thought for a moment, and simply sorted out his experience of using the fishing net and posted it. Adults aside, those children will definitely not use such things, and may not even have seen them. As soon as the experience was posted, Chun-Ching had no time to see the reactions of other survivors, and a huge pulling force came from the fishing net. The sea surface was violently surging. Obviously, Chun-Ching had caught a big fish. A tail was looming on the sea surface. Deep blue devil fish, G+, a kind of extraordinary fish in the ocean, venomous, electrical, although not fatal, it can paralyze the enemy. Please be cautious. Is the danger coming so soon? Qinqing's eyes darkened, and he immediately took off his vest. The smooth and well-proportioned muscle lines on his back revealed an attractive luster under the light, showing health and strength. Qinqing, gender, female, height, 186 cm, weight, 80 kg, she has been engaged in physical work for many years, she is definitely strong enough. Wrapping the vest around her hands, Qinqing quickly jumped into the water. If it weren't for the fact that the raft was a piece of wood that was made naturally, Qinqing would have broken off a piece to use as a weapon. As soon as she entered the water, Qinqing felt the bone-chilling cold. The sea water was so cold that she would definitely catch a cold and have a fever if she stayed there for a few minutes. The deep blue manta ray caught in the fishing net in the sea was still struggling violently. It didn't like the feeling of being bound. That broken fishing net couldn't hold out for too long. Qinqing took a deep breath and held his breath as he dived into the water. As soon as he entered the water, Qinqing saw the huge deep blue manta ray, which was at least 2 meters long. Qinqing's behavior was reckless, but also correct. Danger and opportunity coexist. There were countless supplies floating underwater, but most of them were wood, grass, leaves, ropes, etc. These materials were enough. Qinqing quickly fished out 2 long wooden boards and a piece of rope, and then tied the 2 wooden boards together with the rope underwater. The vest was wrapped around one end of the board and held. Qinqing quickly swam towards the deep blue manta ray. The manta ray was still struggling with the fishing net. Just like playing a game. The already broken fishing net became even more broken. The entire seabed was full of floating objects. And the manta ray did not sense Qinqing approach. So, when it was hit on the head by the board, the whole fish was stunned. The resistance in the water was too great, and Qinqing's power to swing the board was reduced a lot. However, it was enough to stun the manta ray. Before it came over, Qinqing's next blow came again. The manta ray was knocked unconscious. After doing all this, Qinqing quickly swam back to the board. The water drops on his eyelashes were almost frozen, and he was freezing. Qinqing, who returned to the board, did not have time to catch his breath, and hurried to the next step. Qinqing's eyes were a little blurry. From the first time he slapped the manta ray, instinctively released the poison. Qinqing's face was slightly blue at the moment, because he was frozen and poisoned. Fortunately, the poison was not fatal. Qinqing opened his hand, and there were several nails in his palm. Chapter 2: The First Kill of the Extraordinary Creature. He quickly untied the rope on the wooden board, and used the wooden board to drive the nails deeply through another wooden board, and made a second wooden board weapon in the same way. After doing all this, the deep blue manta ray also recovered, and overturned Qinqing's raft. Qinqing was ready, and the moment he fell into the water, he raised the wooden board with nails, and smashed it heavily on the body of the deep blue manta ray. The manta ray made a sharp sound, and immediately released electricity, and Qinqing, who was a little drowsy due to the toxins and temperature, was awakened by the electric shock. The wooden board in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly tightened his grip on the board, and scraped it hard, scraping off 2 ounces of flesh from the deep blue manta ray. The nails had a tetanus buff, and the rust penetrated deep into the flesh. The manta ray was not feeling well. Qinqing resisted the attack of the poisonous electricity. The nails on the board held the manta ray tightly, and the 2 boards attacked the manta ray in turn. Scars appeared on the manta ray's body, and the blood merged into the seawater. Now the competition was about who could resist longer. Obviously, the manta ray was not as strong-willed as Qinqing. Soon, Qinqing heard a prompt. Survivor Qinqing has killed the G-level creature Deep Blue Manta Ray, and obtained 0.2 points. This is the first time that the survivor has killed a G-level creature, and is awarded 1 point. This survivor is the first survivor in the game to kill a G-level creature, and is awarded a C-level decomposition skill. The dead Deep Blue Manta Ray fell into the deep sea. Qinqing, who was very tired, tried to cheer up, and used the broken fishing net to catch the manta ray, and quickly floated to the surface. There was only a bare raft on the water surface. Qinqing did not need to turn the plank over. He struggled to drag the fishing net onto the raft. The manta rays in the water were extremely heavy. The raft was about to sink. Qinqing quickly opened the panel, and scrolled to the column for adding points to extraordinary abilities. He only got 0.2 points for killing the G-level manta rays. But fortunately, he got 1 point for the first kill. The points are divided into two directions, adding attributes and adding evolution. Qin had 1.2 points, enough to evolve the raft. Click on the evolution bar of the raft. The next evolution direction of the raft is the primary boat. There are more than 10 evolution directions. Black-sailed boat, small wooden boat with a single sail, grass boat, skin boat. The points required range from 1 point to 2 points. Qin considered for a moment, and chose the black-sailed boat that only cost 1 point. Although this boat is not very strong, it can at least provide a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The moment he clicked to confirm, the points turned into light, wrapping the entire raft. The raft twisted and stretched, and in an instant it turned into a small black-sailed boat. The whooping boat has a narrow and long body, with a low awning, more than 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. The boat board is covered with a layer of straw mats, and there are 2 oars. There is nothing else. Whooping boat, unnamed, quality, white. Rating, none. Introduction. A small boat that can shelter from wind and rain. Evaluation. Ordinary. Of the remaining 0.2 points, Qin spent 0.1 on the fishing net, and at least evolved the damaged fishing net into an intact fishing net. After solving the hole in the fishing net, Qin used the decomposition skill on the manta ray. Skill. Decomposition. Sea level can decompose objects of sea level and below with 1 click. The decomposition rate of sea level objects is 50%. The decomposition rate of D-level objects is 80%. The decomposition rate of E-level and below objects is perfect. The manta ray instantly turned into a pile of meat and fish bones, and miscellaneous internal organs fell into the fishing net. Qin pulled the fishing net with one hand, and nailed the fish meat with a wooden rake with the other hand, and hooked the fish meat up piece by piece. This manta ray is more important than Qin, and he didn't spend much effort to pull up all the fish meat. The boat deck was covered with fish meat and internal organs. Qin took a look and then went back into the water. After a long while, he finally came out of the water with a handful of nails. Qin was soaked, and water dripped down his body onto the boat deck. He did not take a long rest, but sat on the boat deck and started working. He untied the ropes, turned them into thin lines, and then used the thin lines to wrap around the fishing net and the internal organs' nails, and tied them tightly. The fishing net was full of large and small pieces of internal organs, which should attract other marine life. Qin did not hesitate, and quickly threw the fishing net into the sea. After doing all this, Qin could take a breath. However, he was not really idle, and continued to make weapons for himself. At this stage, there were not many materials, and he could only use nails to arm the wooden boards. On the lonely ocean, Qin sat cross-legged on the boat board, concentrating on the work at hand. After making the weapons, he still needed to deal with the fish meat, and had to find a way to make a fire. Thinking of this, Qin paused, but did not stop. He reopened the chat channel, and most people on it still couldn't stop complaining. Why do survival novels have manufacturing panels, but this crappy game doesn't have any? Maybe because this is reality? No. Is there nothing else in this crappy sea except planks, ropes, and grass? It's good to have something. My fishing net is broken. I can't even use it. All the fishing nets that the survivors got at the beginning were tattered, and they would break after a few uses. Seeing this post, Qin stared at it for a long time, then put down his work and posted his experience of mending fishing nets. Actually, it can't be called experience, but it's just a method he knows. The rope can be disassembled into thin lines, and the fishing net can be easily mended with these thin lines. At least it can be mended to a usable level. The things in the sea are not small, as long as they can be caught in the net. Fuck. Isn't this the good guy just now? I don't mean to scold you. I'm really praising you. You are too good. Really? Can you mend the fishing net this way? Believe it or not, I've already listened to this sister and started mending it. Fools are still questioning, but smart people have already started. The chat channel, which was originally full of complaints, became a little more cheerful because of Qin's speech. Qin did not stay in the chat channel for too long, and instead opened the trading panel. Maybe because the game had just started, there were not many items on the trading panel, all wooden boards, ropes and leaves. Even nails are rare. Qin thought for a moment, and then posted a purchase information on the trading panel. Qin, deep blue manta ray meat and blood in exchange for various materials, wood boards, ropes, leaves, and nails are not exchanged. He has a good temper, but he is not a sucker. The game only gives them 4 days to develop, and he must use everything he can to assemble himself. The deep blue manta ray is his biggest bargaining chip, and he must maximize the benefits. Fish bones, fish meat, and some remaining internal organs were placed aside by Chin-Ching in different categories, and the fish blood was placed in a temporary small bowl made of ropes and leaves. As a G+ level marine creature, the most valuable thing in the body of the deep blue manta ray is the poison sac and electric sac containing toxins and lightning. Chapter 3, Mechanic Beginner's Guide. These two things can be made into weapons. Chin-Ching's eyes wandered over the materials on the shipboard. He had no idea what kind of uproar his acquisition information had caused. Fuck. Did you see that right? Someone killed a G-level creature at the beginning of the game. This is a real boss. TSK, who knows if it was just luck? Since this guy named Chin-Ching has this ability, why can't he share the fish meat with everyone for free? That's right. Even if we can't give it away for free, we should at least give everyone some benefits. The two people above are so shameless. Chin-Ching didn't know anything about the dispute on the chat channel. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Compared with these, Chin-Ching cared more about the 2 private messages he received. One was a transaction, and the other was an invitation. He Songrong, I have a 4-piece bedding set, a cotton core, a pillow core and a 2-piece pajama set, in exchange for 20 kilograms of fish meat. Galyu, you are a transcendent. Seeing the second message, Chin-Ching frowned slightly. This survivor named Galyu is not from the same area as him. The number of extraordinary people is quite scarce. Chin-Ching, 5 caddies of fish meat. Chin-Ching? The 2 messages were responded to one by one. All the exchange items of Heath Songrong were of ordinary quality, not up to the rating. It's okay if Chin-Ching has them, or not if he doesn't. It's just the difference of whether you live comfortably or not. The manta ray is a G+ level creature, and the fish meat is not very useful. The most useful poison sac and electric sac are in Chin-Ching's hands. In general, neither of them can be said to have lost out. Heath Songrong, sister, this is not how you bargain. Chin-Ching, do you want to change? Heath Songrong, change. Heath Songrong seems to be in need of food. Or to be more precise, food with ratings. If he just wants to fill his stomach, Heath Songrong should have a better choice. Chin-Ching labeled the survivor as a suspected extraordinary person, which may not be difficult to infer. And Heath Songrong's next message made Chin-Ching guess more credible. Heath Songrong, sister, this fire is for you. Next time, if there are any rated foods, please inform me first. I will definitely give you a good price. Looking at this message, Chin-Ching's expression slightly moved. Just after entering this new world, he has already met 2 survivors who are suspected to be extraordinary people. Is this the strange attraction between extraordinary people, or is it just a coincidence? Chin-Ching didn't know the answer. He didn't dwell on this issue too much. The transaction information that came one after another made him very busy. Heath Songrong made a good start. Chin-Ching had 210 kilograms of fish meat, 20 kilograms of fish bones, and 20 kilograms of fish blood, and he exchanged almost all of them, leaving 20 kilograms of fish meat for Chin-Ching to eat. He exchanged them for various daily necessities, but nothing was rated. Most of the fish meat was exchanged for Heath Songrong, who was very lucky, and got 7 or 8 boxes of supplies. Many survivors who didn't buy the devil fish meat also made reservations with Chin-Ching. No matter when, there is always a group of people at the forefront of the world. The cabin and the planks were soon filled with supplies, and there was a little breath of life. Chin-Ching sat in the cabin with a cup of hot tea in his hand, and a soft quilt under him. The fire in the iron barrel in front of him was roasting fish, and the fish was sizzling and exuding an attractive aroma. He was waiting for the movement of the fishing net, and for the response of Galyu, who was also a transcendent. From the time he killed the deep blue manta ray to now, 6 hours had passed, and Chin-Ching had not waited for another living creature. There was not even a supply box. But fortunately, the ordinary supplies he got in exchange were enough for him to use for a week. A thin layer of mist had appeared on the sea outside, and the temperature was starting to drop. People were shivering with cold. Players on the chat channel complained bitterly. They had no time to prepare anything, and even had no fire, so they could only freeze in the ice mist. Players with fire started to become scarce, but the price of fire was destined to be impossible to be high. Players who bought fire could sell it. Chin-Ching, who was sitting in the cabin waiting for the fish to fall into the net, sold the wood on fire directly on the trading platform for the price of a piece of wood. This is like a timely help for many players. Chin does not care too much about the evaluation of players. The principle he follows is to do good things without asking about the future. Chin, who was preparing lunch, suddenly felt the pull on his wrist. Something big was caught in the net. Or the basic materials in the fishing net were full. Chin quickly walked out of the cabin. A chill came towards him, making people shiver. The gloomy and strange sky, the foggy sea surface, gives people a feeling of unfathomable depth, as if a terrifying sea beast or a mysterious ghost ship will break out of the fog at any time. Chin boat was so small in front of the sea. Chin looked up at the sky, and just sighed softly. When he came to the side of the boat, the fishing net was floating in the sea, and it looked like he had collected a lot of supplies. Chin immediately dragged all the nets onto the boat, and there were indeed a lot of things. There were 3 supply boxes alone. Large. Supply box white. Small. Supply box white. Small. Supply box, dark green, as usual. Chin posted the basic supplies in the fishing net on the trading channel, and the players have successfully developed a new function for the trading channel. As long as the price is much higher than the material itself, the trading channel can be used as a storage space. I don't know if this is a bug in the game, or a benefit. After cleaning up the basic materials, Chin focused his attention on the dark green level material box. The material box was not locked. After opening the lid, a strong green light shone on Chin's face, which disappeared in a flash. The box was not big, and there was a thin booklet lying inside. Mechanic Getting Started Guide, E-Level, a guidebook for unreliable mechanics. Please note that it is a guidebook, not an employment manual. Chin picked up the manual, opened the first page, and the manual immediately turned into a beam of light and drilled into his body. A large amount of unfamiliar knowledge poured into Chin's mind, giving him a splitting headache. His face turned pale in an instant, and he held on to the cabin to avoid falling down. After a long while, Chin slowly recovered. Congratulations to the survivor Chin for learning the skill Simple Repair, E-Level. Simple Modification, E-Level. Congratulations to the survivor Chin for learning the blueprint. Seawater Purifier, E-Level. Blueprint. Automatic Fishing Net Machine, E-Level. Blueprint. Automatic Fishing Rod, E-Level, no matter which blueprint. The creation is urgently needed by the survivors at this stage. Chin does not lack food and water, but it does not mean that other survivors do not lack them either. Chin's expression was a little subtle. Everything is good. But, Mechanic and the Sea? Chapter 4: The First Mechanical Creation. Mechanic and the Ocean, I always feel that they don't go together. Speaking of mechanics, everyone's first impression is probably the universe and the sea of stars. Right? Chin closed his eyes, and the exquisite creation drawings immediately appeared in his mind, as if he knew them by heart. These 3 drawings are all basic drawings of the mechanical system, but because of the environment of the ocean, they are super rare among the basic drawings, and are consumable best-selling products. He is lucky. If Chin can make them, it will definitely increase his strength. If Chin is ruthless enough, he can sell a lot of materials just by selling water. But there is a problem at present. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Chin has no materials at all, no matter which drawing. It requires an extremely important part. Power core. This is the energy source of automation. Chin may try to replace other materials with others. His carpentry work is not bad. We must find a way to get the power core. A hint of determination flashed in Chin's eyes. He quickly opened the other 2 boxes of supplies. The small box was ordinary, and it contained bread. But the big box gave Chin a big surprise. The big box was full of metal parts, including some broken power cores. Although these parts and cores were rusted and damaged and looked unusable, this was not a problem for Chin. The moment the box was opened, the whole ship sank. Chin stared at the box, his lips slightly raised. The skills and knowledge in the mechanic's beginner's guide were enough for him to repair these parts to a usable level. With just one glance, Chin immediately knew which parts could be repaired and which parts were real garbage. This box gave him an inspiration. In the early stage of the game, the survivors would not have too many good things in their hands. But there must be a lot of broken parts and machinery like this. These things look like marine garbage. The most urgent task now is to get a set of special tools for mechanics. Chin, Bounty, a set of special tools for mechanics, Bounty, Seawater Purifier, Automatic Fishing Net, Automatic Fishing Rod. Anyone after posting the bounty on the chat channel and trading platform, Qin quickly began to deal with these parts and cores. His bounty order also caused an uproar among the survivors. One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, it spread as fast as the flu. No matter which one. There is enough discussion. Especially the seawater purifier. To survive at sea, the most important thing is fresh water. Some survivors, who have a stable source of fresh water, have made a fortune. Qin attention is all on the power core. It is only the size of a palm, and its fineness is completely different from other parts, which is easy to identify. It took a few minutes to pick, and there are a total of 41 cores. He roughly checked them, and he should be able to repair 3 or 4 usable cores by piecing together these cores. Most of the parts have been completely corroded and cannot be used. Remelting and rebuilding is their only way out. Some can still be used for a while after repair, at least for Qin, a beginner in mechanics, and other survivors. It took half an hour to clean up all the parts. Qin private messages have been flooded. Fortunately, the system has an automatic filtering function, but even after filtering, Qin private message list still has a full 132 private messages. There are 10 billion survivors on Blue Star, and only a few private messages are still too few. Qin browsed through them at the fastest speed, eliminating more than 90% of the private messages. The so-called mechanic tools of these survivors are the most basic, not even at the entry level. Simply put, they are ordinary household tool boxes that can be bought at any hardware store in the past. This cannot be called a mechanic's tool. He has no way to use these tools to repair parts. Qin took a fancy to several tools. Portable machine tool, green. Robotic arm tool type 172, dark green. Mechanic apprentice folding toolbox, light green. X18 repairing mechanical ant, dark blue. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin finally contacted Xiaoxiu, a survivor who had a toolbox. This was the only item he could afford. Although Qin bounty was to choose 1 out of 3, the requirements of the other survivors were more than just choosing 1 out of 3. Qin can't even take out 1 now. Qin, I will temporarily exchange the electric and poisonous sacs of the manta ray for your toolbox. I will exchange them back after I make the water purifier. Yes, Qin is basically getting something for nothing now. Xiaoxiu. Sister. You. Qin, sorry. Qin knows that his request is not very moral, but this is really the only way for him now. If he directly exchanges the electric and poisonous sacs, I am afraid no one will pay attention to him. Xiaoxiu. Okay, don't lie to me. Xiaoxiu was unexpectedly straightforward. Like Qin, he also wanted to take a gamble, betting that Qin would not lie. The worst that could happen was that he would lose a toolbox that he could not use. The transaction went smoothly. After getting the toolbox, Qin did not waste any time and immediately began to repair the core and parts. The blueprint of the water purifier had long been imprinted in his mind. He picked out the necessary parts and put all his efforts into it. Discarded parts were spread all over the floor. A lot of metal debris stuck to Qin's body. The temperature around was obviously very low, but fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qin looked at his work in front of him with satisfaction. The seawater purifier looked very strange. Wood was inlaid with metal, the parts and gears were exposed and rusted. When it was running, you could hear heavy collisions and humming sounds, giving people a primitive feeling. It didn't look like a seawater purifier at all, but it was. Seawater purifier, improved version, quality, light green. Rating, E. Service life, estimated 30 ocean days. Introduction. A machine that can purify seawater. It can purify more than 50 L of seawater every ocean day. Evaluation. Looks ugly but surprisingly practical. The moment the seawater purifier was completed, Qin also heard the system prompt. This time, the reward is much stronger than the reward for killing the deep blue manta ray. The survivor completed the E-level mechanical creation independently for the first time. Reward points 10 points. The survivor is the first survivor in the game to create a mechanical creation. Reward passive. Mechanical perception. Passive. Mechanical perception. Through extraordinary perception, the mechanic can easily perceive the internal structure of the machine, the energy flow trajectory, and the operating status, and know everything about the machine. Chapter 5 Phase 2 Ship. What a terrible passive. Qin looked at the explanation of the mechanical perception, and a strange emotion flashed across his mind. He was rarely excited, and even his heart began to beat violently. He rarely had such strong emotional fluctuations. Whether it was the extraordinary ability, or this special passive, it made Qin begin to have a different experience. which was real but also had a touch of illusion. Perhaps in this new world, he could be a completely different person. However, the most important thing at present is to get Xiaojiu's seawater purifier to him. Then, buy more discarded parts and broken machines, and make more machines for sale. Chen Qing is a pragmatic person. He quickly returned to his usual expressionless appearance, and his mentality became calm again. Xiaojiu, I really didn't trust the wrong person. Chen Qing, I will help you replace the better power core later. Xiaojiu helped Chen Qing a lot, and Chen Qing will naturally return the favor after the subsequent machine production increases. After receiving Chen Qing's promise, Xiaojiu was overjoyed. He looked at the seawater purifier he had just received happily, and couldn't help but sigh. There are indeed many good people in this world. The two sides exchanged items smoothly. Chen Qing continued to post acquisition information on the trading platform. The huge amount of mechanical garbage could be exchanged for one of the three items, regardless of what kind of flood his news would cause. Chen Qing focused on the evolution of the ship. He made an E-level machine and gave him 10 points, which was barely enough for Chen Qing to evolve the ship again. He must evolve the ship as soon as possible. Now it is evening, and the moisture in the air is getting heavier. Chen Qing suspects it will rain tonight, and it may be a storm. He needs a place that is strong enough to shelter from the wind and rain. Because of insufficient points, his choices this time are very limited. There are only small square sailboats, triangular sails, and square sails for him to choose from. Chen Qing did not hesitate too much and chose the triangular sail with 5 cabins, which cost 10 points. The pattern of the triangular sail is 3 below and 2 above, and the deck is in the middle of the 2 cabins above. As the points are invested, the black sailboat is twisted and stretched by the light, and there is a creaking sound of growth and spread. A few seconds later, when Chen Qing opened his eyes again, he was already standing on the white deck, and all the things originally placed on the black sailboat were neatly placed beside it. Triangular sail, unnamed, quality, light green rating, F introduction, 13 m long, 4 m wide, 11 m high, an ordinary triangular sailboat with 5 cabins, which can withstand certain sea storms, but don't count on it too much. Evaluation, for survivors, it's not bad. With this triangular sail, Chen Qing can finally start to show his skills, and the portable machine tool can be arranged. The triangular sail has 5 cabins in total. The lower 3 are used as mechanical workshops and mechanical warehouses. The upper one near the bow is used as Chen Qing bedroom and bathroom, after repairing the connecting workshop. The other one is used as a kitchen and food warehouse. This triangular sail does not carry any weapons, but there is space for 2 cannons. It took a while to put the things in place. It was completely dark, and there was almost no visibility. Even if Chen Qing lit a torch, he could only see a range of 1 meter in diameter, and the sky began to drizzle. Fortunately, this did not affect the situation inside the cabin. Chen Qing quickly devoted himself to the work of manufacturing machinery. And without Chen Qing noticing, the number of survivors in the area where he was in the chat channel had begun to decrease. 993/1000. It took 4 hours to make 3 automatic fishing net machines. Chen Qing rubbed his sore arms. This job was indeed a bit too physically demanding. It was a double torture both mentally and physically. Even a physique like Chen Qing couldn't stand it. He was just an ordinary person with extraordinary abilities. Because it might rain tonight, the survivors should not lack fresh water in the short term. Chen Qing gave priority to making the automatic fishing net machine. Still with the same simple appearance, hardcore interior, Chen Qing made some slight improvements, and it will be put into use soon. Climbing up the ladder from the studio to the bedroom on the first floor, Chen Qing heard the heavy rain outside. Before, he had been concentrating on making machinery. Chen Qing did not notice the changes in the surrounding environment. Even the turbulence of the sea did not affect Chen Qing. The stability of this triangular sail is quite good. His brows were furrowed. Such heavy rain. Chen Qing quickly opened the chat channel, as expected. 912/1000. In less than a day, nearly 100 people died. According to this ratio, the scope was expanded to all survivors. Chen Qing's heart sank. Most of the survivors expanded and built the raft, barely making a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Chen Qing could use points to evolve the raft, while other survivors could only collect materials bit by bit and expand slowly. Compared to Chen Qing's comfort, these survivors were in hell mode. At this moment, the survivors of Dragon Country showed extraordinary tenacity and solidarity. Unlike what is described in literary works, the survivors plotted against each other. Most of the survivors in Chen Qing area united giving priority to children and the elderly, and helped them build a raft that could barely shelter from the wind and rain. Once the boat capsized, young and middle-aged people might still be able to save themselves in this weather, but children and the elderly had no way to do it. The information on the chat channel quickly flashed, and the survivors were reporting their resource conditions, or surplus, or shortage. In the face of such a disaster, other things seemed not so important. Chin, I have surplus materials here, wooden boards X175, rope X216. Chin quickly reported the surplus materials in his warehouse, and installed the automatic fishing net machine on one side of the hull in the pouring rain. The automatic fishing net machine is quite intelligent, and it will collect the net every half an hour, and all the collected materials will be piled on the deck. After Chin reported his inventory, he quickly received a large number of private messages. Chin picked out some old, weak, sick and disabled people, and sent out all the basic supplies he had. Among these private messages, there was a special message. Galyu, I am also a superhuman. We want to find people of the same kind. Galyu, sorry to reply to you only now. I just encountered a ghost ship. These two simple sentences revealed a lot of information. Chapter 6: The Gift of the Ghost Ship. Boom! Lightning and thunder as thick as beams cut through the gloomy sky, making a terrifying sound, suddenly illuminating the entire dark sea. But it was only for a moment. Ghost ship. Is it the one in front of him? Chin looked at the giant ship that suddenly appeared on the sea with vigilance. In the darkness, it was the only one emitting a strange green fluorescence. The inky black appearance covered its long rotten hull. The bow was carved with a fierce skull, and the skull flashed a scarlet light. The brutal sea breeze blew, and the sails fluttered wildly, making a whimpering sound, as if something was crying. The waves hit the hull, making a dull creaking sound, which made people shudder. Chin looked up at the giant ship. There seemed to be no one on the ship. In the green light, it seemed that there were other creatures, which made people feel weird and scary. The ghost ship was moving very slowly, so slowly that Chin could see it clearly. This ship seemed to be alive. The terrifying thought flashed through Chin's mind, and then it took root in his heart. A living ghost ship. Why did this ship suddenly appear in front of him? Chin's eyes were fixed on the huge ship opposite, and he couldn't move away at all. A dry arm suddenly stretched out from the empty rotten railing, and a face covered with barnacles and seaweed appeared, showing a terrifying smile to Chin. The disgusting creature's mouth opened and closed, as if it was saying something to Chin. The moment he saw that face, Chin was horrified, but he remained calm, and his expression did not change. Is this ghost ship the same as the one Galyu saw? Galyu and he were not in the same area, but they saw the ghost ship at the same time. The most important point is that he and Galyu both have extraordinary abilities. Is this related to extraordinary abilities? Judging from the current situation, the ghost ship should not cause any harm to him. At least Galyu is still alive. So the sudden appearance of the ghost ship was to disgust them? Or to scare them? Chin was not sure what the answer was. The only thing he was sure of was that, facing this ghost ship, he had no power to fight back. And he couldn't even think of a single thought. Chin was suppressed. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth bit by bit. Chin seemed to be strangled by the throat, unable to breathe, and even had difficulty standing. In the terrifying storm, the ghost ship was moving slowly, as if it were walking on flat ground, approaching Chin boat bit by bit, and then quickly brushing against its hull and leaving. The triangular sail was shaken by the collision, and it almost fell over. Fortunately, it was evolved by Chin using the points of extraordinary ability, and it was more stable than ordinary ships, and it did not really capsize. Survivor Chin encountered a ghost ship in the storm, deep red, and successfully survived, earning 30 points. Looking at the ghost ship going away, Chin stood up with the mast, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe he should thank the ghost ship? This is probably the coexistence of danger and opportunity. The mechanical voice did not lie to them. 30 points, enough for Chin to do many things. He quickly opened his personal panel and strengthened his spiritual attributes. A mechanic not only needs a strong body, but also a strong spirit. Chin spent a total of 15 points to upgrade his spirit from G- to G+. When the points were invested in his body, his brain seemed to explode, and his head was rumbling. Chin's eyes went dark instantly, and he almost fainted. The extremely sharp pain at that moment seemed to be killing him. His originally full spirit became dry, cracking like the ground, causing him endless pain. But the more pain his brain felt, the clearer his consciousness became, and he could clearly feel every inch of pain. This pain did not last long. Soon, a clear spring suddenly gushed out of the dry soil, nourishing every bit of spiritual power and beginning to grow it continuously. Qin felt his mind was exceptionally clear. Some memories that were originally vague, now recalled, became so clear. Is this the effect of strengthening the spirit? It seems that it is useless? No. Qin shook his head. He should not have reached the level of qualitative change. However, if Qin physical attributes want to break through to the next level, he needs a full 50 points. He can't do it now. Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, after his spirit broke through to G+, his condition is now better than ever. In this case, in the dark storm, Qin eyes shone with an unusual light. Let's repair all the scrap metals in one go, and make mechanical creations. Qin looked at the ghost ship and lightning pillar in the distance, with a firm look in his eyes. What doesn't kill me, will make me stronger. Qin, who had just left work, quickly returned to work. He exchanged 2 automatic fishing net machines for a portable machine tool, which would greatly speed up his work progress. For the remaining fishing net machine, Qin bought a huge amount of mechanical garbage from a middleman. After Qin bounty was posted, the middleman began to prepare, exchanging the materials on hand for a large amount of mechanical garbage. There will always be people who don't notice Qin bounty, and opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. This survivor named Qin has a nice name, and he is smart enough and very courageous. The game does not provide space props, and the load capacity of both ships and rafts is limited. He found Qin, and first asked Qin to exchange some useless mechanical garbage for the mechanical garbage he had that could be recycled. Qin divided the mechanical garbage he had into dozens of pieces, each with a fixed weight, and traded them with Qin one by one, so that Qin could temporarily store the mechanical garbage on the trading channel. After Qin had exchanged all the mechanical garbage in his hands with Qin, he asked Qin for the automatic fishing net machine. He was indeed brave enough, and was not afraid that Qin would run away. Qin, who got the mechanical garbage, quickly started working. He could make at least a dozen finished products from Qin's batch of garbage, and that was the least. With the machine tool, Qin repair speed was greatly accelerated. When the storm stopped and the sky was dawning, a mountain of mechanical garbage filled the studio. Qin, who was among the mechanical garbage, had a faint smile on his face. The warehouse next door was already full of finished machines. A total of 36 finished products. Qin's mechanical garbage had not even been used up. This batch of finished machines will bring Qin a huge amount of wealth. Chapter 7: The Girl Floating on the Sea. Qin expects to make more than 20 finished products from the mechanical garbage he exchanged with Qin. As for those mechanical garbage that cannot be used, as long as Qin has enough tools, they can actually be recycled. They are not really waste garbage. With enough finished products in hand, Qin immediately found several survivors before, and bought all the mechanical arms and mechanical ants in their hands. The mechanical arm cost Qin 5 finished products, and the mechanical ant cost a full 18. If it weren't for the early stage of the game, Qin might not be able to buy such cheap dark blue items. Of course, Qin automatic fishing net machine can also save a lot of effort for the survivors. With the mechanical ants in hand, Qin can be released from the repair work and concentrate on assembling and transforming the finished mechanical products. Qin uses the remaining finished products to purchase mechanical-related drawings and skills, or some precious props. Whether it is a fishing net, a fishing rod, or a water purifier, Qin's selling price is not high. He single-handedly lowered the price of fresh water in the survival world. Although it was only a small area, but this did not prevent most of the survivors in this small area from having a good impression of Qin. This good impression was enough to support them to sell the good things they had on hand to Qin first. The sky after the rain was clear and blue, and there were no clouds, which was extremely beautiful. Even the sea was calm, and seagulls were flying in the sky, making comfortable calls, as if there was no danger. Qin sat on a deck behind the bow, quietly assembling an oversized seawater purifier. Its water tank capacity is 300 L, using a full 10 primary power cores, and its endurance is very strong. He plans to assemble the seawater purifier on the ship, and connect it to each cabin with a water pipe, so that the problem of water supply on the ship can be solved. and it will be much more convenient, enough to support Qin daily needs. After all, as the only mechanical apprentice among the survivors, Qin time is very precious. After finishing this purifier, Qin plans to slightly modify the mechanical studio, so that the repair of parts can be put into assembly line operation. Assembly is not possible yet. Qin was lucky to get a repair ant. The mechanic's guidebook really helped Qin a lot. He learned many skills without a teacher. Now he can even do decoration. Then he can modify the boat a little bit, plant some special plants on the boat. Bang! After finishing the work at hand, Qin was about to return to the studio, but he heard a crash. The boat seemed to have hit something. Qin frowned slightly, and followed the sound to the bow. A person tied to a piece of driftwood appeared on the sea surface at some point, and the sound just now was made by the driftwood hitting the boat. The person in the water was covered with wounds of all sizes, knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and even burns from fire, and Qin couldn't tell what caused some of the wounds. These wounds had long been soaked in seawater and turned white, and from such a long distance, Qin could smell a foul smell, even if this person didn't die. His life was hanging by a thread. In order to save him, Qin would need to spend a lot, both time and money. And Qin's intuition told him that this guy in the water would be a big trouble. Whether from a rational or emotional point of view, Qin should pretend that he did not see him and let him sink into the sea. The best way is for Qin to kill him personally and destroy the body, so as to eliminate the trouble forever. But maybe the person in the water felt the danger, and the person who was originally in a coma due to serious injuries miraculously woke up. Save me, please. The voice became hoarse and dry due to lack of water, and it was a young and tender face. It was still a child. After calling for help from Qin, the child fell into a coma again. Qin lowered his eyes, without any movement. After a long while, Qin sighed inaudibly, threw down a fishing net, and caught the person. Saving him, there is no doubt that it would bring trouble. However, high risk is often accompanied by high returns. Besides, Qin really couldn't bear to watch a child die in front of him. Call him a saint or a meddlesome person, the education he received did not allow him to turn a blind eye to a weak person when he had the strength to do so. Qin was an abandoned child, who was thrown into the trash can of the hospital as soon as he was born. If there hadn't been help from kind people, he would never have grown up to this age. Of course, Qin was not the kind of person who would help others without considering the consequences. He had observed that this child could not beat him. There was no sign of exercise on his body, and his serious injuries posed no threat to him. After pulling him out of the water, Qin quickly checked him. He was not carrying anything except a ragged set of clothes. The child was very thin, and even his bones were clearly visible. He must have been suffering from long-term malnutrition, had never eaten enough, and had been working overtime. This child was not a survivor, but a native of this world. What could a child with chronic malnutrition have that was worthy of being treated like this? He must have a big secret. It could be him, or he could have heard or seen something he shouldn't know. Qin frowned, quickly opened the chat panel, and found Qi. He was a middleman, so he should have some medicine. Qi lived up to Qin's expectations, and immediately sent 3 kinds of medicine. Magic Potion number 5, E. White Dew Cream E. HY163 Recovery Potion, D. As soon as Qi received Qin's message, he immediately sent all the best medicine he had. He thought Qin wanted to use it himself, and never expected Qin to save people. Qi had more good things in his hand than Qin imagined. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin chose Bailu ointment. The child's external injuries were very serious. With his physique, if he had internal injuries, he would not have survived until he met Qin. He cleaned his wounds with clean water, and applied a thin layer of Bailu ointment. Qin temporarily placed him in the kitchen. There were not many cabins on the ship, and Qin's room was connected to the studio, so it was not convenient to place him there. Qin had just put the people in the kitchen, and as soon as he left the cabin, he saw a ship coming rapidly in his direction from a distance. On the mast, a huge skull with a long sword was painted on the black sail fluttering in the wind. The sail was in tatters, and it seemed to have suffered a serious attack. Qin could hear the noise coming from the ship from a distance, which was full of strong malice. It was a pirate! Chapter 8 The Black Blade Pirates are coming. The strong smell of blood mixed with gunpowder rushed towards Qin in the sea breeze. In just a moment, Qin understood the purpose of these pirates. At the moment when he took in the child, Qin was ready to get into trouble. So, when he saw the pirate ship, Chin did not panic at all, but was very calm. He immediately ordered the mechanical ants in the studio to suspend the repair of parts. The mechanical ant that was judged to be of deep blue quality can not only repair parts, but also repair ships easily. Chin believed that there must be cannons on the pirate ship opposite. He did not know how much ammunition there was, but Chin needed to make multiple preparations. His ship could not withstand a few shellings. After installing the mechanical arm on his hand, Chin glanced in the direction of the kitchen, opened the personal panel, and added all his current points to his body. A warm current immediately spread to his limbs and bones. The feeling was not strong, but it was quite comfortable. With a dagger and other weapons purchased from the survivors, Chin dived into the water without looking back. The warm sea breeze blew, and Chin felt the biting cold as soon as he entered the water. The sea water seemed to freeze him into ice. The pirate ship on the opposite side had cannons, and Chin's ship had no long-range weapons. Once they faced each other, he would have no power to fight back. The current situation was indeed Chin's mistake. He did not expect that he would encounter the native residents so early, or a whole ship of pirates with heavy weapons. Whether he wanted to kill the pirates on the other side, or other ideas, Chin had better get on the other side's ship. In this way, even if the ship was overturned, he would not be affected. The other side was most likely an enemy, not a friend. His idea was not wrong at all. A few seconds after Chin escaped into the water, the triangular sail was attacked by artillery fire. Accompanied by a loud bang, a large number of water columns several meters high were blown up on the sea surface, and the triangular sail was also affected. Chin, who was hiding underwater, had already fled far away, listening to the movement and frequency above. Chin had an idea in his mind. The pirates on this pirate ship would not be too strong, and there should not be many people. Chin should be able to deal with it. The Black Blade pirate ship was speeding towards the direction of the triangular sail, and Chin was also approaching them quickly. Soon, Chin in the water saw the pirate ship on the water. The size of the pirate ship was twice that of Chin triangular sail, and there were many traces of battle left on it, most of which were brand new. Chin pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed it hard at the bottom edge of the pirate ship. I don't know if it was because he was too strong, or the pirate ship was too fragile, but the dagger stabbed in easily. Chin quietly poked his head out. The pirates on the ship hadn't noticed Chin's presence yet. They underestimated Chin too much. Boss, is that little bastard on that ship? The conversation of the pirates on the ship was vaguely heard by Chin. They were indeed coming for the child. Even if he's not here, we can still replenish some supplies. Damn it. A slave is worth 30,000 goldfish. After this job, we can go to Dancing Island to have fun again. The pirates' voices sounded dry and hoarse, as if they hadn't had fresh water for a long time. The next words they said further verified Chin's guess. The people on his father's last ship were too poor, and they didn't even have a few sips of water. The pirate who spoke spat fiercely, and his tone was full of disgust. Taking advantage of the loud noise of the gunfire, Chin quietly climbed up to the stern of the pirate ship with the help of a dagger. The body, strengthened by the extraordinary points, was stronger than Chin had imagined. He boarded the ship easily without alarming anyone. It rained heavily yesterday, but these pirates still looked extremely short of fresh water. Why? The pirates all gathered on the deck. As soon as Chin boarded, he smelled a strong smell of blood. The whole hull was full of traces of battle. There were still large patches of unwashed blood on the deck. Some of the blood looked obviously fresher than others. Various fermented odors mixed with the gunpowder smell of bronze cannons. Chin couldn't describe this smell, but he didn't pay attention to this. Chin's attention was all on the pirates on the deck. He hid on the high platform at the back of the ship, and could observe these pirates from a high place. There were less than 10 pirates left on the huge pirate ship. Around them, there were some unknown pieces of meat on the central deck of the ship. The pirates were ragged, but they were strong, with fierce faces and stuffed bloody pieces of meat into their mouths. Chin retracted his gaze. Although they had not made formal contact, he could tell the difference between these pirates with just one glance. The most dangerous pirate seemed to be the man surrounded in the middle, exuding a cold and cruel aura. The second was the boy with mechanical prosthesis next to him, with a cold smile on his face. Finally, there was the hunchbacked white-haired old man. Although he was an old man, he gave Chin the feeling that he was more powerful than the other young men. But Chin knew that the white-haired old man was the most dangerous one. And these few pirates, without exception, all had serious injuries. The situation was favorable to Chin. Chin weighed the strength of both sides. And looking at the pirate ship that was approaching the triangular sail, Chin quickly planned a killing order en route. These people would definitely board his ship to search for supplies. And their strength would be diluted. Get rid of the soldiers first. Then fight the boss. Chin eyes flashed with cold light. These pirates are powerful to him, but they should be in the middle and lower levels among pirates. Otherwise, they would not be so excited for 30,000 goldfish. The most common currencies in the endless sea are three kinds: copper shells, silver crabs, and goldfish. 30,000 goldfish may seem like a lot, but if these pirates divide them, each person will not get much, but those minions will still be excited about it. These pirates, he should be able to deal with them. Chin slowed down his breathing. The first battle between the New World and humans. I didn't expect to face 9 pirates at once. Bang. The pirate ship touched the triangular sail. The pirates jumped onto the triangular sail impatiently before the ship stopped. They hadn't had water or normal food for too long. Captain! I found that little bastard. The first pirate who rushed into the kitchen shouted in surprise. The man called the captain took the white-haired old man to the triangular sail slowly. There were only 3 pirates left on the pirate ship, 2 minions, and a boy with a mechanical prosthesis. Chin only took one look at the boy's mechanical prosthesis, and knew how to dismantle it. The quality of the mechanical prosthesis was not good, which corresponded to the economic situation of the pirate ship. Chin clenched the dagger in his hand. He only had one chance. Chapter 9: Killing 3 Pirates. There was a platform several meters high between Chin and the pirates, who stayed on the pirate ship. If he wanted to take action, it would inevitably alert the 3 pirates below, and the other 6 pirates, who had already boarded the triangular sail. Chin had to kill the 3 pirates below at once, and he had simulated and practiced the operation countless times in his mind. A variety of thoughts flashed through his mind. Chin glanced at the rope on the high deck, and clenched the dagger in his hand. The 2 pirates below were far away from the young pirate. They seemed to be very afraid of the young pirate. But soon, the pirates on the triangular sail gave Chin a very good opportunity. They seemed to have found something incredible on the triangular sail, and shouted in surprise to call their friends. The 2 pirates, who stayed on the pirate ship, were attracted and headed towards the triangular sail with curiosity. When they passed by the young pirate, Chin immediately seized the opportunity, stepped onto the railing of the platform with his long legs, grabbed the rope with one hand, and jumped down with all his strength. At the same time, the dagger in his hand instantly flew out and turned into a deadly hidden weapon, and flew towards the young pirate at a high speed like an arrow. Chin's body had been strengthened by extraordinary points, and was much stronger than ordinary people. Whether it was his strength, speed, or reaction ability, it far exceeded the limits of normal humans. The moment the dagger in his hand flew out of his hand, the young pirate was extremely sensitive to the danger. However, he wanted to dodge the dagger, but it was too late. His current physical fitness did not allow him to do so. The dagger carried a fierce killing intent. The young pirate quickly pulled the minion pirate in front of him to block the fatal blow for himself. Puff! The dagger pierced deeply into the minion's throat, piercing it, and the curiosity and smile on his face all turned into the fear of dying. The young pirate sneered. Where did this bastard dare to run wild on the ship of the Black Blade pirates? He drew the long knife from his waist, and before he stood up, he suddenly felt his right foot empty. The mechanical prosthesis built of metal parts collapsed and scattered all over the ground. The young pirate had been relying on mechanical prosthesis for a long time, and suddenly lost control of it and fell to one side. Chin, who jumped from the platform to the center deck with the help of a rope, rolled to the side of the young pirate the moment he landed. His mechanical prosthesis was like a toy to Chin, and he could tell at a glance which part could cause his mechanical prosthesis to disintegrate. The other 2 pirates had been deliberately avoiding his mechanical prosthesis, and there was old blood on it. The young pirate must be very dependent on this mechanical prosthesis. The function of this mechanical prosthesis is not only to enable the young pirate to walk like a normal person, its power is very terrifying for ordinary people. One kick is enough to kill a person instantly. Such mechanical prostheses wear out very quickly, and parts need to be replaced frequently. This pirate ship cannot afford any precious materials, and the young pirate's mechanical prosthesis must be replaced frequently. The prosthesis he is using now has reached its life limit. If the young pirate chose to use the mechanical prosthesis to resist the dagger just now, then his prosthesis would disintegrate earlier, before the young pirate could call for help from his captain. The dagger in Chin-Ching's hand had already pierced his heart. One strike, and he was dead. Blood was all over the floor. Chin-Ching let go of the dagger, and reached out to cover the young pirate's eyes. Then naturally pulled out the inky black long knife from his hand, and slashed backwards. The sharp blade instantly cut through the neck of the last pirate on the pirate ship, and the blade penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, almost chopping off his head. Blood gushed out instantly, drenching Chin-Ching's body and face. Bathed in blood, blood dripped down his hair and onto the ground. Chin-Ching looked as hateful and abominable as a demon returning from hell. The whole process of killing the 3 pirates was as smooth as cutting a melon, and it took no more than half a minute. Survivor Chin-Ching has killed the G-level creature Black Blade pirate ship fighter, and obtained 0.5 points. That young pirate is more valuable than the deep blue manta. The system announcement sounded in his ears. Chin-Ching retracted his long sword and looked up at the captain of the Black Blade pirate ship, who was staring at him with interest on the triangular sail. He had been standing there for a long time. But he did not stop Chin-Ching. The process of Chin-Ching killing his crew members did not arouse his anger at all. Instead, he wanted to recruit Chin-Ching. Black Blade felt that Chin-Ching was indeed a rare talent. Whether it was the process of killing 3 crew members just now, or the skill of his hand that instantly disintegrated the young pirate's mechanical prosthesis, it was hard for Black Blade not to have thoughts about him. If there had been such a crew on the ship, they would not have ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Little devil, join us? Black Blade's cold and ruthless aura disappeared completely, and a generous smile appeared on his face, and he extended an olive branch to Chin-Ching. Chin-Ching looked at him indifferently without saying anything. Join them? Although our Black Blade pirates are not the top pirates, they are also famous in the deep blue sea. You are a mechanic, right? Don't worry. I will train you well. As long as you join, you will be the only vice captain of the Black Blade pirates. Drawings, materials, whatever you want, I will find for you. Or do you want money? The girl inside is worth at least 30,000 goldfish. I will give you half of the money from selling her. The man lit a cigarette, spoke with confidence, and showed a grim smile to Chin-Ching, his eyes full of determination. The Black Blade pirates are famous in the deep blue sea. What is their reputation? Of course, it is a bad reputation. Even other pirates despise their style of doing things. There is no bottom line at all. Although pirates are not good things, it is rare to have no bottom line like the Black Blade pirates. Robbery, human trafficking, betrayal are just appetizers for the Black Blade pirates. It is said that the first startup capital of the Black Blade was obtained by selling his relatives. Chin-Ching had just killed their companions, and in the blink of an eye, Black Blade could invite Chin-Ching. He could easily agree to Chin-Ching, and he could easily turn against him. The young pirate lying on the ground was a lesson for us. He should be the previous mechanic trained by Black Blade. Join us, or die. Choose one. Black Blade stared at Chin-Ching, who had not spoken for a long time, narrowed his eyes, pressed the cigarette in his hand on the arm of a pirate beside him, and rolled it hard. The pirate was sweating in pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. I choose the third one. Chin-Ching's eyes were firm. He raised the black long sword, and rushed towards the pirates on the opposite side with a light tap of his toes. He chose to kill them. Chapter 10. Fierce Battle with the Black Blade Pirates. Chin-Ching's ignorance made Black Blade's face suddenly gloomy. If he was a Chinese, he would probably scold Chin-Ching. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Black Blade quickly drew out the long sword from his waist. In this case, Black Blade showed a cruel smile on his face. Then sell this bitch to the slave island. A talented mechanic slave can be sold for at least 1,000 goldfish. I believe that the employees of the slave island will let him understand how to write the word obedient. Black Blade met the knife swung by Chin-Ching. The most skilled weapon of all the pirates in the Black Blade pirates was the long sword. Their captain, Black Blade, was even better. However, when the long swords in the hands of Black Blade and Chin-Ching collided with each other, Black Blade immediately felt a strong force that made his wrist numb. The knife in his hand was almost shaken out of his hand. This woman's power was so terrifying, which Black Blade had not expected. The 3 men who died in his hands just now, their deaths were not unjust. As the saying goes, 1 strength can defeat 10 skills. The difference in strength between Qin and Heidao can completely make up for the difference in their skills. The blade drew fierce arcs in the air, cutting off the whistling sea breeze, and also cutting through the air between the two. The long swords in the hands of the two people clashed quickly, and the sound of metal collisions rang out on the narrow deck. The whole scene was as fierce as lightning, and the shadow of the sword flashed suddenly, like two beasts fighting fiercely. However, the young and strong beast and the tired and seriously injured old beast are not on the same level. One is pressing forward step by step, and the other is retreating step by step. Qin's knife is extremely sharp and fierce. He almost cuts Heidao's head several times. Facing the enemy, Qin never shows mercy. Qin's suppression makes Heidao's breathing become rapid, and beads of sweat drip from his forehead. His internal organs have suffered serious damage. Qin's power is very terrifying, especially after installing the mechanical arm. Qin is very good at handling machinery. Even if it is a tool-type mechanical arm, he can use it to attack. When a natural mechanic meets a mechanical creation, it is definitely an explosion effect where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Black Knife's strength is actually above Qin. But before meeting Qin, all the surviving members on the pirate ship were seriously injured. They were even cursed by the sea because of the little girl Qin saved. They were exhausted from traveling for days. And Qin's strength was indeed far beyond Black Blade's expectations, whether it was strength, agility, or reaction. Even if he faced Black Blade in his prime, Qin would not necessarily lose, let alone Black Blade now. Facing Qin increasingly fierce attacks and his courageous momentum, Black Blade was clearly at a disadvantage. However, for some reason, none of the other pirates who entered the triangular sail showed up. According to the current situation, Black Blade will die under Qin's knife in a short time. Heidao knew what these bastards were thinking. They just wanted to wait for him and the woman to lose both of them, and then they would come out to take advantage. The bounty, of course, should be divided among as few people as possible. Little devil, let me go! You can take all the money, materials, and that little bastard on the ship. Heidao panted heavily, trying to get Qin to let him go. There were already several cuts on his body caused by Qin, and blood was oozing out. Qin remained silent, looking at the obvious marks of artillery bombardment on his ship, and the cracks on the bulwarks and railings. You're dreaming, Qin said word by word, with a rare sneer on his face. Kill him, and all these things will belong to him. Besides, these pirates are cannibals. Qin would never let them go. He chopped down with a long knife in his hand, heading straight for Black Knife's face. Clang! A metallic buzzing sound suddenly sounded, followed by Black Knife's tragic wail. His arm rolled onto the deck, and fell into the cabin below along the crack opened by the gunfire. Compared to losing his life, Black Blade losing an arm is a good result. When Black Blade almost lost his life, the scum who had eaten and drunk enough in the cabin came late, and finally were willing to save their poor captain. For pirates came out one after another, and the metal sound just now was the steel balls they shot. Qin took back his knife and glanced at them lightly. The old man was not there. Qin did not take these pirates seriously, and Black Blade never took them seriously either. For Qin and Heidao, the most fearful thing is the old man who has never shown his face. Heidao covered the wound of his broken arm with a sinister look in his eyes. The dog that bites never barks. The old man Demong is the most dangerous. Demong is the doctor on the ship, but he occasionally acts as a fighter. The strength he shows is only inferior to Heidao. The four pirates saw that Qin's attention was not on them at all, but was still looking for something. The smiles on their faces suddenly disappeared. This stinky bastard actually dared to look down on them. The crew of the Black Blade pirate ship were all a bunch of bugs. They had been suppressed by Black Blade for many years. What they hated most was being looked down upon. Kill you! The pirates gnashed their teeth and rushed towards Qin with their knives in hand. A mocking smile appeared on Black Blade's face. These bastards were not enough for that bitch to chop with 2 knives. That was indeed the case. Qin lowered his eyes, looking at the group of pirates rushing up, holding the long knife in his hand horizontally in front of him. A flash of cold light reflected on his frosty face. 4 pirates surrounded Qin, and 4 knives were swung at him at the same time. He was calm without any panic, and raised his right hand, and instantly switched the long knife to his left hand. The mechanical arm of his right hand blocked 2 pirates, and Qin turned his wrist, and the knives of the other 2 pirates were immediately picked up and flew into the sky. They were all lambs to be slaughtered. And now they had lost their weapons. The sharp blades brushed their necks. And blood vessels burst and blood spurted out. And the pirates made unwilling noises. The remaining 2 pirates were terrified. They had never thought that Qin could fight 4 pirates alone and still be so comfortable. It was too late to escape now. Qin caught the 2 long swords that fell from the sky and threw them in the direction where the pirates were fleeing. It hit the bullseye. The long swords pierced their hearts. And the 2 pirates fell straight down. In an instant, all 4 pirates were wiped out. Survivor Qin. The system announcement sounded again. Before Qin finished listening to the system announcement, a terrifying danger suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 11. The pirates are wiped out. And his skills explode. The moment he sensed danger, Qin dodged to the side. Along with his movements, a gunshot suddenly rang in Qin's ears. You dodged quickly, you are quite skilled. The doctor of the Black Blade Pirates smiled at Qin, with admiration in his eyes. The pistol in his hand was still emitting white smoke. What a pity. Such an outstanding genius is going to die here. The malice on the face of the seemingly kind old man was revealed to the extreme. In the endless sea, there are countless professionals and extraordinary people. The pistol in the old man's hand can't cause any harm to those people. They can easily dodge it. But for a rookie like Qin, it is undoubtedly fatal. Qin is not strong enough to easily dodge the pistol and treat it as nothing. He covered the wound on his left arm. The wound was bleeding. The bullet that was going to hit his heart, because of his early warning, hit his arm. This time, he was careless. Qin's face turned pale. But he was not panicked. Judging from the current situation, Qin seemed to be in a desperate situation. The doctor of the Black Blade Pirates not only had a gun, but also had an unknown strength, which gave Qin a very dangerous feeling. However, these 3 people are now on his ship. Every piece of wood and stone on the ship belongs to Qin. On his territory, since he was not killed in one go, then he can't leave alive. Just when the Black Knife Doctor wanted to pull the trigger again, Qin heard the sound of the pistol cylinder turning and hooked his finger. The mechanical ant had appeared behind the Black Knife Doctor without knowing when. And it was holding a heavy mechanical part in its hand. The tool-type mechanical creation had no ability to attack. But this did not affect Qin's use of them at all. The moment before the Black Knife Doctor fired, the mechanical ant threw the mechanical part in its hand towards Qin. The Black Blade Doctor was standing in front of Qin. He was hit by a part and staggered. The mechanical ant was a deep blue quality mechanical creation. Although it was only a tool-assisted model, its rating was stronger than the 3 living people on the scene combined. Taking advantage of the moment when the Black Blade Doctor was distracted, Qin picked up the long sword on the deck with his foot and quickly grasped it with his right hand, and rushed towards the Black Blade Doctor. Qin stepped on the 3 corpses of the pirates and kicked hard. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Black Blade Doctor. The Black Knife Doctor wanted to retreat, but the mechanical ants blocked his retreat. The old man who was just laughing at Qin was stabbed through by Qin. What a pity. Qin had a dead face and said to him exactly what Damon said. How ironic. Damon was so angry that he vomited more than 3 liters of blood. The old man might be very strong, but unfortunately he had no room to play. When Qin stabbed the old man through, and the old man was dying, a strong wind suddenly came from behind him. Black Knife is not dead yet. Qin rushed towards the old man quickly, snatched the pistol from his hand, fell to the ground, turned around, pulled the trigger, fired. All the actions were done in one go. Black Knife's ferocious expression froze on his face, and finally turned into a strong unwillingness. Survivor Qin has killed the G+ level creature Black Knife Pirate Ship Doctor, and obtained 1 point. Survivor Qin has killed the G+ level creature Black Knife Pirate Ship Captain Black Knife, and obtained 1 point. Survivor Qin defeated the E-level pirate group, Black Knife Pirate Group. All members were annihilated, and rewarded 30 points. Survivor Qin is the first survivor to eliminate the pirate group, and is rewarded with a C-level identification skill, and 3 C-level random mechanical drawings. A series of system prompts sounded. Qin breathed a sigh of relief, half knelt on the deck, leaned against the railing, and slowly sat down. It was really thrilling. The Black Blade and the Black Blade Doctor were judged by the system as G+ creatures, but the Black Blade Pirates were E-level pirates. This means that their strength under normal circumstances can reach E-level, and Qin was lucky. However, if the Black Blade Pirates had not been injured, Qin A newcomer might not have met them. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The reward for defeating the Black Blade pirates was generous: a book of identification skills, 3 blueprints, and a number of points. Let's not talk about the blueprints for now. Qin doesn't have enough parts now. But this identification skill. The game provides basic identification skills, but now he has been given another identification skill, which is quite strange. Qin directly learned the skill, and the skill information appeared in his mind. Skill, identification, sea level can identify people and things of sea level and below. The skill description is very simple, but the simpler it is, the more useful it is. Qin used the identification skill on several dead bodies, and some of their information quickly appeared. Black Blade, captain of the Black Blade pirate ship, skills determined to be D-class, now G+ class, dead, severely injured and cursed, the reason is unknown, good at swordsmanship, cruel and ruthless. Demon, physician of the Black Blade pirate ship, skills determined to be D-class, now G+ class, dead, severely injured and cursed, the reason is unknown, superb medical skills. Looking at these corpses, Qin suddenly had an idea. This idea seemed a bit disgusting and immoral, but Qin thought it was worth a try. He temporarily ignored the gunshot wound on his arm, staggered to his feet, and used the decomposition skill on the pirates' bodies. The pirates' bodies were instantly decomposed. Among the blood and flesh, Qin saw what he wanted. A few thin pieces of paper. Skill, medical skill E level. Skill, sword skill E level. Job change scroll sailor. There were also a few recipes and drawings mixed in with the skills, and the most noteworthy one was the job change scroll. Nothing was dropped from the minion pirates, all the products were dropped from the captain, doctor and combatants of the Black Blade pirates. The decomposition skill was much more powerful than Qin imagined. Maybe it could be developed for other purposes. After getting the medical skill, Qin quickly learned it, and then began to treat his own injuries. If you want to survive in the vast ocean, you have to learn something no matter what. After treating the wound, Qin began to collect the spoils of his defeat of the pirates this time. In addition to those skill books, Qin also had a biggest gain. A large ship that was judged to be E-class. Green quality. This ship is much stronger than Qin triangular sail. No matter how big or small the attack power, defense power, or load, it is stronger than Qin triangular sail. It just so happened that Qin triangular sail was blown up by the artillery. Maybe he could change his ship? Qin looked at the big ship opposite in silence. Perhaps there is a better choice? Auctioning it seems to be a good decision. Chapter 12, Private Channel Creation Qualification Certificate. When selling seawater purifiers and other machines, Qin met many survivors who are currently very powerful and wealthy. However, it is still very difficult for them to eat this big ship. They might be able to eat Qin triangular sail. Qin pondered for a moment and prepared to go to the pirate ship first. The space on the pirate ship is really large. The deck alone is larger than Qin triangular sail. It can be seen that there were many crew members on this pirate ship. The entire pirate ship is arranged in a 3-up and 3-down layout. The bow is a giant black shark. The number of cabins on each floor on the left and right sides of the most central deck decreases as the number of floors increases. The top floor has only 1 cabin, and there are 2 and 3 cabins on each floor. There are 2 platforms with different functions on the top of the cabins on both sides. The rudder is located behind the bow, on the platform in front of the ship, and the rear platform is a deck covered with mud, on which there are dried vegetable seedlings. Every cabin on the deck had traces of being lived in. From the size and layout of the entire ship, Black Knife's ambitions should be very big. This ship can accommodate at least hundreds of crew members, and has 32 cannons. After checking the cabins on the upper floor, Qin entered the cabins below from the entrance of the deck. As soon as he entered the underground floor, Qin immediately smelled an indescribable smell of horror. When facing pirates, whose numbers were several times his own, and whose personalities were extremely cruel, Qin never flinched, but at this time, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It was a really terrible smell, so stinking that one could hardly open his eyes. After a quick look at the layout below the deck, Qin fled from the underground cabin. There were 40 cabins on the 3 underground floors, 20 on the first floor, 18 on the second floor, plus 2 huge warehouses on the 3rd floor. The 2 warehouses should be used as treasure houses, after all. There were warehouses on the deck. However, all the warehouses were empty, as if there were only these 9 pirates on the entire pirate ship. There was no food, no water, no ammunition, and not even a bit of treasure. Oh, no. There were still some bones in the prison on the second floor of the basement. The whole ship was just an empty frame. But it was convenient for Chin to repair it. A ventilation system must be installed on the ship. This was the strongest thought in Chin's mind after he came out of the basement. He needed more mechanical drawings and machinery. The triangular sail should be able to exchange for some good supplies. The preciousness of the ship cannot be compared with those supplies. If you want to travel on the sea, a ship is indispensable. After yesterday's storm, the survivors had a deep understanding. Chin quickly contacted Qin Xian and several other middlemen, asking them to contact the wealthy survivors in their area. At the same time, Chin also contacted the survivors on his friend list. It would be great if we could create a group chat across regions. This would be much more convenient. A trace of regret flashed in Chin's eyes. After all, there is a limit to the number of friends. After deciding to change the boat, Chin quickly started moving. This large boat can also carry more automatic fishing net machines and automatic fishing rods. It was that Chin owned seawater purifier needed to be expanded. The 300L water tank was obviously not enough for this large ship. The moving, sorting and cleaning work was busy until late at night. The sea was very calm today. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Chin put the late dinner on the deck and ate it. On the third day of entering the endless sea, Chin had already lived in a large ship that could carry up to 500 people. The child had not yet woken up, and Chin placed him next to his room, in the cabin in front of the first floor. After working all day and going through a fierce battle, even Chin would feel tired. His dinner was unusually rich, with rice, braised fish, chestnut chicken, coriander and beef. A total of 8 dishes and a soup. These dishes would have been common in the past, but now they are absolutely rare delicacies. All of them were obtained by Chin from the chat channel. He really needs to replenish himself. The G++ level physique made Chin recovery speed much faster. And with the help of medicine, the gunshot wound on his arm had begun to scab over. The improvement of his physique made Chin appetite bigger. After he ate all the food, he still felt unsatisfied. The automatic machine on the side kept putting the captured materials on the deck. Most of them were basic materials, and there were very few material boxes. The fishing rod caught a lot of sea fish. But similarly, there was no one that could be judged as extraordinary by the system. The internal organs of the deep blue manta seemed to have no effect. Chin planned to try it with the corpses of the pirates after he had a good rest. It is true that he is a good man, but he is not a good man in the conventional sense. At least Chin would not feel any discomfort when fishing with the corpses of these pirates. Bang when Chin was carrying a plate and preparing to go to the kitchen to cook another pot of noodles. The fishing nets on both sides of the railing seemed to have caught something big. There was a loud noise. A box at least 10 meters long was thrown on the deck in the corner, with 7 small boxes attached. The small box had a lock on it, which was connected to the big box. Chin seemed to have encountered a nest of boxes. Such a special box. Not only Chin had never encountered it, other survivors should not have encountered it either. Chin had never visited a supply box very often, but he did not expect that this time he would find 8 boxes in a row. Putting the plate back on the table, Chin quickly stepped forward to open the box. Unlike the previous supply boxes, this time the supply box had a lock, and the suffix of the large supply box was special. Chin used a mechanical arm to pry open the lock of the box, and in such a large box, there was only a piece of parchment and a seal. Private Channel Creation Qualification Certificate. Rating, Special. Introduction. Unstamped Private Channel Creation Qualification Certificate. The channel can accommodate 1,000 people. No region or geographic restrictions. The creator has absolute control. Evaluation. You are the ancient Greek god in charge of making your wishes come true. Whatever you think comes true. Chin raised his lips and signed his name on the qualification certificate and stamped it. Survivor Chin is the first survivor to create a private channel, no reward. Hearing the content of the mechanical voice, even Chin couldn't help but want to complain. There is no need to remind him if there is no reward. However, being able to get this qualification certificate is already the biggest surprise. Chin doesn't care whether the system will give him a reward. There is no need to be affected by some uncontrollable accidental gains. Just when Chin was about to check the private channel, a timid and immature child's voice suddenly sounded. Excuse me. Did you save me? Chapter 13 The Identity and Commission of the Child. Ching turned his head when he heard the voice. He didn't know when the child who was rescued from the sea by him had woken up and was looking at him timidly. Maybe because he was still young, he couldn't disguise himself well. He had a pair of fierce eyes like a wolf cub, but he acted timid and cowardly. He could withstand the pursuit of the Black Blade pirates and drift on the sea for so long while being seriously injured. He would never be a coward. Yeah. Ching glanced at him and nodded, and simply responded, and continued to focus on the 7 locked boxes. These locks can be easily pried open, and Ching is looking forward to the items that come out of them. The little wolf cub was a little overwhelmed by Ching's reaction, and stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. 3 days ago, he was just a lowly slave on the slave island. But now, he has not yet gotten used to the change in his identity. All his cruelty was directed at the scum and his kind on the slave island. Facing someone like Ching, he suddenly felt like he had punched cotton. Gurgle. Before the little slave could figure out what to do, his stomach made a loud humming sound. There's food in the kitchen. Ching pried open one of the boxes, and inside was also a thin piece of parchment, a pointer, and a map. Job change scroll, navigator. Job transfer scroll? Ching's eyes darkened, and he quickly pried open several other boxes. Without exception, these boxes all contained job transfer scrolls and corresponding props. Navigator, pointer map, doctor, medicine, medicine box, cook, kitchenware, shipbuilder, toolbox, fighter, weapon, farmer, soil, and a bag of seeds. The poor sailor had nothing, only a job transfer scroll. Unfortunately, the mechanic job transfer scroll that Ching needed most was not there. There are 7 professions in total. Ching stared at these job transfer scrolls and fell into deep thought. He did not plan to recruit more people on his ship, so any profession was what he needed now. I don't know what the upper limit of a person's employment is. The little wolf cub beside him looked at Ching half crouching there motionless, and took the dishes on the table to the kitchen to wash up obediently. He had something to ask of Ching. Ching did not dwell on this matter too much. After putting away the job transfer scrolls and props in his room temporarily, he sat on the dining table on the deck and began to contact buyers. With a private channel, his next move would be much more convenient. He quickly sent invitations to those middlemen, asking them to bring in suitable customers. As long as there is a suitable price, Ching will immediately make a move. After handing over the work of bringing people to Qixian and the others, Ching once again set his sights on the little wolf cub. There is something fishy about the little wolf cub's identity. Hadao said that he is worth 30,000 goldfish. How could an ordinary child be worth this price? However, the identity of such a skinny child should not be very high. Even if it is high, it is likely that it is not open to the public. Ching sat on the chair and started to fiddle with his mechanical parts. Although the prosthetics used by the fighters of the Black Blade pirates were of poor quality, they were still lethal enough. If the person he encountered was not Ching but an ordinary survivor, he could have kicked him to death with this prosthetic alone. Ching planned to modify this mechanical prosthetic and make it into a wearable exoskeleton. At that time, in order to destroy the combat effectiveness of the fighters at once, Ching directly found the key parts and completely disassembled the prosthetic. Now it is a bit troublesome to assemble it again. The wolf cub fiddled in the kitchen for a long time. When he brought out dinner, Ching had already figured it out. Well, I cooked some dishes with the ingredients in the kitchen. The wolf cub put the tray in his hand on the dining table and said quietly beside him, "Yeah." Ching nodded and raised his eyes. When his eyes fell on the dish made by the wolf cub, that black mass with a weird aura, he didn't know what to say. This kind of thing really won't eat dead people? But looking at this child's ignorance, his flattering look, and thinking about the new and old scars on his body when he was cleaning and changing the dressing just now, Ching sighed and stood up, picked up the dishes and walked into the kitchen, and dumped them into the trash can without hesitation. In less than half an hour, 5 dishes and a soup with good color, fragrance and taste were placed on the dining table. The little wolf cub was almost dumbfounded, looking at Ching in great shock. Ching looked like someone who was very good at fighting and had a strong sense of security, but should not be good at this kind of housework. The little wolf cub had never thought that Ching could cook better food than the chefs on the slave island. "Eat it." Ching placed a bowl of plain noodles in front of the little wolf cub, and next to it was a whole bowl of noodles soaked in cold water. The dishes he cooked were all suitable for toppings. The little wolf cub followed Ching's example and scooped a spoonful of toppings on the noodles, and immediately began to eat heartily. After swallowing the delicious food, the feeling of fullness in his stomach made the little wolf cub want to cry. He couldn't tell whether it was because of the food or Chin-Chin, but he knew that this was the first time he felt such real tenderness. The little wolf cub sniffed and ate more, as if he wanted to cover up his weakness. After eating 3 bowls of noodles, the little wolf cub stood at the door of the kitchen, biting his lip and watching Chin-Chin, who was cleaning up the dishes, and finally made up his mind. "Can you take me to Sapphire Island?" the little wolf cub asked in a low voice, with an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. He was very afraid that Chin-Chin would be a bad guy. "If you send me to Sapphire Island, someone will give you money," he added hastily. "Someone is chasing me." He carefully observed Chin-Chin's expression, and said slowly, "Like the Black Blade pirates?" In order to wash the dishes conveniently, Chin-Chin folded his sleeves and wiped the water droplets on his hands with a towel. The little wolf cub hurried forward to help, and put the dishes in the cabinet. "They were supposed to protect me, but someone offered a higher price, and they wanted to hand me over to those people. They broke their oath and were punished by the sea." Hearing the wolf cub's words, Chin-Chin knew that things were more complicated than he thought. He subconsciously reached for his trouser pocket, but found nothing. "Tsk. You?" They said, "I'm Moana, daughter." The wolf cub lowered his head, clasping his fingers nervously. He knew what Chin-Chin wanted to ask. Moana, born in Barinia in the deep blue sea, was a famous pirate in the deep blue sea and the Scarlet Sea. She made countless enemies. Chapter 14: The trading item of the triangular sail. If Moana was still alive, no one would dare to touch this little wolf cub. But unfortunately, this famous pirate died last month. After losing the leader, his pirate group was chased, intercepted and killed by other forces. And the treasure and power left by the great pirate Moana, only his children can inherit. Except for the little wolf cub, Moana's other descendants were either killed or controlled by hostile forces. The wolf cub had been stranded on the slave island since childhood. It was a rare gem that Moana men had finally dug out. All the people sent to pick up the wolf cub were killed. The only survivor had to promise a huge profit to entrust the wolf cub to the Black Blade pirates. They hoped that they would send the wolf cub to the Sapphire Island, where Moana's best friend was. However, these pirates were just wolves that could never be satisfied. They were willing to bear the curse to maximize the interests of the wolf cub. Of course, these pirates eventually ruined their own lives and returned to the sea. "Can you take me to Sapphire Island?" The little wolf cub told him everything he knew and asked again, "What's your name?" Chin-Chin suddenly asked an irrelevant question, which surprised the little wolf cub. "Dalia," they said. "My name is Dalia." The little wolf cub's eyes lit up, and he answered immediately, "Go and have a rest. Dalia, I will take you to Sapphire Island starting tomorrow." Chin-Chin smiled slightly, touched Dalia's head, and walked out of the kitchen. Sapphire Island is the territory of the native inhabitants of this world, and there must be a lot of things he needs there. According to Dalia, Sapphire Island is a neutral zone where no one is in power, and it is very suitable to be the first island he lands on. "Thank you very much. I will definitely repay you." Dalia pursed her lips and said loudly to Chin-Chin back. Chin-Chin waved his hand and didn't take Dalia's words to heart. Compared to repaying, how this child can survive is a problem. All he could do was to send Dalia to Sapphire Island. The rest of the journey depended on Dalia herself. Dalia looked at Chin-Chin back. Her eyes were piercing, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chin-Chin returned to his room. The news about his private channel and friend list had already exploded. There were not many people in the private channel, including a few middlemen. There were only more than 30 people. Most of these people were brought in by Chi Xian and Chin-Chin themselves. Most of the middlemen still wanted to take a cut of the profits. If they brought in their big customers, they would make much less money. Many people have already made offers in the private channel. At a stage when most survivors are using rafts, a triangular sail is full of temptation. These people also tried to find out why Chin-Chin had an extra boat, but Chin-Chin just pretended not to see it. If there was no Dalia, it would be fine to tell the origin of the pirate ship, and it could also shock these survivors. But now that Dalia is added, Chin-Chin has to think more. Chin-Chin, triangular sails will be traded with mechanical-related props drawings first. Chin-Chin, transfer scroll, sailor, prioritize the exchange of mechanic transfer scrolls, or props such as map pointers. Heath Sonrom, I always feel that you and we are not in the same game. Even Gao Yu. who is also a transcendent, couldn't help but marvel at Qinqing good luck. Most of the survivors in Qinqing private channel are actually extraordinary people. But no one knows it now. Perhaps it is the principle of like attracts like. Wei Lan, I have a green quality disposable pointer. Zhao Fuli, forget it. Sister, you want to exchange a disposable item for Qing Lao's job transfer scroll. Zhao Fuli, Qing Lao. Take a look at my adventurer map. White. Wei Lan, yours is still white quality. You dare to say that to me. Gao Yu, I say. You too. This is at least a job transfer scroll. You are fooling people with this kind of stuff. Whether it is a triangular sale or a job transfer scroll, both are things that survivors are extremely lacking. Both can increase the chances of the survivors to survive. A job transfer scroll appeared on the trading channel, which belonged to a musician, but it was a bit awkward, and there was no market for it. Compared to musicians, sailors are more practical on the sea. After Qinqing sent these two messages, he did not speak again. He was waiting for the right trading item to appear. But he was not idle either. When he defeated the Black Knife Pirates, the system gave him 3 sea-level mechanical blueprints. Mechanical Creation, Explosive Battle Rabbit. Mechanical Creation, Water Recovery Butterfly. Mechanical Creation Super Shield Whale. All 3 types of attack, medical and defense are complete. Sea-level blueprints. Basically, they can be judged to be between blue and purple quality. Qinqing does not have enough materials for these 3 blueprints now, nor does he have enough strength to make them. But he can try to buy raw materials after landing on Sapphire Island. The most important core material for making these 3 mechanical creatures is the mechanical heart, and something called steel vein. Of course, the power core is also indispensable. The rear repair cores in Qinqing warehouse were not able to support the energy required by these 3 mechanical creations. After writing down the required materials one by one, Qinqing turned his attention back to the chat channel. At this moment, the private channel was like a vegetable market, very lively. The survivors who could be pulled into the private channel were all wealthy, even if they did not trade with Qinqing. They could exchange a lot of things that the other party needed. Of course, the most popular trading item was still Qinqing Triangular Sale. Even the job transfer scroll may not be as good as it. The triangular sale is equivalent to a house, a home. The Chinese people's obsession with houses and land is extraordinary. However, it is only the 3rd day of the game. Some survivors have rich wealth, but they don't have much mechanical related. Of course, this is not difficult for smart survivors. If you don't have it, then find other survivors to exchange, and find relatives and friends to collect. Not everyone is like Qinqing, an orphan. A triangular sale can accommodate at least 20 people. Many survivors with blood ties are divided into the same area or nearby areas. 3 days is enough for them to get in touch. After Qinqing assembled 3 fishing net machines, someone in the private channel had already offered a high price for 13 mechanical drawings. The drawings ranged from D to G, and the price was not low. Qinqing did not agree immediately, but carefully checked the types and functions of these drawings and the difficulty of collecting raw materials. Unfortunately, these blueprints may not be as useful as the 3 E-level blueprints that Qinqing got at the beginning. However, the price offered by another survivor did attract Qinqing attention. Environmental Adaptation Device Blueprint. Space Distortion Bracelet Blueprint. Body Strengthening Potion Formula. Chapter 15, Apprentice Mechanic. Any of these 3 blueprints is extremely useful to Qinqing. Let's not talk about the formula of the potion for now. As long as Qinqing has enough materials, he can mass-produce the other 2 blueprints, especially the Space Distortion Bracelet. The value of the 3 blueprints is the highest for the Space Distortion Bracelet, the second for the Body Strengthening Potion, and the lowest for the Environmental Adaptation Device. However, the Environmental Adaptation Device is very useful for the survivors in the early stage of the game. With it, survivors can explore in the water. When these 3 blueprints came out, the other survivors were silent. After a long time, the survivor named Zhao Fuli spoke weakly. Zhao Fuli, Qing Lao. If you make these things, can you give them to us first? The survivor who took out these 3 blueprints also had this idea. It is true that he got these blueprints, but to make things, it also depends on talent. Some people can learn it in 10 days or half a month, while some people can never learn it in their entire life. Ming Rang, I will give you all 3 blueprints, and give me the triangular sale and the job transfer scroll, and the first 10 finished products made from each blueprint must be given to me. Qinqing, you provide the raw materials? In this case, Qin can agree. Ming rang, you provided. When these 3 words were typed, even a good-tempered person like Qin laughed out of anger. The environmental adaptation device is okay, its level and grade are not high, but the manufacturing process is more sophisticated and cumbersome. Qin could also agree to the body strengthening potion. Its materials are not rare, it's just a little hard for survivors to get. But the main material of the space distortion bracelet is black sky stone, a kind of deep-sea mineral. Both the rarity and the difficulty of mining are extremely high. Qin, sorry. Qin sat on the bed, thought about it, and added another sentence. Qin declined. This weird answer was learned by Qin from Zhao Fuli. When he said this, he made another survivor very angry. Ming rang on the other side, was indeed choked by Qin words. He felt like he was in a dilemma. And he felt angry, but had no place to vent. Of course, he knew that his request was a bit excessive. But he thought that Qin looked easy to talk to. What if he agreed? Who knew that Qin would refuse so directly? And even be sarcastic to him? Ming rang was a little embarrassed. But reality forced him to go to Qin again, with a thick face. Ming rang, so. Let's discuss it again. Qin, you say. Qin put down the parts he was assembling. And took the time to reply to Ming rang. After a long time, Ming rang asked tentatively. Ming rang, how about 8 pieces? Qin declined. Qin shook his head, put Ming rang aside, and continued to assemble the fishing net machine and fishing rod, and began to sell them in the private channel. Freshwater survivors will not be in short supply for the time being, as they have stored some fresh water after the heavy rain the day before yesterday. Qin did not set the price of the fishing net machine and fishing rod very high. With the help of the repair ants, his assembly speed was greatly accelerated. The longer the time goes, the lower the price of these 2 things will be. Survivors are willing to pay a high price just to make money for a while. Ming rang in the private chat interface began to lower his trading conditions. But Qin pretended not to see it. He was not good at bargaining. So he simply waited for Ming rang to lower the price to a suitable price before he agreed. Ming rang 3 drawings were indeed rare. But Qin had no way to make them now, and could only keep them in the bottom of the box. Soon, Ming rang reluctantly lowered the conditions to only 1 finished product of each. Qin, okay. For Qin, the production cost is not really a cost, it is mainly the raw material issue. A simple word good almost gave Ming rang a heart attack. He really misjudged him. He thought this person was easy to talk to. But he turned out to be a black-hearted person. Ming rang, deal. Ming rang gritted his teeth when he typed these 2 words, but he had to agree. The environment of the raft was too bad. He could tolerate it, but those children couldn't. After the 2 parties reached a deal, they quickly exchanged the goods. Ming rang took a risk in this deal. After all, the trading channel does not guarantee after-sales service, and Qin can completely not deliver the finished product. However, Ming rang does not think Qin will do this. Qin has always had a good reputation, and there is no need to ruin his reputation for a little profit. And as a token of sincerity, Qin directly gave Ming rang a 3-piece set of fishing nets, fishing rods and seawater. At this stage, this type of transaction can only rely on the luck of the survivors, unless Ming rang can find a more suitable trading partner than Qin. Looking at the triangular sail and 3-piece suit in hand, Ming rang felt a little relieved. Sister Ming, I'm hungry. A child tugged at Ming rang's clothes, and whispered while holding his stomach. You're still hungry so late, do you think I look like food? Ming rang poked the child's head and scolded, but still resigned himself to preparing food for them. Not to mention, having a boat is a lot more convenient. What kind of life is Qin leading, selling such a good boat? Ming rang couldn't help but think. Qin life, of course, is a diligent schedule. When the clock pointed to 3, Qin yawned a little and prepared to finish the finishing work of the last fishing net machine and go to bed. Dalia in the next room had already fallen asleep. She thought she would not be able to sleep, but she slept soundly unexpectedly, and even snored luxuriously. The moment the last fishing net machine on hand was completed, Qin's ears rang with a familiar system prompt tone. Survivor Qin has independently completed 100 mechanical creations, automatically employed as a mechanic apprentice. Survivor Qin has been employed as an apprentice mechanic, learned skills mechanical manipulation, E-level, mechanical manufacturing, E-level, metal refining, E-level, passive, primary mechanical affinity. Ding, Primary mechanical affinity is a lower-level passive skill of mechanical perception, replacement in progress. Replacement successful, please check your personal panel. This is a pleasant surprise for Qin. Qin quickly opened his panel, and his mechanical affinity was replaced with metal affinity, which slightly increased his perception of the internal structure of metal. He could better understand metal, and could better sense the existence of metal. It was a double blessing. With metal affinity, if Qin could make an environmental adaptation device, he could go to the sea to mine. There are many rare minerals on the seabed. However, Qin's top priority now is to have a good rest. He was exhausted after 2 days of overload operation, accompanied by the sound of the waves. Qin soon fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. Chapter 16 set off for Sapphire Island. When Qin woke up, the clock hand on the wooden cabinet beside the bed pointed to 7. He slept from 3 to 7, and 4 hours of deep sleep was enough for him. He got out of bed without any hesitation, changed into a new work vest, washed his face, and brushed his teeth, and the cold water on his face made him more awake. He only needed a seawater purifier, or a fishing net, and fishing rod machine, and he could exchange for a large amount of ordinary daily necessities. There are still many things to do today. Qin always feels that there is not enough time every day. And today he has to send Dalia to Sapphire Island. Qin must find out where he is as soon as possible. Fortunately, he is now an apprentice mechanic. He can try to see if he can get another job. There are 10 levels of apprentice mechanics. After the experience of the 10th level is full, you can enter the next stage. The promotion of other professions is also similar. Qin took out all the job transfer scrolls and props in the box, and started working one by one. Fortunately, this world does not prohibit survivors from working in multiple professions. The system prompt sounded in Qin's ears. Survivor Qin has been employed as an apprentice navigator, an apprentice physician, an apprentice chef, an apprentice shipwright, an apprentice fighter, an apprentice farmer, and a sailor. Survivor Qin has learned G-level skills, unreliable navigation, rough map drawing, half-baked medical skills, messy medicine making, unkillable cooking, poor food processing, unnutritious nutrition matching, garbage ship manufacturing, watertight ship repair, useless ship maintenance, unkillable swordsmanship, half-dead planting, and unstarved livestock. Survivor Qin has learned E-level skills, miscellaneous work. Survivor Qin has acquired passive basics, climate affinity, wood affinity, weapon knife affinity, plant affinity, soil affinity, cleaning tool affinity. Ding! It is detected that the survivor Qin has acquired E-level medical skills, knife skills, half-baked medical skills, and knife skills that cannot kill people will be converted into professional experience. A large amount of knowledge poured into Qin's mind. After the mental invasion of the ghost ship before, Qin's face did not change this time, and he quickly accepted and digested the knowledge. It's just that these skills, Qin thought they would be different from those of a mechanic, but he didn't think they would be so different. Except for the sailor's miscellaneous skills. Perhaps Qin had accumulated a lot of experience before he became an apprentice mechanic, so he was able to make great progress. Although the skills he learned were not very good, but Qin was a reliable person. What's more, there is a god-level skill, Sailor's Odd Job. Don't underestimate this odd job skill. It is not just as simple as cleaning the ship. The second half of its skill description is assist the members on the ship to complete the work, and it is the only E-level skill. This skill is commonly known as a little bit of everything. With it, Qin's originally unreliable skills have become somewhat reliable. When changing to a combatant, you can choose a specialized weapon. Qin chose a knife. He had seized many black knives from the Black Knife Pirates before, and he was quite good at using them. After settling on the profession and skills, Qin pushed open the door and walked out. Qin turned his head away to cover his eyes. The deck, which was so clean, seemed to reflect light under the sunlight, which made it hard for people to open their eyes. In the corner, a thin figure was diligently scrubbing the floor with a deck brush. "Are you awake?" Dalia looked up at Qin standing at the door in surprise. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his face was filled with a bright smile. Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. Compared to yesterday, this child has changed a lot. From a thin, gloomy and pitiful little wolf cub to a sunny girl. The difference is quite big. I don't dare to touch the things in the kitchen. I can only help you clean up. Dalia scratched her hair a little embarrassedly, holding the floor brush, and lowered her head. "It's okay, thank you for trouble. What do you want to eat for breakfast today?" Qin walked to the kitchen, reached out to take down the apron on the wall, and tied it on, quickly began to prepare the ingredients. "There is a lot of work to do today, and every meal must be enough to resist hunger. I can do it." Dalia's little face was flushed, and she looked full of energy. More than half an hour later, Qin served today's breakfast to the table. He also prepared some of the ingredients for lunch and dinner. Although the apprentice chef's skills are unkillable cooking and poor ingredient processing, Qin is a living person. His past memories and experience are enough to support him to make a meal with good color, fragrance, and taste. After dinner, Qin took out the map and compass that came with his profession and placed them on the dining table. "Dalia, do you know the approximate location of where we are now?" Qin asked softly. "I only know that Black Blade and the others were originally going to take me to the Wind Island." Dalia, who was washing dishes, paused and said in a muffled voice, "The Wind Island." Qin quickly circled a location on the map. Dalia was found on the Slave Island, on the way to Sapphire Island. The pirates who protected Dalia were all killed. And then they met the Black Blade Pirates. Black Blade Pirates. Wind Island. Qin tapped the map with his pen. Wind Island and Sapphire Island were in different directions. He quickly determined their current approximate location. The closest island to them on the map was a place called Pink Sand Islands. He didn't know much about the situation in this world. Dalia was a slave before, and she also knew very little. So Qin didn't plan to go there. He planned to turn the ship around and head for Sapphire Island at full speed, according to the current wind direction. Wind speed. See current and other factors. If the ship goes at full speed, it will reach Sapphire Island in about 4 days. The premise is that there are no other problems in the middle, and the current external conditions can be maintained. Qin put away the map, and quickly went to the deck to prepare to raise the anchor and set sail. There are only Qin and Dalia on the whole ship. Dalia is still a thin child, and most of the work needs to be undertaken by Qin himself. Fortunately, his physical fitness has been strengthened, and he can basically complete these tasks by himself, whether it was raising the anchor and setting sail or steering the ship. Qin didn't think he couldn't do it. In fact, he could do it alone, but it would be best if he could strengthen his physical fitness. Qin stood on the rudder platform and looked at the sails of the Black Blade pirate ship fluttering in the wind. He thought he needed to replace the sails. Not only that, the entire pirate ship needed to be renovated, just to serve him. As for now, set off for Sapphire Island. Chapter 17 Superpower Vine. After determining the direction of the ship, Qin began to work today. There was not much work today, making new sails and replacing them, modifying some parts of the ship, farming, and continuing to make machinery. Dalia was responsible for helping to clean the ship. Yesterday Qin only did a simple cleaning of the ship. At least it was not as smelly as before. Although there were many things to do, for Qin and Dalia, it was nothing at all. Grabbing the rope tied to the railing, Qin swung from the rudder platform to the farmland platform opposite. Qin planned to grow some vegetables here, and he planned to transform the 2 rooms under the farmland platform into vegetable gardens. After making the super shield whale, he would not have to worry about the storms on the sea destroying his farmland. Qin worked very efficiently, based on the foundation laid by the pirates before. He did not need to spend much time on it. He added the light green quality soil in the wooden box, and then rethinned the soil, and fattened it, and planted the seeds to slowly grow seedlings. Qin didn't know what the seeds that came with the farmer profession were. Each of them looked different and strange. He could only wait until they grew out. The plants in this world were different from those in Qin's original world. This pack of random seeds might give Qin a surprise. The next step was to remake the sails, and replace them before going to bed. Qin carried out today's work in an orderly manner, one after another, and his schedule was full. In this way, he can still find time to go to the private channel to purchase and exchange some supplies. When Qin was renovating the room, with a nail in his mouth and a hammer in one hand, he received a message from Qi. The only middlemen in the private chat channel were Qi and another middleman, and all the rest were cleared out by Qin. Qin did not hate middlemen, on the contrary. They often needed middlemen. However, some middlemen obviously treated people as fools, which was a bit too much. He asked Qi and the other 2 to help him collect some damaged or broken mechanical creations. They helped Qin to stay in the trading channel all the time. Whenever a mechanical creation appeared, they immediately took it down. And they also bought it from the survivors, which required a lot of time and strong bargaining skills. As a reward, Qin would pay a batch of finished machines at a certain cost price for them to sell. As for how much they sold, Qin didn't care. Qingxian ability was indeed very strong. He helped Qin receive 3 scrap machines and 1 half-scrap machine. Moreover, their levels and qualities before they were scrapped were not low. Currently, the highest level that Qin had come into contact with was sea level, and the highest quality was dark blue. But the scrap machine that Qinxian received was of light purple quality. Qin put down the tools in his hand, and quickly traded the machine in Qinxian's hand. Superpower Vine, handheld flamethrower, micro biplane mechanical bird, and a half-scrapped underwater explorer. Superpower Vine is an auxiliary mechanical creature, which can do a lot of things, and is a kind of life-type machine. If Qin could repair it, it would save a lot of trouble. The progress of collecting scrap machinery was slower than Qin had imagined. In the final analysis, the mechanic in this world was not among the most popular professions. There were many extraordinary abilities in this world. And there were even more professions. There were scientists who studied science. And there were also magicians who studied magic. After a long period of development, there were many kinds of professions. Mechanic was just one of the professions. And there were few people engaged in it. So naturally there were few finished products. Although everyone knows that mechanics and their creations are very useful. Unfortunately, there is a big problem. Mechanical creations are too easy to be scrapped and have problems. This is a world full of extraordinary creatures with extraordinary abilities. And perhaps even gods. In many special areas, mechanical creations cannot be used at all. And they cannot break through the limitations. Moreover, it is very difficult to train mechanics. It depends too much on talent. It can take decades at most. Or even several years at least. What's more, mechanics have mechanical creations. Do magicians not have magical creations? Of course, both are developed from the original supernaturals, and they all end up in the same place. Supernaturals must be professionals, but professionals are not necessarily supernaturals. The above factors together lead to the awkward position of mechanics. They belong to the bottom foundation and the backbone. But above them, there are almost none. Qin doesn't know much about these reasons, and Qin has only been in this world for 3 days. Therefore, the number and variety of scrap machines in the hands of the survivors are far less than Qin imagined. These 4 were carefully selected by Qinxian. There are quite a lot of mechanical garbage, most of which are mechanical parts. And the styles are limited. It is obviously impossible for Qin to collect enough materials from the survivors. He must go to the territory of the indigenous forces. Only by contacting them can he collect more materials. Qin checked these 4 machines. The underwater explorer is a D-level creation. As long as a few parts and energy cores are replaced, it should be able to be used smoothly. As for the other 3, the handheld flamethrowers are basically broken, so we can only dismantle them and take out the usable parts. The key parts of the mechanical bird and the super vines are not broken. Qin should be able to try to repair them if he looks for his garbage dump. Especially the super vines, which are mechanical props that only people with extraordinary abilities can use. As long as the order is given, it can complete everything within its capabilities. Whether it is cleaning, operating the boat, or even cooking and washing clothes, it can even take care of children. As for the mechanical bird, it is generally used to deliver goods and messages over short and medium distances, and has a certain attack capability. Qin looked at the mechanical bird and the flamethrower in front of him, and thought, maybe he can combine these 2 things. He quickly finished the work at hand, and then took a few machines into his studio and began to work hard. The entire basement was dismantled by Qin into a mechanical studio, and the mechanical ant was still working diligently. The parts it repaired filled most of the room, and were neatly arranged in different categories. The person who made it must be a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Qin entered the studio, and stayed there for more than a day and a night. He hardly left the studio, except for the time when he came out to anchor and reel in the sails. He set sail again and adjusted the rudder the next day. This continued until midnight on the 4th day of the game, or to be more precise, it should have been the 5th day. Dalia hurriedly knocked on the door, and she was so anxious. Oh no! Oh no! Sister Qin. Pirates are coming! There are so many pirates! Chapter 18 Danger is coming? Hearing Dalia's anxious cry, Qin's thoughts were pulled away from the pile of metal in front of him. Pirates? Qin blinked his sore eyes. His eyes fell on the clock on the wall. The pointer just pointed to 12. Oh, today is the 5th day of entering the game. The system said that there will be danger in 4 days. I didn't expect the time to be so tight. Qin picked up the knife bag on the wall and walked out immediately. Opened the door. Qin immediately saw Dalia dressed in a weird outfit. The child's face was full of tension and solemnity. He had an iron pot on his head, 2 kitchen knives in his hands, and even a big pot cover on his back. This look was really funny. What are you doing? Qin asked hesitantly and uncertainly. Kill the pirates, Dalia said seriously. He tried very hard to arm himself with the existing resources. But the supplies on the ship were limited, so he could only do this. Qin put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, trying his best to hide his smile. Dalia tilted her head, looking at Qin in confusion. Qin patted her shoulder, smiling gently with curved eyebrows. Just stay in the room. Dalia age can't be more than 14. Still a child. Qin would not let a child risk his life, as there would be many dangers for him to face in his future life. Although Qin didn't know what Moana's situation was, he could get a glimpse of it from Dalia's narration. Dalia's future life would definitely not be smooth, and would definitely be full of blood and war. Be good. Listen to me. Qin took the pot off Dalia's head, put away the kitchen knife that she was holding tightly, rubbed the child's rough hair, and brought her to the deck. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, Qin immediately saw the fire not far away. Through the fire, Qin could clearly see the situation on the pirate ship. A pirate flag fluttered in the wind, with a simple skull painted on it. The size of the pirate ship was about the same as Qin's previous triangular sail. 10 ferocious pirates stood on the ship. In addition, Qin also observed some more detailed things. For example, there were no cannons on their ships, and the weapons they carried were not as new and sharp as those of the Black Blade pirates, and their eyes were only fierce on the surface. The pirates of the Black Blade pirates were in very bad physical condition, injured, and lacked water for a long time. The pirates in front of him could be said to be strong and healthy, but they did not give Qin the same feeling as the Black Blade pirates. Alcohol and beauty had already drained their bodies, and their movements were very frivolous. To sum it up in a simple sentence, they are no match for Qin at all. Go back. Qin smiled at Dalia, pulled out 2 black knives from the knife bag on his waist. The black knives were unsheathed, with a cold light. Sister Qin. Dalia wanted to say something, but the pirate ship had already come near them, only a few meters away. The pirates on the pirate ship roared excitedly, and kept saying dirty words. Qin couldn't help frowning when he heard it, and a jumping man had already stepped on the railing of the ship. The next moment, Qin's figure appeared on the pirate ship. The pirates didn't expect Qin to be so bold, and actually took the initiative to walk into the tiger's mouth. They looked at each other, and they were all excited. How much treasure should such a big ship have? A group of guys whose brains were soaked in alcohol. They didn't think about it. How could Qin be weak if he could defend such a big ship alone? Before the pirates came forward, the black knife in Qin's hand had already cut the throats of 2 pirates. A knife cuts the throat. The blood of their companions sprayed on their faces, which made them shudder, like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. One pirate seemed to recognize the origin of the black knife in Qin's hand. Even the big ship with blank sails in front of him became familiar. He pointed at Qin and stuttered. Black, black, black. What's black? Black. The knife. A flash of cold light, the pirate's unfinished words spilled from his throat with blood, and he fell straight down. In just one encounter, 4 pirates had already fallen. There were only 8 pirates on the deck, and now 4 of them were dead. Dalia behind Qin looked at Qin. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and Qin in her eyes was glowing at this moment. And the eyes of the pirates, looking at Qin, changed from excitement at the beginning to anger mixed with strong fear. A pirate noticed Dalia, who was staying on the opposite ship, and a fierce expression appeared on her dirty and bearded face. If you can't deal with the big one, can you deal with the small one? The bearded pirate immediately rushed towards Dalia. Dalia's eyes widened, and she quickly raised the floor brush that had not yet been put into the utility room to defend herself. Dalia was a little scared, and a little excited. Just when the bearded pirate was about to jump onto their ship, a knife suddenly flew out of nowhere, and it came with great force, and pierced his heart directly. Plop! A splash of water appeared, and the blood gradually dyed the sea red. The ferocious sea fish under the water immediately surrounded her, enjoying the delicacy that fell from the sky. Dalia was a little disappointed. But the next second, a pirate, who was kicked away by Qin landed on the ship and fell heavily on the deck. A black knife also fell with him and landed at Dalia's feet. Dalia turned around to look at Qin in surprise. But Qin didn't look at her and continued to concentrate on dealing with the pirates pouring out of the cabin. Dalia pursed her lips, and the dimples on her lips were shallow, which was very cute. He quickly picked up the black knife at his feet and walked towards the pirate, who was hunched over and coughing up blood. Qin on the pirate ship. There were already more than 10 bodies lying around him, and only one person was alive, who was threatened by him with a knife. "Where is your captain?" Qin calm and cold voice almost scared the pirates in front of him, and a foul smell spread. Fortunately, this is the deck, and the sea breeze blew and soon dissipated. "The captain of the ship was just kicked away by you." A big pirate answered Qin's question with a crying voice, fearing that Qin would kill him in the next second. He was also worried too much. Qin would definitely kill him. The next second, Qin's knife had already cut his throat. The pirate stared at Qin with resentment, dying very reluctantly, as if he could take Qin to the ground with him. Was it the captain who was kicked away by him just now? Qin turned around, and the captain had been stabbed by Dalia more than a dozen times. No wonder he was the only one who could rush up among such a ship of pirates. It turned out to be the captain. Qin continued to focus on the pirate ship, and he could feel a very weak breath in the cabin below. Chapter 19: The Dancing Sisters. After checking the cabin on the deck to make sure there were no fish that had escaped, Qin went downstairs with confidence. There were 3 cabins downstairs, 2 of which were used as sleeping rooms for the pirates, and there was a sour smell mixed with alcohol. It was extremely unpleasant. And in the other room, there was a strong smell of blood. Qin pushed open the door, and a rancid smell instantly filled his nose, and saw that the small cabin was actually packed with more than 20 people. Everyone was shackled, and it looked like they had been wearing them for quite some time. Their wrists had more or less friction wounds. The sound of Qin opening the door only woke up 2 people, and the rest seemed to have a fever and fainted due to their serious injuries. The injuries of these 2 people were the lightest, and the clothes they were wearing should be those of dancers. "Are you here to save us?" The 2 dancers huddled together, looking at Qin fearfully, and asked in a low voice. "Yes." Qin nodded, and drew out his long knife again, and cut off the shackles on their hands neatly. "Let's move the wounded out first." Qin easily lifted up 2 wounded people by the door, and walked out quickly. If they stayed in this room all the time, even if they were fine, they would become troubled. "Okay." The dancer stared at Qin back and nodded. After several trips, Qin and the other 2 finally moved the captives from the pirate ship to the big ship. There were a total of 27 people in the room, and their wounds were severely infected, and had already festered and rotted. Almost everyone was in a state of high fever and coma. Qin had no way to figure out whether they were survivors. However, the 2 dancers were aboriginals like Dalia. They must have been drifting on the sea for a long time. They were also very good at treating some simple injuries, which helped Qin a lot. Qin had E-level medical skills. It was naturally easy to treat these people's injuries. Basically, Qin knew how to prescribe the right medicine after a simple check. But there are not so many medicines on his ship. The medicines in the medicine box that came with the job transfer scrolls cannot supply so many people. Qin could only help them clean their wounds first, and then contact the survivors in the private channel to help him collect medicines. The number of survivors in his private channel has exceeded 50. Qin firmly controls the threshold of the channel. These survivors have rich family backgrounds, and basically they will buy some commonly used medicines. But now is the critical time, and the survivors are basically trapped in the danger of the system. Not everyone can kill all dangers as easily and neatly as Qin. Many survivors, like the pirate captives rescued by Qin, have become the pirates' spoils of war. In this sea area, pirates are rampant and danger is everywhere. Most pirates are extremely cruel. Pirates who are not cruel have another name: explorers and adventurers. Dalia, go and boil some hot water. Qin temporarily placed the wounded on the deck and built a temporary shed for them. His execution was very quick. The dancer sisters were responsible for helping to take care of the wounded. Qin was using the existing materials to prepare ointment. That pirate ship was different from the Black Blade pirates. They had a lot of supplies on board. Qin didn't have time to deal with the supplies on that ship for the time being. He tied the pirate ship to the big ship with ropes, and then dealt with the wounded. The bodies of the pirates were piled on the pirate ship. Anyway, the ship was there, and wouldn't run away. Compared to the things on the pirate ship, Qin hoped to learn some news about this world from the natives among the wounded. This pirate ship is much lower in rank than the Black Blade pirates, and there won't be any good stuff. The treasure chest in their captain's room only has a pitiful 1 goldfish, 32 silver crabs, and 7,251 copper shells. The food in the kitchen is also barely edible. However, their warehouse does have a lot of miscellaneous herbs and wine, including some that look very expensive. They robbed a small merchant ship. They hid the merchant ship, and as for where, it is not known yet. If they were sold, their property would definitely be more than this. Do you need help? A dancer stepped forward and asked timidly. Qin looked up at him and nodded slightly. According to the two dancers, they were originally going to Sapphire Island on a merchant ship, but they unexpectedly encountered pirates. The guards on the ship were all killed, leaving only them and some hostages that could be exchanged for ransom. On the way to Sapphire Island, the pirates captured a lot of homeless people floating on the sea and prepared to sell them on the island. Help me clean these herbs. Qin handed the herbs to the dancer with long red hair. Okay. The dancer nodded and prepared to go to the kitchen with the herbs. There is water there. Qin called her and motioned her to look at the water pipe beside the deck railing. Okay. The dancer paused and agreed with a smile. Feed these medicines to them. Qin took out a tube of green medicine from the medicine box and gave it to the dancer with short red hair and pointed at several injured people. Is this for fever? The short-haired dancer asked curiously. No. It's for removing the drug, Qin said calmly, his hands moving without stopping, continuing to process the herbs. After examination, the wounded were not unconscious because of the fever, but more because they were fed drugs. They were lucky. There was an antidote in these ordinary quality herbs. Although they were only ordinary quality, there were many kinds of herbs, and many of them were very useful. The pirates didn't know the value of the herbs, so they were randomly piled in the corner of the warehouse. Becoming dirty. Qin could basically tell their names and functions. For example, this thorn extract, which tasted very, very disgusting, was the fastest way to remove the drug and had no side effects. Hearing Qin words, the two dancer sisters paused. Remove the drug? The two sisters looked at each other quickly. If these people woke up, they would be exposed. That's right. These two sisters were not dancers. Their identities were the same as the corpses on the boat next to them. They were all pirates. Seeing Qin focus back, the sisters' eyes instantly turned vicious and ruthless. In that case, don't blame them for taking the initiative. Their movements were extremely agile, and they quickly pounced on the black knife that was casually placed on the ground. The black knife was still stained with the blood of their relatives. Seeing the blood on it, the two sisters' anger reached its peak. They raised their knives and chopped at Qin one after another. Sister Qin, Dalia, who walked out of the kitchen, saw this scene and her face turned pale instantly. She screamed and rushed towards Qin. Chapter 20 Super Helper Online. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Qin lowered his eyes. His face was indifferent. A pair of long legs bent under the table stepped on the scabbard of the black knife with one foot and pushed the handle out with the other foot. Qin instantly slammed the table, turned backwards and landed smoothly, and kicked the table full of bottles and jars towards the dancer sisters. Bang! The medicine was scattered all over the floor, and the dust and gas splashed. Cough, cough, cough. The gas and dust that hit them were immediately inhaled by the dancer sisters, and they immediately started to cough violently. At this time, they had already missed the best opportunity to kill Qin. When the dust and mist dissipated, the sharp blade of the black knife in Qin's hand greeted the two sisters. From the beginning, Qin knew that the two sisters were members of the pirate ship. Their flaws were too obvious. They had the same red hair as the captain of the pirate ship, and they were obviously dancers, but they had calluses on their hands from practicing martial arts, and there were some less obvious scars on their bodies. All the survivors in the cabin were unconscious, but only the two of them were awake, and their condition was completely different from those captives. Their faces were rosy and healthy, and there was a hint of hostility between their brows. There was also a photo frame that was hastily taken away from the table in the captain's room, and a ladder leading to the clean cabin below. All these details together were enough for Qin to judge that they were the only remaining members of the pirate ship. After all, Qin had not received the system prompt sound, the prompt sound that reminded him that he had breached the pirate ship. The reason why he kept them was that Qin wanted to test his own strength. And maybe he could also give Dalia a live lesson. The two dancer sisters gave Qin the feeling that they were stronger than their father. And they were more talented. Qin never thought of letting them go. As the saying goes, if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Never underestimate anyone, even if he looks harmless. Maybe Dalia was used to such things on the slave island. But it was always good for him to see more of the ugliness of human nature. After all, the situation he would face in the future would be thousands of times more dangerous than now. Dalia did learn something when she saw Qin kill the two dancer sisters. She stared at Qin very seriously, and seemed to be thinking about something. With the death of the last two pirates, Qin heard a familiar system prompt. The two sisters brought Qin 2 points, and defeating the pirate group gave him 5 points. Compared to the income from the Black Blade pirates, which suffered heavy casualties, this pirate group was really pitiful. Fortunately, there was still a whole ship and supplies. But Qin suddenly fell silent. The original owner of those supplies is still lying there. Of course, Qin didn't hesitate for too long. He needed to deal with the pirate ship as soon as possible. The supplies and other useful things on it must also be moved to his ship. Dalia, can you please take care of them first? Qin turned his head to look at Dalia, who was thinking, and asked softly. The repair of the super vines only needs the finishing work before the operation experiment can be carried out. It won't take much time. If successful, with the super vines, Qin can focus more on the repair and manufacture of machinery and strengthen his own strength. It can also carry out underwater exploration operations. Okay. Dalia suddenly came back to her senses and nodded quickly. I don't know what she learned from Qin behavior just now, but she actually thought about it for so long. Thank you for your help. Qin touched Dalia's head, and soon returned to the studio. Dalia, who was left behind, looked at the corpses, and then at the wounded. Her young face was full of deep thoughts that were not in line with her age. Qin's talent in mechanics is indeed very strong. An hour and a half later, the repaired superpowered vines waved their tentacles with their fangs and claws, and were about to fill the entire room. Moreover, there was a tendency to continue spreading. Qin quickly gave the super vine an order to go to the deck. There was enough space on the deck for it to spread. The super vine that reached the deck spread its branches at a very fast speed, occupying 2/3 of the deck before it stopped. Although Qin repaired the super vine, it was a light purple quality after all, and the grade reached B-level mechanical creation. Qin successfully repaired it, but it also left some big problems. The super vines were originally able to shrink their branches, and they could be large or small. Now they can only show their full form, and their branches cannot be retracted at all. Moreover, the original full form of the super vines was much larger than it is now. There is no other way. Qin has limited abilities and materials. In order to repair the super vines, Qin can only sacrifice some of its functions and effects, and its appearance has become ugly, causing its grade to drop from B to C. Qin dismantled all the shrunken parts of the complete super vine to repair other parts. The remaining parts were still piled up in the studio, but even the current super vine was enough for Qin. It could do so many things. Go and move all the supplies on that ship. Qin put his palm on the super vine, and a thought came to his mind. A special energy was transmitted to the super vine. The green vines that were originally coiled together moved instantly, with mottled green and thick nodes. Looking like a python, it moved very quickly, and methodically moved the boxes from the warehouse on the opposite pirate ship. The most important function of the super vines was still preserved. Qin was very satisfied. Dalia on the side also looked at Qin with admiration. Sister Qin is really amazing. He also wants to be someone like Sister Qin in the future. Wait for him. A trace of haze flashed in Dalia's eyes, but it soon disappeared, and she smiled at Qin. The super vines are very fast, and Qin asked it to transport all the things to the warehouse. Qin made the cabin on the second floor of the basement into a warehouse. The warehouse is divided into categories to store different materials. The super vines obediently put the things in different warehouses, while making supper in the kitchen, and began to clean and organize everything on the ship. Growing vegetables, watering, sailing, and steering, it is no problem for it. It has many branches and vines, and can do different tasks at the same time. As a machine that relies on Ching extraordinary ability to operate, Ching upper limit is its upper limit. Obviously, Ching has a very high ceiling. Ching, who was freed from the heavy and tedious work, sat on the deck and enjoyed the moonlight with Dalia. Of course, Ching was not really idle. He posted the pirate ship on the private channel and the trading channel. A pirate ship with extremely poor hygiene. Chapter 21 Captain Jarvis of the merchant ship. Ships have always been a hot commodity on the sea, especially for survivors who only have rafts. They flock to them. Not every survivor can encounter a pirate ship and successfully kill all the pirates on the ship. He even killed 2 pirate groups in a row. As soon as the pirate ship was attached, Ching was immediately bombarded with news. At this time, the survivors were basically out of danger. If they could not escape danger, then they would inevitably become the dead souls on the sea, or one of the captives. Sister Ching. Dalia snuggled up to Ching, looking up at the moon in the sky, speaking in a low voice. We should be at Sapphire Island soon. Right? Dalia pursed her lips, and there was no joy on her face about meeting her mother's men. We'd be there almost tomorrow morning. Ching half closed her eyes, leaning back on the chair with her hands folded. With the super vines, you can continue on your journey even at night, without worrying about deviating from the route, and the time spent will be greatly reduced. I'm a little reluctant to leave you. Dalia's fingers hooked on Ching hem, shaking. Ching opened his eyes, looked down at Dalia. Dalia also looked at him with her eyes open. We all have our own things to do. Ching would not leave Dalia, saying Dalia would not be willing to stay, and he would not leave with Dalia. Maybe Ching is not weak now, but Dalia is going to the Scarlet Sea. For the Scarlet Sea, Ching may not be as good as any random fish in the sea. Dalia is Moana's daughter, so naturally someone will protect her. Ching is different. He needs time to grow up. They both know that Dalia is just really reluctant to leave Ching. He has been on the slave island since he was a child. No one has ever been as kind to him as Ching. When he was drifting on the sea, Ching didn't know his identity, but knew that he would bring big trouble, and was still willing to keep him. She also killed the people who were chasing him, cooked for him, and was willing to teach him. Dalia sniffed, tried not to shed tears, and solemnly extended her little finger. Sister Ching, I will wait for you in the Scarlet Sea. I will. Dalia's voice was a little hoarse, and her eyes were firm. He would definitely survive. Okay. Ching nodded, stretched out her hand and hooked Dalia's little finger, and promised. He actually couldn't understand Dalia's emotions. Ching emotions were relatively indifferent since childhood. To him, Dalia was just a pitiful little sister. The kind that could be seen everywhere. Sister Ching, you are so kind. Dalia threw herself into Ching's arms, and nodded her head to act like a spoiled child. Ching also cooperated very well, stroking the poor little girl's fur. However, this rare moment of tenderness was immediately broken by a painful cough. The survivors of the merchant ship gradually woke up. They woke up at a bad time, and Dalia stared at them, her eyes full of malice and disgust. Did you save us from those pirates? A middle-aged woman panted heavily, and slowly sat up from the wooden bed. Ching treated them well. Although they were only on the deck, each person had a soft bed. Many survivors were still lying on the bare raft. Are you okay? Ching patted Dalia, walked towards the woman, and carefully observed her condition. Dalia behind her glared at the woman fiercely, and the ferocious look made the woman, who had traveled all over the country for many years, feel a little scared. Perhaps she was too impressed by the pirates in that pirate group. In the woman's eyes, Dalia was so terrible, even more terrible than the pirates. The indifferent Ching seemed so amiable. Ching checked the woman's condition. After taking the medicine, her physical condition had stabilized. Next, she just needed to rest well and recover slowly. The pirates treated them as hostages, and didn't let them suffer too much at most. A little physical pain. It's not a big problem. You can just take care of it slowly when you go back. Ching put down the stethoscope and took another bottle of medicine from the medicine box and gave it to the woman. Drink it. The woman took it quickly and drank it immediately. After drinking the potion, the woman regained a lot of strength and could speak fluently. My name is Jarvis. I have a small business on the Reef Island in the Treasure Sea. May I ask where your ship's destination is? Sapphire Island. Ching said calmly, and put the empty bottle back into the medicine box. Hearing the destination, The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Sapphire Island? It's not bad. Merchants always have many friends. Jarvis has several friends on that island. Don't worry. I will thank you very much when we get to Sapphire Island. You will be satisfied with the reward. The woman was very tactful. She didn't even ask about the goods on the merchant ship. Even if they were gifts for other big shots. Nothing is more important than your own life. No, do you know much about Sapphire Island? Chen Qing shook his head and asked. Money is not necessary. Chen Qing, who has mastered a technology, will not be short of money. Compared to money, he needs something else more. Jarvis looked at the ship and knew that Chen Qing was not short of money. Since he was not short of money, he could give him something else. This lord is kind-hearted. He must know what is good for him. What's more, he can kill a whole ship of pirates by himself. This lord must be very powerful. It is his honor to be associated with such a big man. I don't know Sapphire Island as well as the people there. When we get there, I find you a suitable guide. How about that? Thank you. Chen Qing nodded slightly, without refusing. No, I should thank you for saving me and my crew. Jarvis said hurriedly, looking around quickly. Hey, there are so many unlucky people who were also captured by pirates? Who are your crew? This one, and those over there. Jarvis quickly pointed out the crew members who followed him. And at the same time, he was very sad. There were dozens of people on the ship, but only a few were left. Those damn pirates! The supervines quickly changed the positions of those whose identities were pointed out by Jarvis. The merchant ship members went to one side, and the other captives went to the other side. Then the rest. Were they survivors? Or were they the native residents of this world? If they were survivors, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Their raft had been destroyed, and Chen Qing did not plan to add crew members to his ship. Sapphire Island. After all, it was a chaotic neutral zone where no one was in charge. It would be difficult for them to survive there, and it would be a dead end to throw them directly into the sea. Give them a new raft? Chapter 22 Reef Island and Bounty Guild. To be honest, Chen Qing didn't think these survivors could survive on the sea. For some people, this game is an opportunity for them to become superior. But for more ordinary people, this game means danger, blood and death. They need a peaceful and stable life. Jarvis, what does the island you live on look like? Chen Qing suddenly asked. The treasure sea has always been circulated with the legend that many large pirate treasures are buried here, hence the name. There are always many pirates here. Reef Island is not particularly famous in the treasure sea, because there are many reefs in the nearby waters, and pirates rarely come. However, Reef Island is very large, and most of the residents on the island make a living by farming. Jarvis answered truthfully. There are also a small number of craftsmen like Jarvis, who open a small workshop and form a small caravan themselves or entrusted to other caravans to transport the goods out of Reef Island for sale. Of course, sometimes there are pirates who come to the island to rob. But generally, these pirates will not hurt people. The island has its own guard team. And there are too many pirates in the treasure sea. The competition between pirates is more intense, and there are many bounty hunters wandering in the treasure sea. Everyone wants to be famous. Is there no unified force in the treasure sea? Chen Qing was a little surprised. Is there no one who wants to unify here? Jarvis shook his head and explained. Generally, pirates who have made a name for themselves go to the Scarlet Sea, and few people stay in the deep blue sea. There have been many cases in the past where pirate groups and extraordinary people ruled the deep blue sea, but they were soon defeated by other pirate groups or bounty hunters. Sometimes people who went to the Scarlet Sea heard about the situation in the deep blue sea and would come back. Everyone has a hometown, and perhaps there are relatives and friends in their hometown. Can there be good pirates? They know very well that good pirates are automatically judged as adventurers by them. Over time, all professionals and extraordinary people have reached a consensus. Don't dream of ruling the deep blue sea. It is the cradle of many powerful people. Chen Qing nodded. This is good news. Sir, do you want to send them to the Reef Island? Jarvis looked at Chen Qing's face and asked carefully, making a small calculation in his heart. I have this idea. Does the Reef Island welcome outsiders? Chen Qing did not deny it. These people would die if they were left alone. It would be perfect to find a place suitable for them to live. But Chen Qing could only do so much. They would have to rely on themselves in the future. The Reef Island welcomes outsiders to settle down. As long as they are civilians, we welcome them. Jarvis nodded quickly, overjoyed. These were all young men. and they could be related to this adult. They might be able to find a stable backer on the reef island. Although the reef island was surrounded by reefs, pirates rarely went to the island. But it did not mean that there were no pirates. Every time they went to the island, they would not only plunder property and food, but also seduce young people on the island. Few of the young people who left came back. The sea was full of unknowns, adventures, wandering, fighting, passion, dangerous excitement. These always had a fatal attraction to young people who were unwilling to be ordinary. They always felt that they could be one of the 10,000. But the reality is that the feet of those famous people in the world are piled with stairs made of their bones. After going to Sapphire Island, will we go to Reef Island? Chen Qing asked patiently with a gentle tone. Okay, thank you very much, sir. How could Jarvis not agree? His money, goods and ships were robbed, and many guards died. Chen Qing was willing to take them back to Reef Island, and he was grateful. By the way, what is the bounty hunter you mentioned before? Can you tell me in detail? Of course. Jarvis adjusted his sitting position, avoiding Dalia's gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Bounty hunters usually make a living by hunting pirates who have bounties in the Bounty Guild. The Bounty Guild is very mysterious, and no one knows who is behind them. It existed before the oldest man on the Reef Island was born. There is a Bounty Guild on almost every island, with different sizes. There is also one on the Reef Island, and the only staff there is an old lady. The old lady dozed off at the door every day. The scale of the guild is the size of a dining car. The Bounty Guild offers bounties not only to pirates. Some bounty hunters will also be on the list, even some business owners and the like. If you need it, you can also go to the Bounty Guild to find bounty hunters for protection. Some pirates occasionally act as bounty hunters to make money. Anyway, it will take on all the trivial things that shock the world. Jarvis told Chen Qing everything he knew, no matter how big or small. But what he knew was limited. After all, he was just a small businessman. Thank you. Chen Qing nodded. It seems that there are many mysterious forces and powers in this world. Sister, the midnight snack is ready. Dalia carried a plate and rushed over to squeeze between Chen Qing and Jarvis. She also turned back and glared at Jarvis fiercely. Jarvis felt innocent. Be good. Chen Qing reached out and knocked Dalia's head. Dalia pouted, muttering in dissatisfaction. Jarvis dared not say anything, and ate the midnight snack sent by the supervines in a hurry and quietly. After they were kidnapped, the pirates hardly gave them anything to eat, and only fed them a little water. Hostages. As long as they didn't die, it would be fine. The other hostages also woke up one after another, and Jarvis did not bother Chen Qing, and explained the current situation to them one by one. The other members of the caravan were grateful to Chen Qing. They thought they were dead after being caught by the pirates. Among the members who woke up, there were also survivors. They still didn't understand the current situation. They only knew that they were rescued. However, they couldn't help choking up while eating the delicious food. The ship owner is such a good person. After entering the game, they lived such a miserable life every day. It was too miserable. They lived well in the original world, and some of them had a good family. But they ended up falling to the point where they couldn't even have a meal or a drop of water. It was just too miserable. What are your plans for the future? Chen Qing sat in front of the survivors. Dalia and Jarvis had already moved away automatically, leaving space for Chen Qing and the others, and moved to the kitchen. My name is Chen Qing. I'm a survivor like you. Chen Qing's calm voice exploded in the ears of the survivors like thunder. Chapter 23: The Kidnapped Child. With a click, the chopsticks in the hand of a survivor fell to the ground. Ah! My dear! The survivor suddenly let out a howl and rushed to Chen Qing, hugged him, and cried bitterly. Woo-woo, you don't know how we have been through these days. Woo-woo. The girl cried bitterly, so miserable. When he first entered the game, he thought he could punch the South Mountain pirates and kick the North Sea fish beasts, but woo-woo, it's not human at all. It's okay. It's okay. Chen Qing gently patted the girl's back, patiently comforting her. You are safe now. Dalia in the kitchen leaned against the door, her whole body full of resentment almost turning into substance. Staring at the girl. Boss, I can wash clothes, cook, and clean. I can also sing ditties. Please take me in. I don't want to wander anymore. The girl cried and asked Chen Qing expectantly. He really didn't want to wander on this sea anymore. It was too miserable. If they are captured by pirates again, who knows if there will be another Chen Qing to save them? As soon as these words came out, the other survivors looked at Qin expectantly. They didn't want to wander around anymore. They knew this big guy. He had been helping other survivors in the channel since the beginning of the game. Now he has such a big ship. He can easily kill a ship full of pirates. How safe it is to be under his command. Even if there is no salary. As long as he is provided with 2 meals a day and has a place to stay. It will be fine. They can work overtime for 12 hours. A few survivors sneered at the girl's words. If the pirates didn't have the advantage in numbers. Sorry, this won't work. Qin shook his head. This is his bottom line. He won't agree. The girl looked at Qin with tears in her eyes. However, you can choose to go to the Reef Island. I will take you there. Garbus. Qin turned his head to look at the kitchen, and his voice was slightly raised. Jarvis quickly escaped from the suffocating kitchen and explained to the other survivors what he had just said to Qin. If you don't want to go to the Reef Island, I will give you a new raft and fishing net, as well as some basic survival supplies. The raft and fishing net made by Qin himself are definitely better than those provided by the system. Or you can land on Sapphire Island. Qin kindly gave the survivor 3 choices, and they could choose any one they wanted. Of course, if someone wants to push for more, Qin will not be soft-hearted. You said it very nicely. Why don't you give us the ship? Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice. Yes. You are still a big boss. Such a big ship. Can't it accommodate a few people? It's so easy to be a good person. Maybe they said it deliberately for Qin to hear. But when everyone's eyes fell on him, they couldn't help but panic. Especially Qin. His eyes were very calm, but still made people feel scared. What kind of face do you have? The boss deserves what he owes you. Bah! The girl put her hands on her hips, pointed at their noses and cursed. I have never seen such a shameless person. Speak, speak. The survivor who spoke first shrank his head and begged for mercy immediately. We will get off the island at Sapphire Island, thank you. It turned out that they were in the same group. Everyone looked at the group with contempt. What they were planning, the sea beasts in the sea heard it. Qin glanced at them and replied softly. What about you? Qin looked at the other survivors. We're going to the Reef Island. The girl said quickly, the boss is a good person. If there is a problem with the Reef Island, he will definitely not just throw them on the Reef Island. Anyway, he is afraid. Living a good life is better than anything else. Yes, we're going to the Reef Island. It's just starting over. Farming, they are good at it. By the way, the survivors who wanted to take advantage just now suddenly spoke up, with a look of anxiety on their faces. I remembered something. The pirates also captured a lot of children. But the ship stopped at a place, and not long after they were captured, all the children were gone. The survivor pointed at Jarvis and his group. They just wanted to take advantage, but they were not evil people. Those children should be the same as us. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. This damn game, even children are harmed. Those children, how could they possibly survive on their own? Qin frowned slightly, and Jarvis spoke immediately. We were captured by them near a small deserted island, and the merchant ship might have been left there. The pirates might want to sell those children to the slave island. Jarvis described the appearance of the deserted island they passed by at that time. The conditions on that deserted island were very bad, and the pirates would not stay there for too long. The price of children on the slave island was very high. Although there were slave trades on Sapphire Island, most of them were adult slaves. Okay, I got it. Qin quickly opened the chat channel and explained the situation in the regional chat channel and privately. See if anyone noticed, or if the survivors in the private channel could help. Qin and the others could still be saved on the deserted island. But if they were on the slave island, even Qin would be powerless. Those children might not be able to wait until Qin was able to save them. Most of the survivors in the channel were scattered in one area, and the survivors on Qin's ship were in the same channel as him. There was no message from the child asking for help in the channel. They were probably drugged. The survivors on the ship also saw the message sent by Qin. They didn't expect the boss to act so quickly. Fuck, those pirates even sold children. So immoral. Those are pirates, real pirates, who burn, kill, rob and commit all kinds of evil. Do you think they are the protagonists of One Piece? No wonder the children in the channel have been silent for the past 2 days. Has anyone seen the deserted island? Tell the boss. The chat channel suddenly became active. Even the survivors who were arguing fiercely before are now trying to provide clues and analyze the situation in various ways. People are complicated. with good and bad sides. There are not so many absolutely good and bad people. After all, they are a group of children without parents around. And they are not naughty children. They were well behaved in the chat channel before. Soon, a survivor named Shu-in found Chen-Qing and provided key clues. I should be near that deserted island. I have seen that island before. Is there anything I can do? At the same time, Chen-Qing also received a message from Zhao Fuli in the private channel. The sea area where Zhao Fuli and the survivors in Chen-Qing's chat channel are located is not far away. A rescue operation for the flowers of the motherland is about to begin. Chapter 24, Auction of the Pirate Ship. Zhao Fuli is quite strong. Although I don't know how strong the survivor named Shu-in is, even if there is only one Zhao Fuli, he can easily fight 3 people alone. The pirates on that pirate ship are very weak. Only the captain and his daughter are slightly stronger. The pirates left on the deserted island are probably also very weak. However, Chen-Qing still asked Shu-in to check the number and strength of those pirates while ensuring his own safety. Chen-Qing did not plan to save the children by himself. The reality did not allow it. There was also a bomb called Dalia on his ship that could explode at any time, but Chen-Qing provided some remote support. For example, weapons, food, and maps. Because of the maps and free assistance provided by Chen-Qing, many survivors in the channel figured out their current approximate location. Not only that, Chen-Qing also told them about the Reef Island. If anyone is willing to go to the Reef Island, they can wait for him on the deserted island, and then they can be sent together. After negotiation, the survivors in Chen-Qing channel, Zhao Fuli and other nearby channels decided to gather on the deserted island to discuss the next action. With so many people together, even if there are dozens of pirates, they have more people than the pirates. We have hundreds or thousands of people here. So why should we be afraid of pirates' eggs? Let's go together. Yes. If you meet other children and elderly people on the way, take them with you. The chat channel was full of excitement. And the survivors were excited. They could finally be heroes. But seeing such a scene, Chen-Qing did not feel happy, but rather felt uneasy. There were too many people. When there were too many people, problems would easily arise. The situation in this world was very chaotic, and it could almost be said that there was no order at all. But what Chen-Qing could do was just to remind them. As for whether they would listen or not, Chen-Qing had no way to guarantee it. After dealing with the things on the channel, it was already dawn. After a night of chaos, Chen-Qing also felt a little tired, and yawned lazily and prepared to go back to the room to rest. The survivors and caravan members on the ship were restricted to stay on the deck and in a few fixed rooms, and were not allowed to move around freely. Dalia was also busy with Chen-Qing all night, and was called back to her room by Chen-Qing to catch up on sleep. After all, they would land on Sapphire Island tonight, and Dalia needed to be energetic. As for the survivors and caravan members, they were naturally watched by supervines. Once there was any abnormal movement, they would be thrown directly into the sea by the supervines. The survivors who had eaten their fill were all well behaved. After all, Chen-Qing's strength was there, and the caravan members were also quite sensible. A group of people had nothing to do, so they used the fishing rods on the boat to fish. And the time passed slowly. There was food to eat, a place to sleep, and no danger to life. Such a time was really wonderful. Chen-Qing returned to the room and woke up after only 4 hours of sleep. He did not go to the deck, but returned to the studio. The supervine was repaired, and the other 3 mechanical creations were still waiting for him to repair. One supervine directly provided Chen-Qing with 500,000 professional experience, and Chen-Qing apprentice mechanic level instantly soared to level 9. Only 76,000 experience points are needed to break through to the apprentice mechanic. An apprentice mechanic alone needs nearly 600,000 experience points. I wonder how much experience points the next stage mechanic will need. Chen-Qing experimented and found that an E-class automatic fishing net machine can provide him with 100 experience points. The seawater purifier gives even less experience points, less than 80, and as he becomes more skilled, the experience points given are less. The system judgment of professional experience should be based on difficulty. He had better try to repair or manufacture some new machines with higher difficulty. After landing on Sapphire Island, Chen-Qing planned to gather materials, build a mechanical assembly line factory on the ship, and mass-produce 3 E-level blueprints. This is not impossible. To buy things on the island, one must use the currency of this world. For this reason, Chen-Qing directly auctioned the pirate ship. tentatively setting the starting price at 2 goldfish. The value of the pirate ship is about 5 to 20 goldfish. Copper shells, silver crabs, and goldfish, the three currencies are based on the 1,000 base. However, considering that the survivors may not have that much money, Chin-Ching price is not high. As for taking the pirate ship to Sapphire Island to sell it, Chin-Ching has never considered it. The situation on Sapphire Island is unclear. Chin-Ching does not want to attract too much attention. Besides, he is a newcomer, it is easy to be cheated, it is better to sell it to the survivors. The buying price and selling price of the ship, there are many tricks in between. However, Chin-Ching still underestimated the strength of the survivors, or their financial resources and cohesion. After spending 100 silver shells on the auction function enabled by the system, no one bid for the pirate ship in the first hour after it was put up. But an hour later, the price of the pirate ship began to soar at a terrifying rate. From the initial 2 goldfish, it soared directly to 27 goldfish and 254 silver crabs. It has exceeded the price of the pirate ship itself. The survivors' demand for ships far exceeded Chin-Ching expectations. If they want to upgrade from a raft little by little, it is still unknown how much time and materials it will take. Although it doesn't cost money, it's slow. By the time they upgrade to the ship, they don't know how far they are left behind. It's only the 5th day of the game, and they have already made more than one ship. Chin-Ching studied how to repair the underwater explorer while listening to the jingling sounds in his ears. He was not affected at all, and was as steady as an old dog. Because Chin-Ching auction was set with a timer, the closer the countdown was, the faster the price flew. Most of the survivors' currencies began to gather on a group of people. The survivors on Chin-Ching's ship were terrified when they saw the price. And at the same time, they admired Chin-Ching more and more. The boss is worthy of being a boss. This is a psychological warfare. No one believed that Chin-Ching had not intended to be so ruthless. At first, he thought that selling 7 or 8 goldfish would be enough. Who knew that the final price would be so outrageous? 51 goldfish, 111 silver crabs, 752 copper shells. The premium was more than doubled. In addition to what Chin-Ching looted from those pirates, Chin-Ching had 52 goldfish in his hand, and could buy a lot of things on Sapphire Island. You have to know that the total value of the goods carried by the guard's caravan was less than 30 goldfish. After Chin-Ching sold the odds and ends on the ship, he could get about 100 goldfish. With the end of the pirate ship auction, Sapphire Island gradually appeared in the sight of everyone on the ship. The most intuitive feeling was that many pirate ships and merchant ships appeared in the sea. The ferocious pirates shouted and threatened the survivors on the ship, scaring them to tremble. Chapter 25 Arrival at Sapphire Island. Compared to the survivors who were frightened by the pirates and left with psychological trauma, the members of the caravan seemed much calmer. They were used to it. It was normal to encounter pirates when trading at sea. The pirates on the nearby pirate ship saw the survivors and laughed arrogantly, threatening them in various ways. They even set their sights on this ship. Such a big ship would be great whether it was sold or used by themselves. They all looked weak and easy to bully. How could they be worthy of such a good ship? And the big guy on the ship? They accepted it without hesitation. The pirates in the nearby waters all tacitly stared at Chin-Ching's ship. When Chin-Ching came out of the cabin with Dalia, who was dressed up, he saw the scene. The pirates looked greedy like wolves, as if they were looking at meat on a chopping board. However, all this disappeared the moment Chin-Ching appeared. The expressions on the faces of the pirates became a little solemn and vigilant. How could a bunch of rubbish defend such a ship? It turned out that there was such a powerful person hiding. Chin-Ching, who killed 2 pirate ships in succession, attracted the attention of all the pirates as soon as he appeared. There was admiration, vigilance, and greed. Big sister, are we still going to deal with her? On a pirate ship made of black iron and covered with purple moss, the pirates surrounded their captain, and the deputy possessed and whispered to the captain Yogu. Their pirate ship was very strange. The whole pirate ship was shaped like a huge scimitar. There was a sea monster made of bones hovering behind the rudder. The whole pirate rudder looked extremely ferocious, which made people shudder. The surrounding pirate ships also avoided them. Let's see how Jerome and Baisien react first. As one of the old rivals of Black Knife, Yogu immediately recognized Chin-Ching's ship, which was the ship of the Black Knife pirate group. Yogu looked at Chin-Ching with interest. This woman was quite interesting. She actually killed Black Knife and Demon. Especially the old fox Demon. Yogu touched the deep scars on his arm. His eyes were deep. The old man was not very strong. His methods were very sinister. Let someone keep an eye on this ship, and that woman, Yuan Fei, who was known as the White Fairy on the sea, looked at Qin with a smile, as if giving a casual order. The crew behind him had endless fear in their eyes. Being targeted by their captain, that woman was doomed. No, that's not right. It should be more terrifying than death. Another person that Yogu was talking about, Jerome, was a white-haired old man with a rosacea. Jerome had a sinister look on his face. He also saw that Qin's ship belonged to Black Blade. Jerome and Damon were pirates who went to sea at the same time, and they worked under the same captain. Later, the two of them worked together to kill their captain and occupy the entire pirate group. Jerome was more resourceful and drove Damon away. Unfortunately, both of them were limited by their talents. They worked hard for most of their lives, but this was all they could do. They could only cause trouble in the deep blue sea. Although Jerome hated Damon, he couldn't bear to see his former enemy die at the hands of a newcomer. Especially, Jerome knew what Damon had done. His eyes fell on Dalia beside Qin. Could it be him? What day is today? These big pirate groups have come to Sapphire Island on an unknown merchant ship. The merchant ship's guard whispered. Baixian and Jerome are both well-known pirate groups in the Sapphire Sea area. Yogu comes from the Misty Sea. You haven't heard? What? That one. The daughter of the great pirate. You mean the one from Barinia? The chatter of the merchant ship guards next door reached Qin's ears. And Dalia also heard it. He couldn't help but hold Qin's hand tightly, trying to draw a sense of security from Qin. For some reason, the news that Dalia disappeared at sea spread everywhere. This matter has been exposed. Moana Pirate Group and another hostile pirate alliance have offered a bounty of 100,000 for any clues about Dalia. A large number of pirates and bounty hunters are rushing to Sapphire Island, because Moana's best friend Lei Guang lives there. As long as Dalia is still alive, she will definitely come to find her. Dalia can only come to find him. Except Lei Guang. No one can send her safely to the Scarlet Sea. Fortunately, the situation inside the Scarlet Sea is more chaotic than the Deep Blue Sea. But at the same time, the surface is more stable. A third party came out to talk about peace, and the party sat down for peace talks. They did not want the forces in the Scarlet Sea to interfere in the affairs of the Deep Blue Sea, which would cause great turmoil in the Deep Blue Sea. At the same time, if they fought on both sides, the situation in the Scarlet Sea would also be greatly affected. Now is not the time to start a war. The Moana pirates and the hostile pirate alliance were not allowed to send anyone into the Deep Blue Sea, at least on the surface. As for how the Deep Blue Sea fought, it didn't matter. Both sides used their own means to get Dalia to the Scarlet Sea. Therefore, there are well-known pirate groups, bounty hunters, and even caravan towns and countries in the Deep Blue Sea. All kinds of forces gather on Sapphire Island. Everyone wants to get Dalia. Just one clue is worth 100,000 gold. If Dalia is caught, these people dare not confront Lei Guang directly, but the area around Lei Guang's residence has been strictly monitored. As long as someone suspected of Dalia shows up, before he appears in front of Lei Guang, they will be divided up by these forces. After all, the Pirate Alliance's requirement is that it doesn't matter if he lives or dies. Lei Guang, who was involved in this chaos, was also asked by the third party not to take action until he got Dalia. Neither side has the ability to overturn the table, so they can only listen to the third party for the time being. Now, it depends on whether the people over there can get Dalia first. Qin and Dalia, who have not yet landed on the island, listened to the gossip of the guards of the merchant ship next door about the whole process, and the two looked at each other. Do you want to catch him too? Qin stared at Dalia's eyes and spoke first. Yes. Sister, don't you want to? That's 100,000 gold. With that much money, we can get a super awesome ship. Dalia grabbed Qin's hand tightly, and reacted very quickly. She didn't expect that. She would be so valuable, 100,000 gold. Boss, do you want to catch that Dalia too? We can help together. The girl Hikai, who was crying while hugging Qin at the beginning, said actively she would never miss any opportunity to please the boss. Let's go to the island first. So many people want to catch him. Qin pulled the corner of his mouth. It seems that it is almost impossible to send Dalia to Lei Guang's hands. The ship has entered the port. Because of this event, the port of Sapphire Island is simply overloaded. The staff at the port are very busy. Qin parked the ship at the location designated by the staff, and took the people on the ship to the land of Sapphire Island. The war officially started. Chapter 26 Pendant Gift. Because of Dalia incident, Sapphire Island is unprecedentedly prosperous and lively. All the streets are basically crowded with people, and the pirates' voices are getting louder and louder, just like a festival. In fact, it is indeed the case for them. Dalia is such a big fat sheep. Sapphire Island is filled with salty and humid sea breeze, which is mixed with a strong smell of alcohol, which perfectly covers the smell of the pirates. But at close range, you can still smell it. Chin Ching was fine. He had already experienced several smell explosions. The survivors all looked like they were about to faint. Mixed in the crowd, the smell made them drowsy. "Boss, how about we wait for you on the boat?" Hikai could hardly open his eyes because of the spiciness, and the pirate next to him hadn't showered for who knows how long. As soon as they got on the island, the previous team of survivors separated from Chin Ching and the others, and immediately disappeared into the crowd without a trace. Jarvis took the members of the caravan to find his friends, and made an appointment with Chin Ching to meet at the largest Guyan tavern on the island. Chin Ching team only had him and Dalia left, and the group of survivors who were going to the Reef Island. Hikai and his friends originally wanted to see the world, but they really couldn't stand the pirates. Moreover, the pirates looked at them with terrible eyes, as if as long as they left the boss's sight, they would be abducted to an unknown place. Hikai thought they should stay on the boat honestly, and not cause trouble for the boss. At least there is a big tentacle on the boat to protect them, and there are staff patrolling. Yeah. Chin Ching nodded. The reason why he brought Hikai and others was to make Dalia less conspicuous, but if they were not there, it would also be convenient for the two of them to move. Both the caravan members and the survivors thought that Dalia was Chin Ching's biological sister, and they tacitly agreed. There are all kinds of people in this world, and some of them look different. Dalia has an oriental face. After watching Hikai and the others return to the ship, Chin Ching took Dalia to continue to visit Sapphire Island. Sapphire Island is a small to medium-sized island. Due to its geographical conditions, the population here is very dense. The permanent population on the island is roughly 50,000 to 100,000. And this time, because of Dalia, tens of thousands of pirate bounty groups and others have poured into Sapphire Island. Sapphire Island is now experiencing a population explosion. However, with so many pirates, bounty groups and caravans pouring in, this means that there are a lot of good goods on Sapphire Island. If you want to find these good goods, it depends on their eyesight. Miss, take a look at this pendant. It was just salvaged from the shipwreck bay. A pirate with gold teeth held a dirty pendant and pulled the arm of Dalia, who was passing by, and enthusiastically promoted it. Dalia was suddenly pulled, and she almost jumped up with a big reaction. Your hand. Chin Ching frowned, used the scabbard to pick up the hand of the gold-toothed pirate, and calmly handed Dalia a clean handkerchief. Hee, look how well this pendant suits this young lady. Shipwreck Bay is the last place where the Caspian pirates disappeared. Chin Ching glanced at the pendant and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just salvaged from Shipwreck Bay? Of course. You can go and ask around. Our pirate group just came back from Shipwreck Bay. Golden Tooth Pirate said confidently. Inquire around. I'm afraid that after buying this pendant, the Golden Tooth Pirate will disappear without a trace. Whether he is a pirate or not, it's still unknown. Just salvaged from the Shipwreck Bay called the Rare Jewel Shop? Chin Ching stared at the Gold Tooth Pirate and said lightly, even if he didn't have the identification skills, this pendant was too new. The mud on it was just put on, and it was used to deceive fools. This time it was the Gold Tooth Pirate's turn to be silent. This woman looked young, but how could she have such sharp eyes? Goodbye. The Gold Tooth Pirate saw that he was exposed, and decisively turned around and tried to blend into the crowd. But the next second, Chin Ching held his shoulders. Name your price. Although the pendant was new, the material was pretty good. The workmanship and style were very novel, and it could be used as a daily decoration. 10 goldfish. The Golden Tooth Pirate asked boldly. He got this pendant from the treasure jewel shop when he was working. It was a no-cost business, and he would make a profit even if he sold a copper shell. Sapphire Island was like this, gathering a lot of stolen goods, and the goods were never asked where they came from. 10 silver crabs. As soon as Chin Ching opened his mouth, he directly cut it to 1,000 for Golden Tooth Pirate. This is too much difference. Golden Tooth shouted in dissatisfaction. He had been exploited by that damn woman Ruby for so long. How could it be worth so little? Forget it. Sister. Dalia shook Chinching's hand. He hated this thief. As soon as these words came out, Golden Tooth became nervous all of a sudden. There were so many people coming and going, and he finally caught a sucker. 10 silver crabs are sold to you. Genia decisively stuffed the pendant into Chinching's hand, urging him to pay. The dirty mud flowed down Chinching's palm, revealing the color of the gem. This pendant is really beautiful. Dalia fell in love with it at first sight, and this is the first time she has come into close contact with such beautiful jewelry. The pendant is in the shape of a crescent moon, inlaid with a crystal emerald gem, and the gem seems to have water inside, flowing with light and color, and full of vitality. Chinching paid the money, and bought a glass of water from the store next door to clean the pendant, and handed it to Dalia. Dalia looked up, and stared at Chinching blankly. It's for you. Chinching put the necklace on Dalia. This pendant was originally bought for Dalia. Just now on the road, Dalia had been staring at the necklace on a pirate, and her envy was beyond words. And in this envy, Chinching also saw the greed and malice that flashed in Dalia's eyes. This kid is worthy of being a pirate's kid. He is crooked at heart. But Chinching doesn't care much. Let's go! Ignoring Dalia's reaction, Chinching continued to move forward with Dalia. The situation on Sapphire Island is still very chaotic. He plans to go to the black market here first, and then go to the tavern to inquire about the news after the big pirates and bounty groups gather. Probably no one would have thought that Dalia would walk on the street so openly. Is this the so-called darkness under the lamp? However, Dalia's current appearance is indeed very different from the appearance that Chinching saw at the beginning. It's simply not the same person. Before leaving the island, Chinching specially dressed Dalia up. She now looks like an ordinary girl who is a bit thin. Chapter 27 Black Market Gathering. The black market is the largest market on Sapphire Island. It is a mixed bag. Once you enter, you may not be able to get out. Most people dare not enter easily. However, the stolen goods there are also the best in the whole island. Although there are also many stolen goods outside, the quality is hard to say, and it takes a lot of trials and tribulations. Chinching does not have the time to go in search now. The most urgent task is to send Dalia to Lei Guang. Lei Guang residence has been strictly monitored, and the encirclement outside cannot be entered at all. Unless Chinching has the ability to fight against 10,000 with one, and bear the attacks of those big pirates, and take Dalia to charge in. Obviously, Chinching does not have this ability. So he can only find another way. Either go from the sky, or go from the ground. Chinching already has some ideas, but he is not sure, but he can give it a try. He needs a lot of tools and materials. Chinching can't always use those waste and garbage. After all, he has to face those long-established pirates and bounty groups. The overall price of goods in the black market is lower than that in the normal market, which is suitable for Chinching. Chinching brought Dalia to a dessert shop. According to rumors on the street, this is Lei Guang's favorite shop. However, because he was being watched by a group of pirates every day recently, Lei Guang didn't want to cause trouble. So he ordered takeout to be delivered to his door every day. Wait for me here. Chinching asked Dalia to stay in the dessert shop and ordered a table of desserts for her. This shop is very close to the black market. Chinching can be sure to come out if he enters alone. But it is not certain if he takes Dalia with him. Dalia was shocked. Just put him here like this? She didn't mean to blame Sister Chinching, but she is so valuable, just put him here like this? Don't be afraid. Chinching patted Dalia's head. She didn't leave immediately, but looked towards the door. Soon, several people appeared at the door of the dessert shop. Here. Chinching nodded slightly to those people, with a smile on his face. Hey! Boss Chinching. The tallest girl among the group raised her hand and waved it, and greeted Chinching with a smile. This is my sister, Chenhe, hee. Say hello to the elder sisters and brothers. Chinching patted Dalia on the shoulder and signaled. Hello elder sisters, hello elder brothers. Although she didn't know what was going on now, Dalia would never ruin Chinching's performance. She knew that Chinching was doing it for her own good. She's really good, look at her little face, but she's a little thinner. The girl who greeted Chinching at the beginning, Xiaojiu, smiled and gently pinched Dalia's face. The group of people who suddenly appeared at the door of the dessert shop were Xiaojiu, who had crossed paths with Chinching, Gaoyu, He Songrong, and the other two extraordinary people brought by Gaoyu. There were 3 women and 2 men in total, all of whom were survivors in Chinching's private channel, and they were all quite strong. When the flowers of the motherland were kidnapped, Gaoyu suggested that they could meet together. However, Qin was going to Sapphire Island. After learning about the situation on Sapphire Island, everyone decided to meet on Sapphire Island. They were all quite strong, so they exchanged what they had and made purchases and sales. Some people were still on their way. Xiaojiu, Gaoyu and others were close by, and they arrived at about the same time as Qin. He is not in good health, Qin said helplessly. It really looked like that. It's okay. It's not like before. He will definitely get well. Xiaojiu took out some candy from his pocket and handed it to Dalia, comforting her. When the other customers in the dessert shop saw Xiaojiu and the others appear, they paid a brief attention and then shifted their gaze. Another group of newcomers. They look quite capable, there is no need to provoke them. Yeah. Okay, when everyone is together. Let's go in and take a look. Gaoyu folded her hands and raised her eyebrows. The situation of the Sapphire Island black market is unclear, and at this stage, it is most appropriate for everyone to keep each other warm. Well, my sister will trouble you temporarily, thank you. Qin looked at the gentle long-haired girl brought by Gaoyu, and nodded. It's okay, he is so well behaved, I like her very much. The long-haired girl's Weiyun smiled softly, and spoke softly. Her voice was as gentle as her appearance, and her temper seemed to be very good. The lady boss at the bar looked at Weiyun, and nodded secretly. Such a girl is just right for their store. Their clerk has a bad temper, and has killed 7 or 8 pirates, who made trouble this month. They were too heavy-handed, just throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Hee, you have to listen to Sister Yun. Understand? Qin looked down at Dalia, and said, Okay, sister. You don't have to worry about me. Dalia took Weiyun's hand obediently, and smiled at Qin. Let's go. Let's go. He Songrong urged. He couldn't wait to see what this black market was like. Dalia glared at He Songrong without leaving any trace. She remembered him. Under He Songrong's urging, the group quickly left the dessert shop and headed for the black market. The black market on Sapphire Island was not a dark square, but a dilapidated shantytown, where unknown gray seabirds gathered in large numbers, making hoarse and unpleasant calls. The densely packed wooden hanging buildings looked like they would collapse at any time. There were only a few oil lamps lit in each room, which was dark and damp, and exuded an unpleasant smell. Each room was a trading place, and buyers and sellers who entered the black market would enter the room as long as they had the intention to trade. Of course, there are also transactions outside. However, the house is more suitable for thieves, for both buyers and sellers. Therefore, there are so many people who come in and never leave the black market of Sapphire Island. As soon as Qin and his group stepped into the black market, they immediately received many unfriendly looks, and everyone turned their heads to look at them. The movements were uniform, as if they were looking at prey, and those people were evaluating whether they were a good trading partner. As for Qin and the others, the moment they stepped into the black market, a chill instantly ran up their spines. The black market was very quiet, only the sound of heartbeats and breathing could be heard. There were many strong people here. Professionals, superhumans, not beings that they could easily deal with. Let's go together. Gaoyu looked around vigilantly. Originally, she wanted to act separately, but now it seems that it is safest for everyone to go together. They are still too weak now. Qin and the others did not object. They were not going to buy anything shameful, it didn't matter. Allah, how come it's been so long, and the black market on Sapphire Island is still in such a dead state? In the silence, a lazy and dissatisfied voice suddenly broke the suffocation. Chapter 28 Gem Pirates. As soon as these words came out, the eyes that were originally focused on Qin and the others fell on the back of them. Qin and the others couldn't help but turn around. When they turned around, they were almost blinded by the light. Good, so bright. Several people couldn't help but squint their eyes and turn their heads away. What a bright group of people, oh my god. They were the brightest gems in the entire gem sea. The group of people behind Qin, each of them was covered in gorgeous golden light, like a walking gold treasure house. The clothes made of gold were decorated with gems, shining like the sun. A large number of luxurious gemstones were worn on the body, and all 10 fingers were full. It was very exaggerated, like a nouveau riche. But there was a kind of extraordinary boldness and splendor that did not appear frivolous, confident and flamboyant. They were very powerful, just like the pirates of the black and purple pirate ship that Qin met at the port before. They were definitely not ordinary people. The group of people held their heads high and looked down on everything. looking down on everyone except themselves and their companions equally, as if they were the masters of the world. However, other people in the black market also looked down on them equally, sneered at them, and looked down on them. These arrogant bastards from the gem pirates still deserve a beating. Galyu and others turned to look at Chin, blinked, and asked silently. The clothes and jewelry on these people should be very valuable. Right? Chin silently raised 2 fingers, at least, worth 200,000 goldfish. His vision is limited, and he can't see more value for the time being. Galyu and the others took a deep breath. If they just grab one, they will have no worries about food and drink. Orilla, don't be so mean after all. The woman next to the man called Orilla opened the silver folding fan in her hand with a swish, covering half of her face, and said sarcastically, Oh, they are all a bunch of poor ghosts. Telling others not to be mean, but the words coming out of her mouth were more harsh than Orilla's. When Chin saw the fan in the woman's hand, his eyes lit up. His metal affinity was activated. The fan was made of a very rare deep-sea ore. The rainbow silver ore. It was very expensive. Zimula, that damn bitch, is still so annoying. Didn't they get beaten up by Yogu in the treasure sea? Why are they still so arrogant? A pirate behind Chin cursed in a low voice. It can be seen that he really hates the gem pirates. Where's Feihua? Didn't he come to Sapphire Island? We heard that he got a special skill book. So he came to this damn place. Zimula looked at the shabby and muddy black market with disdain. This damn place, if the captain hadn't allowed it, he would have rebuilt it to be more luxurious than the palace of the kingdom of Astria. After all, it's the place where they were born and raised. TSK. Special skills. Chin and the others looked at each other. Forget about the special skill book. That's not something they can get. However, from what Zamura said, it can be judged that both the survivors and the natives are actually the same. Job transfer scrolls. Skill books. Props. The younger sisters have them. And the older sisters also have them. Maybe the system that dragged them into this so-called game is one of the mysteries of this world. Let's go! Xiaojiu winked at Chin and the others. After all, the black market is not a safe place. These pirates may clash at any time, and there is no need for them to get involved. Otherwise they will be affected. Chin agreed with Xiaojiu's proposal. What happened in the black market would spread throughout the streets of Sapphire Island in less than an hour. Within 3 days, the entire deep blue sea would know about it. There were many people who shared the same idea as Chin and his friends. Of course, their own affairs were more important. Several people left here quickly and began to look for the goods they wanted. Chin's goal was clear: to find materials to build a mechanical assembly line factory. There were few mechanical things in the black market. Even if there were, most of them were mechanical creations or drawings, mineral experiences, and the like. Although Chin also wanted it, these were not his goals this time. Hey little devils, do you want a guide? A hoarse male voice suddenly came from above Chin and his head, and everyone looked up. It was a man with a mechanical eye, an ordinary person, very weak, not threatening. Yes. Chin looked at the man's artificial eye, and said decisively. The man grinned, and he knew it. This kid has been paying attention to those mechanic-related things since he entered the black market. The mechanical arm in his hand was definitely modified. How much do you want? Xiaojiu rolled up his sleeves. And he was good at bargaining. No money. The man waved his hand. Rejected Xiaojiu. And his eyes fell on Chin. And he stretched out his broken finger to point at Chin. Help me repair something. I will provide the materials. Don't worry. They are all ordinary machines. And there are not many. Same as my eye? The man pointed at his own eye again. And dug out his eye, and threw it to Chin nonchalantly. Songrong was shocked. Is it so casual? Chin reached out to catch it, pulled out a small tool from his pocket, and studied it briefly. Okay. He nodded, and threw the mechanical eye back to the man. It's really not difficult. It's much easier than the super vine. Will you follow me after we get out of the black market? Yes. Okay, what do you want to buy? The man nodded with satisfaction. He was a former pirate with a disabled body, little ability and little money, who spent years hanging around in the ordinary market and black market on the island. He didn't save much money. The mechanics on the island charged a lot, and he couldn't afford them. Xiaojiu and the others all let Chin speak first, after all. They were all thanks to Chin. I want to buy assembly line equipment from a machinery factory, preferably parts, so I can reassemble them. The budget is limited, Qin added. Assembly line in a machinery factory. The man touched his chin. The budget was limited. This was not easy to do. However, this woman was a mechanic. It shouldn't be a big problem. I take him to find someone. He just destroyed a pirate group of mechanics last week. You buy the core equipment from him. And I take you to the mechanical garbage dump and other places to look for the rest? Okay. Qin agreed readily. His budget was limited. It's impossible for someone to create a top-notch configuration for him out of thin air. Right? Okay. Let's go. You guys can also take a look. He has a lot of things in his hands. The man quickly led a few people to a certain direction. After they left, several figures quietly followed their footsteps and followed closely behind. Chapter 29 Bounty Hunter Shuangwei. The one I'm taking you to see is a bounty hunter. He has a bad temper and gets impatient easily. He hates bargaining the most. If you think his offer is inappropriate, just refuse the deal directly. Don't bargain. But you can't refuse too many times. He will get impatient. He has a bad temper, but the things he has are of good quality, and the price is fair. The man carefully reminded Qin of the precautions, fearing that they would anger Shuangwei and implicate him. The bounty hunter named Shuangwei was in a strange place, surrounded by dead trees, and the land was different from other places. It was dark brown. There were many customers here. When Qin and his friends came, there was already a circle around them, including pirates, hunters, members of the caravan, and some unidentified people. Shuangwei himself was drunk, lying on a dead tree with his head propped up. All the goods were marked with prices and placed on the ground. Hey, One Eye. The man who brought Qin and the others here was obviously an old hand. Soon someone recognized him and greeted him. Qin and the others did not delay the man from reminiscing with his old friend, and they looked around at Shuangwei's stall. It's true that Shuangwei goods are quite complete. Although the grade rating is not high, the quality is really good, and it is very suitable for them. Qin also saw the goods he liked. A giant machine that was almost cut off from the core of the assembly line. Qin took a look. The machine, which was originally rated as light purple, had its rating suddenly dropped to dark green after being chopped by a sword. Even if it was repaired, it would at most be restored to blue quality. However, Shuangwei's swordsmanship was really good. It was not completely useless even after being chopped like this. Qin couldn't say whether he was satisfied or not. This thing was just a temporary transition. As for its price, Qin was very satisfied. It only needed 17 goldfish. Although he didn't know how Shuangwei set the price, Qin was very satisfied. If you like it, put the money in the wine barrel. Shuangwei rested his head on his arm, and he sensed Qin's thoughts without even opening his eyes. Qin took out 17 goldfish from his purse and put them all into the wine barrel. Shuangwei didn't react at all and continued to drink. He almost broke his bones to buy the most critical core machinery, and didn't continue to look at other products, even if other things were good. Qin's purpose was very clear, and he strictly implemented the plan. There was no need to spend money on things that should not be spent for the time being. Dalia and the others also picked out suitable goods one after another. All the problems of the group were solved directly here by Shuangwei. For the time being, they had no chance to experience the characteristics of the Sapphire Island black market. What if the money is not enough? Xiaojiu asked the one-eyed man in a low voice, very curious. The one-eyed man raised his chin and signaled them to look in the direction of the money bucket. A bald pirate was paying. Xiaojiu's face was full of question marks, but he knew what would happen in the next second. Shuangwei, who was drinking quietly, suddenly jumped up, picked up the heavy sword and slashed at the bald pirate with a ferocious face. How dare he pay me fake money? Are you tired of living? The huge heavy sword chopped down fiercely, and the bald pirate had no chance to struggle. He was directly split in half by the heavy sword. Sorong swallowed his saliva. Good. What a terrible woman. The bald pirate was stronger than them, but he was killed just like that. However, Shuangwei's actions did not stop after the bald man died. With red eyes, he continued to swing the heavy sword and smashed his body again and again. He did not stop until the body was smashed into meat paste and merged with the land. Xiaojiu looked down and saw that the soil here turned brown like this. Qin and Dalia looked at each other, and an idea popped up in their minds. This Shuangwei, is there really nothing wrong with him? They were not scolding him, but they felt that Shuangwei mood swings were a bit too big. However, this is none of their business. Shuangwei. Someone robbed me of all my money. I was going to buy something from you. While thinking, a bearded businessman rushed into Shuangwei territory, with a bruised face and a swollen nose, and complained loudly. What? Shuangwei stopped and turned around, with a face as scary as a demon. Shuangwei is a girl who looks gloomy and quiet. They robbed me from Wushou. The second after the bearded merchant finished speaking, Shuangwei disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, Shuangwei appeared again, dragging two almost lifeless bodies of bandits in his hands, like dead dogs. My money! The bearded merchant's eyes lit up, and he immediately saw the bulging money bags on the waists of the two men. Your money? Shuangwei sneered, and stabbed the heavy sword in his hand heavily into the soil, looking at the merchant with malice. This is my money. What? The bearded merchant stared at Shuangwei in disbelief. How could this be different from what they said? The money you were going to spend with me. If it's not my money, then what is it? Shuangwei crushed the heads of the two robbers with one foot, grinning. Well, then I can always pick some goods from you, the bearded merchant said unwillingly. He brought a full 8,000 goldfish this time. I got my money back. What does it have to do with you? You shouldn't be that cruel. Right? Listening to Shuangwei's sophistry, Gao Yu turned to look at Qin and asked thoughtfully. Qin slowly asked, does he look alike? Just kidding, Gao Yu said with a smile. He always felt that Qin gave him a feeling that was a bit like Shuangwei. Let's go, it's almost dawn. Qin glanced at the time and said calmly. After returning, he still had to continue shopping and assemble the assembly line. Qin didn't have time to waste here. Let's go. Let's go! One Eye didn't want to stay here any longer. Shuangwei was too cruel. That bearded merchant was doomed to die. He didn't know who had cheated him. He thought that since the market had just opened, his temper wouldn't explode so quickly. As a result, he really underestimated Shuangwei. The last time he came, he killed more than 20 people. This time, he killed even more people. Although he didn't offend Shuangwei, he still felt a little scared. Qin's proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone, and everyone quickly took the goods and left Shuangwei territory. However, as soon as they stepped out of Shuangwei's stall, Qin and his group were stopped. Hand over the money. A group of tall and strong robbers blocked Qin and his group's way. The robbers followed Qin and his group all the way, patiently waiting for them to come out of Shuangwei territory. Chapter 30 Black Market Bandits and the Renault Family. Qin and the others looked at each other. One Eye disappeared as soon as the bandits appeared. This guy ran fast. 2 per person? Xiao Zhiyu folded his hands, looking up and down at the bandits. The number of people on both sides was about the same. Qin should be able to fight 5 by himself. No 10. Xiao Zhiyu's extraordinary ability was not offensive. It was a bit difficult to deal with these bandits. While Xiao Zhiyu was thinking silently, Qin had already drawn his black knife and rushed out. These robbers were waiting for them here. The robbers knew the rules of Shuangwei, so they didn't attack before. Judging from their dress and familiarity with the black market, they should be from Sapphire Island. Moreover, this is definitely not the first time they have robbed people. I don't know if the one-eyed man has anything to do with them. The first time they entered the legendary black market, Qin and his friends were taught a simple lesson. But it doesn't matter. The bandits are no match for Qin, even if they all come together. They are still no match for Qin. Qin holds a black long knife. The blade flashes with a cold light. A group of bandits grin and rush towards him together. Since he is so eager to die, then let him be fed to sharks in the sea. The weapons in the hands of the bandits slashed at Qin at the same time, but Qin's movements were as smooth as flowing water, and he easily avoided every attack. He raised his arm slightly and slashed his long sword diagonally. Several enemies were pierced from top to bottom in different positions, and instantly fell to the ground. In the stunned astonishment of Xiao Zhiyu and Yi Tsorong, Qin turned around, chopped off the arm of a bandit with his black sword, and knocked down 2 more with his long legs. The powerful force directly smashed the 2 bandits into a hanging building. The seemingly rotten building was unusually strong, with only a big hole in the window. The one-eyed man hiding in the hanging building smiled at Xiao Zhiyu and the others, his eyes full of surprise. Qin's strength is even stronger than he thought. However, although one person abandoned Qin and the others and ran away, Duyan didn't feel embarrassed or wrong. Qin and the others didn't think anything was wrong. This is how the world is. Dian didn't team up with these black market bandits to harm Qin and the others, which was already very professional. Dian's low morality was better than 99% of the people on Sapphire Island. The two people kicked into the hanging tower by Qin coughed up blood and died. One Eye stared at the mechanical exoskeleton on Qin's leg, thinking seriously. If they also had these machines, could they set sail again? Even though he was once just a low-level pirate, One Eye still missed the time on the sea. The red sunset, the skull flag fluttering in the wind, the sea beasts, the treasure, and the piles of rum, and the companions by the fire. One Eye's only remaining eyeball couldn't help but get wet. Qin didn't have time to care about the sadness of a middle-aged man. His surroundings were filled with sharp and heavy breathing, and the sound of sharp weapons breaking through the air. The number of members of these black market robber gangs is more than expected. But Qin is not weak either. His movements are as agile as dragons and snakes, and he quickly shuttles between enemies. His knife skills are even more accurate, and each knife is a fatal killing move. Each knife is accompanied by the system prompt sound. The originally aggressive robbers began to retreat. Their strength is not that strong. Otherwise, they would not have targeted Qin group of newcomers. However, Qin did not intend to let them go. Cut the grass and uproot it. Isn't it too late to leave now? Galyu smiled and blocked the black market robbers' way. The terrifying lightning flashed in his hands. If they didn't take action, they would seem too incompetent. It's over. This time, they offended the wrong people. The black market robbers were terrified. There were more than a dozen corpses lying around Qin. The other possible escape directions were blocked by Xiaoxiu and Yitsongrong. There was no way to escape, unless they could fly. Although Xiaoxiu and Yitsongrong were both a little nervous, they put on an unfathomable look. Qin was about to be dealt with. If he pretended too much, he would definitely come to save them later. In the fear of the black market robbers, Qin chopped off the head of the last enemy in one fell swoop, and then wiped the long knife indifferently. During the whole process, he did not hesitate at all, but was decisive and calm. It was as if he was not killing people, but cutting vegetables and melons. Take the bodies away. Qin glanced at them, and took out a huge piece of cloth from somewhere, and put all the bodies into the cloth. The blood soaked the cloth, seeped into the soil, and left a deep mark. There were 27 black market bandits in total, but they only provided Qin with less than 3 points of extraordinary points. Well, if you want to exchange for a bounty, just take their heads. After resolving the danger, the one-eyed man jumped out again. It can be recycled, Qin said calmly. Whether it is decomposing with decomposition skills, or using it to lure extraordinary sea beasts, it is a good choice. By the way, this group of robbers. One Eye hesitated. If he got into trouble with that group of people, he didn't know if this mechanic could deal with them. He had something to ask of Qin, so he naturally didn't want Qin to die in their hands. Do you have a background? Qin raised his eyes, and sorted the corpses on his shoulders. Xiaoxiu and the others also came to help. Their strength was not as good as Qin, but they could still help carry the corpses. Yeah. One Eye nodded, with a complicated look. The Reno family is their superior. The Reno family is a very famous pirate group in the Gem Sea. They are famous for being stingy and protecting their own people, and also famous for being cruel and vicious. One Eye could have kept these things to himself, but he didn't want Qin to die, at least not now. How do they compare to the Gem pirates just now? Galyu asked, carrying a bag. The others were the same as him. The group's original cold and indifferent temperament disappeared, and became simple and unpretentious, just like the laborers carrying heavy goods at the dock. The only difference is that Qin has a strong murderous aura, and no one dares to provoke them when they walk on the street. This can't be compared. The one-eyed man lowered his voice, looked left and right, afraid of being heard. They are not in the same league at all. Any member of the Gem Pirates can kill the Renault family, born in the Gem Sea, and daring to name the pirate group after the Gem Sea and survive until now. They can't be simple characters. The name of the pirate group is like a target, and their extremely arrogant style of behavior. Other pirates born in the Gem Sea can't stand it, but they are still alive, and live freely and unrestrainedly. The Renault family is at most the middle and lower class among the pirates in the Deep Blue Sea, and the Gem Pirates have already stood at the top of the pyramid in the Deep Blue Sea. Chapter 31 Bounty Guild and Deep Blue Newspaper. One Eye spoke so quietly, because he was afraid that it would be heard by the Renault family. After all, the people of the gym pirates might not bother with him, but the Renault family would definitely. Chen Qing's face was calm, but an unknown emotion flashed in his eyes. The Renault family? This is not the place to talk. Let's go first. Xiao Ji weighed the big bag on his back, and said quickly, "Let's go to my boat." Chen Qing nodded. Xiao Ji and Gao Yu were all in small boats. Zui Yuan and the other two were even worse off, coming here on a raft. Du Yin immediately shut up. The group left the black market immediately, and rushed to the dessert shop to successfully pick up Dalia and Zui Yuan and return to the port. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one would have thought that Dalia was sitting in a roadside dessert shop eating. However, Chen Qing and the others were carrying blood-stained bags, and they attracted a lot of attention along the way. The Bounty Guild of Sapphire Island was located near the port, and they went to collect the bounties of those bandits. Those black market bandits usually committed many evils. Robbed everywhere. So the bounties were quite high. 27 people exchanged for a total of 8 goldfish. When collecting the bounty at the Bounty Guild, Chen Qing directly registered as a bounty hunter, and received a bounty list from the Bounty Guild with 5 goldfish. The entire Deep Blue Sea bounty missions and rewards are listed here, and they will be updated in real time. Without additional money, it cannot be updated. Chen Qing also ordered a daily, weekly and monthly report from the Bounty Guild. This is the most authoritative newspaper in the Deep Blue Sea, and the forces behind it are unknown. The 3 newspapers have different functions. The daily report is what happened in the Deep Blue Sea every day or every other day. Most of them are trivial things, such as a newcomer going out to sea. You can also advertise on it, and there are certain delays and geographical restrictions. Weekly reports are published irregularly. Sometimes there may not be 1 report a week. Sometimes there may be 3 or 4 reports a week, or even every day. It covers the Deep Blue Sea and the border between the Deep Blue Sea and the Scarlet Sea. All major events are detailed. More detailed than the daily report. With some comments. Major events that happened on the day will be published on the same day, and will be delivered on time even in the middle of the night. Monthly reports, like weekly reports, are published irregularly, sometimes more and sometimes less. Like Moana died some time ago, Deep Blue Monthly Report published 37 copies in 15 days. It mainly reports what happened in the Scarlet Sea, but because it spans 2 seas, the delay is relatively large, so it is called a monthly report. The prices of the 3 newspapers are also different, respectively 100 copper shells, 1 silver crab, and 100 silver crabs, and annual payment is more favorable. Pirates with limited financial resources can't afford it at all. Xiao Xiu and others are short of money, so they plan to get Chen Qing newspaper first, and then subscribe when they have money. When registering as a bounty hunter, Chen Qing noticed that some pirates would also do bounty missions. Bounty hunters and pirates are not contradictory. Many pirates make a living by selling out their companions. After the discussion, Chen Qing and his friends bought some food with the unique flavor of this world near the port before returning to the ship. In addition to pirates, bounty hunters and other professionals on Sapphire Island, there are also a large number of civilians. They are just like ordinary people in Chen Qing and his friends' world, and they live diligently. There were many food trucks and stalls at the port, mostly run by civilians. When Chen Qing and his friends were shopping, they also helped to deal with a pirate who was about to eat a free meal. While waiting for the meal, they encountered a small accident. A 7 or 8-year-old pickpocket was about to steal Chen Qing's wallet, but was caught by Dalia in an instant. The child wanted to chop the pickpocket into pieces and feed it to the sharks on the spot, and Chen Qing didn't know when he had a knife in his pocket. Dalia's anger was more serious than Chen Qing had imagined, although he already knew that the child was not a good person. Chen Qing had no intention of pursuing the child thief. He was very young, and looked thin and malnourished. He looked a bit like Dalia, and both had a pair of fierce eyes that were completely different from their appearance. Not only that, Chen Qing also noticed that in the corner, several children who were even younger than this child were secretly watching here, with worried faces. They wanted to rush out when they saw the child being caught by Dalia, but they were all glared back by the child. The stall owner where Chen Qing bought things bravely pleaded for the child. The child's situation was not unexpected by Chen Qing. The mother was a pirate, the father died early, the child was broken, and there were a bunch of sick and burdensome brothers and sisters. Children like this are everywhere. Chen Qing bought him some food and let him go. Xiao Xiu and Yi Songrong were much more emotional than Chen Qing, and their eyes were filled with tears. If Qin and Gao Yu hadn't stopped them, they would have given all their money to the child. But to be honest, giving the money to the kid in public is undoubtedly hurting him. Moreover, they can't help him at all. Do you two have brains? As soon as they got on the boat, Gao Yu poked Xiao Zhiyu and Yi Songrong's heads and scolded them, as if she was afraid that others didn't know that they were rich and kind. Right? And he? Don't even think about running away. Listening to Gao Yu's scolding, Qin's mouth curled up a barely perceptible arc. Good scolding. He knew Gao Yu's thoughts. He was different from him. Qin was independent, and had long been accustomed to being alone. He liked his current state. Gao Yu, he wanted to form his own team. He was not sure whether he would be a pirate, but Xiao Zhiyu and Zui Yun were his chosen teammates. According to their temperaments, they would probably form an adventure group. Qin was originally in this group, but after getting to know him, Gao Yu gave up this idea. We could be friends, but forget about being teammates. We were not destined to be. After getting on the ship, Qin sorted out his things and followed the one-eyed man to the mechanical garbage dump. He gave Gao Yu a sum of money and asked him to help put up a sign on the ship to buy abandoned machinery. Many pirate ships have some, either robbed or salvaged from the sea. Qin wanted to build a mechanical mini-factory as soon as possible and carry out assembly line operations. Sapphire Island has gathered so many pirates, and his basic three-piece set is still relatively easy to sell, especially the seawater purifier. He needs money. Picking up goods from the garbage dump can greatly reduce his cost and selling price. Looking at the backs of Qin and Jian leaving, Xiao Zhiyu, biting a meatball made of sea fish, couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he is a big boss, This execution, this efficiency, and this sleep time, it's really terrible. Chapter 32 Grandma Peach of the Machinery Recycling Plant. When Qin and Duyan rushed to the machinery garbage dump, oh no, its full name is the Machinery Recycling and Reuse Plant. It is called a plant, but it is actually a pile of sheds on the beach, but the area is quite large. It is located in the corner of Sapphire Island. Usually there are not many people coming here, and the coastline as far as the eye can see is full of machinery garbage. Many of the machinery garbage is faded, revealing the hard brass and silver inside. Qin noticed that most of the machines here were huge, clumsy and slow. Many machines were still being debugged and operated. The roar of the machines, the running of the gears, and the collision of metals gave people a primitive feeling of being born. The entire recycling plant exuded an ancient and old atmosphere, which was very old and completely different from the gorgeous style of other places in Sapphire Island. This place is called a mechanical garbage dump, and it deserves its name. The garbage here should be the product of the last century. Right? Don't be fooled by the fact that this place looks terrible, but there are still many good things to be found if you look around. The lone wolf touched his nose, felt a little embarrassed, and didn't dare to look at Qin at all. It does look a little shabby. Who told Granny Towsy not to clean up this place, and always liked to fiddle with those antiques? It's okay. Qin shook his head, put on a pair of gloves and prepared to start looking for treasures in the machinery recycling plant. Even if it was really a product of the last century, Qin believed that he could find something useful here. Grandma Towsy, I'm bringing guests. Before reaching the door of the recycling plant, One Eye shouted loudly. The residents of the island, whether pirates or civilians, basically respected Grandma Towsy. Grandma Towsy was highly respected on Sapphire Island. Many people on the island had been taken care of by her when they were young. It was said that she was also a pirate when she was young. Everyone privately speculated whether Grandma Towsy had any hidden identity. But for so many years, Grandma Towsy had not been seen to be anything unusual. I heard your voice from far away. An old woman with a cane walked out of the house. Qin noticed Grandma Towsy's eyes at a glance. Her eyes were blind. She must have been poisoned. As for what kind of poison it was, Qin had no way to judge. This poison was definitely difficult to cure. Pick whatever you want. Everything is the same price, 2 copper coins per pound. Grandma Towsy looked at Qin with a smile, and her tone was gentle. Although she couldn't see, Grandma Towsy could still accurately identify Qin's location. Granny Towsy's appearance is not kind, and she even looks a bit ferocious. But she gives people the feeling of a kind neighbor grandmother. This price is indeed very low, especially for people with vision and ability. Granny Towsy, don't you have some broken things? He happens to be a mechanic and can fix it. The one-eyed man winked at Qin and said hurriedly, won't it be troublesome? Granny Towsy looked at Qin with some concern. He had some old things here. and many mechanics were unwilling to spend time repairing them. He can't afford that money. No. Chin-Chin's tone was flat, and he said calmly, "That's troublesome, the things are all over there, Grandma Towsy didn't reject One-Eye's kindness, people have been invited, saying more would be hypocritical. Grandma, I just take him there, the tools are all over there." "Right?" One-Eye hurriedly said. "Yes." Grandma Towsy stood there, nodding slowly. Chin-Chin glanced at Grandma Towsy's feet. There was also a problem with his feet. It was an old injury. "Can you help Granny Towsy make this thing on your leg?" "I don't have money, but if you want to do anything on the island, we can help," One-Eye whispered to Chin-Chin as he walked. This group of pirates, after being abandoned by the pirate group, Granny Towsy took them in and patiently took care of them until they could take care of themselves. "Let's see what's here first." Chin-Chin didn't refuse outright. He really needed the help of these native islanders. One-Eye brought Chin-Chin to a parking area for machinery. It was a very large oval-shaped machine, which looked a bit like a torpedo. Chin-Chin looked at the machine and squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew what it was. It was the same thing as an underwater explorer. But compared to the underwater explorer, this machine could be said to be an ancient version. It might be more appropriate to call it a submarine. An ancient version of the explorer composed of many mechanical creations. For Chin-Chin, repairing it is not difficult. But such a large machine will take a lot of time. Just checking it once will take a lot of time. "Well, don't worry. We will help." The one-eyed man who tricked Chin-Chin here felt guilty. At that time, he swore that it was easy to repair. But the reality was, Chin-Chin glanced at him, without any intention of blaming him. This is still very challenging for him. "I wonder how much experience this old big guy can bring to him. You should have a mechanic here, let him come out to help." Chin-Chin didn't say much, quickly took off his coat, got into the submarine and started to check its problems. This should be the job of the guys in the recycling plant. "Please wait a moment, I call someone right away." Seeing that Chin-Chin was willing to help, the one-eyed man changed his way of addressing him and became very flattering. The one-eyed man ran away quickly to call for help, and Chin-Chin released his mental power after entering the submarine. The invisible and intangible spiritual power weaves into a big net, netting up the entire submarine. Passive, mechanical perception is automatically triggered at this moment. Chin-Chin feels as if he is merged with the submarine. Every part of it, every line has become Chin-Chin flesh and blood. Looking down at it from the perspective of God, everything is in full view. But in an instant, Chin-Chin knew what went wrong. He opened his eyes, patted the wall of the submarine gently, curled the corner of his lips. This old guy was unexpectedly strong. Chin-Chin is indeed a genius in this area. Even if other people get the passive ability of mechanical perception, it will take some time to slowly figure out where the problem is. But Chin-Chin noticed all the problems in just a moment. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Since he already knew where the problem was, Chin-Chin immediately started to repair it. The thing that the mechanical recycling plant lacks the most is parts. Chin-Chin even carries the mechanical arm with him, so he can start repair work at any time. After simply sifting through the garbage pile, Chin-Chin found the parts and pipelines he needed. Since he wants to repair it, he must give it perfection. This is one of Chin-Chin's principles of action. Chin-Chin not only plans to repair it, but also plans to modify and strengthen it. Chapter 33 Primary Basic Mechanic. Chin-Chin has strong hands-on skills. He is a natural mechanic. When One-Eye and a group of remnants arrived at the machinery factory, Chin-Chin had already stripped off the entire outer skin of the submarine and was rewelding it. The original outer skin had long been corroded by seawater and would not last long. Once the outer skin had problems, even if Chin-Chin repaired the inside would collapse along with the outer skin. The submarine was destroyed and the people died. After all, this was an old model. Chin-Chin dug out a lot of rare metals from the garbage dump, and with some high-quality wood, it should be able to last for another 20 or 30 years. The premise is, there is no major damage. For example, encountering some sea beasts or something like that. The one-eyed man opened his mouth wide and glanced at the sky. He was a little doubtful whether he had been away for half an hour or 10 hours. How come he was already preparing to repaint? "Come!" Chin-Chin jumped down from the shelf, passed by the one-eyed man with a bucket of replaced parts, and greeted him calmly. All repaired?" One-Eye asked in shock. "Yes." Chin-Chin nodded, poured the parts into the garbage. These parts could not be used anymore. The only possibility was to recycle them, or to make hidden weapons. "Where did you find this master?" The mechanic apprentice brought by One Eye had a complicated expression, although he didn't know whether it was repaired, but just by looking at the appearance of the submarine, he knew that Chen was capable. Being able to accurately pick out high-quality goods from a pile of garbage. Not everyone can do it. Just get it from the black market. The one-eyed man's eyes were also complicated. He really didn't expect Chen to be so powerful. So why are we here? A one-armed pirate is just as complicated. Are they so useless? Grandma Tao's submarine has been on strike for more than half a year. They have been researching for a whole half a year, and there has been no progress at all. While they were sighing, Chen was already repainting the submarine. The paint was also picked up from the garbage dump. And he used it by the way. The color was a bit similar to seawater, which was good for camouflage. After repairing a submarine, Chen got 10,000 experience points and successfully broke through the apprentice mechanic to become a junior basic mechanic. All basic skills were not changed, but a new skill was obtained. Basic weapon manufacturing. The road of a mechanic is difficult. The one-eyed man looked at Chen high efficiency stupidly, and it took a long time for him to react and come forward to help. They were a bit tactless. Soon, with the help of everyone, the submarine was painted. One Eye quickly got into the submarine and started it. When they heard the roar of the engine, a group of middle-aged people couldn't help but cheer. The huge sound attracted Granny Taozi from the shed. Although he couldn't see what happened, but Granny Taozi could feel it from the cheers of the children. It should be fixed. Granny Taozi smiled happily. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you. The apprentice mechanic held Chen hand tightly, choking with sobs. Regardless of the dirt, this submarine has always been Granny Taozi's concern. And it is also their concern. But he has no ability to help Granny Taozi repair it. And he has always been worried about it. It's okay. Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and pulled his hand out of the mechanic's hand. Chen wants to build a mechanical factory assembly line. The core equipment is already there. Now we just need some basic facilities. Tang, you are better than me in this area. One Eye interrupted. Mechanical factory? The former pirate apprentice mechanic named Tang pondered for a moment. That's easy. I go to Gina's factory and get 2 pieces of equipment. The rest of the basics can be put together by Granny Taozi. As expected of a former pirate, he talks about stealing so openly. No need. It's okay. I've already seen it. Chen smiled and rejected Tang's kindness. Please help me calculate the money for that pile over there. Chen pointed to a pile of garbage in a corner. He had his own plan. Don't be embarrassed. If Gina knew that you helped Granny Taozi, she would pretend not to know. Tang still said enthusiastically. Chen still didn't agree, just shook his head. Okay, you can pick whatever you want from the recycling plant, and we will help you deliver it to your ship for free. Don't worry, even if we look like this, we still have some strength. Tang patted his strong arms, and the others also tried their best to show their friendliness. All these former pirates had problems to varying degrees, some with their facial features, some with their limbs. Most of them had problems with their limbs, and had to give up their pirate careers. This time Chen did not refuse again, and the recycling plant, which originally only had the sound of machinery running, soon became lively again. The former pirates helped Chen transport the things to the ship, and Tang was responsible for picking out some usable parts and other things from the recycling plant. For the machinery factory to operate, it must have raw materials. Granny Taozi watched all this happily, and also helped point out where the good stuff was. No one in the entire machinery recycling factory knew where the good stuff was hidden better than her. Of course, Granny Taozi did all this for a purpose. The first batch of machinery was transported back to the ship, and Chen also went back to assemble and repair the factory assembly line. Gao Yu and the others didn't expect that Chen only left for a while, and actually won the favor of so many aboriginals on the island. And so many people came to help spontaneously. During the hour when Chen was away, Gao Yu also helped collect a few scrap machines at a very low price. There were so many strangers on the ship at once, and Dalia stared at them like a surveillance camera, with a burning gaze. Not to mention, Dalia's actions were still useful. There were indeed a few pirates with bad intentions mixed into the crowd. There were good people on Sapphire Island, but there were more bad people. The base was here. Not only that, Chen also found an eavesdropping creature in the mechanical parts that were transported. Its appearance is exactly the same as mechanical parts, and even its internal structure is similar. It has no breath and no heartbeat. It is very precious, rare, and expensive. Ordinary people cannot afford it. If it were not for Chen-Qing's ability, he would have missed this creature. The people behind the scenes did not expect Chen-Qing to be so sharp. And his talent was so abnormal that he found the problem immediately. It seems that someone has set his sights on him. But Chen-Qing thought more deeply. He is an ordinary newcomer, and there is nothing worth spending so much money on him. The person who set up this surveillance creature was not targeting him, but Dalia. Someone is doubting Dalia's true identity. Chapter 34. The mechanical assembly line started working. Chen-Qing stayed in the studio, assembling the equipment parts of the assembly line, while thinking about who put the monitor on his ship. The one-eyed people were still transporting mechanical parts back and forth, and Chen-Qing acted as if this incident had never happened. He didn't even tell Dalia. Chen-Qing had already thought about how to deal with this monitoring creature. Chen-Qing should thank the mastermind for getting a valuable creature for nothing. Since it is a part, then it should play its role. Chen-Qing added the sea-level creature named Stealth Ghost Machine to the assembly line without any hesitation. The design and assembly of the assembly line was completed by him alone. Adding a part would not affect anything. But the person in charge of monitoring him might doubt his life. In fact, there are only a few suspects who secretly placed monitoring creatures on the ship, because there are not many forces that can use such precious monitoring creatures. Chen-Qing thought carefully about everything that had happened since he met Dalia. He was sure that he and Dalia had not leaked any clues. Then the problem could only be with the Moana pirates. Or the Black Knife pirates? Unless there were people on Sapphire Island who knew him and knew his family situation. But this possibility was very small. Even if they knew about him, it would be difficult to associate the little girl next to him with Dalia. Chen-Qing was very sure that there was no such smart person around him. If there was such a smart person, it would probably not be in the same class as him. However, this possibility cannot be ignored. Chen-Qing felt that the problem was most likely with the Black Blade pirates, and he needed to find out about the Black Blade pirates. Moreover, the focus was on Black Blade Damon and the fighter. As for who to find out, the former pirates, like One Eye, must know a lot of gossip. No in-depth information was needed. Just superficial information was enough. Even the reason was ready, because they had killed all the people in the Black Blade pirates. So they wanted to know if the Black Blade pirates had any friends. Just follow this clue. There are only a few pirate groups on Sapphire Island now. Chen-Qing also heard a lot on the way back. Yogu, Jerome, Bixie and Yuanfi, Baosher, and a Night Star pirate group. Other pirate groups have not arrived at Sapphire Island yet. As for other bounty hunters or Caravan Island countries and other forces, there are also a few that are worthy of suspicion. However, compared to them, Chen-Qing would be more suspicious of those pirate groups that are also pirates. After all, the Black Blade pirates were notorious, and they had offended almost all the forces in the deep blue sea. Chen-Qing did not rush to find the one-eyed ones to inquire, but patiently installed the mini-factory. The entire underground first and second floors were transformed by Chen-Qing, with the help of the mechanical ants, the Peach Granny recycling factory, and the tools borrowed from Tang Chu's repair factory. Chen-Qing completed the assembly and transformation of the entire factory on the afternoon of the 9th day of the game. The information of the ship has changed a lot. Unnamed, Captain Chen-Qing, quality, dark green. Rating, D. Introduction, a sloop with 18 cabins, powered by weapons, 32 medium cannons. Special cabins. Class C mini-machine factory. A shipboard factory capable of assembly line operation, has the function of installing and repairing machinery below Class C. The factory has blueprints, automatic fishing net machine. Special crew, mini-factory director, reparable mechanical ant, Class C, universal housekeeper, supervine, Class C, evaluation. As a civilian who takes the sea as his home, this former pirate ship is absolutely qualified for you. Are you really not considering becoming a pirate? When Chen-Qing took over this pirate ship, its quality was still green. After owning the mechanical factory and repurchasing the ammunition for the cannons, its quality directly broke through to dark green. It seems that the mechanical factory has added a lot of points. The mechanical factory can only produce the 3E level drawings now. Chen-Qing himself has not yet mastered the other drawings, and there is no way to input the data into the factory assembly line, and the materials are not complete. However, only the 3E level blueprints are enough. Especially for the seawater purifier, not all islands have abundant freshwater resources. Even if they cannot be sold to the natives, survivors still need a lot of seawater purifiers, so it will not worry about sales. An E-level seawater purifier, Chen Qing priced it at 8 silver crabs, which is affordable for ordinary native families. The material cost of the purifier is about 5 silver crabs, and the machinery cost of the factory is 700 copper shells. At present, the materials are temporarily purchased from the island, and the price will be slightly higher. Chen Qing is looking for a suitable caravan to supply the power core in batches. If he had the power core blueprint, the cost could be reduced a lot, at least by half. Chen Qing's profit was roughly 2 silver crabs, and the remaining 300 copper shells did not disappear, but were other miscellaneous losses. The profit did not seem very high, but the current efficiency of the machinery factory could produce 2,000 to 5,000 machines every day. They repaired and assembled at the same time. The waste materials from Granny Tauzi recycling plant were basically supplied to Chen Qing. That is to say, Chen Qing can earn at least 4 goldfish every day. The profit of fishing net machines and fishing rods will be higher, but they are not as good as purifiers in the market of indigenous people. The factory started production immediately after assembly. Chen Qing looked at the assembly lines and felt a sense of accomplishment. Now, he can finally spare time to concentrate on solving Dalia problems. The sales work was handed over to Supervine. Galyu and others also wholesaled a lot of purifiers and fishing net machines from Chen Qing. They were going to buy a ship at the shipyard on Sapphire Island and set sail. They were working hard for it now, working for Chen Qing. As soon as the mechanical factory started running, the monitoring creature immediately joined in the work. The person who was monitoring behind the scenes almost exploded. This was a surprise that Chen Qing had specially prepared for him. In terms of mechanical attainments, there should be few people on this island who could match him. Chen Qing had this confidence. Jerome, the mastermind behind the scenes, did not expect Chen Qing to be so strong in mechanics. He originally thought that the pile of machinery would be on his ship for a long time. But unexpectedly, Chen Qing had already started production the next day. Jerome initially thought that Chen Qing had discovered this monitoring creature, but then he thought it was impossible. If it wasn't for the mechanical master, they couldn't tell the difference. And even if it was the mechanical master, there wouldn't be time to check each part one by one. When the person Jerome sent to monitor Chen Qing came back to report, he realized that he had underestimated Chen Qing. Chapter 35: The So-Called Traitor. Whether Chen Qing really discovered this monitoring creature, or Chen Qing unconsciously put this monitoring creature into use. In short, Jerome's plan was ruined. Jerome was extremely vigilant against Chen Qing, and at the same time, his suspicion of Dalia was even more serious. He felt that the child next to Chen Qing should be Moana's daughter. But Jerome, who was suspicious by nature, couldn't help but wonder, Chen Qing just put Dalia in the open and let her come and go on the dock. Was it a deliberate target? Jerome did not dare to act rashly before he was completely sure. While he was watching Chen Qing, many people were also watching him. He could kidnap Dalia. But once he did so, the forces in Moana camp would point their weapons at him. His own allies would also trip him up. Although Jerome was one of the strongest pirates in the deep blue sea, it took him decades to achieve what others had achieved in more than a decade. Among the young pirates, he was a little inferior. This is also the main reason why Jerome hesitated. He is old. If he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know if he will live to wait for the next opportunity. When people get old, they tend to be indecisive. If it were other young pirates, they would not care whether Dalia is Dalia or not, they would just catch her first. But this is probably due to Jerome's own personality. There are more than one old pirates. After so many years, he is still in the deep blue sea. TSK. No one knows Jerome's hesitation. Chen Qing is asking Tang and others about the Black Knife pirates. Speaking of the Black Blade pirates, they are definitely well known in the deep blue sea. Their reputation is too bad. Tang and his friends disdain to associate with the Black Blade pirates. If Chen Qing still keeps their bodies, he can get a lot of bounties. However, it is not a loss to get skill books and job transfer scrolls from them. Black Blade pirates, no one should help them get revenge. Tang frowned. Although they are all pirates, but compared to the Black Blade pirates, they still have a little bottom line. At least they won't attack their relatives. Of course, there are many pirates like the Black Blade pirates, who are also disliked. These people are even less likely to help the Black Blade pirates to avenge themselves. They would probably be happy that they have one less competitor. Black Blade. I remember he had a son, but he sold him out. Not only that, I heard that his whole family, mother, brother, wife, none of them survived. What you said is wrong. I know the inside story. I used to be a member of the Black Blade pirates. A lame pirate curled his lips. In the village where Black Blade grew up, everyone in the village was drugged by him, including his family. All of them were sent to the slave ship. The funds for his first ship came from that. Everyone looked at the lame pirate in shock. Why do you think my leg is lame? It's the injury I got when I escaped from his ship. The lame pirate was full of disgust. He was also unlucky. His voyage was ruined by Black Blade. The sailors on the Black Blade pirates were replaced in batches, and only those 3 remained standing forever. So, do they have no friends or partners? Chin Ching took the barbecue sent by the super vines and asked casually. Friends? Partners? I haven't heard of them. The lame man shook his head. But I know Damon, the ship doctor of the Black Blade group. You all know him, right? The lame man changed the subject and suddenly laughed. That old guy has always coveted Black Blade's pirate group and tried to seize the throne. Once before, he joined forces with other pirate groups to attack Black Blade, but unfortunately failed. When he was contacting that person, I happened to overhear it. Black Blade thought that old guy was a good guy, and he deserved to be cheated by him. Black Blade was almost choked with anger at the time, but he never found any evidence or suspects. The lame man looked mysterious, and waited for them to continue asking. What did he get cheated of? Xiaoxi was very considerate and asked quickly. He'd buried all his stolen savings on an island. He was the only one who knew the location. He was robbed. The lame man patted the lame leg and laughed. He took a big gulp of wine. Tang on the side seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be Jerome who teamed up with Damon? After Tang said this, the other pirates also remembered. Jerome and Damon were crew members of the same ship before. Right? Yeah. I remember that. There have always been rumors that they killed their 2 former captains. What rumors? Is it true? Is it true? After they killed the captain, Damon lost to Jerome. And then he became the ship's doctor of the Black Blade pirates. Is your pirate world so chaotic? Songrong took a breath. It's terrible. Betrayal and backstabbing are everywhere. This is just the beginning. Ha ha ha. One Eye hugged Songrong's shoulders and laughed. Pirates? Not to mention the Black Knife guys, even among them, who hasn't killed a few innocent civilians? But One Eye looked a little lonely. He sighed deeply, looked at the moon in the sky and started to drink. This free wine is delicious. Chin Ching ate the barbecue quietly, without expressing any opinions. The person who placed the monitoring creature on the ship, most likely Jerome. His relationship with Damon is complicated, both enemies and friends, and the 2 have a special way of contact. Jerome? Who would he bribe? Grandma Tao's recycling plant seems to have leaks everywhere, but Chin Ching observed when he went there that the big guys who were operating the recycling plant were guarding it tightly. Unless Jerome pirates or important members of the ship took action, it would be difficult to hide the monitoring creatures from the big guys. And even if he put it in, he couldn't guarantee that it would be transported to the ship. The more likely possibility is that something went wrong during the transportation process. But except for the beginning, all the things afterwards, Granny Towsy and the others went by water, and used boats to deliver the parts to his ship, because the quantity was too large and too heavy. So, the problem could only be with these own people. There must be a traitor on the ship. No, they can't be called traitors. They didn't have a close relationship. Chin Ching's eyes swept around the deck. It seemed that anyone could be. But his eyes fell on a person. His eyes were deep. From beginning to end, he was the only one who drank quietly in silence, and didn't participate in all the topics about Jerome. Chin Ching's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 36 Mechanical Spider Bomb. The Sapphire Island was still brightly lit at night, and the pirate ships and merchant ships were still coming and going, lively and noisy. The drunken pirates sang loudly, staggering and walking in the harbor together, and the occasional friction was quickly persuaded away. The hunters held their weapons, and their sharp eyes stared at every passing pirate like eagles. People were coming and going everywhere. For everyone on the island, especially all the pirates in the deep blue sea, the battle to capture Dalia was a rare grand celebration. Pirate groups of all sizes gathered together, attracting countless hunters and caravans. It's so lively. Galyu put her hands on the railing, overlooking the entire port from top to bottom, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Chin Ching leaned against the railing, quietly drinking wine and looking at the sea. On the sea, ships with flaming lights were connected in a row, all rushing to this grand event. As the central figure of this grand event, Dalia was driven to bed by Chin Ching early. Under Chin Ching protection, Dalia slept soundly. not caring at all how many people were worried about her. This was not something he should worry about. By the way, there is news about the blueprint you asked me to help you pay attention to before. The other party offered 3 sailboats. He only wants the boats. Each boat has at least 20 cabins, and the infrastructure on the boats must be complete. Gao Yu tilted her head to look at Chen Qing. Chen Qing asked him to help pay attention to the blueprints about mechanical bombs 2 days ago. Although there is a middleman Qing Xian in Chen Qing private channel, Qing Xian deals with more ordinary survivors. As for the extraordinary people, Gao Yu knew much more than Qing Xian. Most of the extraordinary people were stronger than ordinary survivors. And they certainly had more good things than ordinary survivors. It's a bit difficult. But I've seen it. And it's really good. Sea level. Purple quality. Simple materials. The salty and humid sea breeze blew, mixed with a faint smell of gunpowder. Not far away, 2 groups of pirates were bombarding each other. And the sound of the gunfire seemed like fireworks set off for this grand ceremony. The people at the port were watching the excitement, waving flags and cheering for them excitedly. Their red and twisted faces looked extremely ferocious. The war between pirates would never stop. Okay. Chen Qing frowned slightly. But he still agreed. 3 sailboats with 20 cabins. I wonder if the shipyard on Sapphire Island has so many suitable stocks. The other party heard that you wanted it. So, Gao Yu raised her eyebrows and smiled. And turned her wrist. And a thin drawing was sandwiched between her 2 fingers. Chen Qing blinked slowly, suspecting that he was drunk and seeing things. You saved his daughter. The one who was on the deserted island. However, favors are favors. Business is business. And this blueprint does not belong to the extraordinary person alone. He is willing to guarantee early delivery to Chen Qing. But he cannot harm the interests of his companions. Chen Qing must be in a hurry to get the blueprint of the mechanical bomb for a great use. Gao Yu did not ask Chen Qing what he was going to do, and forced herself not to think too much. If you think about it again, you will cross the line. Although the other party was willing to pay in advance because of Chen Qing, Gao Yu was able to get the blueprints first. He is also quite capable. Moreover, the other party was willing to pay in advance. And Gao Yu must have spent a lot of time to adjust. In fact, this is indeed the case. After all, the blueprints do not belong to one person. I take your ship. Chen Qing took the blueprints. His tone calm. His eyes fell on those pirate ships, which were ready-made. Gao Yu saw it, raised her lips, and hugged Chen Qing's shoulders. Actually, I've already seen it. That ship is very suitable for us. He pointed to a certain ship. Pirates robbing each other. Isn't it normal? What they did was also considered to be doing justice. Right? No matter the size and quality of the ship. The strength of the pirates on the ship. They were particularly suitable for them. However, there were a lot of pirates on the ship. Among the 5 of them, Gao Yu. He was the only one with extraordinary abilities suitable for fighting. If Chen Qing is willing to help, that would be great. Leave the scouting to us. I can contain the sea beasts on their ship. Gao Yu was attracted to the ship, mainly because of the sea beasts they raised. A powerful sea beast can make them invincible on the sea. When will we start? Chen Qing asked in a low voice. Tomorrow night. Their pirate group has a grudge against another pirate group. Tomorrow night. That pirate group will arrive at Sapphire Island, and they are going to snipe. Gao Yu had already found out everything. Even if Chen Qing didn't speak, they were ready to take action. Sapphire Island does not allow the use of large weapons on the island, especially in the port. Therefore, they can only take action when the pirate ship leaves the port. That is their best opportunity. Okay. Chen Qing nodded and drank the wine in the glass. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Gao Yu waved her hand and turned to leave and went back to her room. They were temporarily staying on Chen Qing boat. They had no choice. The hostels and hotels on the island were already full. They had to shamelessly trouble Chen Qing. Fortunately, Chen Qing didn't mind. They also helped to do what they could. With Gao Yu and the other 5 extraordinary people, Dalia's safety was absolutely guaranteed. Because of the special nature of their extraordinary abilities, no one on Sapphire Island could take Dalia away without them knowing. Tonight, Xiao Zhiyu and Zui Yun caught a pirate who tried to sneak into the ship from the bottom of the ship. Chen Qing suspected that Jerome had sent him. They sent him directly to the bounty guild to get the bounty, and then bought a bunch of random things. After getting the blueprint, Chen Qing did not stay on the deck for long. He immediately returned to the studio to study the blueprint. A sea-level mechanical bomb blueprint that was determined to be purple quality. Mechanical spider bomb, a mini spider bomb with extremely terrifying power. Very fast, with extremely sharp claws, and can move freely even underwater. The spider bomb is very small, about the size of 2 fingers. It is indeed as Galyu said, the materials are simple. Simple materials mean low cost, but one of the materials is very special. Coincidentally, Qin got a batch at Granny Tauzi recycling plant. According to the size of the spider bombs, Qin can make at least 100,000 of them. 100,000 spider bombs. Qin feels that he needs to be safer. At least 1 million should be scattered on Sapphire Island. Also, the production of mechanical spiders is a bit too complicated. With the current capabilities of the mechanical factory, it is impossible to fully replicate the power of the mechanical spider. Qin needs to modify it slightly. A little bit of modification is enough. Chapter 37 Dalia caught? Chen, You didn't sleep all night? The sky was getting light, the warm sunlight was shining on the boat, and Galyu, who hadn't slept all night, was knocking on Qin's door. After knocking for a long time, he turned around and found that Qin was coming down the ship's gangway. Well, I brought breakfast back. Qin put the breakfast he bought into the kitchen and replied calmly. It was impossible to tell that he had killed someone last night, and also went to the shipyard of Sapphire Island to discuss a business. By the way, he also purchased a batch of mechanical materials. Qin, who helped Granny Tauzi, also had some reputation on Sapphire Island. At least the people on the island would not cheat him so badly. Of course, he still had to cheat. After all, he had already obtained the blueprint of the mechanical spider bomb, and he couldn't let the other party wait too long. After Qin solved the improvement of the bomb, it was just dawn. He simply went out for a walk. At this time, the shipyard had already started working. Because a large number of ships had poured into Sapphire Island in the past few days, the shipyards on the island were operating 24 hours a day. Qin not only went to discuss business, but also bought some tools and materials for maintaining the boat. This trip, Qin spent all his money, and still owed a lot. An ordinary sailboat with 20 cabins. The shipyard sold it for 500 goldfish, which was very expensive. Much more expensive than before. But the owner of the shipyard, for the sake of Granny Tauzi, told Qin the truth. Recently, the number of newcomers going out to sea has increased by dozens of times, and our boat price will naturally increase accordingly. When he said this, the boss was holding a cigarette in his mouth, and he was very arrogant. At that time, there were other pirates besides Qin in the shipyard, and they all looked angry but dared not speak out. In addition to the selling price of the ship, the maintenance price also increased a lot. No wonder Galyu and his friends stopped buying ships and robbed them instead. At this price, if Qin didn't have a machinery factory to support him, he couldn't afford it. He paid the deposit for 3 ships to the shipyard owner in advance, and agreed to pay the full amount in a week. Otherwise, the shipyard owner would not keep it for him. The deposit of 50 goldfish. There was still a balance of 1450. Qin could only focus on the pirates with high bounties. It would be best to take down a pirate group at once. Qin already had a target. The Renault family pirate group. The bounty of the entire Renault family pirate group added up to 3,000 goldfish. Qin could not only pay off his debts, but also buy some precious mechanical materials. At least, he had to make the explosive war rabbit and the super shield whale. Jerome had already suspected him, but he would definitely want to take all of Dalia bounty, so Qin still had time. But he doesn't have much time left. He must speed up the progress. He needs money, a lot of money. The fastest way is to hunt pirates. The bounty of pirates in this world is related to their strength, but it is not a big proportion. It is a combination of many factors. The pirate group with the highest individual and group bounties in the deep blue sea is the Dragon Pirate Group. Captain Dragon's personal bounty is as high as 200,000 goldfish, and the entire pirate group has more than 500,000 goldfish in total. The Black Blade pirates that Qin killed before, the bounties of the 3 villains on the ship added up to more than 10,000 goldfish. What a pity, Qin disassembled their heads. I heard that the Renault family will also arrive on the island tomorrow. Qin plans to intercept them halfway. Before that, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. The extraordinary points have accumulated to 42.5, enough for Qin to break through to the F level. With the mechanical spider bomb, it should be no problem to deal with the Renault family. Their head of the family is said to be around E level. What are you thinking about? Xiaojiu bit a piece of cake, poked Qingqing next to him, and asked, "The Renault family." Qingqing had no intention of hiding anything. Everything he did at this stage was normal. "I heard that they will come to Sapphire Island tomorrow. How about you stay out of the spotlight?" Xiaojiu couldn't help but worry when he thought of this group of pirates. He secretly asked them first. This group of pirates is really scary. He did all kinds of evil. The means were too cruel. He knew Qingqing was very strong. But those pirates have been around for so many years. How long has Qingqing grown up? "It's okay." Qingqing shook his head and smiled calmly at Xiaojiu. The extraordinary points that the Renault family can provide will definitely not be low. His extraordinary ability itself becomes stronger with each battle, and the Renault family is very suitable for him to challenge. Qingqing took breakfast back to the factory below, and then he would debug the assembly line and transform it to produce mechanical spider bombs. In less than 2 days, the assembly line factory has produced more than 10,000 seawater purifiers. Half of them have been sold, and the rest have been piled up in the warehouse by Qingqing. These are what he plans to sell to the island residents. He will start selling them after the mechanical bombs are made. Many mechanical spiders, at least dozens of them, can be hidden in a water purifier. After breakfast, Qingqing quickly got down to work. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qingqing, who spent more than 8 hours in the mechanical factory, successfully transformed it, adding the ability to mass-produce mechanical spider bombs. The modified mechanical spider bomb is less powerful, but faster than before, and the difficulty of manufacturing is also reduced. Qingqing held the small spider bomb in his hand. The spider's 8 legs are extremely sharp, and a slight scratch can cut through the level metal ore. If it were replaced by human flesh and blood, even if it can't deal with pirates of Jerome level, it is definitely more than enough to deal with ordinary pirates. A mechanical spider can take away an ordinary pirate without any problem. All Qingqing needs is for this island to be in chaos. The biggest problem now is, there are simply not enough mechanical materials on Sapphire Island for Qingqing to make mechanical bombs. Sapphire Island is located in the Gem Sea, which is not the most popular place for mechanics, and the stock of materials is limited. Even if Qingqing orders from a caravan now, it is impossible to get it immediately. Those big pirate groups should find clues about Dalia in no time, and Qingqing never underestimates their strength. Even if the pirates in the deep blue sea couldn't do it, what about the Scarlet Sea? What about Moana enemies? What about the mysterious power of this world? Fortune tellers, witches, wizards. Besides, there is already a Jerome in the deep blue sea who suspects him. The longer the time drags on, the more dangerous it is. Qingqing took a few mechanical spider bombs and left the factory, preparing to test the power of the bombs. However, as soon as he got to the island, he heard the high-pitched voice of the newspaper boy at the port. "Big news! Big news! The daughter of the big pirate Moana in the Scarlet Sea is suspected to have appeared on a deserted island in the Gem Sea. Now she has fallen into the hands of the Thunderbird Pirates." Chapter 38: The Dragon Pirates. Gem Sea, deserted island, children. Qingqing and Gaoyu and others, who were also attracted by the newsboy's voice, exchanged a glance, and several people burst into swear words in their hearts. How could they not know whether those children on the deserted island were Moana daughters? Especially Qingqing. The real Moana daughter Dalia was now picking up the deep sea weekly newspaper delivered by seabirds and fish from the deck. Those survivors were really in trouble. Let's try to contact Zhao Fuli and the others first, to see what's going on. This is too unlucky. Could it be that Moana daughter has really sneaked into that group of kids? Qingqing, Gaoyu and the others met together and discussed in a low voice. Dalia happily came to Qingqing with a newspaper in her hand. Qingqing unfolded the newspaper. The headline of Deep Blue Weekly was about Dalia. There was also a photo on it, which should have been taken from top to bottom. But the leader of the Thunderbird Pirates, who was secretly photographed, had already discovered that he was being secretly photographed, and laughed arrogantly at the camera. He was holding a child in his hand, a girl who was about the same age as Dalia. A photo of Moana was also posted next to the weekly report for comparison. The moment they saw the photo of Moana, Qingqing and the others were silent. The child who was captured looked really like Moana. Is there a possibility that she is really Moana's daughter, but she sneaked into our team? He Songrong raised his hand and asked weakly. I think your suspicion is reasonable. Xiaojiu patted He Songrong's shoulder and nodded seriously. Based on the similarity of the two faces, if you say it's not true, no one will believe it. Right? Whether it is true or not, you can tell by the reaction of those pirate groups. Dalia folded her hands. If the captured child is really Moana's daughter, then the big pirates in the deep blue sea will definitely leave Sapphire Island. After all, Sapphire Island is the delivery point of Lei Guang, not the delivery point of Moana's hostile forces. The Thunderbird pirate's position is unclear. But if he is on Moana's side, Moana's hostile forces will never let him go to Sapphire Island. However, so many children have fallen into the hands of a group of pirates. Besides, there are more than just children on the deserted island. Chun-Ching's focus is different from theirs. So many people have been captured. How will the Thunderbird pirates deal with them? How many people went to the deserted island? There should be more than 2,000 survivors. Hiss. Xiao Zhiyu took a breath of cold air. They were all killed at once. It's too. Should we say that they are too weak, or that the enemy is too strong? Let's wait and see. This matter doesn't have much to do with us in the first place. Gao Yu shook her head. The bounty of the Thunderbird pirates added up to more than 100,000 goldfish. They have been famous for a long time. They are simply not something they can deal with. If it was the Renault family, they could still try to save them. Chun-Ching silently checked the newspaper to see if there was any other useful information. If all the pirates on the island were attracted away, it would be a good thing for him and Dalia. Not to mention all of them. As long as some of them were attracted away, it would be of great benefit to his plan. But Chun-Ching lowered his eyes, and Dalia next to him was like nothing happened. He also needs to be on guard against one thing. After all, those pirates are not stupid. Especially the Yogu pirates. Will they set up a trap by taking advantage of the Thunderbird pirates, waiting for them to fall into the trap? Or maybe the Thunderbird pirates were designed by them, just waiting for Dalia to jump out. If you want to verify this, you can wait for the reaction of those pirate groups. Chun-Ching has made the worst plan. All those pirate groups are on the side that is hostile to Moana. This means he wants to send Dalia to Lei Guang, and he has to take on all the pirate groups by himself. It's a bit of a headache just thinking about it. Chun-Ching sighed slightly, and Gao Yu beside him seemed to misunderstand Chun-Ching's meaning. Don't think about it, we can't save them. He patted Chun-Ching's shoulder in a comforting manner. Yeah. Chun-Ching did not deny it, and continued to speak along with Gao Yu's words. But after the Thunderbird Pirates incident, our original plan. Gao Yu and the others also reacted. With such a big news, wouldn't their original plan be scrapped? Their ship. Wait, the situation seems to have changed. Xiao Zhiyu suddenly spoke. And all the pirates nearby were attracted by his voice, and looked over. He quickly lowered his voice. And the group immediately moved their positions, and went to the kitchen. The kitchen was very large. And it was a kitchen and dining room. I have contacted Xiao Fuli. The Thunderbird pirates not only captured the child who was suspected to be Moana's daughter, but they also captured all the children and some young people just in case. The rest of the people united to resist, and finally escaped from the hands of those pirates. Xiao Fuli and the others are just safe now. And according to accurate information, the child suspected to be Moana's daughter is a survivor. She is from our dragon country. All the children on that deserted island are survivors. There are no natives who have sneaked in. Xiao Zhiyu told all the information he knew, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It's so unlucky. Gao Yu held her forehead helplessly. And Chun-Ching, who was sitting in the main seat, stared at the newspaper, and remained silent for a long time. What did you find? Look at this news. Chun-Ching pointed at a piece of news in the weekly newspaper that was completely insignificant compared to the headlines. Although the news was insignificant, the protagonist in the news was not an unknown person. The dragon pirates have returned from the Shadow Giant Tooth Lair. What does this have to do with what happened today? Xiao Zhiyu knew the dragon pirates, which could be said to be the strongest pirate group in the deep blue sea. Chun-Ching snapped his fingers, and the super vines pushed in a huge map of the deep sea. The deserted island is here. If the Thunderbird pirates want to hand the child over to Moana's opponent, then they will most likely take this route to the Wind Island. Chun-Ching picked up a thin stick and drew a route map on the map. The lair of the Shadow Megalodon is here. The base camp of the Dragon Pirates is the Misty Sea. Whether they are going to the Sapphire Island or back to the Misty Sea, they will pass by this place. This is a transit station. According to rumors, the captain of the Dragon Pirates is Moana, die-hard fan. According to the news in the weekly newspaper, the Dragon Pirates have been trapped in the lair of the Shadow Tooth for more than a month. They probably don't know that Moana is dead. Chun-Ching tapped the pink sand islands on the map, and then pointed at the news in the newspaper, and everyone's eyes lit up. That is to say, the Thunderbird pirates will definitely confront the Dragon pirates. Oh wow! It's going to be exciting. Chapter 39 Breakthrough G Level. Regardless of whether the captain of the Dragon pirates is really a die-hard fan of Moana, as long as they read the newspaper, they will know the current situation of the Thunderbird pirates. Such a big piece of fat meat, how can they bear to not bite it? If the rumor is true, then the Thunderbird pirates have captured the daughter of the Dragon idol. Especially this is the only hope of the Moana pirates. The Thunderbird pirates are doomed. If the rumor is false, even for the price offered by the two forces in the Scarlet Sea, they will not let go of Moana daughter in the Thunderbird pirates. Chin felt that there was a high probability that the Dragon pirates would bring the so-called daughter of Moana to Sapphire Island. The mastermind behind the Thunderbird pirates would be disappointed. The news about the Thunderbird pirates came at a great time, so Chin was not surprised to find it suspicious. Zhao Fuli and his friends had just rescued the children, and they would definitely protect them well. How could the pirates see the child's appearance? Besides, the Thunderbird pirates were on their way to Sapphire Island. How could they care about a group of wanderers on a deserted island? In this battle for Dalia, the center of the battlefield will still be on Sapphire Island. After all, he is here. In fact, it is just as Chin guessed. The moment the mastermind saw the news in the weekly newspaper, he almost laughed out of anger. This deep sea weekly is also very good at making trouble. Two mean, two news, one big and one small, are placed together, clearly mocking the mastermind. Originally, he wanted to provoke Dalia to jump out by herself, but he didn't expect to run into the Dragon pirates coming out of the Shadow Tooth's lair. They just happened to run into the Thunderbird pirates. Damn it, they are so unlucky. You think, could there be any survivors involved? Hearing Chin's suspicion, Xiao Zhiyu suddenly had a brainwave. The pirates can't see through the sky, and know what the survivors they have never seen look like. In addition to the survivors themselves, some are related to them. There are also survivors on the island. The day before yesterday, Xiao Zhiyu saw a survivor working as a sailor on a big pirate ship. Chin also sent a batch to the island. Whose ship is he on? Chin looked at Xiao Zhiyu and asked softly. It is highly likely that the survivor's ship is the mastermind behind the Thunderbird incident. That beautiful, gentle-looking pirate. As soon as Xiao Zhiyu said that, Chin immediately knew who it was. By Xian Yuan Fei. She is a terrifying woman whose methods are completely opposite to her appearance. All the pirates under her are afraid of her like they are afraid of ghosts. Could the survivor be threatened? He Songrong frowned. It was too miserable. Chin and Gao Yu looked at each other. This kid was too naive. Not only could it not be that the survivor was threatened, but he must have taken the initiative to report it. If the survivor didn't say anything, could Bai Xian have a clairvoyant eye to see through his heart? As far as Chin knew, Bai Xian's extraordinary ability was not in this area. According to the pirates on the dock, Bai Xian's ship had just promoted a new captain, and Bai Xian also spent a lot of money to buy him a body-strengthening potion. I didn't take this matter seriously before, but now I think about it, he is really cruel. Zui Yun cursed in a low voice. He could remember the appearance of the child clearly, so he must be familiar with him. He was so decisive in sacrificing the child. He was really cruel. Moreover, he sacrificed more than just the child. He sacrificed the survivors of the entire deserted island area. He should understand the pirates' methods when he stayed on the pirate ship. If Zhao Fuli and his survivors were not strong enough, they would all die there. Chin did not agree with the survivors' behavior, even hated it, but there are not so many right and wrong in this world. Forget it, let's not get involved in this matter. Xiao Zhiyu looked at Gao Yu with some lack of interest. He knew it was normal for survivors to stab each other, but, sigh. Get the boat and prepare the supplies and we leave. Gao Yu did not plan to stay on Sapphire Island to watch the fun. There was no need. They simply did not have the ability to get involved in this mess, and they might even be affected. When the Dragon pirates arrive, it will be too late for them to leave. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to explore the sea. When are you going to start? Chin nodded. You bin. Go and see if they are ready to go out to sea. If they are, we will follow them at any time. Gao Yu thought for a while. Most pirates don't have the brains to think so deeply. They just go to where there is a lot of fun and kill them. The pirate group may not be able to see the hidden meaning of the newspaper. They may still be ready to go out to sea. The extraordinary person named Yu Bin immediately stood up and left the kitchen, and returned within 2 minutes. His expression was hard to describe. They have already gone out to sea. Not only them. At least 1/3 of the pirate ships on the island have gone. And many hunters have also gone out. No wonder it was so lively outside. They thought it was the pirates discussing something in the news. But why are there so many idiots? Galyu held her forehead helplessly. These pirates. Chen Qing coughed lightly, covering the smile on her face. Let's get ready to go. Chen Qing said calmly. Okay, I go find the staff at the dock first. This position has to be reserved for us. Xiao Zhiyu quickly took the money bag and left the cabin. Not only had to keep this position, but also had to reserve one more for them. If you want to reserve a position, then the reward is essential. I go back to the cabin to prepare. Chen Qing nodded to Galyu and left the kitchen with Xiao Zhiyu. As soon as he left the cabin, he saw pirate groups evacuating urgently everywhere. Even some of the pirate groups that Chen Qing had paid special attention to had evacuated. He didn't know whether they really left or just pretended to leave. Chen Qing returned to the room and opened his personal panel. He was only 35 points away from breaking through to the F level in physical fitness. He invested all the points in physical attributes without hesitation. A stream of energy with a burning breath penetrated into Chen Qing's body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. And his whole body turned red. Instantly, Chen Qing clenched his fists. Veins popped on his forehead, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Huge pain swept through his body, and Chen Qing sat on the chair without saying a word. In just a few breaths, his whole body was like being fished out of the water. But along with the unbearable pain, Chen Qing's momentum also rose steadily. The G of the physical attribute on the personal panel was slowly replaced by F. After a few minutes, the severe pain in Chen Qing's body slowly subsided. Chen Qing's clothes had long been soaked with sweat. In these few minutes, he seemed to have died several times. Chapter 40 Chen Qing Confusion. Sister. There was no movement in Chen Qing's room for a long time. Dalia knocked on the door with some worry. It's okay. Chen Qing's calm voice came from the room. Dalia breathed a sigh of relief and responded obediently to help the supervines. Chen Qing in the room had changed into a new set of clothes and came out of the bathroom with her hair wiped and pushed open the window, and the water vapor in the room immediately rushed out from the round hole. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and took out the bounty book from the bookshelf. This captain's room was large, and it was fully equipped, even with a small bar counter, and the whole wall of wine was arranged according to its preciousness. Chen Qing was not fond of alcohol, but he would drink a little occasionally, so these facilities were preserved. He only made some simple modifications to the captain's room and replaced a batch of furniture. The sofa he was sitting on now was specially made. Chen Qing looked at the sofa under him with some doubt. This sofa? Does it feel a little small? It seems, it's not that the sofa is small, but that he has grown a little taller. Chen Qing's height was already superior enough in the original world, but he didn't expect that, after a breakthrough in his physical attributes, he has grown taller again. Wouldn't he grow a little taller every time he breaks through? Chen Qing's hand, which was flipping through the bounty book, suddenly paused, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. What he pursues is strength, both physical and spiritual strength. There is nothing wrong with growing taller. If it is too tall, maybe the ship needs to be modified again. There are many other races living in this world, including the legendary giants. Chen Qing flipped through the bounty book, and there were also some pirates of other races whose bounties were offered on the bounty book. However, here on Sapphire Island, Chen Qing and his friends saw very few pirates of other races. On the contrary, among the bounty hunters, other races account for a large proportion. Among those non-human pirates, most of them have joined the human pirate group, and there is no separate non-human pirate group. Chen Qing, who was checking the bounty book, quickly found the pirate group that Galyu and his group were targeting, called the 10-color pirate group. There are 10 core crew members on the ship, and each core crew member has at least 7 or 8 subordinates. However, the scale of the ship is definitely not as large as Chen Qing's ship. After the price increase, Chen Qing's ship will sell for at least several thousand or tens of thousands of goldfish. These natives spread the news too quickly. The price of this round of ships has increased greatly thanks to them survivors. The captain of the 10-color pirates is about the same strength as Chen Qing, and the remaining core crew members are slightly weaker. As for the sailors, they can be completely ignored. Chen Qing flipped through the bounty book and had a general idea of the 10-color pirates. If no other pirate groups intervened, if nothing unexpected happened, he could completely take down the 10-color pirates. But it seems that other pirate groups don't have the time to intervene. Qin looked at the bounty boats passing by outside the window, and his lips curled up slightly. It was really a rare grand celebration. After Qiaoji bribed the staff at the dock, the super vines quickly drove the boat to set sail. Qin boat certainly couldn't rely on wind power, human power, and the mechanical power of super vines. He also installed several small power devices under the boat, which barely worked. The super vines appeared from nowhere and rode several super large oars. Among the slow boats leaving the port, Qin boat was far ahead. Gao Yu and the others were amazed and determined to lure a mechanic aboard. It didn't matter if he couldn't compare to Qin. It would be nice to repair home appliances and invent something on the boat. Hey, take a ride? A group of bounty hunters were amazed at the speed of Qin boat, and immediately asked Qin in the room through the window. Okay. Qin closed the bounty book and nodded. With Qin's consent, several figures quickly appeared on the boat. These bounty hunters were quite sensible. They paid the boat fare to Dalia. There was no other reason. Among all the vigilant eyes, Dalia was the most like the host. When Qin was not around, Gao Yu and the others looked at Dalia first. Have you ever considered joining the bounty group? A bounty hunter looked up and down at Qin boat, and said to Qin, who came out of the cabin with envy, "Don't worry. Our bounty group has no restrictions. You can come and go as you please. There is no mandatory mission, and you don't need to pay money or anything. If you join our bounty group, the group will share the locations of some pirate groups from time to time, and will often organize hunting operations against large pirate groups." The bounty hunter invited Qin enthusiastically, and at the same time lowered his voice to tell Qin some rules that were not put on the surface. Some private bounty tasks will not be posted on the bounty guild. The employer will find the bounty group separately to issue the task. And we also have a special way to find the specific location of those pirate groups. Our bounty hunters are well known in the deep blue sea. You can think about it carefully before you reply. Everyone calls me Fire Monkey. If you are interested, you can come to me. The bounty hunter handed Qin a name card with extremely complicated workmanship. He did not ask Qin to reply immediately. The bounty group selects people, and people also have to select the bounty group. It's a two-way choice. He can understand it. This is a one-time contact prop. Burning the name card can contact the owner of the name card. Qin accepted the name card and nodded slightly. Bounty group. This is indeed something to consider. Although the profession of pirate is very popular in this world, many survivors have already set sail under the pirate flag. The slogans they shouted were very loud. For freedom, to explore the unknown, to pursue peace, to protect the weak and not to succumb to money and power, friends, friendship, passion, youth, and all that kind of mess. But Qin did not consider becoming a pirate. Moreover, none of the slogans above can be related to pirates. If we have to say the slogans above, they should be used to describe adventurers and bounty hunters. The profession of bounty hunter was born because of those pirates who burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. The words of the Fire Monkey made Qin a little confused. What is he going to do next? It's not a short-term goal, but a longer-term and more meaningful one. At the beginning, the main purpose of this survival game is survival, but this is for those ordinary survivors. For Qin, it is definitely not difficult to survive on the sea. As long as he wants, he can live comfortably in the deep blue sea for the rest of his life. Bravely enter the Scarlet Sea? This is indeed a good goal. But what happens next? What happens after entering the Scarlet Sea? What should he do? Those pirates are chasing the title of the so-called Pirate King. And hunters are either for money, or for strength, or to protect their family and companions. What should he pursue? Powerful power? Eternal life? Supreme status? Chapter 41. Good friend Gao Yu. Qin leaned against the railing and looked at the boundless sea, quietly lit a cigarette, leaned out most of his body. His eyes were vague. He was confident in his own strength and talent. Money, power, seemed to be within his reach. It was precisely because they could be easily obtained that Qin fell into confusion about the future. Even for ordinary survivors, they had already exhausted all their strength to survive. The so-called pursuit of dreams are all unrealistic wishes. As long as Qin wants, even the pirate group like the Dragon Pirates will open their arms to him. The strong will be welcomed wherever they go. Qin has already made plans for the future, and he has been carrying out the plan step by step. He has almost no spare time. But the plan will end one day. After that, What should he do? Pursue the pinnacle of mechanics? The ultimate power? This is indeed a good choice, but what are you thinking about? Galyu had walked to Qinqing's side without knowing when. I'm thinking about the future, such as my dreams and pursuits. Qinqing told the truth very honestly. The future? Galyu tilted her head and laughed. You can actually laugh too. Galyu laughed so hard that he held his belly, and tears came out of his eyes. He thought that someone like Qinqing would never worry about such a problem. No. It should be, how can he have such a problem? Is it strange? Qinqing tilted his head like Galyu and asked. No. No. Ha ha ha. It's just, you always give us the feeling of being very reliable and very safe. As if you don't have to worry about anything with you. And there is nothing you can't do. Just, you know, a very tall image. You are here. We are here. Galyu gestured. With exaggerated movements, Qinqing was almost gestured to the sky by him. But as soon as Qinqing asked this question, Galyu suddenly felt that Qinqing seemed to be no different from them. I am no different from you. Qinqing smiled helplessly. He is also a person. Yes, but your question is a bit too much. Galyu couldn't help but sigh. He also wanted to have such troubles. But at this stage, he should honestly pull the team together first, and make a name for himself in the deep blue sea first. I understand what you mean. Galyu patted Qinqing's shoulder, turned around and looked at the sea with Qinqing. The sea is boundless and unfathomable. It may be a bit hypocritical to say this, but Qinqing's confusion should be a deeper pursuit. For example, those pirates, they pursue money, beauty, power and status, or people's fear and awe of them. But in the final analysis, what they pursue is freedom, unbridled freedom. And those adventurers and explorers, what they pursue is the unknown, the sense of accomplishment after contacting and eliminating the unknown. Hunters nowadays don't know. But the original hunters must have wanted to protect this world. This world turned upside down by pirates, and the innocent civilians who died at the hands of pirates. Since you don't know what you are pursuing, then take a good look at this world. Integrate into this world. And in this process, you will definitely find what you are pursuing. Let's set a small goal first, such as dominating the deep blue sea. Galyu winked at Qinqing. This guy Qinqing must have had few friends before. He originally thought that Qinqing should be an orphan, but Qianhe, who is so old, is still standing there. To dominate the deep blue sea, a small goal. Qinqing raised his eyebrows. This goal is really small. I am afraid that the most powerful dragon pirates in the deep blue sea at this stage do not dare to say that they can dominate the deep blue sea. Right? The leisurely sea breeze blew away the confusion in Qinqing's heart. Qinqing narrowed his eyes, crushed the cigarette, and stretched his body a little. Then, let's just make this goal our current small goal. Ah! I see the 10-color pirates! Xiao Zhi below suddenly shouted loudly. Qinqing and Galyu looked forward, and the pirate flag of the 10-color pirates had already appeared in their sight. Facing the setting sun, under the red sunset glow, countless pirate groups were sailing on the sea, and the pirate flags were fluttering in the wind. A large number of pirates gathered, and the bounty hunters on the ship also found their targets one after another. Thank you for the ride. Fire Monkey waved at Qinqing, and a group of bounty hunters jumped onto the nearby boat by the railing. Excuse me. Please. After a few jumps, Fire Monkey and his companions appeared on their target ship. Behind them, there were curses from other bounty hunters and pirates. You bastards. You're the only ones who jump fast. Right? The strength of these bounty hunters is really good. Galyu sighed. He is still too weak. Without his extraordinary abilities, he may not even be able to beat an ordinary pirate. I still need to improve my physical fitness. The rest should be similar to Qinqing now. Right? You are not bad either. Qinqing smiled. Galyu's extraordinary ability is very strong, very suitable for fighting. You can tell by just looking at the one he showed in the black market at that time. Extraordinary ability is also Galyu's strength. It's not stolen or robbed. Physical fitness is poor, just practice more. Let's get on the ship. Galyu and his cruise ship is the 10-color pirate's ship, so the cannons must not be used. Even the mechanical spider bomb Qinqing must use with caution. The key parts of the ship must not be destroyed. The repair cost is also very expensive. The owner of the shipyard will definitely multiply it by dozens of times. Under the control of the Super Vines, the ship has approached the ship of the 10-color pirates. They have the same idea as Qinqing and others, such a big ship. They just want to change. Both sides gave up the use of artillery attacks at the same time. After all, the ship is very valuable now. Hongni, the captain of the 10-color pirates, showed a cruel smile to Qin and opened his mouth silently. I accept your ship. A newcomer, no matter how strong he is definitely not as good as them who have experienced hundreds of battles. Besides, they, the 10-color pirates, are not those nameless pirates. Qin drew out the black knife from his waist, raised his eyes, and looked into Hongni's eyes, without the slightest fear. I will return this sentence to you. As Qin's voice fell, the black knife in his hand flashed with cold light. Qin's figure instantly appeared on the ship of the 10-color pirates. He turned his back to the 10-color pirates, and the blood on the blade slowly dripped onto the deck. The body of a sailor pirate was cut in half, slowly separated. Chapter 42 Angry Assistant. When killing enemies, Qin never shows mercy. And in this regard, he accepts it very well, and does not think that there is anything wrong with what he does. However, it was the first time that they faced such a bloody scene. Xiaoxiu and the others all looked pale. It was not only Qin, but also the bloody and tragic scenes on other pirate ships around. Knowing and understanding are one thing, but seeing it with one's own eyes is another. Xiaoxiu and the others could accept what Qin and the others did both rationally and emotionally. It's just that my body is not able to accept it. Maybe I get used to it if I watch it more and vomit more. Before, when Qin was in the black market, his actions were not as bloody as they are now. The bounty hunters next to him were even more. The scene was bloody and smelled fishy. It wouldn't pass the review without mosaics. Qin. You. Don't. You. We. He Songrong vomited while he was holding a knife and preparing to help. What a mess of intestines and internal organs. It's so disgusting. The body parts of the pirates on the pirate ship next door all flew to Qin's ship. Xiaoxiu also looked pale and was about to fall. Qin looked at the reactions of the two people, and it was hard to describe. Take them back to the cabin. He blocked Hongni's attack with one hand, and said helplessly to Dalia, who was holding a knife, and was extremely vigilant. The mechanical arm in Qin's hand was left with a very deep mark by the axe in Hongni's hand. It almost penetrated the protection of the mechanical arm, and cut off Qin's arm with the bone. He is indeed not a simple person. Qin looked at Hongni calmly. Hongni smiled provocatively, with an arrogant look. Facing Hongni's provocation, Qin remained stable, without any panic or emotional ups and downs. Hongni's face suddenly turned cold. He hated this kind of person the most. The attacks of his men became more and more swift and fierce. However, Hongni was not a pushover, and neither was Qin. The black knife in his hand had already left an afterimage. Qin's strength was not bad. And Qin, who had broken through to the F level, was even more difficult to deal with. What's more, Qin's main occupation is not a fighter, but a mechanic. If he doesn't make full use of his professional characteristics, wouldn't he be unworthy of being a mechanic? A mechanic without machinery. What kind of mechanic is that? Qin alone, with the help of machinery, stopped the pirates of the entire 10-color pirate group, without even Gao Yu help. The role of the superpowered vine is not just a butler. Its huge body hovered on the 10-color pirate ship, and many pirates have been kicked off the ship by it. With the cover of the superpowered vines, the mechanical spider bombs carried by Qin appeared silently on the 10-colored pirates. Some hid in the cracks of the deck, some got into the pirates' bodies, some had already dived into the water, and appeared on the sea beasts raised by the 10-colored pirates. Hongni instructed the huge sea beasts to attack those people on Qin's ship who had no combat ability, trying to capture them as hostages to threaten Qin. The ships on the sea had extremely tragic battles, and Qin and his group seemed to have accidentally broken into the hunting war launched by the bounty hunters against the pirates. Pirates will not surrender without a fight. Many sailors died on the pirate side, but the hunters also suffered casualties. The bodies floating on the sea surface, some were pirates, and some were hunters. He Kai and the others hid behind Xiaoxiu. He Songrong and the other two in fear, with their eyes closed and silently praying for Qin. They hoped that Qin Lao could end the battle as soon as possible. They did not think that Qin would lose, and for Qin, He Kai and the others had blind trust. They just hoped that the battle could be ended faster. The sea beast raised by the 10-colored pirates is a giant electric flying fish with wings. Gao Yu's extraordinary ability is also related to thunder and lightning. His interest in the 10-colored pirates is also related to this flying fish. The flying fish obviously has a childish temper, flying around Qinqing's ship. It never tires of playing with Xiao Zhiyu and others hiding in the cabin, and occasionally discharges electricity into the cabin. The window glass has long been shattered by it, and the ground is charred. At first, He Kai and the others were frightened. But later they found out the intention of the flying fish. They were also strong-willed. They did not make any noise even if they were scared. Even if the electric energy of the flying fish could instantly smash a table into black ash. People should have some backbone. But Xiao Zhiyu clenched his fists tightly. He could tolerate his uncle, but not his aunt. He suddenly stood up and pushed open the door of the cabin, pointed at the flying fish with his hands on his waist, and shouted loudly, "I will eat your ancestors for 18 generations. Believe it or not, I will steam, braise, fry, roast, and deep fry you and eat 18 of them. Fly, fly, fly. I will cut off your 2 big wings and cook them with vermicelli. You really don't take us assistants as human beings, do you?" Anger filled his entire brain. Xiao Zhiyu suddenly felt a strange energy filling his body. He cried with joy, the damn extraordinary ability, he can finally use it. "Qinqing, I'm here to help you." Xiao Zhiyu immediately turned around and rushed towards the 10-color pirates, taking a fearless attitude and leaping over in 2 steps. "Be careful." Qinqing was startled by Xiao Zhiyu's reckless behavior. This girl is too aggressive. Hongni acts is no joke. Not to mention Hongni, the other 9 colors of the 10-color pirates are also difficult to deal with. He can concentrate on dealing with Hongni, partly because he is watching the super vines resist. Qinqing quickly launched a spider bomb at Hongni, and stepped on the super vines to raise the tentacles to catch Xiao Zhiyu, who was flying towards him. Facing Qinqing's disapproving gaze, Xiao Zhiyu pretended to smile, and patted Qinqing's strong arms that were holding him. "Qinqing, I knew you could catch me. Now it's a battle, not a joke," Qinqing said helplessly, placing Xiao Zhiyu safely on the super vine. "I'm really here to help you." Xiao Zhiyu quickly straightened his expression. He never joked in such occasions. He quickly raised his hand, and suddenly a violent power gathered in Xiao Zhiyu's hand. "I'm telling you, my extraordinary ability is called the percentage amplification aura. Leave it to me." Xiao Zhiyu directly opened his personal panel, showed Qinqing his extraordinary ability, patted his chest hard, and promised. Suddenly, something strange happened. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots suddenly rang out. Xiao Zhiyu immediately held Qinqing's hand, and the violent energy instantly entered Qinqing's body. Ding bang, it was the sound of bullets falling to the ground. Chapter 43, Healing Magical Girl. All 3 bullets were cut in half by the black knife in Qinqing's hand. The quality of the black knife was pretty good. It was able to block the 3 bullets, leaving only a little bit of thought. Knife cuts bullets. Xiao Zhiyu looked at Qinqing in shock, and even stuttered a little. But think about it carefully, they all have extraordinary abilities, and what can a knife cut bullets? Look at the pirates on the opposite side, who are not surprised at all. He can't embarrass the extraordinary. Take it for self-defense. Be careful. Qinqing put a gun into Xiao Zhiyu's hand, turned around and rushed towards Hongni. Xiao Zhiyu's extraordinary ability is indeed very strong. Qinqing estimated that his strength has been enhanced by at least 50%. With such a terrible enhancement ability, even the forces in the Scarlet Sea would scramble for him. Right? Xiao Zhiyu didn't know that he had enhanced Qinqing so much. If he knew that Qinqing gave him such a high evaluation, he would probably feel guilty. Because the amplification value of his amplification aura is random. It ranges from 0.01% to 100%. Maybe this lower limit will be even lower. However, this is the lowest value Xiao Zhiyu has ever tested. And he is not as talented as Qinqing and Gao Yu. He has not yet fully mastered this extraordinary ability. His extraordinary ability is sometimes effective, and sometimes not. And he cannot use it independently. That's why he hid in the cabin at the beginning. It's not that he didn't want to help amplify, but he really couldn't do it. Qinqing, who had received a super strong boost, charged into the 10-color pirates again, as if he was in an unmanned area. No pirate could stop his blade. Not even Hongni could do it. The sniper on the ship was the first to be beheaded by Qinqing, and his head was thrown back to the ship by the super-powered vines. Seeing their companions being treated like this by Qinqing, Hongni and the remaining 9 colors also turned red-eyed, and murderous intent surged. The pirates under the 10 colors stopped the super-powered vines at the cost of their lives. The 9 colors surrounded Qinqing and attacked Qinqing. The 10 colors of the 10 color pirates are basically combatants. Even the ship doctor and the cook have good combat capabilities. Even the amplified Qin has some trouble dealing with them, 1 against 9. Qin eyes are finally not calm, but are burning with fighting spirit. This time, he will not lose. He dodged the red mud's axe sideways, and the next second, Qin head was hit hard by the iron fist of the 10 color orange. The orange's fist had brass knuckles, and it easily made a big hole in Qin head. But the black knife in Qin hand had already pierced the heart of the white ship doctor on the opposite side. Blood flowed down the wound on Qin head, and half of his face was stained red with blood. Blood flowed into his eyes, blurring his vision. And Qin couldn't help but close that eye. He held Orange's wrist with his backhand, raised his head, and smiled at Orange. That smile was sinister and looked terrifying. In an instant, Orange felt the severe pain from his wrist and screamed immediately. The leg with the exoskeleton kicked Orange's abdomen fiercely, and the terrifying force instantly separated Orange's body and hands. In terms of physical fitness, Qin is much stronger than them. Xiaoxiu's extraordinary ability percentage amplification aura is very scary. Once fully developed, Xiaoxiu will definitely be the strongest assistant in the Endless Sea. You bitch! An angry scream came from behind Qin, and Qin dodged it. 2 daggers pierced Qin's side waist and chest at the same time. Qin! Qin Lao! Sister! Xiaoxiu! Hitsongrong! He Kai and Dalia screamed in shock, and their masks were horrified. The 2 daggers were aimed at Qin's vital points. Being tall, there are still some advantages. Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood and comforted them. You won't die yet. Although it was aimed at his vital points, it didn't really hit him. A bunch of bastards. Xiaoxiu sniffed and cursed loudly. If I had known they were so difficult to deal with, I would not have let Qin get involved. So much blood was shed. Magic card number 136, the power hidden in the card. Now the seal is lifted, the healing breath, go. A gentle female voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by Zui Yun's voice and movements. A white card emitting soft light escaped into Qin's body. Magical girl? Hitsongrong turned his head in astonishment and looked at Zui Yun, who had just finished reciting an extremely childish spell next to him. Is he in disguise? Shut up. Zui Yun slapped Hitsongrong in the face. Through his fingers, Hitsongrong saw Zui Yun's slightly ferocious and red face. Even though Zui Yun looked gentle, he couldn't help but curse his extraordinary ability. It was too shameful. Forget about the shame. You will get used to it if you recite it more. It's okay as long as it works. But with such a long lead, by the time the spell is finished, his companions should have been hacked to death. Fortunately, Qin has not been hacked to death yet. The healing light swept across every wound on Qin's body, and he immediately pulled out the 2 daggers on his body. The blade was pulled out of the flesh, and Qin's eyebrows twisted together. But the next second, he abandoned the black knife and rushed towards the green, cyan and blue colors with 2 daggers. These are triplets, and they look exactly the same. Compared with other colors, their strength is obviously inferior. Facing this series of changes, he was panicked. The opponent has an assistant, a healer, and both of them are supernatural powers. The fighter is so terrifying. So when Qin, the big bad guy, rushed over, they subconsciously wanted to escape and seek help from other companions. However, Qin silently activated the mechanical spider bombs on them. 3 bangs sounded, 3 blood flowers appeared in succession. The triplets' legs were blown to pieces. Before they could scream louder, the dagger in Qin's hand had already touched their necks neatly. Go to hell. Hong and I, who had injured the team members one after another, was extremely angry, raised his axe, and rushed towards Qin with murderous intent. But several silver spiders suddenly appeared on the originally flat deck. They waved their sharp branches, easily piercing Hong's boots and stabbing into his flesh. What? Puff. Before his axe was swung down, Qin's 2 daggers had already pierced his neck. Bang. Hong opened his eyes wide, feeble and limp, falling towards Qin. Qin hugged Hong's still warm body with a cold expression. Don't be a pirate in your next life, you are so immoral. This was the first time Qin said so much to a pirate. The pirate flag of the 10 color pirates was still flying in the wind, but the 10 color pirates no longer existed. I don't know if those innocent civilians who died at the hands of the 10 color pirates can rest in peace. Chapter 44 Post-War Inventory, The Road to Wealth. Hong died, and the other main forces were even half lost, and it was easy for Qin to kill the remaining pirates of the 10-color pirates. The hunt for the 10-color pirates has entered its final stage. Some pirates want to abandon their ships and escape, and some pirates want to make a final struggle and fight back against Qin. And the seemingly thin Dalia on Qin's ship is the best choice. Thank you, pirates have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. The elderly, children, are their best targets. However, Dalia is not a child who can be manipulated by others. When the pirate wanted to capture Dalia and use her to threaten Qin, Dalia pierced the pirate's heart with a sword without hesitation. Killing people must be killed in one blow. This is what Dalia learned from Qin. Xiao Zhiyu looked at Dalia, who had just killed someone, but was able to calmly wipe off the blood that accidentally splashed on her face, and felt a little numb. This child will definitely be another Qin when she grows up. No wonder they are two sisters. However, Xiao Zhiyu always feels that Dalia gives her a different feeling from Qin. Using animals as metaphors, Qin is a ferocious beast, a tiger, the king of the forest, and a wild elephant that looks gentle but is actually terrifying. But Dalia, Xiao Zhiyu feels that she is like a snake, a poisonous snake hiding in the dark and ready to attack at any time. Just like how she dealt with the pirate just now. Xiao Zhiyu is not saying that this is bad, but he just feels that Dalia is scary. This fear is different from the fear of Qin. Sister Zhiyu, what's wrong with you? You keep staring at me? Dalia stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back and suddenly approached Xiao Zhiyu. Her deep eyes made Xiao Zhiyu back shiver. Should I say, she is really worthy of being Qin's sister. Xiao Zhiyu laughed dryly twice, and quickly passed it off casually. Nothing. Let's go over and help your sister. Qin on the opposite pirate ship had already cleared all the pirates of the 10-color pirates. The bodies were piled up on the ship, emitting a strong smell of blood. The entire pirate group, except for the flying fish that Gao Yu had restrained, was completely wiped out by Qin. The deck was soaked in blood, and it would be very hard to clean it up. The ship belongs to you, and the rest belongs to us. Dalia put her hands on her waist and said immediately, Of course. Gao Yu nodded quickly with the flying fish that had become obedient. This was agreed upon before. Qin helped them kill the pirates of the 10-color pirates, which was already a great advantage for them. How could they have the nerve to share the bounty and the supplies on the ship with Qin? In their adventure group, most of the group's auxiliary treatment and control. He is the only fighter. Gao Yu is a little troubled. However, he is just taking advantage of others. Whether it is Hui Yun or Xiao Zhiyu, their extraordinary abilities are rare. If Qin wants to form a team, he will definitely bring them in. I think the abilities of the remaining two extraordinary people in Gao Yu team must also be unique. But Gao Yu team has a fatal flaw. Their combat capability is too poor. Zui Yun and the other two Qin don't know, but Xiao Zhiyu is just a pure auxiliary. Both her combat capability and combat awareness are very poor. The advantage is that this girl has a good personality, she is more reliable, and will not easily change her position in the face of temptation. Gao Yu vision is indeed very good. Qin thought while carrying the bodies of the pirates onto the ship. After defeating the 10-color pirates, Qin got a total of 86 extraordinary points. Among them, the 10 colors contributed 30 points. The pirate group contributed 50 points. And the rest of the pirates contributed 6 points. It can be said that the harvest was quite rich. The extraordinary points obtained from the 10-color pirate group were more than double those of the Black Knife pirate group. Compared with the Black Knife pirate group, the 10-color pirate group was not sure how much inferior it was. The former could be compared with the Ghost Bone pirate group. If Qin could deal with the Ghost Bone pirate group, then the extraordinary points he obtained from the Ghost Bone pirate group would be at least 10 times that of the 10-color pirate group. The Black Blade pirates and the Ghost Bone pirates were of similar levels. But when Qin killed them, he only got a few extraordinary points. The curse on them was really terrible, and it could reduce their strength to this extent. With the help of the super vines, Qin quickly collected all the things of the 10-color pirates, including their pirate flag. This was what the fire monkey specifically told Qin. The pirate flag symbolized the face of the pirate group. Taking off the pirate's face was the honor of the bounty hunter. Some pirates would do the same. The rewards of defeating the 10-colored pirates are not only extraordinary points, but also the bounty of nearly 500 goldfish on them, and more than 300 goldfish in the treasure chest on the ship. In addition to the mess of 10 colored weapons and equipment, Qin can earn at least 1,200 goldfish this trip. No wonder there are so many bounty hunters. As long as they can hunt a slightly more famous pirate group, they are basically safe for life. However, not all hunters can eat pirate groups alone like Qin. Huge wealth is always accompanied by danger. The bodies of bounty hunters floating on the sea are the result. Fire Monkey and his group of bounty hunters targeted a pirate group with a bounty of 1,000 goldfish. In the end, 2 companions died, and 2 were seriously injured before they defeated the pirate group. Their income was about 2,000 goldfish. After deducting the cost of equipment and potion props, there were less than 1,500 goldfish left. This money also had to be deducted from the death money of the 2 dead companions, and the medical expenses of the seriously injured companions. 8 people divided it equally, and each person received less than 100 goldfish. This hunting war was still a blessing from Dalia. The pirates gathered together. In the past, they had to pay a lot of informant fees. It's not easy to be a middle-level bounty hunter. But fortunately, the goldfish they got were enough for them to spend for a long time. Don't look at the bounties of those pirates, which are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of goldfish. Goldfish look worthless. In fact, the purchasing power of goldfish is super strong. An ordinary civilian family of 3 living on Sapphire Island, their monthly expenses are about 8 to 12 silver crabs. 1 goldfish can be exchanged for 1,000 silver crabs. But for Qin and his extraordinary abilities, they have to spend at least silver crabs every time. Do you want to sell these equipment? On the way back, Fire Monkey and his friends took Qin right again, and the battle between the pirate group and the bounty hunters came to an end. Although they didn't know this illusion, both sides tacitly followed the principle of not chasing after the enemy. If you want to sell, I can introduce you to a middleman who can ship the goods quickly. Fire Monkey and his friends were lying in the corner, and said to Qin, who was collecting supplies with the super vines. He really wanted to pull Qin into their bounty group. Such a good seedling. Chapter 45 Illiterate Dalia. Okay. Qin nodded readily. Many materials are not suitable for survivors. He needs to recover funds quickly in the next 2 days. Selling to middlemen is also a good choice. Then let's go to find Granny Swan after we get to the island. She is not on the black market. The middleman that the Fire Monkeys often trade with is Granny Swan. She used to be a bounty hunter and had a good record. Later, I heard that she was seriously injured by a new pirate. Since then, she has retired to Sapphire Island and started a middleman business for bounty hunters. By the way, do you want to go out to sea again later? We go out in a small boat, and those corpses will attract a lot of sea beasts. The Fire Monkey suddenly remembered this and asked. The hunters around him looked at him strangely. Hunting sea beasts is one of the incomes of bounty hunters. The more precious the beast, the higher the price. Let them go too. The Fire Monkey pointed at Dalia and his group on the opposite boat. He had other intentions. It would certainly be more appropriate to let Qin speak than a stranger like him. And those people with extraordinary abilities obviously believed in Qin. Qin understood what Fire Monkey meant. I asked them later. Qin smiled lightly, and did not agree on behalf of Dalia and the others without authorization. However, Dalia and the others probably would not refuse, because they were short of money right now, and they could also accumulate experience. After receiving Qin's promise, the Fire Monkeys stopped talking and concentrated on resting. In this battle, they did suffer heavy losses. Whether it was pirates or hunters, they all traded their lives for money. Qin returned to the room, washed himself again, and changed into a set of light and comfortable clothes. Ever since entering this world, he always had a lingering smell of blood on his body, looming. Sitting on the sofa, still wiping his head in the familiar manner, Qin opened his personal panel. This time, the extraordinary points gained were a lot, enough for Qin to upgrade his spiritual attributes. However, Qin was not in a hurry to upgrade his spiritual attributes, because spiritual attributes were not the most important thing for him now. His extraordinary ability does not rely on spiritual attributes, and Qin's current skills do not rely on spiritual attributes either. Qin opened the skill bar. Rather than improving spiritual attributes, Qin, who had suddenly become rich, wanted to make those 3 combat-type mechanical creatures. E-level mechanical manufacturing can be upgraded to D-level by spending 100 extraordinary points. For D-level mechanical manufacturing, Qin could barely try to make and assemble those 3 mechanical creatures. The difficulty of making combat-type mechanical creatures is not comparable to that of mechanical spider bombs. Chen needs more advanced skills and knowledge. 14 points of gap in extraordinary points. Chen finger gently tapped the bounty book. He clicked on the panel of the ship. The ship can also be upgraded with extraordinary points, the whole ship can be upgraded, or a single cabin can be upgraded. Kitchen, medical room, warehouse, growing area, rudder, and the mechanical factory. Even super vines and mechanical ants can be upgraded. But the mechanical factory that Chen wants to upgrade requires more extraordinary points than upgrading skills. The kitchen and the medical room are enough for points. But there is no need to waste them now. Chen sighed slightly. The only place on Sapphire Island where you can do it is the black market. Doing it elsewhere will easily attract other people's attention, and you will be caught. Chen is a relatively law-abiding person. Sister, can I come in? There was a knock on the door from Dalia. Come in. Chen closed the panel and softened his tone. Sister, are you okay? Dalia looked at Chen worriedly. The pirate stabbed her so many times, and she bled so much. She was almost scared to death. It's okay. It's almost healed. Chen lifted her clothes to show Dalia the wound. Zui Yun's ability was not yet enough to heal her instantly. But Chen wound had recovered at least half. Zui Yun's ability was quite, how should I put it, when used in battle? The recovery speed was a bit too fast. He had already started to heal while the knife was still stuck in his flesh. A bit painful. Chen felt that he needed to tell Zui Yun about his experience of using it. Otherwise, the next user would be really miserable. He was miserable too. Thinking about the feeling at that time. Chen mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't think about it anymore. Chen took out a piece of white paper from the bookshelf and began to write with a rustling sound. The writing in this world was completely different from theirs. But when they were thrown into this world, all the survivors learned the common language of this world without any instruction. After finishing writing, Chen handed the paper to Dalia. Looking at the earthworm-like symbol on the paper, Dalia's face suddenly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Sister, I can't read. I forgot. Dalia was born on the slave island and grew up there since she was a child. But Chen eyebrows were twisted together. Dalia was going to the Scarlet Sea, and the situation she was going to face was very dangerous. Illiteracy. This was a big problem. Would the remnants of the Moana pirates have so much time for him to learn? Chen glanced at the uneasy Dalia. He obviously thought of this problem. Dalia has always been very smart, but she is willing to play dumb in front of Chen. Don't worry. Chen rubbed Dalia's head, pulled a picture book from the bookshelf and handed it to Dalia. You read the picture book for a while. Okay. Dalia nodded obediently, sitting next to Chen and reading absent-mindedly. Chen quickly contacted Qi, wanting to see if he had any language-related skill books or second-phase props. Qi was very tight-lipped, and was very far away from him, so he would not affect him and Dalia. If he went to Gaoyu, there would be certain risks. Chen really found the right person to go to Qi, who was recently preparing to transform into a recycler. And he was the kind of scarce recycler that didn't open for half a year, and made a profit for half a year after opening. With such a good platform as Chen private chat channel, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Qi has a lot of strange and seemingly useless skill books and props in his hands. This is all thanks to Chen. As soon as Chen asked, he immediately found a suitable skill book. The skill book named Deep Blue Sea Basic Common Language and Characters is very suitable for illiterate people like Dalia. He has a full 100 books. Considering that Chen is his benefactor, Qi directly sold it to Chen at the cost price of 5 silver crabs. As for whether it is the cost price, Qi counted the silver crabs in his hand and smiled with his teeth showing. The glittering silver is so beautiful. It would be even better if it was gold. This skill book needs someone else to come. Qi will definitely ask for 1 goldfish. Chen got the skill book and quickly let Dalia use it. Moana daughter is illiterate. What's this? Chapter 46 Gathering Materials. Dalia has learned the common language, and Chen can finally communicate with him in writing. After the dragon pirates arrive at Sapphire Island, the pirates on the island will definitely take action, and I will find a way to send you to Lei Guang at that time. After Dalia understood the words written by Chen on the paper, she bit her lips subconsciously and quickly let go. He was not happy, and even a little nervous and scared. Why is this? Chen expression remained unchanged. But he felt something strange in his heart. I don't want to be separated from my sister. Dalia wrote a line of crooked words on the paper. and then threw herself into Qinqing's arms. Qinqing caught Dalia and stroked her back from time to time, but his eyes fell on the paper. If Dalia was reluctant to be separated from him, this might be one of the reasons. But this reason was not enough to make Dalia show such an expression. Was it because of fear that she couldn't get to Lei Guang safely? That's why she showed that expression. Qinqing didn't know. But if Dalia was afraid, it was understandable. Among so many pirates, her strength was indeed not enough. She still had to increase the production capacity of the mechanical factory. Not to mention the 3 mechanical creatures. She had to have as many mechanical spider bombs as possible. She had to go to the black market. Qinqing narrowed his eyes, and there was a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. I guess the black market bandits are going to be in trouble again. The ship soon docked, and most of the bounty hunters on the way back brought back rich gains. The bounty guild was suddenly filled with hunters carrying pirate heads, and a large number of civilians gathered outside the guild. Sellers, beggars, thieves, swindlers, and many beautiful boys and girls. There were all kinds of people. Gao Yu and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the grand occasion of the bounty guild. It was like the new year. Let's go to the shipyard first. Gao Yu waved to Qinqing. The newly acquired ship still needed to be repaired and renovated. They didn't have the hands-on ability as Qinqing. See you at the dock later. Maybe he shouldn't stick to people with extraordinary abilities when selecting people. Yes. Qinqing nodded slightly and followed the fire monkeys into the bounty guild. The swarm of bounty hunters kept the guild staff busy. There were not many staff members in the Sapphire Island Guild. It looked like they were from the same family. The family seemed to have bad tempers. One hunter was impatient and said some harsh words. The daughter, who was counting the bounty, immediately pulled out a long knife from under the bar and dragged the hunter out to duel. In the end, it was the fire monkey who came out to mediate. When it was Qinqing's turn, it was his mother who received him. Boss. He stretched out his hand coldly and said unhappily, "Thank you for the trouble." Qinqing handed over the human parts in the bag. Although Qinqing's tone did not fluctuate, the mother on the other side still felt Qinqing's friendliness. His tone slowed down, and he responded, "The 10-color pirates, their bounty has just increased by 100 goldfish, which was added by Knight's company. A total of 589 goldfish, 125 silver crabs, and 678 copper shells. Ariel, pay!" The mother shouted loudly, and the guild was noisy, and it would be impossible to hear it if she didn't shout loudly. The bounty of pirates is generally composed of 2 parts. One is the bounty guild's measurement and judgment of their strength, and the other is the bounty added to them by other creatures on the sea. In most cases, the latter accounts for a higher proportion. For example, the Renault family that Qinqing is targeting. Their strength and bounty are actually not proportional. They are stronger than the 10-color pirates, but not much stronger. Most of the bounty of more than 3,000 is piled up by private wanted orders. However, the Renault family is rich. They will spend a huge amount of money to arm themselves and their ships. Moreover, they will also spend money to deal with some bounty hunters. In addition, this family is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong, and flatters the superiors and bullies the subordinates. Few bounty hunters will bite their bones. Thank you for your help. Qinqing took the purse handed over by his daughter Ariel, and casually grabbed a handful of coins, and put them into an empty jar on the bar. "I buy you a drink." Qinqing smiled. "Thank you, I hope to see you again next time." Ariel threw a wink at Qinqing, and raised a big bright smile. "It's my turn. It's my turn." The bounty hunter behind Qinqing hurriedly filled in Qinqing's empty seat, and Ariel immediately frowned again, and switched to a cold expression. After leaving the bounty guild, Qinqing followed the fire monkeys to Granny Swan. Granny Swan and Granny Peach are completely different. Granny Peach is a kind grandmother next door, while Granny Swan is a cool sister. She wears a long windbreaker and black sunglasses, which is very cool. She also has a modified heavy-duty black motorcycle, which is worth a lot of money. It is said that it can cross the border between the deep blue sea and the Scarlet Sea. Qinqing was jealous. Unfortunately, Granny Swan never lets people touch her, and she is reluctant to let people see her. Previously, the Magic Dragon of the Magic Dragon Pirate Group wanted to spend a lot of money to buy it, but was scolded by Grandma Swan. Qinqing sold the hard-to-sell materials in his hands to Grandma Swan for more than 200 goldfish. He also bought a lot of materials from Grandma Swan, including a black sky stone. The black sky stone was the size of a grain of rice. And Qin spent 100 goldfish. At the same time, he also bought 7 steel veins needed by mechanical creatures from Grandma Swan, and each cost 80 goldfish. Fortunately, 1 steel vein can make at least 3 mechanical creatures, provided that there is no failure. The failure rate of mechanical creatures is very high. Qin also needed a mechanical heart and a more advanced power core. Granny Swan didn't have these 2 things. Qin had to go to the black market. After coming out of Granny Swan, Qin went to the black market again. This was his second time to the black market, so he had some experience. In the end, Qin got 6 mechanical hearts for free, and spent 200 goldfish to buy a bunch of intermediate power cores. There were about 500 in total, half of which were about to be scrapped. Qin recycled them all. In addition, Qin also collected the last 14 points of extraordinary points to upgrade his skills. The price was that he was stabbed several times. After coming out of the black market, Qin had almost spent all his money again. Fortunately, he had collected all the materials this time. After returning to the ship, Qin immediately upgraded the skill of mechanical manufacturing. The extraordinary points turned into light, and a large amount of knowledge suddenly poured into Qin's mind. Qin was ready, but this feeling was really hard to get used to. His face turned pale all of a sudden, and it took a long time for him to recover. Knock knock Qin. We are ready to go to sea. Do you want to join us? The voice of the fire monkey came from the door. At this time, the sea beasts were almost all gathered. Chapter 47 The Mysterious Ship of the Bird Adventure Group. Okay, we are here. As soon as he spoke, Qin's voice was unusually hoarse. Qin was very able to endure pain, and was able to not show it on his face. But this did not mean that Qin could not feel the pain. He rubbed his temples, and his head was still a little swollen. He had to prepare some spiritual potions. Qin had put all the weapons and equipment of the 10 color pirates that he had seized before on his private channel for sale. The survivors were in great need of this type of stuff now. After all, most of the survivors were still floating on the sea. Having good equipment and weapons can improve their chances of survival. Not only that, Qin also regularly sells low-priced living supplies on the trading channel. He basically does not make money, or even loses money. However, he limits the age of the trading object and the number of purchases. Qin is purely doing charity for these biological supplies. Qin is very open-minded. As long as these supplies can help a person who is really in need, it is enough. He has this ability, why not do it? As soon as Qin weapons were put on the shelves, they were welcomed by the survivors in the private channel. These weapons are for the 10 color pirates to use, all are fine products, and of very good quality. Everyone knows what they are worth. Qin exchange items are still those, mainly mechanical drawings, mechanical materials, and mechanical creations. But he has no time to deal with these transactions for the time being. Qin is going to sea with the fire monkeys now. Also Gaoyu and his friends are going with him, as well as Hikai on Qin's ship, and the caravan from the Reef Island. Originally, they were going to wait for Qin, but, with the current situation on Sapphire Island, if they stay any longer, they will definitely become cannon fodder. Gaoyu and the others were also about to leave, so they followed them. The caravan owner, Jarvis, had experience, and Gaoyu and the others had a certain level of strength. Apart from anything else, Gaoyu and the others were definitely stronger than the caravan's original guards. So it was a good idea for both sides to go out to sea together. By the way, Xiaoxiu and Zuiyun followed the fire monkeys to hunt sea beasts and earn some extra money. And Gaoyu could also exercise her extraordinary abilities, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This time, Qin did not take Dalia out to sea, but left her in the Bounty Guild. The Bounty Guild was bustling with people, and had been working all night in recent days. It was just right to leave it there. As for the ship, it was parked at the dock and taken care of by the super vines. Ordinary pirates could not break through the defense of the super vines. And the other pirates? They could not find any useful clues. Originally, Qin actually planned to stay on the ship to study the 3 mechanical creatures. However, according to the fire monkey, the news from the sea attracted a giant sea-level sea beast this time. The extraordinary sea beast Frost Lizard. Its bones are the best main material for body-strengthening potions, and the effect is very good. Bounty hunters are preparing to hunt it, but the pirates will not participate. The middle and low-level pirates died or fled, and the remaining pirate groups either disdained to participate in such activities, they wanted to save their strength to deal with the dragon pirates, or wait to reap the benefits. The dragon pirates have already faced the Thunderbird pirates, and the Thunderbirds were defeated and fled. The legendary Moana daughter has fallen into the hands of the dragon. Zhao Fuli sent the news that they are now on the dragon's ship. The pirates of the dragon's pirate group are quite good. Not only did they not attack them, they also treated their injuries, and sent them to the Sapphire Island. This is what Zhao Fuli said. In his original words, they are different from other pirates. Chen Qing maintained a neutral opinion on Zhao Fuli evaluation. After all, he is a pirate. So far, there is not a single pirate that Chen Qing has seen without the blood of innocent civilians on his hands. Fire Monkey. Is that the bird adventure group? A bounty hunter asked uncertainly. His voice brought Chen Qing back to his senses, and he turned his head to look forward. It seems right. Did they change ships? Fire Monkey frowned. The Bird Adventure Group is a well-known adventure group in the deep blue sea. They are very powerful, and they claim to love freedom and peace. They also carry a high bounty, but generally no bounty hunter would attack them. This group of people are only interested in adventure and the unknown. Most adventure groups and exploration groups will not participate in the disputes between pirates and hunters. There is a slight difference between adventure groups and exploration groups. The former like to go to unknown places, while the latter prefer dangerous areas. The unknown is not necessarily dangerous, and the dangerous is not necessarily unknown, so there is a slight difference between the two. The adventure groups and exploration groups that appeared on Sapphire Island this time are basically here to join in the fun. Why did the Bird Adventure Group appear here? Bounty hunters are well informed. Earlier, Fire Monkey heard that the Bird Adventure Group went to an island that had just appeared. Why did they come back so soon? And they came to Sapphire Island. Even the ship has changed its appearance? Chen Qing looked in the direction of the Bird Adventure Group. Even though they were so far away, he still felt the danger from the Bird Adventure Group. It was terrifying and chilling. And this feeling did not come from the Bird Adventure Group, but from their ship. That ordinary and seemingly normal ship is very dangerous. It seems to be alive. As soon as this realization came into his mind, Chen Qing's heart immediately began to beat violently, bang, bang, bang. Even the blood in his blood vessels seemed to be beating along with it. At this moment, Chen Qing could not hear anything, could not see anything. There was only the sound of his heart beating, and the sound of his blood flowing in his ears. And his sight was only on the ship, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying creature. Chen Qing could no longer hear what the fire monkeys were saying. When he came to his senses again, they were already at the dock of Sapphire Island. Chen Qing blinked, and felt so confused for the first time. What happened? Is the Flying Bird Adventure Group sick? They are not bounty hunters, and they don't lack money, and they are trying to steal our food. The bounty hunters around him complained in dissatisfaction, with gloomy faces. The sea beasts that gathered in the area where they hunted pirates before were all killed by the Flying Bird Adventure Group. Not a single one was left. They didn't even leave them some soup. They are simply sick. Okay, those sea beasts didn't write our names. They have the strength to kill them. How can they not let them kill them? The fire monkey hurriedly calmed the hunter's emotions. That being said, but the fire monkey also felt a little depressed. Chen Qing, would you like to have some drinks? The fire monkey sighed. I thought I could make more money this time. Oh, okay. Chen Qing had a complicated expression, and he still hadn't recovered from the fear just now. What was the origin of that ship? Even the captains of the pirate groups of Yogu Baixian didn't give him such a feeling. Chapter 48 The Mysterious Bird Ship Incident. It was already late at night. Chen Qing and Huaho and his group went to the Sea Anemone Tavern on Sapphire Island. The roadside was full of drunken pirates and bounty hunters lying on the ground. The civilians on the island had already fallen asleep, and only the port area was still bustling. When they walked into the Sea Anemone Tavern, there were still many hunters sitting in the tavern. Boss, give us 5 cups of death bombs each. As soon as he entered the tavern, Fire Monkey slammed the coins on the table and shouted loudly. Death Bomb is a very popular mixed wine in this world, which is made from a variety of super strong wines. Hunters like to have a few drinks after the mission to relieve the pressure and depression in their hearts. After all, every time a mission ends, it is often accompanied by the death of companions. Although Fire Monkey has been comforting other hunters just now, it is obvious that he is also upset about the fact that the prey was snatched by the Bird Adventure Group. That's what he said. But who wouldn't feel depressed if this happened to them? The bar owner was used to it, and quickly brought the deep sea bombs up, and lined them up in a row, smelling the pungent smell of alcohol in the cup. Chin drank the wine in one gulp. The 10 days since entering this world were dozens of times more exciting than his previous life combined. And Chin was indeed a little stressed. The fire monkey saw Chin actions, and obviously misunderstood Chin meaning. He thought Chin was the same as them. After a few drinks, Fire Monkey started to hug Chin and pour out his heart to heart. The other hunters also drank until their faces were red, letting themselves go. Only Chin remained calm and sat among a group of drunkards. The boss silently gave Chin a thumbs up. Awesome. Their world actually praises people like this. That Osaka adventure group, what's so great about it? Aren't they just a group of noble children? If I had their background, I would definitely be better than them. Woo woo woo, my sea beast, my C-class sea beast. Too much woo woo woo, they don't need this little money. John, you died so tragically. The drunk hunters all started crying, and the fire monkey hugged Chin's shoulders and started to act like sisters. Sitting among a group of drunks, Chin was helpless. In fact, the fire monkeys were not necessarily really drunk, but just used the excuse of drunkenness to express their boredom. When you are drunk, you use this as an excuse for whatever you do. Chin smokes and drinks. But he is not addicted. He doesn't like the feeling of being drunk and losing his mind. Nor does he like the feeling of being controlled by something. The fire monkeys kept making noise until dawn, and a group of beautiful boys appeared at the door of the tavern. Chin raised his eyebrows slightly, and before he could make any move, the fire monkeys had already come up to him with a smile, hugging one of them. Chin understood instantly. Chin, how about I introduce you to one? The fire monkey winked at Chin and hung on the handsome boy. He was also about 1.8 meters tall, and the boy was struggling. No need. Chin smiled and shook his head, took out a few coins from his purse, and handed them to the boss. Sorry. I'm sorry to bother you. The tavern was messed up by the fire monkeys, and the boss had to spend a lot of time to clean it up after closing. Have fun. Chin patted the fire monkey on the shoulder, waved to them, and left without looking back. The fire monkeys are really good. They are strong, experienced, and sensible. Maybe I can join their bounty group and see. But I have to wait until Dalia's matter is resolved. The temperature at the port in the early morning is very low, and the breath turns into mist. The ships moored at the dock are unusually quiet. Chin stood on the dock, looking in the direction of the Flying Bird Adventure group with a frown. Why can't he feel the breath of people on that ship? The Flying Bird Adventure group's ship is very quiet and empty, as if there are no living people. The same was true for the several boats near the Flying Bird Adventure group. It was eerily quiet. Could they have brought something out of the Adventure Island? An ominous premonition filled Chin's heart. Sister, are you back? Dalia suddenly opened the door, walked barefoot on the deck in a nightgown, looking sleepy. Well, go back to sleep. Chin jumped onto the boat, half crouched on the railing, and glanced in the direction of the Flying Bird Adventure group. The people of Sapphire Island should be able to take care of it. Right? Although Chin didn't know what was on the ship, but he had a hunch that the things on the ship would most likely destroy all the civilians on the island. Except for a few pirates and hunters who were able to escape, the rest of the people. Take your sister back to the cabin. A cold voice sounded at the quiet dock, and Dalia's eyes widened instantly with a face full of alertness. Several bounty hunters had already appeared in the port, scattered on the roofs or ships around the Asuka Adventure group. Among them was the bounty hunter named Shuangwei that Chin had seen. It seemed that Sapphire Island had discovered the abnormality of the Bird Adventure group. Chin covered Dalia's curious eyes and took the child back to the cabin. Be honest, don't go out and do bad things, stay in the room. Chin nodded Dalia's head and gave the super vine an order to protect Dalia. When he was away, it was the super vine that took care of and protected Dalia. Chin, the adult, was not on the ship, only Dalia was a child, but many pirates were eyeing Dalia. But they were not able to leave the ship. The fish under the ship were all fed fat by Dalia. Got it. Dalia responded obediently. After drinking, Chin's mind became clearer. It might be a bit strange to say this, but Chin felt that his 5 senses had become much more sensitive. He was going to go back to the studio to study the 3 mechanical creations. The water-healing butterfly could be postponed. Priority should be given to making the super shield whale and the explosive war rabbit. The machinery factory was still running diligently. The corner of the warehouse was filled with mechanical spider bombs, and the other half of the area was occupied by water purifiers. Chen Qing estimated that there might be more than 10,000 of them. He could start selling water purifiers tomorrow. Not only that, he also had to find a way to spread the mechanical spider bombs throughout the Sapphire Island. He would avoid the civilian area. Just as he sat down, there was a loud noise from the dock, and the seawater was blown up. Chen Qing's boat began to shake violently. He watched the boat next to the window fly into the sky, accompanied by the confused expressions of the pirates on the boat. Chen Qing lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Sorry. It was really a little funny. But soon, Chen Qing couldn't laugh anymore. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will be affected. They are the fish. Chapter 49 Dangerous Creature Ship. At first, Shuangwei and his team wanted to deal with the mysterious creature on the Fei Niao Adventure Group's ship without alerting any other ships. However, this creature was much more dangerous than they expected. It not only killed the members of the Fei Niao Adventure Group, but also other pirate caravans on nearby ships, and even the surrounding residents. They were all eaten by it. The Fei Niao Adventure Group's ship was full of white bones. What kind of monster did they bring out? Shuangwei gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily. He hated these adventurers and explorers, who liked to make trouble the most. They had caused the Deep Blue Crisis in the Deep Blue Sea many times. If this matter is not resolved properly this time, it may turn into a Deep Blue Crisis again. What's the point of cursing now? Let's think about how to kill it. Fei Hua had a cold face and fear in his eyes. Although adventurers and explorers often make trouble, their contribution to this world cannot be denied. The progress of the world, partly because of them. But this time, Fei Hua also felt a headache. This creature is really strange. It is not a creature. He is sure that this thing is alive. But how can a living creature turn into a ship? Every detail is exactly the same as the ship. The planks are planks. The cloth is cloth. The wood chips flying out of the broken planks are indeed wood chips. After turning into a ship, it still retains the instinct of a living creature, and will devour all living things around it. It's not that there are no ships in the Deep Blue Sea, but there are ship spirits and ship beasts. But they are completely different from this creature. This thing. Is it a ship or a creature? Is it alive or dead? No one can give a definite answer. After all, it has just been discovered. Although it's a little difficult. This thing is indeed a good new discovery. A masked bounty hunter whispered. Let's call this creature a biological ship. The Osaka Adventure Group should have discovered its specialness and brought it out. But they didn't expect that they would die at the hands of the biological ship. The biological ship will definitely be welcomed by those pirates. The question is, who can control it? Shuangwei drooped his eyes and said unhappily, they don't know how strong the Bird Adventure Group is. Even they died in the hands of this biological ship, and they were all killed. There are probably not many people in the entire Deep Blue Sea who can control it. What do you mean, kill? The black fireball in Fei Hua's hand has condensed. He turned his head and looked at the other bounty hunters and asked, you bounty hunters, don't get involved in this matter. A smiling female voice suddenly came from behind the few people, and everyone turned around. They didn't know when. The captains of the major pirate groups on Sapphire Island actually gathered together. Shuangwei curled his lips. They must be shitfish. They gathered as soon as they smelled the smell. Bai Xian Yuan Fei glanced at his subordinates next to him, and his deputy immediately presented Shuangwei, Fei and them with a bag of goldfish. Shuangwei looked at the goldfish, then looked at Bai Xian and others, suddenly sneered, and chose to take the goldfish and leave without hesitation. Okay, he will see how they die. If all these pirates die, the Deep Blue Sea will be quiet for a while. He doesn't think these guys can deal with this unknown creature. As expected by Bai Xian, all the bounty hunters chose to take the money and leave. How could bounty hunters go against money? After getting rid of the bounty hunters, Bai Xian and his friends started to clear the area, because they didn't want their fruits to be picked by others. Chen Qing was also among those being cleared out. When the pirates who were knocking on the door fiercely saw Chen Qing, their voices immediately dropped. This hunter is a tough guy. Well, our Jerome pirates have started to clear the area. Yes. Chen Qing glanced at the money bag handed over by the pirates, did not refuse, and obediently agreed to their request to clear the area. He locked the hatch, and left the dock with Dalia. Seeing Chen Qing's cooperation, the pirate who knocked on the door was relieved and quickly handed over the money bag. He was also afraid that this hunter would chop him down if he was unhappy. These new hunters are fearless. Shuangwei and Fei Hua used to be like this. They would kill people if they disagreed. With Dalia, Qin calmly passed by Jerome and other pirate captains. Wait a minute. Yogu suddenly called Qin. Dalia's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. What's the matter? Qin raised his eyelids, with a dead look on his face. Are you interested in joining our pirate group? Yogu invited Qin. Dalia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. These people wanted to capture her and kill her. Even though Dalia already knew the danger she was facing, she still couldn't suppress her nervousness and fear. However, in this nervousness and fear, Dalia also felt a faint sense of excitement. He was clearly standing in front of them, but they did not notice him. However, Dalia did not show anything on her face, but imitated Qin with a big dead face. A small dead face, and cold as ice. It was hard for Yogu not to be angry. Of course Yogu would not be angry, because Qin had the ability to show his face to them. He was a rookie who could kill the bastards of the Black Blade pirates. He was a talent. He has always been good-tempered towards talented people. Not interested. You can think about it carefully. You are welcome in the Yogu pirates. We are not the scumbags like Black Knife. Yogu pulled the corners of his stiff mouth, and his smile was terrifying. Looking at Yogu's smile, Dalia swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the sound was clear and audible. Yogu is not ugly, he looks like an ordinary person, but the aura he exudes is very scary for some reason. It's not the kind of power suppression, but the feeling of seeing a ghost in a horror movie. Maybe it's because he was born in the Misty Sea? Look how you scared the little sister, so pitiful. Bai Xian smiled and touched Dalia's head, and a few goldfish appeared in his palm and stuffed them into Dalia's pocket. Go buy some delicious food. Dalia looked up, and he felt that this smiling monster was more frightening than the black one just now. But if you have money, don't be a bastard. This is what he learned since he was a child on the slave island. Thank you, beautiful sister. Dalia smiled sweetly. The smiley monster must have a narrow mind than the dark one just now. He can't cause trouble for his sister. Little devil. Compared to Qin, Bai Xian still likes this little devil in front of him more. He looks like him. While they were talking, countless pirates had been eaten by the biological ship, leaving only bones scattered on the ground. If you look closely, you will find that all the pirates eaten were on Jerome and Bai Xian's ship. Chapter 50 Assistant Beehive. Among the pirate captains present, Bai Xian and Jerome were extremely indifferent to their subordinates. To them, pirates were consumables, like leeks. One crop after another, and there would never be a shortage. In fact, it was true. The two pirate captains Yugu Yixing on the side were much more humane than Bai Xian and Jerome. Although they could not make all the crew members companions, at least they would not watch the crew die. Qin kept his cold dead face. He found that all the pirates of the Gem Pirates were not here. Did they stay with Lei Guang? He suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity. Let's go! Qin nodded to them, and left with Dalia. Yogu and Bai Xian did not stop them. After all, Qin was just a small episode. Their focus was still on the strange biological ship. Especially Bai Xian, he was a person with strong control. With such a powerful biological ship, he can not only better control his pirates, but also greatly expand his own strength. At that time, even the dragon will not be his opponent. Bai Xian Yuanfei is determined to get this biological ship. As a notorious pirate, who is extremely hated and feared by his pirates, Bai Xian has many enemies and often encounters various assassinations. A few days ago, Bai Xian was assassinated by a little male pet under the guise of revenge for his mother. Being so obsessed with, Bai Xian was also very distressed. Compared to Bai Xian's determination, Yugu was more casual. He also kept a sea beast on his ship, which was probably incompatible with the ship. Yixing was also indifferent. He didn't like such evil creatures. And Jerome. His attention was all on Dalia next to Qin. With Dalia, why would he need a biological ship? Jerome still knew which was more important. As long as he got Dalia, he could get 10 biological ships. Not to mention one. The Scarlet Sea. The place he had always dreamed of entering. But the old man was still struggling with whether Dalia was Dalia or not, and whether he should take action. While Bai Xian and the others were here, Jerome struggled and weighed the pros and cons for a long time, and finally decided to send his most capable men to kidnap Dalia. Kill Qin by the way, just as revenge for that old man Damon. Qin, who left, didn't know that he had been targeted by Jerome, and he took Dalia to Granny Tauzi recycling plant. Granny Tauzi recycling plant has a lot of large mechanical tools. He can borrow them. He wants to make the explosive war rabbit, and super shield whale. Don't think that Qin and Dalia came out empty-handed. In fact, all the materials are posted on the trading channel. He brought them with a mini mechanical factory. This is probably one of the advantages of being a mechanic. Even the cabin, Qin made it detachable when he first installed it. When we came to Granny Towsy recycling plant, Granny Towsy was the only one in the recycling plant. After Qin paid the money, Granny Towsy agreed to let him use all the machines here. Although the mechanical tools and mechanical creatures in the recycling plant are all old models, they are indeed very useful. Qin mechanical factory cannot compare with Granny Towsy machinery. Dalia was quite interested in the submarine that Qin had repaired before, and she happily rented it from Granny Towsy with her own money. Qin concentrated on studying the explosive war rabbit. As a sea-level light purple quality mechanical creation, the explosive war rabbit will have a sea-level combat skill as soon as it leaves the factory. Half Moon Slash. In addition, there are also D-level melee combat, swordplay, collision. Not only that, its attributes are also very scary. The attributes of mechanical creations are different from those of humans. Humans only have two major attributes, physical and spiritual. Mechanical creations are divided into 5 major attributes: attack, defense, speed, durability, and energy. The explosive war rabbit is good at attack, and speed is second. The super shield whale is naturally defense and durability, and the water healing butterfly is energy and speed durability. In the deep blue sea, purple quality is still relatively scarce. Qin also had great difficulty in researching and assembling it. The 2 arms of the explosive war rabbit alone had more than 180,000 precision parts. Fortunately, Granny Towsy had a big guy here to help, which relieved Qin of a lot of pressure. It is not correct to say that it is a big guy. To be precise, it should be a giant mechanical honeycomb. B-level mechanical creation. Assistant B honeycomb, light purple, damaged. It is hidden in a pile of mechanical garbage, and it is difficult to find. Granny Towsy dragged this treasure out because Qin was generous and straightforward in giving money, and had good character. There were not many assistant bees left in the mechanical hive. These few assistant bees were assembled bit by the last assistant queen bee in the hive using mechanical garbage from the recycling plant, including the tattered hive. This is one of the characteristics of the mechanical assistant bees. As long as there is an assistant bee, it will automatically transform into a queen bee and do its best to rebuild the hive. The assistant queen bee retains the characteristics of the biological queen bee, but because it is a mechanical creature, it does not need to burn its own life to reproduce like the biological queen bee. Qin thinks that Granny Towsy mechanical recycling plant may be open for the mechanical assistant bees. He is not thinking about Granny Towsy hive. As long as he is given a little time to study, he can build a new hive by himself. This hive is indeed suitable for him. The assistant bee hive plus the mechanical factory is definitely a critical hit. With the help of the assistant bees, Qin assembled the 2 arms of the explosive hunting rabbit in less than an hour. It worked perfectly. This was when there were less than 10 assistant bees. If he had his own assistant bee hive, Qin would probably be able to build a mechanical army soon. While Qin was concentrating on studying and assembling the explosive hunting rabbit, Bai Xian and others at the port had already fought with the biological ship several times. Under Bai Xian attack, the biological ship finally revealed its true form. Blood red, like a strange flesh creature with skin and flesh peeled off, emitting an unpleasant smell, blood gushing out. The whole sea area was dyed red by it. It has no definite shape, and has a very strong and almost impeccable camouflage ability. If it weren't for its desire for flesh and blood, the people of Sapphire Island would not have discovered its existence at all. But this also proves that the IQ of this creature is very low, or it is that it has no wisdom at all, and all its actions are based on instinct. Qin didn't know everything that happened in the port, and he didn't care. The port is far away from the recycling plant, but the recycling plant is not safe, and the danger is quietly approaching him unknowingly. Chapter 51 Explosive Battle Hunting Rabbit. After searching most of the Sapphire Island, Jerome's subordinate Luke finally found Qin trace in a recycling plant in a corner. Jerome, this old man, is too cautious, and his subordinates are similar to him. Luke carefully checked the situation of the recycling plant before preparing to take action. He did not find Dalia trace, so he could only attack Qin first. Without Qin protection, Dalia could only surrender. But Luke didn't know that he had been discovered by those bulky guys as soon as he appeared in the recycling plant. It was just that Granny Towsy didn't want to get involved in these messy things. So she pretended to be deaf and dumb and pretended not to know. However, Chun-Ching, as a talented mechanic, naturally knew that there were some changes in those big guys. They were all old models. Granny Towsy couldn't repair them. And Tang was still an apprentice mechanic. So they all had some problems to a certain extent. Chun-Ching pretended not to know about Luke's appearance and continued to assemble his explosive war rabbit. The assembly of the explosive war rabbit has entered the final stage. I don't know which genius created the Assistant B. Each Assistant B is at least comparable to a junior basic mechanic. Chun-Ching continued to concentrate on finishing. As long as the mechanical heart is installed, it will be done. This is the most difficult part of assembling the explosive war rabbit. If you are not careful, it will be completely scrapped. The installation of the mechanical heart requires abundant mental strength and strong concentration. Luke thought he had entered the recycling plant quietly, but he did not find the small things hidden in the pile of machinery. Countless mechanical spider bombs had already been scattered all over the recycling plant. Dalia was extremely sensitive to malice. Jerome thought that the malice in his eyes was well hidden, but it had already been discovered by Dalia. Don't underestimate slaves. They are very sensitive to emotions. Chun-Ching was ready for Jerome to send someone, or come by himself. But Jerome has been showing off his power in the deep blue sea for a long time. He is too conceited. Luke is a very strong assassin, far more powerful than Chun-Ching. But Chun-Ching is not alone. It is the most stupid illusion to think that a mechanic is fighting alone. Granny Towsy, who stayed quietly in the shed, was shocked to find that the lights of all the mechanical controllers in the room were turned off. They all lost control. A mechanical bird appeared in the window of the shed at some point. The mechanical bird poured a bag of goldfish, silver crabs and copper shells on the table in the shed. Granny Towsy's eyelids twitched, and she sighed softly. Children these days are so amazing. Mechanical recycling plant, this is the home of mechanics. Before Luke approached Chun-Ching, he suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by something. He raised his head and met a pair of huge eyes. Green, first-generation mechanical guardian, giant titan, E-class, damaged. Warning! Warning! Intruder, intruder approaching. The eyes of the mechanical giant titan glowed with dangerous red light, and all the titans around the recycling plant opened their eyes, staring at Luke. Luke was used to big scenes with Jerome, and he was confident in his own strength. But now, he didn't know why he felt a little uneasy. From beginning to end, Chun-Ching in the distance didn't look back at Luke, and he was still concentrating on doing his own thing. He remained calm even when the sky was falling. Luke's strength was far superior to Chun-Ching, both in experience and strength. Even with such a Chun-Ching, Luke felt a sense of fear. But thinking about Jerome's order, Luke's face turned cold. He was just a newcomer. Quick fight. Quick decision. He raised the custom sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at Chun-Ching, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Clang. A clear and audible sound of impact. The bullet shot out along the selected trajectory, but did not hit Chun-Ching's head as Luke expected. It was blocked by the mechanical giant. As the first-generation model of the mechanical guardian, it had many shortcomings, so that it became garbage on the seabed, and was finally salvaged by Granny Towsy. But as a guardian, its defense is unquestionable. The defense network formed by the four-sided guardian spread throughout the recycling plant. It easily blocked Luke's sniper bullets. However, Luke's bullets were not vegetarian. His sniper rifle cost a lot of money, and was specially made by a gun master. The guardian located in the southeast corner completely lost his life, and closed his eyes forever. Looking at this scene, Luke was shocked. He didn't expect that such a powerful mechanical creature could be hidden in a small recycling plant. However, the surprises waiting for Luke were more than that. When he was shocked by the strength of the guardian, the mechanical spider bomb had already approached him. When he felt the danger, the mechanical spider was instantly detonated. A huge explosion sounded in the mechanical recycling plant, causing billowing smoke. In the thick smoke, Luke rushed out quickly, dragging his legs, with a strong resentment on his face. Chun-Ching was even harder to kill than he thought. He actually hurt his leg. In that resentment was mixed with a faint fear. If he failed to complete Jerome's mission, he would definitely not have a good end. Thinking of this, Luke directly abandoned his most proficient firearms, and rushed towards Chun-Ching with a knife in his hand. He knew very well that Chun-Ching was not as strong as him, so he created so many messy mechanical creatures. As long as he got close to Chun-Ching, he would definitely die. However, It was not so easy to get close to Qin. Countless scrapped mechanical creations and mechanical appliances rushed out from the pile of mechanical hills, forming a series of defenses to block Luke's steps. These machines naturally could not stop Luke, but the mechanical spider bombs hidden in the machines caused Luke a lot of damage. The mechanical spider bomb that could blow up ordinary pirates only injured one of Luke's legs. This was within Qin expectations. After being modified by him, the mechanical spider bomb focused on quantity rather than quality. If quality is not enough, quantity will make up for it. Mechanical spider bombs emerge in an endless stream, always appearing in places Luke could not expect, and then suddenly detonate. If one mechanical spider bomb is not enough, then 10, 100, 1,000. The huge movement of the recycling plant did not attract any attention from other people on the island. Their focus was all on the lightning and the port. Similarly, Qin was not affected by the earth-shattering explosion in the recycling plant. He held the mechanical heart in his hand steadily. 5, 4. Qin counted silently in his heart. His mental power connected the mechanical heart and the iron vein, connecting them together bit by bit. 2, 1. The last link was completed. The explosive hunting rabbit lying on the machine tool suddenly opened its eyes. Blood-red eyeballs. Warning. Warning. The presence of an intruder has been detected. Chapter 52. Killing Luke. The explosive hunting rabbit quickly turned over from the machine tool without any hesitation. It took the black knife that Qin had prepared for it and killed Luke. The silver metal shell was shining with a cold luster, a slender human-like body, a pair of black rabbit ears hanging down to the waist and red eyes. The explosive hunting rabbit was a little taller than Qin, with limbs that were out of proportion and a full sense of oppression. Luke looked at the unknown creature rushing towards him, and his uneasiness became stronger. Immediately, his anxiety was confirmed. The ears of the explosive hunting rabbit were not for show. It was known for its combat power and speed. When it was a few steps away from Luke, its ears suddenly pierced out. The metal used for the ears of the explosive hunting rabbit was very ductile and expensive. It was made of the same material as the super vine. It was the first time Luke encountered this kind of mechanical creature, but he was very experienced. At the moment when the ears of the explosive hunting rabbit pierced out, he quickly jumped onto the garbage dump next to him and narrowly avoided it. There were 2 deep holes on the ground where he was standing, which showed how terrifying the power of the explosive war rabbit was. Luke was still in shock. This guy was too scary, but it was too early for him to be relieved. The next second, the garbage dump exploded violently. The explosive war rabbit rushed into the garbage dump without any hesitation, and the black knife in his hand crushed the metal garbage falling in the air. Luke hid his figure in the dust, and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Qin. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the explosive war rabbit was a mechanical creature. How could a living creature that breathes, has a heartbeat, and has temperature hide its body in front of it? Before Luke could kill Qin, he was attacked from behind by the explosive hunting rabbit. The black knife cut his back, blood gushed out, and Luke staggered and almost lost his balance. The explosive hunting rabbit immediately took advantage of the victory and beat the fallen dog, swinging the blade in his hand again without hesitation. After repeated attacks, the fear in Luke's heart was finally covered by anger. He faced the powerful attack of the explosive war rabbit, his face twisted and horrified. "Do you really think I'm useless?" Luke gritted his teeth, and the viciousness in his eyes almost turned into substance and entangled the explosive war rabbit. He held the black knife in the explosive war rabbit's hand tightly, and the blade was embedded in his flesh. He seemed to feel no pain, and the strength in his hand became heavier. The black knife finally couldn't bear it, and it broke with a sound. Qin raised his eyes and glanced at Luke. He now looked like a ghost crawling out of hell, insidious and terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, he would be frightened by his aura. However, what was in front of Luke was a mechanical creation, a cold machine without any rationality or emotion of his own. The black knife broke, and what greeted Luke was not the fear of the explosive war rabbit, but its ruthless iron fist. The iron fist hit Luke's forehead fiercely, and with a muffled sound, Luke suddenly felt his vision blurred and stars in his eyes. The next second, fists rained down on Luke, letting the explosive war rabbit get close to him. This would be the most regrettable decision he had ever made in his life. A sniper, fighting a close combatant, he really has a problem. Qin paused. Did he hear the sound of bones breaking? He was not wrong. Luke was indeed broken by the explosive war rabbit. Not only that, Luke, who was close to the explosive war rabbit, immediately faced its crazy iron fist. Luke was beaten to the point of bleeding from all 7 holes, and his nose was bleeding wildly. He was already unconscious. How pitiful. Soon, under the violent beating of the explosive war rabbit, Luke completely lost his life. The generation of sniper master in the deep blue sea died in close combat. The system prompt sounded in Chen-Ching ears. Survivor Chen-Ching has killed Luke, the sniper of the Jerome pirates, and obtained 100 points. Is it worthy to be the group of pirates at the top of the pyramid in the deep blue sea? The points are so high. However, Chen-Ching estimated that there should be the factor of killing enemies above their level here. 100 points of extraordinary points. Chen-Ching did not stop his hand action, thinking quietly for a moment, and finally opened a personal panel, and put all the extraordinary points into his physical attributes. A familiar feeling of severe pain came. Chen-Ching supported himself on the table with both hands and bit his lips tightly, waiting for the pain to pass. Without any instructions, the explosive hunting rabbit stood quietly beside Luke's body, waiting for Chen-Ching's next order. Its shell was splattered with Luke's blood. When Dalia came back from the bottom of the sea, she saw the scene. "Sister? It's okay." Chen-Ching's voice was hoarse, and he looked up and smiled at Dalia in a soothing manner. "Get ready. Chen-Ching didn't say it completely, but Dalia understood what Chen-Ching meant. He wanted to send him to Lake Guang. Dalia grabbed the conch shell she had fished out from the bottom of the sea, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, as well as fear and excitement. Chen-Ching did not miss Dalia's strange emotions. Confused? Why was Dalia confused? Thinking of Dalia's previous actions, Chen-Ching suddenly had a very absurd idea in his mind. This shouldn't be possible. Right? Sister, I'm ready. Let's go! Before Chen-Ching could continue to ask, Dalia responded firmly. Chen-Ching looked at the little girl in front of him. When he first met her, she was still so embarrassed and thin. In just a few days, she had undergone earth-shaking changes. The most obvious thing was that Dalia's eyes were full of ambition. Fear, confusion, tension, and all the uneasy emotions disappeared. She had a very firm ambition. Are you really ready? Chen-Ching asked hesitantly. He knew that the boy was brave, but he didn't expect him to be so brave. Yes. Dalia nodded heavily, affirming her. Okay. Since Dalia said so, Chen-Ching didn't hesitate anymore. He took a few big steps, grabbed Luke's body, and began to prepare. Although Luke's bounty was very high, his head was destined to be gone. Now is the best time. Bai Xian and the others were all held by the unidentified ship. Lake Guang only had the gem pirates and the subordinates of other pirate groups. The defense is at its weakest now. Chen-Ching originally wanted to wait until the dragon pirates arrived at Sapphire Island with Dalia before taking action. But now the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that a bird adventure group would appear in the middle? Chen-Ching acted quickly, cutting open the abdomen, mending, removing the bloody makeup. Soon Luke's body was filled with bombs by Chen-Ching, and mechanical spiders filled his body. Chen-Ching tried to give orders, although Luke's actions were still a little strange. But it was enough. A human bomb from the Jerome pirates will definitely give them a big surprise. Chapter 53. Dalia was surprised to find herself surrounded by lightning. Chen-Ching actually thought, was the action of the bird adventure group another plot of the pirates? Or maybe they were just following the trend, trying to lure Dalia out. It didn't matter. He had already thought of all the possible outcomes. Chen-Ching had no way of confirming the position of the dragon pirates. He couldn't place his hopes on someone he didn't know at all. The dragon pirates were the strongest among the deep blue pirates. If he was on the side of Moana enemies, then the possibility of Chen-Ching sending Dalia to the hands of the lightning would be reduced. Under Chen-Ching's command, Luke left the recycling plant with his new lover. The explosive war rabbit also carried a large number of mechanical spider bombs, which it would spread in every corner around Lake Guang residence. Chen-Ching, a stranger, could not get close to Lake Guang residence. But Luke was a member of the Jerome pirates. Jerome would never let anyone know that he was asked to capture Dalia, and he was now tied up in the port. So Luke's identity was safe. Chen-Ching's hands moved faster. He needed to make the super shield wail again. He hoped that the commotion caused by Luke and the explosive war rabbit would be big enough. He spent all the fine weapons he got from the 10-color pirates on this. The identity of a survivor still has many advantages. Hundreds of millions of survivors are scattered in the deep blue sea, large and small oceans, and most of them are thousands of miles away from Sapphire Island. Qin didn't have to worry about buying props from them. Even if they reacted, the things on Sapphire Island would have been over long ago. He looked at the direction of the port. His eyes were deep. Biological ship. Don't let him down. Luke, who left the recycling plant, did not disappoint Qin expectations. He brought the explosive war rabbit into the area around Lei Guang residence without any obstacles. He was Jerome confidant. Although the members of the Gym Pirates didn't like him, they didn't stop Luke. But as long as Luke dared to step into Lei Guang yard, he would be blown away in an instant without leaving any residue. In the outer area, he could walk however he wanted. That dirty guy, is he drunk again? Xiram covered his nose, looking at Luke's back with disgust. These stupid pirates, what else do they have in their minds besides wine and beauty? They even brought their mistresses with them. Xiram suddenly realized something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong, very wrong. Luke is a subordinate of that bitch Jerome. How could he bring his mistress here? His mistress is a little too small. She looks like a child. Xiram looked in Luke's direction. His face changed drastically. Stop him. Damn it! What? Although the members of the Gym Pirates didn't know why Xiram suddenly exploded, they all attacked together. That guy might be Moana daughter Dalia. Xiram roared in a low voice. However, he lowered his voice again. All the pirates and hunters stationed in the area of Lei Guang residence are top-notch, and their ears are very sharp. What? Dalia appeared? Where is she? Luke, who was immediately targeted by everyone, quickly pushed Dalia in his arms towards the direction of Lei Guang residence, and blocked the first members of the Gym Pirates by himself. He couldn't stop dozens of people of the same level as him by himself. Almost instantly Luke exploded. Exploded in every sense, like a fairy scattering flowers. The hundreds of mechanical spider bombs in his body made a shocking explosion, and the huge impact of the explosion burned his fragments into ashes. The pirates who were at the forefront of the Gym Pirates were not killed, but were pushed back dozens of meters by the waves of fire. After all, they were not ordinary people, and their physical fitness was terrifying. They were only slightly injured by the bomb. Stop Dalia. She's going to run away, someone shouted, and the voice sounded familiar. Everyone's attention was focused on the little figure. This kid was smart. He knew to wait until the big pirates were gone before taking action. Unfortunately, after all, they were just kids, and they didn't think far enough. The absence of those big pirates didn't mean that the remaining ones were easy to deal with. Everyone rushed to Dalia, wanting to grab this big golden doll in their hands. But before they could get close to Dalia, explosions sounded one after another. A tall figure appeared in the white smoke, and quickly took Dalia away. Chase! Be careful. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The survivors in the Bison Pirates quickly grabbed the Bison Pirates, who wanted to chase. What a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Bison Pirate impatiently shook off his hand. Even if it was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, the most important thing was to catch the guy in his hands first. Did he think that these were the only people here? Would they be stupid enough to leave? The movements here could not be hidden from Bai Xian and his group at the port. The pirate captains looked at each other quickly. Just as they expected, Dalia would take advantage of their departure to force her way into Lei Guang residence. Bai Xian and the others, like Qin, wanted to solve everything while the dragon pirates were not here. Unlike Qin, Bai Xian and the others knew that the dragon pirates would stand on Moana's side and would help Moana regardless of the cost. However, the only thing that was beyond their expectations was that the strength of the biological ship was stronger than they imagined. They seemed to have gone too far. Among the few people, Jerome was obviously more panicked than the others. At the beginning, when he heard the movement at the recycling plant, he thought that Luke had succeeded. But now there was such a big noise coming from Lei Guang residence, which meant that Luke had failed. It also meant that the child on the boat of his grandfather's woman was really Dalia. He watched Dalia walking around openly under his nose. He finally made up his mind, but those two bastards got away. When he thought of this, Jerome felt that he couldn't breathe. He actually let Dalia get away. Jerome's eyes were red with anger. His hands were shaking unconsciously, and he even forgot to dodge the attack of the biological ship. Bai Xian saw this scene, and couldn't help frowning, and rescued Jerome. It was not because of his kindness, but because Jerome was very strong. The more the biological ship ate, the stronger it became. If Jerome was eaten by it, its injuries would probably be half recovered. Duh. Jerome's hands were shaking, pointing at Qinqing's ship. And he couldn't say a complete sentence. He was originally a narrow-minded person. If he was not strong enough, he would really die of anger on the spot. And even if he didn't die, he would have a stroke. Duh? Dalia? Bai Xian looked at Jerome's actions, and an incredible thought flashed in his mind. Fuck. Are you sick? Jerome. Chapter 54 Chaos begins. Bai Xian really couldn't understand what Jerome was thinking. Do people really become stupid when they get old? He actually let Dalia slip away right under his nose, and he did it so openly. Thinking of the scene just now, they actually watched the woman take Dalia away. He even bought food for Dalia goldfish. Bai Xian had been in the deep blue sea for so long, but this was the first time he felt a little ashamed and embarrassed. But that woman named Qinqing was really powerful. In front of them, she took Dalia away so calmly. As for Dalia, should we say that she is worthy of being Moana's daughter? That child just now was Dalia. Yogu also looked at Jerome in disbelief. His dark eyes widened so wide that even the whites of his eyes could not be seen. It was enough to show his shock. Like Yixing. The three people were puzzled. How could someone be so stupid? Even if they wanted to guard against them. Since they already had a suspect. Of course, they would first get him into their hands to feel at ease. This old thing. Bai Xian glanced at Jerome. He was getting stupider as he got older. He was stupid before. He had never been smart. Stupid and vicious. Unfortunately, although they already knew that Dalia was Dalia, Bai Xian and his friends could not get away. There was no way this biological ship would let them go of such a nutritious food. Under the fierce battle, the entire port area became a ruin, and a large amount of construction waste floated on the sea. Most of the ships parked at the dock were moved to the offshore by the staff. The area where Lei Guang lived had a similar fate to the port. The appearance of Dalia caused a considerable riot. Fortunately, the staff on Sapphire Island evacuated the civilians at the first time. Most of the civilians were placed in the Bounty Guild. As the mastermind who triggered this turmoil, Qinqing, he himself was still quietly staying in the recycling plant, calmly assembling the explosive war rabbit. Dalia was sitting next to him eating. The one taken away by Bomb Luke was a fake. A high-level camouflage prop. Qinqing exchanged it from the survivors. Sister, don't we have to go? Dalia was chewing a piece of cake bigger than his face. Looking at the huge movement coming from the central area, she couldn't help asking. Let them fight for a while. Qinqing's hands kept moving, and the system prompts kept coming from his ears. In just half an hour, Qinqing had accumulated 46 extraordinary points. The pirates and hunters in the central area are all quite strong. Except for one thing. After Qinqing upgraded his physical attributes to E level, the points he got from killing pirates, or bounty hunters of the same level as the 10-color pirates became significantly lower. Fortunately, the explosive war rabbit is very strong, comparable to the elite pirates under Bai Xian and his men, and can completely win by sheer numbers. However, as a mechanical creature, the explosive war rabbit's weakness is actually quite obvious. Those hunters and pirates were caught off guard by the explosive war rabbit, and they did not react for a while. After they react, the explosive war rabbit will be in danger. So Qinqing must hurry up to make the explosive war rabbit, and continue to stir up trouble. Hunters and pirates in the central area chased and intercepted Dalia everywhere. Lei Guang, who had never shown his face, closed his eyes and listened to the huge movement outside without any expression on his face. Lei Guang had no feelings for Dalia, although he and his mother were close friends. Lei Guang, who had retired from being a pirate a long time ago, was actually unwilling to be dragged into this vortex. Moana's death was not simple, and Dalia's role was not just to inherit Moana's treasure and power, but it was precisely because Moana died that Lei Guang had to get involved in this matter. He opened his eyes and looked at the flying birds on the eaves with a complicated expression. Even Moana was dead. The movement outside the yard did not affect Lei Guang's recollection of the past, and Lei Guang's complicated emotions did not affect the results outside. In the end, with the intervention of Shuangwei and Feihua, several hunters who came late, the explosive war rabbit with Dalia was blocked in an alley. All the roads in all directions were blocked. It couldn't escape even if it had wings. Shuangwei frowned and spoke with disgust. Just this thing made you like this? Shuangwei Sr., even though there is only one, but its speed. The two bounty hunters next to Shuangwei explained themselves weakly. It's not that they are weak, it's that the opponent is too fast. Really? I mean... Shuangwei waved his hand impatiently, pointing at the opposite side Dalia, with a cold face. You're walking around with a fake like a dog? Ah? Fake? Fei Hua pouted, raised his hand and struck. The explosive war rabbit quickly jumped over, leaving Dalia alone, where she was, and was smashed to pieces by Fei Hua fireball. The pirates and hunters present were shocked to see Dalia explode like a balloon on the ground, leaving only a piece of skin. So, they were really being walked around like a dog. Come on! Dalia is here! In the silence, other hunters suddenly cried out in the distance. Shuangwei and Fei Hua looked at each other. It seems that there will be many Dalia here today. I go back and have a good sleep before coming back. Shuangwei waved his hand, said with an unhappy face. Let's go! Fei Hua also turned around and left. True or false, just stay outside the Lei Guang courtyard. Dalia will always appear. The pirates and hunters realized belatedly that they were fooled, and they were so angry. Everyone's eyes were on the explosive hunting rabbit, and all their anger was focused. Just as they were about to attack, there was another earth-shattering explosion around them. Unlike the last time, black smoke spread with this explosion, and the foul-smelling black smoke spread across the entire Sapphire Island bit by bit. The black smoke made it difficult for everyone to see the situation in front of him, and it was difficult to dispel. This was a dark purple quality horror prank prop that Qinqing had spent a lot of money to buy from Xian. It was like hurting 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of our own. Taking advantage of the black smoke, the explosive war hunting rabbit suddenly disappeared from the spot, followed by screams one after another. The hunters and pirates quickly shouted the names of their companions, and tightened their weapons, and became alert. The explosive war hunting rabbit mixed in, hunting pirates and hunters everywhere. The hunters and pirates, who could not see the situation clearly, could only try their best to protect themselves. They had no way of determining whether the person approaching them was a companion, or an enemy. Their enemies were not just Qinqing. The black fog blinded their eyes, and also magnified the evil thoughts in their hearts. From this moment on, Sapphire Island was really in chaos, and Qinqing's plan had just begun to be implemented. Chapter 55. The biological ship joins the battle. The black fog spread to the recycling plant, and Qinqing just finished it. He took out 2 gas masks from under the table, one for Dalia and one for Granny Towsy. Qinqing also put on a full set of protective clothing for Dalia. The black fog, except for being a little smelly, will not cause any harm to people. After all, it is just a prank prop. However, the stench in the black fog will stick to the human body and will not dissipate for a long time. Sister, aren't you going to wear it? Dalia hid in the protective suit obediently, looking up and asked. No need. Qinqing shook his head. The stench will attach to the human body, and the stench in the black fog will be purified by the human body, so wherever there is stench, there are people. The stronger the person, the more he absorbs, the more smelly. The person who made this prank prop is really a genius. I can't imagine how many forces would snatch this guy if he made a weapon. The 2 explosive war rabbits, and 1 super shield whale lying on the machine tool were activated by Qinqing. Time was running out. He could only do these. This was also thanks to the help of the assistant B. Calculating the time, Bai Xian and his men should have found this place soon. Qinqing originally wanted the explosive war rabbit to send Granny Towsy to the Bounty Guild, but Granny Towsy refused. He drove the submarine into the sea. It was too messy up there. It was safer down there. Before leaving, Granny Towsy asked Qinqing to dispose of the things in the recycling plant, except the assistant bee and the beehive. Qinqing gave so much money, enough to buy the entire machinery recycling plant. Except for the assistant beehive, Qinqing couldn't buy it even if he gave 10 times the price. No matter how much money he gave, Grandma Towsy wouldn't sell it. Since Grandma Towsy said so, Qinqing was not polite. There were many old models of big machines in the recycling plant, although most of them were damaged, but they were enough to scare people. Qinqing quickly took the controller and Dalia, and left the machinery recycling plant. After Bai Xian and his men arrived, the only people left in the recycling plant were the mechanical creatures that were eyeing them covetously. In the black fog, a group of huge unknown creatures flashing red lights stared at them closely. Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. Qinqing had already mixed in with the pirates and hunters with Dalia. Several bounty hunters led by Shuangwei and Fei Hua were guarding outside Lei Guang courtyard tightly, not leaving for a moment. Since the black fog began to spread, Shuang Wei and Fei Hua found that they could not dispel it. So they simply killed them without mercy. Anyone who dares to approach Lei Guang courtyard, no matter who they are, will die. Who asked them to take the money? If they take the money, they have to work for others. Under such airtight defense, Qin can't get in at all, let alone bring Dalia with him. The black fog will only last for 3 hours. If he can't send Dalia to Lei Guang residence within 3 hours, it will be even more difficult later. The two hid in a ruined wall, and Qin was waiting for an opportunity. He doesn't like to see blood, but since he has entered this cruel world, it is inevitable. Maybe one day, innocent lives will be stained on his hands. Sapphire Island is in such a mess. Bai Xian and his friends will never just watch it. As long as they are sure to kill Dalia, they can actually take Dalia's body to collect the bounty. But the bounty for a living Dalia is higher. Bai Xian and his friends, who are trapped in the port by the biological ship, will make extreme choices. The biological ship at the port. Qin didn't want to see this result, but it was highly likely that Bai Xian and the others would choose to do so. Those pirate captains have always killed without blinking an eye. Time passed quickly, and the bloody smell in the central area became stronger and stronger. Qin took Dalia to change several hiding places. Finally, when there was only 1 hour left before the black fog dissipated, there was a movement from the direction of the port. As Qin expected, Bai Xian and the others tacitly chose to release the biological ship and let it wreak havoc on Sapphire Island. A large number of Deep Blue Sea warriors gathered in the center of Sapphire Island. The biological ship skipped the Bounty Guild where most civilians were hiding without a second thought and headed straight for the center. The biological ship spread its body like a pool of mud and poured into the center like seawater. Bai Xian smiled at the back of the biological ship, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Anyway, it was like this, so no one could get it. Either Dalia died at the hands of the biological ship, or Dalia was caught by them. There are only two possibilities. Let's go! Yoku sighed. After so much trouble, it's still this result in the end. It's really unpleasant. The biological ship joined the chaos, and the already chaotic central area became even more tragic. Qin felt that, after this battle, the human pirate forces and human bounty hunter forces in the deep sea would probably regress by decades. There are a large number of human strawmen gathered here. But Qin listened to the screams outside, and couldn't help wondering if this was calculated by the system. The survivors entered this world, and then the indigenous human side suffered heavy casualties. The next step should be the human survivors. And they began to rise. Whether it was pirates or bounty hunters, or the adventure groups and exploration groups, a lot of fresh blood poured in. The biological ship joined the battle, and Bai Xian and the others were also released from the predicament. Qin got the opportunity, and his situation became more dangerous. Dalia hid in the body of the super shield whale, and was protected by 2 explosive war rabbits. Qin currently used all his strength to protect Dalia. Even if he faced Bai Xian and the others, Dalia would not die for a while. The biological ship that had devoured countless flesh and blood became even larger, occupying almost 1/3 of the central area. The flesh and blood of the biological ship also appeared in the house where Qin and the others were hiding. He used the identification technique on this biological ship. Blood lizard beast? Growth stage unknown. Unknown! Danger! Run away! A large amount of garbled information. Even the system gave a prompt to escape. Qin protected Dalia and quickly retreated. The biological ship, smelling the fresh blood and flesh, decisively stretched out its claws towards Qin. Several mechanical spider bombs appeared in Qin's hands, and threw them at the biological ship. Blood flowers suddenly exploded, splattering on the floor. Survivor Qin obtained 0.01 extraordinary points. Survivor Qin obtained. Qin's ears were filled with extremely frequent system prompts, so frequent that Qin couldn't help but turn off the prompts. But this biological ship, even if you don't kill it, as long as you damage it, you can get extraordinary points? What on earth is this? Qin seems to have found a way to earn points, but it's a pity that it comes at the wrong time. The explosion of the mechanical spider is not noticeable in the central area, but Bai Xian has already keenly noticed that something is wrong here. Danger is approaching Qin. Chapter 56, Sharing Experience. On Sapphire Island, the central area was a ruin filled with broken walls and ruins, and the blood-colored waves were rolling in it. Even though the entire island was filled with thick black fog, the blood waves were still clearly visible. Because of the appearance of the biological ship Blood Wave, the bounty hunters and pirates, who were originally mortal enemies, actually united. The bounty hunters led by Shuangwei and Feihua, and the pirates led by the Gem Pirates were united against the outside world, and united to fight against the suddenly appearing biological ship. The war began to spread outside the central area. The biological ship that was allowed to grow by Xian and others has entered the growth stage, and its strength is extremely terrifying. Hunters and pirates continue to attack the biological ship, trying to confine the range of the biological ship to the central area little by little. Shuangwei Feihua and several other bounty hunters and the Gem Pirates guarded the exits of various streets together to curb the spread of biological ships. Although the Gem Pirates have always looked down on other pirates, they often speak ill of civilians. But at this time, facing the invasion of the biological ship into the Gem Sea, they stood up without hesitation and stood in the front line. From this point of view, the Gem Pirates have a bottom line compared to Xian. But that's all. Nothing more. The biological ship's attack was extremely fierce. But Shuangwei and his group were not vegetarians. It was fierce. But they were even more fierce. The weapon in Shuangwei's hand turned into a meat grinder, crushing all the blood waves that tried to cross the border. One person and one sword. His domineering aura was revealed. At the exit of another street, blazing flames were everywhere, and the smell of burning filled the air. Feihua stood calmly in the flames, looking down at the blood waves in the distance. In other directions, the pirates of the Gem Pirates were emitting dazzling light. The light was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly cutting the blood waves apart. The blood gushed out from the wound of the biological ship like seawater, sweeping every street. If the biological ship continued to devour, then there would be only one person in the entire Sapphire Island who could deal with this biological ship, Lei Guang. Before he gets rid of this biological ship, everyone else must die. Although these people look righteous, the three leaders have already cursed Xian and his friends in their hearts, and they wish they could eat them alive. If real people stood in front of them, Shuangwei would definitely chop off their heads and feed them to sharks. However, if the positions were reversed, both the Gem Pirates and the hunters would probably make the same choice as Xian and his friends. After all, as long as they sacrificed the lives of some insignificant people, they could get Dalia. Even a fool would know how to choose such a good deal. As for the biological ship, someone would always find a way to solve it. However, the Gem Pirates might choose a safer method. After all, this is their hometown. The Gem Pirates understood the thoughts of Xian and others. The Scarlet Sea could not watch the deep blue sea being destroyed. However, this did not affect Shuangwei cursing of Xian at all. Now it was him who was affected. This bad idea must have been proposed by this bitch Xian. Xian and the others, who were being cursed by Shuangwei, were standing in front of a house, which was here. Xian's intuition told him that Dalia was here. Jerome couldn't wait to break open the door of the house, but there was no one inside the door. Where are they? Jerome couldn't suppress his anger. He was fooled again. Didn't you say they must be here? He turned around and yelled at Xian. Xian didn't bother to pay attention to Jerome, but turned to look at Yugu and Yixing. They should have been here just now. Yugu calmly observed the situation inside the house. The bloodstains on the ground were still fresh. Qin had just left with Dalia not long ago. The central area was almost occupied by biological ships, and there were limited places for them to hide. Unless they gave up entering the courtyard, they could only stay inside. Search one room at a time. There are two men blocking them over there. Xian put a strand of hair behind her ear and said calmly. That's what he said. But as soon as Xian finished speaking, the buildings in front of him turned into debris. The entire area turned into flat land. Maybe Qin is very strong, but Dalia is definitely a weakling. With such a burden around, Qin will reveal his tracks sooner or later. Qin, who was not far away, saw the movement over there, and his eyes became deep. It's really hard to say whether Xian and his friends can't control the biological ship or don't want to control it. Sister? Through the super-shielded whale, Dalia also saw the situation outside, which was worse than he had imagined. He leaned against the cold wall, and his thoughts were a little confused. Dalia certainly wanted to see the lightning, and seeing the lightning would make him safe. But he didn't want Qin to die either. It's okay, don't be afraid. Qin smiled, and gently soothed Dalia's emotions. Everything was still under control. They haven't caught them yet. Right? Even if they are caught, they still have a chance to turn the tables. As long as people are alive, there is always hope. Dalia, You will encounter more terrible and desperate situations in the future. Then you will know that today is nothing. No matter what the situation is. You must try to stay calm and think clearly. Only in this way can you think of a solution to the problem. Once people lose their reason, they will make many irreversible decisions. Anger, fear, these emotions cannot change your situation, but will only make you fall into a worse situation. Chen Qing's tone was gentle, and his emotions were very stable. He didn't feel like he was being hunted by pirates and bounty hunters from the entire island. He was even passing on his life experience to Dalia. My previous life was ordinary, and I don't have any experience to teach you. Only this. Only by staying awake can you avoid being led by others. Do you know why Bai Xian did this? He went to such great lengths to destroy the buildings on the island and release the biological ship. Because he wants to stir up my emotions, to make me feel scared, to control my emotions, so that I will follow his will and proceed according to his plan. Not only that, he releases the biological ship, which can also weaken the strength of his opponent. And he doesn't have to pay any price, but only sacrifices the lives of innocent people. For him, this is nothing at all. This is the first time Chen Qing has said so many words. His life is not very successful, but he is still trying to teach Dalia his life experience. Although his life is not very successful, it is not a failure either. It should be of some use to Dalia. If I am not mistaken, Bai Xian's next step should be, kill Jerome and the other two. Huh? Chapter 57, Excessive Arrogance is Stupidity. Why did he want to kill Jerome and the others? Chen Qing glanced at the direction of Bai Xian and the others, and took Dalia away in the direction with the lightest smell. Aren't they going to catch me? Yes. They are going to catch you. But, they are competitors. Because of interests, they will turn against each other because of interests. The relationship between people is originally based on interests. Killing them, then he can maximize his interests. Xuanwei, Feihua, Gem Pirates, Yovu Pirates. Chen Qing counted all the human forces trapped on the Sapphire Island, in a slow voice. Xuanwei and the others are being held back by the biological ship, and there is only one Gem Pirates there, so their death or not will not have much impact. But the three around Bai Xian are all well-known pirate forces in the deep blue sea. Once they die, the wealth and territory they hold will lose their owners. The Gem Pirates will inevitably suffer damage in a battle with the bio ship, and naturally cannot compete with the Bai Xian pirates. Then Bai Xian only has one opponent left. The Dragon Pirates. But, what about the bio ship? Dalia asked, puzzled. The bio ship has eaten so many powerful pirates. Can Bai Xian defeat it alone? He can leave you to Lei Guang. Chen Qing chuckled. Jerome and the others are all dead. Bai Xian just needs to let the rest die, and slightly block the bio ship. He can't beat Bai Xian. Dalia will naturally fall into Bai Xian's hands. Bai Xian handed Dalia to Lei Guang. Will Lei Guang not protect Bai Xian? But Bai Xian is not on the side of. Before the words came out, Dalia understood. Sister just said, profits are paramount. Bai Xian is not really on the side of Moana enemies. It's just that their jackpot is better. But if Bai Xian's plan goes well, even if he is handed over to Lei Guang, Bai Xian can still maximize the benefits. Dalia may not understand these principles. She has this vague concept in her mind. Chen Qing's explanation made her feel the weight of the word interest more intuitively. In the past, Dalia's style of action was to stand on the position of a slave, but her current identity is no longer a slave. Moreover, by handing you over to Lei Guang, she also sacrificed the remnants of Moana. Moana power has now begun to fall apart, but as long as you appear, you will inherit everything from Moana. Then, this situation is naturally solved. Why do these pirates stand on the side of Moana opponents? It's not just because their prices are higher. The main reason is that Moana forces have no successors, and are in decline. They will all enter the Scarlet Sea in the future. Whether they can enter or not is not the point. Since they have this ambition, why not sell themselves well to the big forces in the Scarlet Sea in advance? What Chen Qing said was inconsistent with the impression he usually gave to Dalia. There was a feeling of being very cold and utilitarian. Although Chen Qing usually looks cold and often has a dead face. However, Dalia knows that Chen Qing has a kind personality. Otherwise, he would not have saved him. Dalia had this doubt in her mind. So she naturally asked the doubt. You are going to the Scarlet Sea. Moana just died. The situation there will be countless times worse than the deep blue sea. I can't teach you to be kind to others. Right? Chen Qing smiled helplessly, and did what he was supposed to do. He is a person. One person feeds the whole family. To put it bluntly, even if he makes a mistake, the worst result is that he dies alone. Dalia is different. But don't learn from Baixian if he does this. He will get into trouble sooner or later. He is too conceited. Baixian is as conceited as Jerome. The two are of the same kind, although Baixian himself does not think so. The Baixian plan that Qin just analyzed is the best result without any unexpected situations. However, in reality, Baixian plan is full of variables. Even if Baixian is confident that his plan can be successfully implemented. However, Baixian is smart, and other people are not stupid. Even if Jerome is a fool, he can get to where he is now. And he is not without any schemes. Excessive arrogance is stupidity. I don't learn from him. Dalia quickly responded. He doesn't learn from Baixian. He is a senior sister. You don't learn from me either. Qin seemed to see Dalia's thoughts and said immediately. When you go to the Scarlet Sea, speak less and learn more, observe the style of the enemy leaders, take the essence and discard the dross. Speak less and learn more. This is not a good method for workers. But Dalia is not a worker, she is a superior. She is still a young ruler. This is most suitable for her in the early stage. If she wants to show her talent, she has to wait until she is fully grown. At this stage, she should just be a puppet. For this stepsister, Qin was so worried about her that she broke her mother's heart. She broke everything down and told Dalia about it. He said more today than he had in the past 6 months. You can read more history books when you have nothing to do. History is a mirror. Many things have already happened in history. It's just that the conditions have changed. The essence is the same. However, are there history books in this world? Qin was a little hesitant. Should he find some historians among the survivors to write down the major events and compile them into a book and send it to Dalia? Can Deep Blue Sea and Scarlet Sea be mailed? Papa. On the empty street, applause suddenly sounded, and 2 figures suddenly appeared at the end of the street. What a touching sisterhood. But it's a pity that the experience you taught her, she may never use it again. Baixian stood at the end of the street with a smile, and beside her was Amisha, the leader of the Gem Pirates. Your analysis is so detailed, and what you said before is all right, except for one thing. Why didn't you figure out that I found an accomplice? Baixian's smile grew brighter. Qin was such a smart woman. He even liked her a little. Anyone he liked had to die. In fact, he had really intended to hand Dalia over to Lei Guan according to his analysis. But now TSK. Dalia and Qin had a better relationship than he had imagined. He would have to carefully weigh Qin value. How about you join my pirate group? I can give you a portion of Dalia bounty. Baixian smiled and threw out his bait. Such a happy ending, how wonderful. Qin did not answer Baixian, but just looked at him quietly. He did not believe that Baixian would let him go, nor did he believe that such a vindictive and controlling woman would be willing to share the bounty with others. He was going to die. Aminia next to Baixian was also on Baixian's kill list. What's more, excessive arrogance is stupidity. I give you this sentence back. Baixian looked at Qin with pity, and the malice in his eyes almost overflowed. Why not? Let Dalia choose for herself. How about it? Dalia. Chapter 58 Saint Mother Qin? How to choose? Does it still need to be chosen? Of course. Dalia stood on Qin's side unconditionally. Whether from the perspective of reason or emotion, Qin was more reliable. Your sister? He can't send you to Lei Guang hands. Baixian said meaningfully. The meaning of provocation was already very clear. Indeed, as Baixian said, with the two of them blocking here, Qin couldn't even get away, let alone send Dalia safely to Lei Guang hands. But, do I look like a fool? Dalia asked bluntly. Huh? Baixian raised his eyebrows. This kid is really hard to fool. The 4 people present knew it well. Under the current circumstances, Baixian simply couldn't hand Dalia over to Lei Guang. Qin analysis just now was based on the situation that the biological ship was out of control. Now there are still Shuangwei and the others on the biological ship. Baixian could kill Qin, steal Dalia, and leave Sapphire Island to deliver the goods to Wind Island. Dalia didn't show up. And the price offered by Moana enemies was much higher. Compared with the remnants of Moana, which were already in decline. They obviously had more good things in their hands. What a pity. You made the most wrong choice. Baixian didn't say much. And he and Aminia immediately launched a fierce attack on Qin. Qin also didn't retreat at all. And he raised his sword and fought Baixian hard. The explosive war rabbit entangled Aminia on the left and right, and the super shield whale protected Dalia and evacuated quickly. Bai Xian sneered, as if he was mocking Qinqing's arrogance. Qinqing's strength might be good among the newcomers, but it was definitely not good enough compared to Bai Xian and Aminia. Before he got close, a huge spiritual force attacked him, suppressing him so that he couldn't move. Qinqing bit his lips tightly and half knelt on the ground, with a splitting headache. It was as if someone was stirring his spiritual sea with a pair of chopsticks, turning the originally calm sea surface upside down. Bai Xian is good at spiritual attributes. With his powerful spiritual power, he controlled the pirates under his command, making them dare not betray him. Qinqing's G-level spiritual attribute is indeed not good enough. However, facing this situation, Qinqing has already prepared for it. Sister! Dalia was shocked and slapped the protective shield of the super shield whale hard, trying to get off the super shield whale to help Qinqing. However, he could not do anything. Bai Xian ignored Qinqing, but glanced at Aminia, who was entangled by the explosive war rabbit. Obviously, he intends to betray his allies again. However, before Bai Xian could catch Dalia, a sharp and piercing warning bell suddenly sounded over the entire Sapphire Island, accompanied by a cold mechanical sound. Bai Xian Yuanfei has found Dalia. The coordinates are located at the 7th Street Cornflower Street in the central area. Warning. Warning, Bai Xian Yuanfei. Captain Yixing of the Night Star Pirates, Captain Jerome of the Jerome Pirates, has been killed by Bai Xian Yuanfei. Bai Xian Yuanfei has teamed up with Captain Aminia of the Gem Pirates. Repeat, Night Star Pirates. The cold mechanical voice resounded throughout the Sapphire Island. Bai Xian immediately turned around and looked in the direction of Qinqing. The place was empty. Qinqing had disappeared. Damn it, he should have killed him first. Bai Xian's face was extremely ugly. However, whether Bai Xian chose to kill Qinqing first, or to capture Dalia first, Qinqing was fully prepared. At least, he would not die in Bai Xian's hands in a single encounter. Bai Xian is really here. A hunter who jumped onto the roof shouted loudly. Dalia is here too. He saw Dalia in the super shield whale at a glance. What? Really Dalia? The hunter shouting immediately attracted other bounty hunters and pirates. Bai Xian's face was extremely bad. Catch him. Give him to Lei Guang. Because of the appearance of the biological ship, most of the pirates and bounty hunters changed their positions. There was no way. Under the current situation, they simply could not take Dalia away from Sapphire Island safely. It is safest to hand him over to Lei Guang. Shuangwei and Fei Hua weighed the pros and cons, and finally chose not to intervene in this matter. There is no way. They are different from other bounty hunters. They really accepted the bounty mission of Moana opponent. The mission can fail, but they must not rebel to the enemy of the sponsor. If they do so, their reputation accumulated in this industry will be completely destroyed. However, although they themselves cannot participate, other people's hunters can. Fei Hua smiled lightly, and glanced at the hunters surrounding him. Those hunters immediately understood what Fei Hua meant. As long as Dalia was caught, Fei Hua could ensure that they could enter Lei Guang courtyard smoothly. Some things don't need to be said. Just keep them in mind. In an instant, Dalia, who was hiding in the super shield whale, became the target of everyone's scramble. Everyone's goal was the same: to catch Dalia and send him to Lei Guang courtyard. Even Bai Xian had to do this. And he couldn't help but wonder, was it Qinqing who had planned it all along? Dalia, who was a little panicked at first, calmed down all of a sudden. Her idea was the same as Bai Xian. Originally, everyone wanted to hand her over to the Wind Island and guard Lei Guang courtyard tightly. Now they all want to send her to Lei Guang. Sister is really amazing. In this way, Dalia can hide in the super shield whale with peace of mind, waiting for the final winner to appear. Basically, no one would think of hurting or killing her. The price of a dead Dalia is not that high. Qinqing, who was leading all this, was now diligently gathering the wool with the 3 gathered explosive war rabbits, exploding the wool of the biological ship. Qinqing, who had just encountered the powerful mental attack of Bai Xian Yuanfei, was just a little pale at this time. According to common sense, he who only had a G-level mental state should have become an idiot now. However, at this moment, the mental attribute on Qinqing panel had surprisingly become E-level, which was equal to the physical attribute. This was all thanks to the explosive war rabbit, who left the recycling plant with the fake Dalia at the beginning. The explosive hunting rabbit, who possessed a powerful force, transformed into a battlefield assassin and harvested as many as 216 extraordinary points for Qinqing. More than half of them were contributed by the biological ship. This allowed Qin to escape the fate of being turned into an idiot by Xian mental attack. However, Qin, who led all this, was really so selfless. And was he willing to give up the huge bounty of the Holy Mother in order to let Dalia arrive safely at the Hand of Lightning? The answer is, of course, no. Qin can be a good person, but he will never be a resentful person. Chapter 59, The Dust Has Settled. Qin led 3 explosive war rabbits through the blood waves, ruthlessly harvesting the vitality of the biological ship. The vitality was transformed into extraordinary points, and finally turned into Qin power. With each swing of the knife, the attributes on Qin panel jumped dozens of times instantly. With the addition of the 3 explosive war rabbits, Qin extraordinary points were soaring at a very terrifying speed. However, as the extraordinary points were harvested, the points that the biological ship could provide gradually began to decrease. Even so, this biological ship was not something Qin could handle now. It was still difficult to pass through it and reach Lei Guang courtyard. Qin was waiting for a new opportunity. Soon, this opportunity came. With the exclamation from behind, Qin withdrew without any reluctance, and quickly hid with 3 explosive war rabbits. Catch him quickly! There was a huge vibration on the ground, and a bounty hunter fled frantically, followed by countless pirates and other bounty hunters. The bounty hunter was holding the super-shielded whale that contained Dalia. Because he was using all his strength, his face was extremely hideous, and veins on his forehead were bulging. Ah! Hurry up, open the way, ah! The bounty hunter shouted at the top of his lungs. Feihua had already held up an extremely large fireball in his hand, and the fireball hit the biological ship hard. A burning smell spread instantly, and at some point, the black fog on the island had quietly dissipated. The fireball rolled all the way to Lei Guang courtyard. The bounty hunter ran for his life. The others behind him chased closely. Some pirates were ruthless and simply attacked the super-shielded whale, trying to kill Dalia inside. Don't mention it. Their attack was really effective. The shield of the super-shielded whale has a numerical limit. Under the attack of so many powerful pirates, it can't hold on for long. Only halfway through the journey, the shield of the super-shielded whale has been broken. Dalia heart beat very fast in the whale. But the thing he was most worried about still happened. Before the bounty hunter arrived at Lei Guang courtyard, the shield was completely shattered. Dalia couldn't help but close her eyes. At this moment, her heart was very calm. It shouldn't be his thing. He couldn't force it after all. However, who is this? Where is Dalia? Did you eat it? The shield shattered, revealing the person protected inside. And the explosive war rabbit suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal blow for the person inside. But the person inside is not Dalia at all. What? Dalia listened to the voice outside and suddenly opened her eyes. He is not in the super shield whale. Then where is he? Sister, isn't this kid the pickpocket from the port? This exclamation was covered by a huge sound of breaking the ground. A thick green metal vine broke through the ground of the street, blocking everyone in front of it. Qin brought 2 explosive war rabbits. Their figures flashed past the bounty hunter, who was holding the super shield whale in a daze. No one reacted to such a big change. It was Shuangwei and Feihua who acted in time and immediately blocked Qin and the 3 explosive hunting rabbits. That's it. Shuangwei looked Qin up and down with a heavy sword. This woman is interesting, but unfortunately a little weak. Really? Qin, who was stopped, was not panicked at all. Instead, she smiled calmly at them and motioned them to look behind them. A mechanical bird spewing flames appeared above the Lei Guang courtyard at some point. Shuangwei looked at the mechanical bird, looked at Qin, looked back at the mechanical bird, and repeated this several times. Is he in there? Shuangwei asked. Qin nodded. The mechanical bird was used to deliver goods, and Dalia was small, so she fit in it just right. But Dalia thought she was on the super shield whale. And the super shield whale contained the little pickpocket that Qin had met at the dock before. Qin originally wanted to put another fake in there, but he happened to meet this desperate kid on the way from the recycling plant to the center. He was going to steal while all the civilians were hiding in the bounty guild, and was encountered by Qin. Qin made a deal with him. He gave the child a sum of money, and helped him find a job transfer scroll and a potion to improve his physical fitness. If he died, the things would be given to his younger brother and sister. In exchange, he would hide in the super shield whale instead of Dalia. This child was very smart, and was a bit like Dalia. He took the initiative to propose this deal, although he didn't know the cause and effect. When he saw Dalia in the super shield whale, he knew that this might be the only chance for him to turn over in his life. Besides, he had already seen Dalia and Qin. Qin would definitely not let him go. This kid was actually overthinking. Qin and Dalia had already been exposed. But since this kid took the initiative to ask, Qin had no reason to refuse. He was originally worried whether a fake could fool Bai Xian and the others. Fakes are dead objects after all. From beginning to end, the real Dalia was put in the mechanical bird and hid underground with the super vines, and the super vines were responsible for digging the tunnel. The Dalia that Bai Xian and the others had seen was always a virtual image. The real Dalia and not the real Dalia. Even Dalia herself didn't know. Okay. You are awesome. You are brave enough. Xuanwei gave a thumbs up and turned to leave. Dalia had already reached Lei Guang courtyard. So what were they fighting for? They should leave as soon as possible. Facing Xuanwei praise, Qin nodded slightly and accepted it with pleasure. As a mechanic, of course, he had to use the machine to the fullest extent. This time, Qin invested a lot of money. If it weren't for his good reputation, he wouldn't have been able to get so many supplies and props from the survivors. When passing by the pickpocket in the super shield whale, Xuanwei stopped and leaned down, looking directly into the child's eyes. Little boy, do you want to come with me? Xuanwei knew this child, who was a burden, just like him when he was a child. It was because Xuanwei was too poor that he embarked on the path of bounty hunter at the age of 10. No! The pickpocket turned his head away, curling his lips. I want to be like Sister Qin, and become a super awesome mechanic in the future. TSK. You have no vision. Xuanwei snorted coldly, rolled his eyes at the pickpocket, and turned away. He thought that Qin could protect him? He was ungrateful. What? Is your self-esteem hurt? Fei Hua walked side by side with Xuanwei, looking at the angry Xuanwei. He wanted to laugh. No. If you don't have it, then don't have it. Fei Hua stretched his body and looked up at the blue sky. The newcomers nowadays are really amazing, much better than us. He sighed. Yeah. Xuanwei snorted, considering his agreement. That Qin is really amazing. I don't know how he got so brave, so big. Chapter 60. The dragon adds to the magic. Everything is finally settled. As the only winner, Qin stood in the middle of the blood wave. The blood wave was suppressed by the lightning in the courtyard and turned into a piece of red mud and could not move. The hunters and pirates outside the red mud looked at Qin from top to bottom. They were not happy with Qin. He looked ordinary. He was just a little taller and stronger, and looked smarter, calmer and more powerful. What was so great about him? They had been fighting for a long time, but he actually got the upper hand. As shameless as Bai Xian. Bah! No matter how much they cursed or how much they complained, they had to admit that Qin was indeed better than them. After going through so much trouble, they didn't even touch a hair of Dalia, and if they told others about it, they would be laughed to death. Crack. Amid the discussion of the crowd, the door of the Lei Guang courtyard opened. And at the moment the door opened, the blood-wave biological ship that occupied most of the central area exploded and died instantly. The smelly blood flowed all over the ground, spreading all over the streets and alleys, and finally fell into the sea and became nutrients for sea beasts. After the battle, the once bustling Sapphire Island was left with ruins of buildings everywhere. Civilians walked out of the Bounty Guild one by one, quietly looking at the ruins in front of them, with a hint of confusion in their accustomed attitude. Come in. Lei Guang's voice came from the courtyard, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Qin put away his knife and walked into the courtyard. The bounty hunters and pirates outside also left with him, without any intention of staying to watch the excitement. With Lei Guang in the courtyard, they simply couldn't know what was going on. The curtain had fallen on Dalia play. There were no other winners except Dalia and Qin. Oh no, perhaps Aminia of the Gem Pirates and Yuan Fei of the White Fairy Pirates could still be considered winners. Jerome and Yeshing were dead. The pirates under Jerome's command scattered. No one cared about Jerome's death. All the pirates on Yeshing's ship evacuated Sapphire Island and returned to the elemental sea, seemingly intending to regroup and avenge Yeshing. Yogu, Yeshing and Jerome were framed by Bai Xian and were seriously injured and on the verge of death. If the sea beast he raised had not appeared in time to save him, I am afraid that Yogu would have followed the footsteps of the two before him. the captains of the big pirate group in the deep blue sea. 2 died, and 1 was seriously injured. Yuan Fei escaped after being besieged by everyone and disappeared. And the pirates of the Baixian pirate group also suffered heavy casualties. Only the Gem pirate group retained the most complete strength, without any casualties. Next, the entire deep blue sea will enter a chaos. In order to seize the vacant position of the big pirate group, the pirates are likely to start a bloody storm again. And with each war between pirates, several top bounty hunters will appear. Whether it is pirates, bounty hunters, or adventurers and explorers, they are not raised in a greenhouse. The appearance of Dalia is just the beginning of this chaos. Hey! Why is the dock so quiet? At the dock, a huge ship quietly docked at the shore. And the people on the ship looked at the unusually quiet port strangely. Could it be that they heard that you were coming, boss, so they were too scared to go out? A crew-haired man said seriously, stroking his chin. The flag flying on the giant ship, a red dragon with a black background and white bones, and every pirate on the ship had a ferocious dragon totem tattooed on their body. They all had strong backs and waists, and were strong and powerful, and all were over 1.9 meters tall. The leading woman had an unusually conspicuous long red hair, and was protected by all the pirates. Is my reputation so fierce? The red-haired woman raised her eyebrows, and her mouth corners turned up to reveal a slightly evil smile, with sharp teeth looming. Come on! You are the magic dragon. The crew-haired man rolled his eyes, really not knowing his own situation at all. Their magic dragon pirates are the most brutal and powerful pirate group in the deep blue sea, bar none. But looking at this situation, it seems that we are late. The short-haired woman behind the magic dragon was shocked. Regretful. What a pity, I still couldn't catch up after rushing so hard. It's all the fault of the Thunderbird pirates. I find someone to kill them all later. Ah? I haven't even seen what that Dalia is. The dragon Shangjia frowned and said unhappily. That's Moana daughter. If she's a waste, he can help Lady Moana clean her up, so as not to tarnish Lady Moana's reputation. Shangjia was feeling unhappy. From the direction of the central area, a large pool of smelly blood slowly flowed out. It seems that they fight quite well. Hey, aren't those Feihua and Shuangwei? The short-haired man pointed at the 2 figures in front and shouted. Feihua and Shuangwei also saw the group of people from the dragon pirates on the opposite side. Unintentionally, Shuangwei, Feihua and Shangjia all rolled their eyes at each other. Bad luck. The entanglement between these 3 people can be traced back to when they first went out to sea. Hey, isn't this Shangjia from the dragon pirates? He came so fast. Shuangwei started to speak in a sarcastic tone. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Shangjia, he would have killed him with one sword. Hee. Judging from your expressions, you probably didn't take any advantage. Shangjia retorted with a fake smile. If he ever saw these 2 people alone on the sea, he would bite them to death. Hee. Feihua also sneered. The moment he saw Shangjia, he suddenly stopped hating Qin, who caused them to fail their mission. You came to see Dalia. But unfortunately he is now in Lei Guang's hands. The little girl is so thin and small, she looks pitiful. Fortunately, Qin protected her all the way, she didn't get hurt at all, and sent her to Lei Guang safely. Feihua knew that Shangjia was Moana deadly poison, and every word he said hit Shangjia point precisely. Skinny and small, pitiful, she was protected all the way. How could she be worthy of being Moana's daughter? Shangjia was really furious. The short-haired man and the short-haired woman beside him hurried forward and held Shangjia on the left and right. No, boss. This is a neutral island for pirates. We can't just do it casually. They are just trying to piss you off. You can't be fooled. Lei Guang is still here. We can't beat him. The key point is the last sentence. Shuangwei showed disdain in his eyes. He didn't bother to pay attention to Shangjia. He turned around and went into the bounty guild with Feihua. The short-haired girl and the buzz-cut guy held Shangjia tightly. It took a lot of effort to persuade Shangjia. It was easy to kill Feihua and Shuangwei, but they couldn't do it on someone else's territory. If they destroyed Sapphire Island, what would happen to the people on the island? It was too immoral. They couldn't do it again. It would be troublesome to deal with the aftermath. Shangjia, who was finally persuaded, quickly grasped the key point of Feihua's words. Go find out what that Qin is. Chapter 61. Do you know Qin? Qin didn't know that he was being targeted by someone. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't react. The more debts you have, the less you worry. A white fairy has already escaped. Could he be afraid of the dragon? Compared to the dragon, Dalia in front of him is more worrying. Lei Guang Yard is very beautiful, full of greenery, full of vitality. Obviously he has taken good care of it. The three stood in the courtyard. Lei Guang's face was obviously indifferent. Dalia was very calm. Here is your bounty. 100,000 goldfish. There are other bounties. You can go to the bounty guild at the port to claim them in 3 days. I have them prepare the mechanic stuff. If you want anything, you can ask for it now. Lei Guang handed a card to Qin. It was a hard blue card with a black fish pattern printed on it. This was a one-time savings card issued by Deep Blue Gold Bank, a black shark card. Generally, large bounty missions would use this as a reward. Any Deep Blue Gold shop can withdraw cash. And some large bounty guilds can also withdraw cash. You can arrange it. Qin took the black shark card and nodded slightly. He didn't lack anything in particular now. But he had little experience and didn't know what good things there were. With Lei Guang promise, they would not be perfunctory. And, forget it. Being able to successfully obtain the 100,000 goldfish was beyond Qin expectations. According to the previous situation, Qin was actually prepared for a fruitless outcome. Okay, I go in and pack my things. You guys can talk quickly if you have anything to say. I be leaving as soon as I come out. Although Lei Guang didn't have much affection for Dalia, he still admired Qin. Lei Guang knew exactly what was happening outside. This kid was really amazing. Lei Guang thoughtfully gave Qin and Dalia space to say goodbye, but Qin and Dalia didn't really have much to say. They had already prepared to part, and both sides had clear plans for their future. Qin looked down at Dalia, sighed slightly, reached out, and touched her head. I know you are very smart, since you have made a decision. Don't regret it. Dalia blinked. She felt that her sister seemed to know everything. Explosive War Rabbit and Super Shield Whale, although they may not be useful in the Scarlet Sea, but you should still take them with you. This was the last thing Qin could do for Dalia. I hope we can meet again in the Scarlet Sea. Qin half knelt down, gently hugged Dalia. Yes, I will. Dalia nodded heavily. When the time comes, it will be his turn to protect his sister. Be careful. This was the last sentence Qin left for Dalia. After saying it, he left, without staying for long. Gone. When Dalia secretly wiped her tears, Lei Guang suddenly spoke. In the small courtyard, Dalia and Lei Guang figures quickly disappeared, taking with them the explosive War Rabbit and Super Shield Whale that Qin gave to Dalia. Outside the yard, the little pickpocket was squatting at the door waiting for Qin. Next to him was a damaged explosive War Rabbit. Sister Qin. Seeing Qin coming out, he immediately stood up. Let's go! Qin picked up the remains of the explosive War Rabbit on the ground and left the ruins with Linden in her arms. Because of Qin's order, the super vines almost hollowed out the underground of the central area. When the biological ship was killed by the lightning, the road was also damaged and collapsed. Another item was added to the list of reconstruction projects for Sapphire Island. Fortunately, this world is full of the extraordinary and mysterious, and reconstruction can be done quickly. In minutes. As soon as the pirates and hunters withdrew, the staff on the island came to clean up the construction waste on the ruins. With Linden, Qin quickly returned to the port, and all the ships that were originally parked offshore were brought back by the staff. Qin, who received a large sum of money, had a lot of things to do next. As the biggest winner of this battle, Qin got more than just 100,000 bounty. His mechanic and combatant levels both broke through to the intermediate level. However, Qin didn't have time to care about this for the time being. He had to collect the bounty, pay back the money to the shipyard, and the money he owed to the survivors for buying props. It added up to about 4,000 goldfish. If it weren't for Dalia bounty, Qin would have a headache. There were almost no people in the bounty guild at this time, and Ariel was the only staff member. Qin handed the black shark card to Ariel, and exchanged it for 20,000 goldfish. The remaining money was exchanged for a green shark card. Qin, who received such a large bounty, grabbed a handful of goldfish as a tip for Ariel. The shiny goldfish was placed in a transparent glass bottle. Ariel smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. The dragon pirates are asking for your information. After taking Qin's money, Ariel quickly told Qin the latest news. I suggest you go to the recycling plant to avoid the limelight first. Ariel lowered her voice and reminded Qin. Thank you. The dragon pirates? Qinqing's heart was not disturbed when he heard the news. He had no intention of avoiding it. Speaking of which, Zhao Fuli and the others were still on the Dragon Pirate's ship. Linden, you know my ship, right? Can you wait for me on the ship first? Qinqing had no intention of avoiding the Dragon Pirates. If they wanted to find him, he could not avoid them at all. Qinqing had a clear understanding of himself. His strength was still very weak. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have had to think of all the ways to send Dalia to Lei Guang. From the beginning to the end, he tried his best to avoid direct confrontation with Bai Xian and the others. Qinqing knew that he couldn't beat them. This was especially true for the Dragon Pirates. After leaving the Bounty Guild, Qinqing saw the giant ship with the Dragon Pirates flag flying. It stopped next to his ship. Qinqing's ship was made to look unusually small by the Dragon Pirates' ship, and the ship next to it became a mini-ship. Wait for me on the boat first, Qinqing whispered to Linden. And he walked towards the Dragon Pirate ship. The red-haired woman sitting on the dragon's head must be the dragon Shangjia, who looked very majestic and domineering. Shangjia sat against the light, and his red hair seemed to be shining. The pirates and hunters on the dock avoided the Dragon Pirates, and quickly avoided the short-haired man and the short-haired woman who were arresting people and asking questions from afar. The popularity of the Dragon Pirates can be seen at a glance. Hey! 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 Why are you running? The buzz-cut man was almost depressed after being avoided by a pirate again. Hunters avoided him. But why did pirates avoid him too? They are all pirates. So why do they discriminate against each other? Excuse me, the buzz-cut man was depressed. And suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. He didn't care about anything and immediately grabbed Qinqing and asked, "Do you know Qinqing?" Chapter 62 100,000 Ransom. I am, Qinqing said calmly. Ah? The buzz-cut man had a dull expression, and he uttered awe in a daze. He finally caught someone to ask, and he actually asked the real person? I am Qinqing. Qinqing looked at the buzz-cut man and repeated, You? Qinqing and the buzz-cut man spoke at the same time, but before they finished speaking, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and slammed the buzz-cut man into the concrete floor. Are you Qinqing? This figure interrupted their conversation, slowly stood up, and looked at Qinqing. Boss, quick! The man with the buzz cut had his face smashed into the concrete floor. Shangjia's strength was so great that the concrete beside him cracked. He looks like he's about to die. Qinqing pointed at the man with the buzz cut who was being stepped on by Shangjia, kindly reminding him. Ah, don't worry, he won't die. You haven't answered my question yet. Shangjia waved his hand indifferently. If he could kill Yuan with this level, he wouldn't be a fighter of the Dragon Pirates. Ah, Shangjia. You bastard boss. I must kill you. Ah! Hearing Shangjia cold and ruthless words, Yuan, who was originally embedded in the cement, raised his head and cursed. Wow! Shangjia had a premonition of Yuan's action. He turned over very flexibly and landed smoothly. You are not dead. Shangjia pouted and said nonchalantly. You. Yuan pointed at Shangjia with trembling fingers and couldn't say anything, but he couldn't help but give face to Shangjia in front of outsiders, so he could only leave angrily. This damn bastard, don't even think about eating tonight. You are Qinqing, are you the one who escorted Dalia? Shangjia folded his hands, looking at Qinqing very frankly, without any disguise. Yes. Qinqing was interrupted by Shangjia before he finished speaking. Shangjia was not polite at all, and sat casually on the round stone pillar by the dock. Tell me what kind of person is Dalia? If you want to ask me whether he is worthy of being Moana's daughter, I can only tell you. Qinqing smiled slightly. Dalia is very smart, and very ambitious. She is very good. If Moana has such a daughter, it is her honor. What did you say? She stood up fiercely, with a fierce look in her eyes, looking at Qinqing dangerously, as if she would tear Qinqing to pieces in the next second. Qinqing looked at her calmly, without the slightest fear. Moana is a qualified pirate, but she is definitely not a qualified mother. Although this is not a big deal for pirates, but Qinqing is on Dalia's side. Dalia has never enjoyed the glory of her mother. But now she has to put herself in danger for her so-called mother. Moana is not even qualified to be a superior. Qinqing has no feelings for her. Hey. Shangjia can't do it here. The short-haired girl in the distance saw that Shangjia was about to do it again, and rushed over and wrapped her whole body around Shangjia to try to stop him. Shangjia is a good person in every way, but his temper is too weird, and he changes at any time. But it's not Shangjia's fault. Everyone in the Dragon Pirates knows what's going on. This is related to Shangjia's profession. Don't be fooled by Shangjia's strong appearance, which can kill a tiger with one punch. In fact, Shangjia is a mixed-blood voodoo witch from a mysterious tribe in the Misty Sea. Of course, Shangjia's fighting power is also very strong. He rarely shows his witch skills in front of others. Think about it. Chen high evaluation of Dalia. Doesn't it mean that Dalia will not tarnish the reputation of Lady Moana? He will definitely become a great pirate like Lady Moana. He will be the pride of Lady Moana. Right. Chen. The short-haired girl blinked at Chen desperately. Please, just agree to it. Yes. Chen responded. Unexpectedly, Shangjia was actually appeased like this. The members of the Dragon Pirates, their personalities don't seem to match the rumors. By the way, let me ask, did you rescue a group of wanderers at sea? Chen looked at Shangjia, who was appeased, and asked. Do you know him? Shangjia raised his eyelids, and the tattoos on his body seemed to move. Chen was sure that he was not mistaken. But he did not ask. They just met by chance. Ching Lao. We are here. As he spoke, Zhao Fuli and others suddenly popped their heads out from the wall of the ship and waved excitedly at Chen. You really know him. Shangjia put his hands in his pockets and said lazily to Chen. Since you know him, then give a ransom of 100,000 goldfish. A question mark slowly appeared on Zhao Fuli's face. 100,000 goldfish? How come they don't know how valuable they are? And didn't we agree to let them go off the island as soon as we arrived at Sapphire Island? Sorry, goodbye. Chen nodded slightly to Shangjia and turned around and prepared to leave without hesitation. Just kidding. The short-haired girl hurried out to smooth things over. Such a large group of people can't stay on their ship forever. Shangjia probably still feels depressed about Moana's death. You guys come down. Hearing the short-haired girl's words, he pouted and walked to the tavern with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Drinking in broad daylight is very pirate-like. Led by Zhao Fuli, there were nearly 1,000 people who got off the Dragon Pirates ship. And there were many children among them. To be honest, this number was beyond Chen expectation. The Dragon Pirates actually saved so many people? Do you think we have a lot of people? Zhao Fuli is a sweet-looking soft girl. But she is more than 1.7 meters tall. And she just looks a little soft. Shuyin, Zhang Xiaohong, and I have already discussed it. We are going to buy a ship and some supplies to go back to the deserted island at that time and build it up. Zhao Fuli said to Chen confidently. Although some of them wanted to rely on Chen. They were all taught a lesson by him and Shuyin. In fact, the strength of their group is still good. Such as him, Shuyin and Zhang Xiaohong. If they hadn't been unlucky to meet the Thunderbird Pirates last time. Who knows who would have won if it had been other small and medium-sized pirate groups. But that island is a deserted island, not suitable for planting. Chen knew about the deserted island Zhao Fuli was talking about. Its geographical location is very advantageous. However, there must be a reason why no other forces have developed such a good location. That sister Chen, if it is the deserted island near the Pink Sand Islands, I may know something about it. Listening to the conversation between Chen and Zhao Fuli, Linden quietly popped his head out and spoke weakly. That island is the only way for the Gem Hurricane Storm every year. In a few days, it will be the time for the Gem Hurricane Storm to erupt. Chapter 63 Gemstone Hurricane Storm. Gemstone Hurricane Storm? Yes, it is a very, very terrible marine disaster, which can only appear in the Gemstone Sea. Linden nodded heavily. The conditions of that deserted island are actually very superior, whether it is the geographical location or the size of the land, the fertility of the land. It is said that many wars broke out because of that deserted island many years ago, but the appearance of the Gemstone Hurricane Storm later made those forces give up the fight for this land. Every storm contains a large number of rare gems. But every time, it causes terrible casualties to the Gem Sea. The Gem Sea was also born because of this storm. The Gem Hurricane will appear at a fixed time and run along a random route in a fixed area. However, that deserted island is very unlucky to be on the Gem Hurricane's route every year. The area ravaged by the Gem Hurricane formed the current Gem Sea. Isn't this a typhoon? A survivor whispered. What's there to be afraid of a typhoon? Just take defensive measures. His words were not taken seriously by Chen and the others. How could a natural disaster that the entire Gem Sea feared be so simple? There are too many extraordinary beings in this world. Little sister, Can you tell us in detail about the gem hurricane? Shu Yin squatted down, with a few silver coins in his palm. Lyndon looked up at Chen Qing. Chen Qing nodded slightly, and then he felt relieved to accept it. Of course, it doesn't cost so much money to get some information. But it's just to show Chen Qing his attitude. They don't like money. They won't rely on him. He can rest assured. And he can also get closer to Chen Qing. The gem hurricane will start from the sea month every year, and will last until the cold month is about to begin. The calendar of this world is completely different from that of Chen Qing and his friends. The months are divided into 4 big months: grass month, fire month, sea month, and cold month. The big months are divided into 4 small months, and each small month is 28 days. In fact, it is equivalent to the 4 seasons of Chen Qing world, among which the sea moon is the most important month. The natural disasters of the deep blue sea are basically gathered in this big month, and the subsequent cold moon will erupt a deep blue disaster that sweeps across the entire deep blue sea. And today is the first of the 4 small months of the sea moon, the 27th of the gathering moon. Sapphire Island predicts that the gem hurricane will erupt on the 4th of the scattered moon, which is much later than before. Generally, each gem hurricane will last for 7 days, and after the hurricane, countless scattered precious gems will appear in the gem sea. The deeper the sea, the more precious the scattered gems are. At this time, gem hunters will start to salvage gems in the sea. Salvaging gems from the gem sea is basically a national sport in the deep blue sea. At this time, the gem sea will gather countless pirate hunters, caravans and civilians. However, this sport is not safe, and it is very dangerous. After the gem hurricane, a special group of fish that feed on gems will appear. They are collectively called treasure fish. They are terrifying, all extraordinary sea beasts. Even a lowest level treasure fish has the strength of a level. The more precious the gems, the more treasure fish will gather. So, those people who gathered in the gem sea are not all here because of Dalia. Chen Qing thought thoughtfully. There is only one Dalia, but there are countless gems. Then we came at the right time. Yes. If we get an expensive gem, we can lie flat for the rest of our lives. The survivors were immediately excited, and they were all ready to do something big, vowing to make a lot of money. Chen Qing and his companions knew that this matter was not that simple. Not to mention the other enemies and beasts who were eyeing these gems. They might not be able to survive this gem hurricane alone. Little sister, do you know how much damage Sapphire Island will suffer every time a gem hurricane comes? Shu Yin continued to ask. Lyndon nodded, pointed to where they were standing, and then pointed to the Azure Sea Blue Light Gem Processing Workshop with a huge billboard. The last time the gemstone hurricane came, everything was gone from here to there. Many people didn't have time to escape, and they all disappeared. Lyndon's tone was very calm, but the people who heard it were terrified. You? Zhao Fuli's voice was a little hoarse. This was much more terrifying than a typhoon. Don't you have any protective measures on Sapphire Island? Yes, there is a protective shield. The adult said it was a light gold quality protective shield, which came from the Scarlet Sea, but it was broken by the gemstone hurricane. Even in this world, human power can hardly defeat natural disasters. Then if we stay on this island, won't we? Listening to Lyndon's words, the survivors finally felt terrified. They couldn't even resist the native inhabitants of this world. If we leave Sapphire Island, the end will be even worse, Shu Yin said coldly. At least there are protective measures here on Sapphire Island, and they may not die. But if they leave this island, they can only wait for death. Besides, if you want to go inside, you have to pay, Lyndon said calmly. His parents died in the gemstone hurricane 2 years ago. The hurricane that year was so terrible that the island could only shrink the protective shield continuously. The shield after shrinking could not protect so many people on the island, except for children under the age of 12, who can enter the safe zone for free. Everyone else has to pay to get protection. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Chen Qing, you will protect us, right? After a long time, a survivor said in a trembling voice. Chen Qing tilted his head to look at the owner of the voice. Facing Chen Qing's eyes, he forced himself to continue. It's because of you that we came to this hellhole, and I heard from them that you got Dalia 100,000 bounty. You must be responsible for us. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was right, and finally he spoke with confidence. Zhao Fuli and Zhang Xiaohong looked at each other, and they silently distanced themselves from the survivor. Shu Yin also silently stood on the side of Zhao Fuli and the others. A large group of survivors instantly split into two groups. One group thought that Qin should pay for them if he had the ability, and the other group thought that Qin was not someone who could be morally blackmailed, and they would never stand on the same side with him. Qin looked at them strangely and said, he really didn't understand. If you have to say who harmed you like this, it should be the so-called system. Right? You just think I'm the soft persimmon that's easy to pick on, and you've teamed up with a group of people to push all the responsibilities onto me, trying to kidnap me from the moral high ground. But I have no responsibility to you. Why should I protect a group of shameless people who are trying to kidnap me morally? You think you can't blame the group? Why? Chapter 64 Intermediate Advanced Mechanic / Sword Master. Qin words made these people blush. They were not ashamed, but angry and afraid. They were angry that Qin did not give them any face, and they were afraid that Qin really did not give them any face. Qin did not care about them. What should they do? The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Qin did not care whether they were embarrassed or not, and took Linden back to the ship. He did not have so much time to waste on them. There was no need. Moreover, to be honest, Qin didn't think they would die in the gemstone hurricane. They were somewhat frightened by Linden's words. The two groups of people under the boat looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment, until the infrastructure team on the island came. What are you doing here? Are you going to sign up for the infrastructure team? The tall and strong captain wearing a construction hat frowned at the group of people. Pirates don't look like pirates. Hunters don't look like hunters. There are too many wanderers on the sea recently. Infrastructure team? How is the treatment? Zhao Fuli immediately grasped the key point of the captain's words and asked. Free food, 20 silver crabs a day. 20 silver crabs a day, which is definitely a very superior treatment for ordinary civilians, made the group's eyes light up. However, not everyone can join the infrastructure team. The task is heavy, there is a certain degree of danger, and the construction period is not long. The compensation for death is 50 goldfish. The captain added. Upon hearing this, the survivors who were originally planning to join the infrastructure team immediately retreated. There was actually a risk to their lives. I sign up. Zhao Fuli gritted his teeth and chose to sign up for the infrastructure team. He did it not only for the reward, but also to get a deeper understanding of this world and the matter of the gem hurricane. The people in the infrastructure team must know more than Linden. And maybe they are also responsible for the protection of the gem hurricane. Zhao Fuli joined. And Shuyin, Zhang Xiaohong and others also signed up. Many survivors signed up one after another. But the infrastructure team didn't want everyone. Only selected some strong ones. You? What will we do if you leave? Zhao Fuli. You can't just ignore us. The group of survivors who like moral kidnapping were a little collapsed. What should they do? Do you think I'm a big complainer? Zhao Fuli rolled his eyes at them. They just wanted to rely on others. Don't they know that if you rely on others, the mountain will fall and people will run away? He was too lazy to care about these people. He also had to thank Qin for screening these people out. Zhao Fuli glanced at the direction of Qin's ship. One day, he would also buy such a big ship. Qin on the ship was giving Linden a potion to strengthen his body. It was bought from a survivor nicknamed Pharmacist in the private channel. This potion called Green Forest can strengthen a person's physical and mental attributes to G+ to F. The specific situation depends on the user's situation. This potion costs 10 goldfish and can be taken multiple times, but the upper limit is that high. Qin bought a dozen at one time for backup, and Linden used 3. His talent is not high. Fortunately, Linden is a hard-working kid. In addition, Qin also bought a mechanic's job transfer scroll for Linden in the channel with 100 goldfish. At the same time, he gave him a gold card worth 500 goldfish, and also prepared some scattered silver crabs and copper shells. Linden couldn't protect too much wealth. Even if he became a professional, compared to those experienced thieves and robbers, his weaknesses were obvious. Sister Qin? After taking the potion, Linden woke up in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Qin sitting by the bed repairing something. Awake? I put all the things on the bow for you. Qin looked up at Linden, and quickly focused her attention on the scrapped explosive war rabbit. Sister Qin. Linden bit his lip, wanted to beg Qin to let him stay and follow him, but he was interrupted by Qin before he finished speaking. Sorry. Qin rejected Linden's request without any hesitation. He knew what Linden wanted to say. Linden lowered his head in disappointment, and said nothing more, took the money and scroll and left quietly. As soon as he left the room, He was stuffed with a big bag held by the super vine. All of these are the basic materials and tools that Chin prepared for him. Lyndon wiped his tears vigorously and bowed deeply in the direction of Chin. Chin in the room frowned, very regretful. There is no possibility of repairing this explosive war rabbit. The strength of those hunters and pirates is indeed very strong. The mechanical heart of the explosive war rabbit and the steel veins were completely shattered into slag. There is no possibility of repair at all. Chin brought the explosive war rabbit to the studio and prepared to dismantle all the remaining usable materials on it. This will make him more familiar with the fine structure of the explosive war rabbit. The assistant bees helped a lot when assembling the explosive war rabbit. Chin plans to go to the recycling plant after disassembling the explosive war rabbit, and then go to the shipyard. I don't know if Granny Taozi is back now. Compared with the previous assembly, Chin disassembly speed is very fast, which is partly because he has been promoted to an intermediate advanced mechanic. After becoming an intermediate advanced mechanic, Chin mechanic skills have not changed much. It's just that the word simple was removed from simple repair and simple transformation, and it became mechanical repair and mechanical transformation. There really wasn't much of a bonus for Chin. Chin had a vague feeling that only when he broke through to the advanced senior mechanic, he could be considered to have truly entered the profession. The profession that broke through with a mechanic was the combatant profession, because Chin chose a knife as his weapon. His combatant promotion route was combatant, elementary basic swordsman, and intermediate advanced swordsman, similar to the mechanic. After being promoted to the intermediate level, Chin gained 2 E-level skills: close combat, whirlwind blade slash. In addition, this time Chin also got 998.76 extraordinary points from the biological ship and other pirate hunters. And the extraordinary points required to break through his physical fitness from E-level to D-level are 1,000 points. It just so happens that Chin also needs to get familiar with and exercise his current body. Chin plans to send the ship to the shipyard for renovation, so that he can upgrade some cabins after returning, especially the machinery factory. When Chin was concentrating on disassembling the explosive war rabbit, a pile of flesh and blood in a frame in the warehouse next door suddenly made a very slight movement. The pile of dead meat moved strangely, quietly slid out of the frame and merged with the floor, and swam silently towards the studio through the gap in the door. Chin turned his back to it, and seemed to be still unaware. The unknown creature suddenly opened its fangs at Chin. Chapter 65 Grandma Taozi Farewell. However, before it touched the corner of Chin clothes, Chin turned around unexpectedly, and used the sharp tool in his hand to nail the unknown creature to the floor. Survivor Chin obtained 0.001 extraordinary points. Survivor. Another large amount of trace extraordinary points flooded the screen. The biological ship hidden in Chin's ship felt the loss of vitality, and immediately struggled violently, like boiling water. However, the creature's ship, that had degenerated into a juvenile stage by leaving its tail to survive, was no match for Chin. Its own vitality flowed to Chin like floodwater. Out of the instinct of survival, the creature ship chose to surrender to Chin. Blood lizard beast? Juvenile, chose to surrender to you. Do you agree? Warning. This creature is a super dangerous creature. There is a 99.99% chance of killing its master. Please choose carefully. Hint. This creature is highly compatible with the ship. After agreeing, the survivor Chin ship will be upgraded to an extraordinary ship. Warning. This creature is about to die. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Chin stared at the biological ship nailed to the ground, and was silent for a moment. Agree. The moment he said the word agree, Chin loosened his hand holding the tool, and the biological ship regained its flesh and blood form, and climbed up Chin's arm, leaving a mark on his heart. Chin felt the bond between him and this creature called the flesh and blood evil spirit. And at the same time, he also felt the hunger from the depths of the flesh and blood evil spirit's soul. Congratulations to the survivor Chin for contracting a special level creature, juvenile body, and receiving 100 bonus points. The extraordinary points have reached the upper limit. Please use the extraordinary points that exceed the upper limit as soon as possible. They will disappear in 3 minutes. The first time a survivor exceeds the upper limit, the extraordinary points will be temporarily retained. The next time, there will be no such preferential treatment. The upper limit of the extraordinary points. Chin opened the personal panel, and soon saw the situation in the extraordinary points column. 1098.76/1000 Chin quickly switched to the ship interface. Unnamed, Captain Qin, can be fused and evolved. Qin did not choose fusion for the time being, but opened his personal panel instead. He planned to upgrade his mechanic skills, machinery manufacturing, without a doubt. All 1,000 points of extraordinary points were invested in machine manufacturing. Huge knowledge poured into Qin's mind, making him almost unable to stand. The blood spirit lived up to the reminder of the system, and immediately launched a fierce resistance against the weak Qin. Qin picked up the knife hanging on the wall, and stabbed it into the blood spirit's body. Feeling the loss of vitality again, the blood spirit calmed down obediently. It was too weak to move. After enduring this wave of mental shock, Qin grabbed the blood and flesh and put it into a large glass bottle, covered it tightly with a lid and handed it to the extraordinary vines for care. To deal with this kind of creature that only has the instinct to devour, it is enough to let it go hungry for a few meals to learn its lesson. He asked Super Vine to drive the boat to the shipyard, and he went to Granny Towsy recycling plant. The only debt Qin had was the boat of the survivor who sold him the mechanical spider bomb. The shipyard should be almost done, and he could repair the boat. Although he was good at hands-on work, he was not as good as those professional shipbuilders. Or he could just change a ship that was more suitable for him. After all, the ship of the Black Blade Pirates was prepared for the entire pirate ship. But he is alone, and many rooms are vacant and wasted. During the shipbuilding period, he can concentrate on studying other mechanical creations and exercising. After determining the next plan, Qin and Super Vine split into two groups. The mechanical recycling plant was in ruins and in chaos. However, the money Qin gave Granny Towsy was enough for him to rebuild 10 recycling plants. When Qin came, Granny Towsy was slowly picking up the garbage salvaged from the seabed. 62,216 goldfish. I will give you the beehive as well. Grandma Towsy obviously knew the purpose of Qin's visit. Before Qin opened his mouth, she spoke first. More than 60,000 goldfish, buying assistant bees and assisted beehives. Qin will definitely not lose money on this deal, and even make a fortune. In the entire deep blue sea, even if the Scarlet Sea is included, I am afraid there is only this assistant beehive. However, this number is too specific. It just happened to be a ticket for the Deep Blue United Caravan to the Scarlet Sea. The Deep Blue United Caravan travels to the Scarlet Sea once every 6 months, and the space is limited, so the price is extremely high. There is a reason why it is expensive. There is a boundary at the junction of the Deep Blue Sea and the Scarlet Sea, except for the strong ones above level A. It is impossible to break through this boundary. However, every once in a while, this boundary will open, and at this time, countless dangerous sea beasts will gather at the junction. These sea beasts come from the Deep Blue Sea, and some from the Scarlet Sea, and they are very powerful. Whether they are pirates, hunters, explorers, or adventurers, they all tacitly choose the time when the world opens to attack the Scarlet Sea. Whether it is from the perspective of expenditure, income, or reputation, it is most suitable for them to break out of the siege of extraordinary sea beasts when the world opens. There is no fixed time for the opening of the world. The most widely believed saying in the Deep Blue Sea is that only when the real strong appear, the world will be ready to open. I heard that the world was open once because of the dragon pirates. But I don't know why the dragon pirates didn't go that time. Not only the dragon pirates, but also the other young pirate groups didn't go. For example, Yogu, Baixian, Yeshing, and so on. Jerome, the old gangster, doesn't count. Every time the world is opened, he goes there every time. But he can't get in every time. Okay. Qin agreed to Granny Towsy price. With the assistant beehive, Qin can start mass production of some advanced mechanical drawings. Qin went to the Bounty Guild to buy a boat ticket for Granny Towsy. This was Granny Towsy's request. After getting the boat ticket, Granny Towsy packed her luggage and slowly got back on the submarine. When she was packing, Qin looked at her. They were all old things with no quality at all. But those things, captain's hat, pointer, medicine box, although they were old, it was obvious that they were well cherished. Thinking of Granny Towsy's previous rumors, Qin seemed to know what Granny Towsy was going to do. Qin didn't say anything, but gave Granny Towsy some mechanical spider bombs for self-defense. Thank you, Qin. If you have a chance, go to the treasure sea Chunmingjian in the cold moon snowy month. It's a good place. There may be some unexpected surprises. Granny Towsy looked at Qin and said slowly, "This is how his life has been. An ordinary pirate. His captain and his companions all died before the boundary, just one step away from the Scarlet Sea. Now he is about to die. And finally has the opportunity to take his companions to see the scenery of the Scarlet Sea. Goodbye. Chapter 66 Customized Boats. Looking at Granny Towsy back as she walked away, the usually indifferent Chin Chin couldn't help but feel a special emotion in his heart. It seemed that wealth had only passed through his hands for a short time. Being a mechanic was also a very expensive profession, or, to develop any profession to its limit, it required a lot of money. 100,000 goldfish was just a drop in the bucket. Chin Chin shook his head, turned around and walked towards the recycling plant. In addition to the assistant bee, there were still some useful things in the recycling plant. For example, some of the old mechanical creations were not damaged. He spent some time in the recycling plant to sort out the things here. After sorting them out, he went to the shipyard to find the owner of the shipyard. The supervines had parked the boat at the shipyard. In addition to Chin Chin's boat, there were many other ships that had been remodeled. The entire sea area near the shipyard was full of boats, and the boatmen were busy sliding their boats between the ships. Chin Chin found the owner, who was building a ship in the shipyard, and the bald man explained his purpose. Renovation. The boss touched his head and thought seriously for a while. The ship of Black Blade should be from the shipyard in the Misty Sea. It is not suitable for major renovations. I suggest you customize a new ship. If you have enough money, I can use black sky stone, dragon scale wood for the keel, and purple pine for the mast. The bald boss lowered his voice. Every time he mentioned a material, his eyes became brighter. The material must be good. But the price? He could empty Chin Chin pockets. I don't want dragon scale wood and purple pine. I want to build a whole ship with magic root wood. Chin Chin interrupted the bald boss and said what he thought directly. Magic root wood is purple quality. It is a very good material. It is of the same grade as the dragon scale wood mentioned by the bald boss, but the price is about 30% lower than dragon bone wood. The main reason is that this kind of wood has a fatal flaw. Magic root wood, it will passively emit a special energy. If you are not a professional of some special profession or a superhuman, you can't bear it at all. Moreover, ordinary special professionals cannot withstand the energy emitted by the magic root wood. Among the pirate groups that Chin Chin knows, only the Ghost Bone pirate group ship is built with magic root wood. The Magic Dragon pirate group is richer. Their ship is built with dragon bone wood, and a large amount of black sky stone is used. The bald boss looked Chin Chin up and down, with a strange look in his eyes, and did not immediately agree to Chin Chin. He was a little hesitant about whether to agree. Building a ship with magic root wood, is it only possible in the Misty Sea? I know. Chin Chin's question immediately aroused the bald boss's strong desire to win. What do you mean only the Misty Sea can use magic root wood to build ships? Are you kidding? Their shipyard on Sapphire Island is also famous. Okay. You know what you know. Of course we can do it. Tell me. What are your requirements? On impulse, the bald boss actually agreed to Chin Chin. Chin Chin curled his lips and handed a list to the bald boss. His requirements are not many. There must be a special mechanical workshop, and a place to place the mechanical factory. The warehouse must be divided into mechanical material warehouse, mechanical creation warehouse, and other warehouses. As for the residents, although Chin Chin is alone, there are intelligent mechanical creations on his ship, so he still needs to reserve a few rooms to place them. For example, supervines and assistant beehives. At the same time, other cabins on the ship cannot be missing: infirmary, kitchen, gym, livestock planting area, ammunition depot, engine room. This ship must be suitable for him as a mechanic. Chin Chin's requirements were not many, but the quality requirements were too high. By the way, I also have a sea beast, which has a rather bad temper, Chin Chin added. Hearing Chin Chin's words, the bald boss's face became even uglier. He had taken over the shipyard for so long, and he had never received such a difficult task. Can you do it? If not, of course. The bald boss agreed immediately. If he said he couldn't do it, would he still have face? You first. You give me a deposit of 20,000 goldfish first, and the rest will be discussed after it's done. I won't give you more than the reward. The bald man was referring to the 100,000 yuan that Dalia had paid. This matter had long been known to everyone. What about the construction period? The money was not the problem. The important thing was the goods. Let's set it at 1.5 months. The bald boss hesitated. Normally, the construction period for a custom-made ship was about 15 days to 1 month. There were many ship workers in their shipyard. It was the largest shipyard in Sapphire Island. Even in the Sapphire Sea, their scale was considered large. This mission of Chin was indeed a challenge for them, but also a great opportunity. The professional level of the old boatman in the factory has been stuck for a long time. Okay. Chin paid the money very straightforwardly. During this period of time, he can just participate in the national sports in the deep blue sea and the Gem Sea. After Chin left with the build boat, the bald boss quickly called his assistant. He quickly asked the assistant to stop accepting orders, and also asked him to call back some of the previous boatmen. What happened? We have a big order of 100,000 goldfish. The bald boss had a deep look in his eyes. He patted his assistant's shoulder heavily, and said earnestly, "It was exactly 100,000 goldfish. How could it be considered as exceeding? Chin's ship must be perfect." Although he was just the boss of a shipyard, he was also ambitious. He was also a shipbuilder. His family were all shipbuilders. Unfortunately, no one could make this shipyard famous in the world. The bald boss's eyes fell on the signboard of Yes Shipyard, and his eyes became complicated. Now, he wants to be the one who can make Yes Shipyard famous all over the world. The first thing to do is... The bald boss took out a special communicator, took a deep breath to prepare himself mentally, and then pressed a number that he was familiar with. "Hello." An old voice came from the other end, and the bald boss burst into tears. "Mom, help. The first thing to do is to call for help. The current masters of the shipyard cannot complete Chin's task, and the old masters must be found back. Especially his mother, a retired shipbuilding master." Chin didn't know that one of his tasks would make the bald boss start to frantically recruit people. The most important thing for him now is to save money. Although the bald boss said that the cost of customizing the boat would be lower than the bounty, Chin believed that as a businessman, he would definitely keep the cost at 100,000. Chin current money, plus the deposit, is less than 40,000. Chapter 67, Make Money by Shipping. The price of ships is rising now. Black Knight's ship may be able to recover a few thousand goldfish, which is the most. This way Chin still has a gap of more than 60,000. However, Chin did not panic. Pirate bounties, selling mechanical creations, gem salvage activities, are all sources of income. Especially after he got Dalia bounty, there will definitely be a large number of pirates and hunters targeting him. They don't know that Chin has spent all his money. After paying off the cost of the mechanical spider bomb, Chin opened the private chat channel. There are now more than 200 survivors in the chat channel. The survivors here are either professionals or extraordinary people. They basically have their own ships and have a certain amount of wealth. Chin, everyone in the channel can get 2 mechanical spider bombs for free. Gao Yu, here I come. Xiao Jiu, I am here. Plus 2. Chin, by the way, do you know about the Gem Sea Gem Hurricane? Gao Yu? Chin did not intend to hide anything, and shared everything he knew in the chat channel. Zhao Sifang, I know that following the big guys will bring me money. I will set off for the Gem Sea now. Chin, the route of the hurricane has not been detected yet, you can wait outside the Gem Sea. Chin, but don't get too close to the Gem Sea, it's very dangerous. Chin sent the mechanical spider bomb in the form of a physical red envelope in the private channel, and sent out 426 mechanical spider bombs according to the number of people. Of course, you have to spend goldfish to enable this function. By Mafei, everyone. Be careful. There are many other races in the sea area where I am. They are also preparing to set off for the Gem Sea. By Mafei, there are many fishmen. The competition should be fierce. Chin is so generous, other people in the channel will naturally not be stingy, plus everyone has a rich family background. After a while, Chin received a large number of bomb orders, as well as specialties from various seas. There are all kinds of fruits, vegetables, flowers, ornaments, toys and clothes. Although they are not valuable, they are also a token of my thoughts. The cost of a mechanical spider is 2 or 3 silver crabs, which is much lower than a seawater purifier. Chin sells one for 20 silver crabs, which seems very unscrupulous. This is mainly because the mechanical factory has greatly reduced costs. It does not require any labor, and its material cost is actually not high. Chin is short of money now. The mechanical spider bomb is not a necessity, and he does not think it is a problem to sell it at a high price. The same level of mechanical bombs on the market are more expensive than Chin. Chin has reduced the price of the seawater purifier to 6 silver coins, and sells it to survivors, which is basically not profitable. However, his daily output is limited, only 3,000 units are sold, and a survivor ID can only buy one once every 3 months. Sure enough, selling arms is more profitable. After trying it, the survivors in the channel placed orders one after another. It is also good to put 2 of these things on your body for self-defense. It is more reliable than ordinary bombs. In half an hour, Chin received orders for 100,000, and this number is still increasing. Chin can earn 2,000 goldfish for 100,000 spider bombs. As long as he sells 3 million spider bombs, Chin will save enough money to customize the ship. After finishing the math, Chin was thoughtful. Perhaps the cost of the ship could be raised again. In addition to the mechanical spider bomb, Chin also had a big killer to make money. D-level. Environmental Adaptation Device, dark green, Environmental Adaptation Device. As the name suggests, is a device that allows people to adapt to the external environment. To be more precise, the name of this set of devices should be Underwater Environmental Adaptation Device. It is tailor-made for gem salvaging activities. I can't imagine how much money those gem hunters are willing to spend to buy it. The current underwater devices on the market are priced between 1 and 100 goldfish, and the highest quality is blue. More advanced underwater devices can be considered customized, which ordinary people simply cannot afford. Chin Blueprint is a very good quality among them, and the cost is not high, as long as he can mass produce. With the help of this gem hurricane, he may not need to hunt pirates to raise enough money for the customization of the ship, and there should be a lot of surplus. Chin immediately began to study the polishing and assembly. Now that Chin has the help of the assistant B, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Making products and mass production are not a problem at all. The biggest problem is materials. It took Chin less than half a day to make 3 sets of underwater adaptation. 1 set was made according to the drawings, and the remaining 2 sets were inferior and improved versions, with the quality of light green, dark green, and blue respectively. These 3 sets of equipment are aimed at gem hunters with different spending power. The equipment is a bit similar to a spacesuit, but it is more close-fitting and not so bulky, and has a certain attack power. Especially the blue quality device, Chin estimated that it would allow people to move freely underwater like fishmen. Of course, this was only an estimated effect, and a more accurate effect needed to be verified by himself. Chin thought about it, and prepared to ask Xiao Fuli and others to experiment together. Since it was an experiment, he had to find more samples. After all, these were to be mass-produced and sold to gem hunters. It was impossible to just talk about it on paper. Chin found some more materials from the warehouse, and prepared to make a few more sets. But just as he stood up, there was a movement in the waters below the cabin window. Chin's ship was parked outside the boundary of the Sapphire Island dock, which meant that he and his ship were not protected by Sapphire. Attacking him here would not be affected by the rules of Sapphire Island. Chin had specially created an opportunity for those pirates, but he did not expect them to come so late. He glanced at the sky outside, and it was almost dark. It had been more than 2 days and 1 night since he received the bounty, and these pirates had just started to take action. Moreover, the attacker outside was too weak, and his movements were too obvious. There was a slight difference between the sound of the natural flow of the sea and the sound of someone swimming underwater. There was only 1 ship in this area, so Chin heard it clearly. I don't know which pirate group is below. Chin threw a few mechanical spider bombs into the water, and the bombs exploded instantly, and the blood dyed the surrounding sea red. A corpse slowly floated on the sea. Survivor Chin killed the scout of the Renault family pirate group and obtained 0.1 extraordinary points. The Renault family has been so busy these days that Chin almost forgot their name. Speaking of which, they are already on the island. Chin glanced at the corpse. The fresh flesh and blood made the blood spirit trapped in the glass bottle start to surge wildly. It did not make any sound, but Chin seemed to hear a terrible roar. The lowest blood volume has been locked for so long, and the blood spirit was originally dying and reached its limit. But now the fresh corpse has awakened the last bit of vitality. Chapter 68 Diving into the Deep Sea. As soon as Chin opened the lid of the glass jar, the blood spirit immediately disappeared from the glass bottle. In a flash, it had appeared on the floating corpse on the sea. The floating corpse began to shrivel up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the skin was also devoured by the blood spirit bit by bit. The bones quickly fell into the water, as the flesh and skin disappeared. Qin looked at the blood spirits eating method and suddenly thought of the group of sea beasts killed by the Flying Bird Adventure group before. Those sea beasts should have been eaten by the blood spirit. It only eats flesh and blood, so the bones should still be on the seabed. Right? Qin has a potion formula, which is a body-strengthening potion, specially for strengthening physical properties. It has a similar strengthening effect to the Green Forest potion of the pharmacist before, but the cost is lower than his. The blood spirit that ate the floating corpse immediately wanted to escape into the water, to eat the fish and crabs under the water. Qin was quick-witted and used the harpoon with a barb that had been prepared on the side to pierce it, and put it back into a larger glass bottle. The blood spirit, which had recovered a little vitality, hit the bottle body in dissatisfaction, and was attacked by Qin's ruthless mental power in the next second, and immediately became quiet. After dealing with the blood spirit, Qin let the supervine sail, heading to the previous sea beast gathering point. He put on the environmental adaptation device that had just been made, and prepared to go to sea. The situation at sea today seemed to be affected by the upcoming gem hurricane. The surrounding environment was as dark as ink, without a trace of light. The light of the crescent moon in the night sky seemed to be absorbed by the darkness, and the sea was desolate and lonely. The light emitted by Qin's boat could only illuminate his boat. It was also pitch black outside the boat, and nothing could be seen. The objects thrown out disappeared instantly after they left the range of the boat railing. Not only that, the sea water was also extremely turbulent, and nothing could be heard except the sound of wind and waves. The dark sea seemed to be full of terrible creatures at any time. Qin stood on the highest platform of the boat and looked into the distance, but he could not see anything. However, this kind of weather and environment is just right for testing environmental adaptation devices. Those gem hunters salvage gems day and night. After all, no one can be sure how many times the gem hurricane will come, and how many gems it will bring. They can only try their best to salvage more gems. Following the established route, with the wind and the water, the supervines drove the ship to the target point quickly. Qin just finished checking the seeds. Some seeds have begun to germinate, and their types can be determined. After retracting the sails, and stopping the boat, and shutting down the engine, Qin quickly jumped into the water, with some tools after explaining some things to the supervine. He was not worried about the situation on the boat. The worst result was to release the blood spirit. Under the printing of the night, even the azure sea water in the daytime turned into ink color. Fortunately, the device worn by Qin gave him some visibility underwater. However, the flashlight that was originally prepared was useless and had no use. Once it was turned on, its light was swallowed by the sea water, and the range that could be illuminated might not even be 5 centimeters. Qin tried the environmental adaptation device. The device fits perfectly. Qin did not feel any resistance at the current position of 100 meters underwater, and he could breathe normally. He tried to move. The swimming felt extremely smooth and silky. His legs seemed to have turned into fish tails. The deepest part of the gem sea can reach more than 8,000 meters, which is not as deep as the Misty Sea. The Misty, Elemental and Treasure Seas are the most dangerous. The blue quality device in Qin's hand is expected to be able to dive to a depth of about 3,000 to 5,000 meters. However, there is no more exact value. The deepest bottom of this sea area is 2,848 meters. In Qin's world, this depth can be called the deep sea. But here, it is not. After sending a location signal to the supervines on the ship, Qin quickly swam deeper. The deeper he dived, the lower the visibility. But the visibility was always kept within a range, so that Qin could see nothing. As Qin dived down, sporadic sea beasts began to appear around him, and Qin even saw the fragments of a sunken ship. When entering 1,000 meters underwater, some G-level extraordinary sea beasts began to appear. However, they did not intend to attack Qin and left soon. This area is near Sapphire Island. They will regularly hunt extraordinary sea beasts here to ensure the safety of civilians on the island. So there are actually very few sea beasts here. Most of them are some ordinary sea fish, shrimps, crabs and so on. The size and appearance of these creatures are completely different from what Qin has seen before, and they look very fierce. They avoided Qin even more than sea beasts, and Qin had no intention of catching them. His main purpose of diving was to catch sea beast bones and simple test equipment. Every time he dived 100 meters, Qin would send a location signal to the supervines to ensure safety. That is, to ensure his safety, and also to ensure the safety of the ship. As the depth of the dive continued to increase, Chen began to find some sea beast bones scattered on the rocks under the sea. Skipping these bones, Chen increased his speed. So far, he has dived to about 2,200 meters, which took less than an hour. Soon, an hour after entering the water, Chen finally reached the deepest part of this sea area. There were many sea beast bones buried in the soft sea sand, from which one could get a glimpse of the size of the sea beasts when they were alive. The bone that Chen picked up casually was more than twice as long as him. The sea beast bones were scattered. Chen looked at the distribution of these bones, and immediately became alert. There must be other living sea beasts here. Sure enough, the next second a pair of huge eyeballs emerged from the sea sand. As it appeared, countless pairs of eyes emerged from the flat sand. Chen was surrounded. Rustles came from the sand. Chen did not act rashly. However, the sea beasts on the opposite side could not hold back, and emerged from the sand first, waving a pair of sharp pincers to attack Chen. Its size was almost the same as Chen. The identification technique fell on the sea beast. Chen quickly learned some basic information about the sea beasts that surrounded him. Sapphire giant armored crab, G+ grade, juvenile, a type of treasure-grabbing crab, with huge claws, thick shell, extremely fast on sand. But its eyesight is not good. It feeds on gemstones, and prefers sapphires the most, and after death its eyes will turn into sapphires of different qualities. High attack, high defense, high speed under certain conditions. Chen quickly made a judgment on the giant armored crab. The treasure-grabbing fish appeared so early? So, this area is the territory of the giant armored crab. So does this mean that Sapphire Island will definitely be the path of the gem hurricane? Chapter 69 Sapphire Giant Crabs. Chen was not sure. He still knew too little about this world. Maybe he should go to the treasure sea to buy some books to fill his knowledge. However, the current priority is to kill these giant crabs. The characteristics of giant crabs are high attack and high defense, and high speed does not work for Chen. Moreover, they only have high defense, but no high health, which means they are fragile. At the same time, it means that they are basically standing targets for Chen. As long as the defense is broken, these giant crabs are not to be feared at all. The black knife that Chen brought was not suitable for underwater use. He picked up a sea beast bone and smashed it hard on the young giant crab that rushed towards him. The strength rating of the young giant crab was only G level, which was very easy for Chen to deal with. With just this one blow, cracks appeared on its shell. The sea beast bone that Chen picked up was the bone of a sea-level frost giant lizard. It was easy to break the giant crab with it. Their so-called high defense was only relative. Cracks appeared on the back of the young giant crab, and it immediately lost its ability to fight. Chen grabbed the protruding spikes on its body, and quickly hit it for the second time. The young giant crab lost its life instantly. The cubs died, and the adult giant crabs did not move at all. They were still observing Chen carefully. Chen took advantage of this time, and directly put the giant crab on the trading platform at a super high price. The trading platform has been regarded as an alternative space prop by Chen. Speaking of this, Chen had to hurry up and make the space distortion bracelet. It was indeed inconvenient without a space prop. These giant crabs did not move. Chen did not think they had given up attacking him. If they gave up, they should have retreated, but they still tightly surrounded Chen in a circle. Suddenly, the giant crab behind Chen suddenly jumped out of the sand, waving its claws bigger than Chen and clamping towards him. The movement was extremely swift, and Chen could even hear the sound of breaking through the air. The giant crab was very powerful. If it caught him, Chen would be split in half immediately. The attack of the giant crab behind Chen was like a signal for attack. A large number of giant crabs emerged from the sand and attacked Chen. Chen movements were very agile, and he was as agile as above water, even underwater. With a move of his legs, he immediately passed through the gap between the claws, jumped onto the back of a giant crab, and swung his fist to hit its shell hard. The giant crab was shaken, and was almost knocked flat on the sand. The sand below was splashed with ripples. When Chen attacked the giant crab, another giant crab immediately raised its claws, and clamped it fiercely. Chen jumped up, and swam quickly under the belly of the giant crab in front. The giant crab that was hit by Chen was unlucky. Its shell was broken by its own kind, and the crab roe flowed out. If that was crab roe. However, the giant armored crab that Qin used as a hiding place was not so lucky. Qin installed 5 mechanical spider bombs on its abdomen. The sharp claws of the mechanical spider pierced into its shell, and it exploded. Even though the power of the mechanical spider was reduced underwater, these giant armored crabs with strength only around F level could not be easily stopped. A large number of mechanical spider bombs emerged from Qin's pocket and took root in the nearby giant armored crabs. Explosions followed one after another, and the huge impact force pushed the sea beast's bones far away. Qin aimed at the leader of the giant armored crabs, a royal sapphire giant armored crab of E-level strength. Its level was different from other giant armored crabs, and even its name was crowned with the title of royal. The royal giant armored crab also targeted Qin, and the man and the crab confronted each other. Qin was not afraid of the giant armored crab that was dozens of times larger than himself. Qin picked up a sea beast bone and rushed forward. The bone broke through the water flow and hit the giant armored crab. This royal giant armored crab lived up to its name. It clamped the sea beast bone with its claws raised, and easily broke the bone into two. The flying bone fragments passed over Qin's cheek, and the hair beside his ear broke with a sound and fell into the sand. Strands of blood kept coming out of the wound and quickly melted into the seawater. The huge giant armored crab in front of him had a pair of very bright dark blue huge eyes, which were clearly visible even at such a deep seabed. The giant armored crabs behind Qin all fell under the power of the mechanical spider, lying on the sand and almost losing their lives. The wound on his face felt a faint stinging sensation. Qin looked at the giant crab in front of him. In his eyes, it was no longer a sea beast, but a delicious crab dish. Qin held the sea beast bones brought by the mechanical spider bombs and rushed towards the giant crab. The giant crab was also very fast. The mud and sand on the seabed were flying everywhere. Only the afterimages of a man and a crab could be seen faintly. Qin kept waving the animal bones in his hand. Every strike could accurately hit the joint of the giant crab's claws. However, the giant crab was not able to touch Qin at all. Its claws showed signs of breaking. It was indeed highly defensive, but that did not mean it had no weaknesses. Feeling threatened, the giant crab immediately tried to escape into the sand, but was pinned to the sand by a leap from Qin. It could not escape after being touched by Qin. The giant crab swung its body frantically, even hitting the rocks on the seabed with all its might, but still could not shake off Qin. It punched the shell again and again, until cracks appeared on the shell. Along the seams, the extremely hard shell was broken apart by Qin. The crystal crab meat inside seemed to emit a delicious glow. But it's crab roe, no. It should be crab blue, is blue, I don't know if it is poisonous. The black knife was inserted into the giant crab's body and stirred it. The light in the eyes of the royal giant crab gradually disappeared. In the dark deep sea sand, there lay a large group of lifeless giant crabs. Qin bent his legs and sat on the giant crab, breathing a little hurriedly. This place can't stay for too long. Their smell will soon attract other sea beasts. Qin adjusted his breathing, and immediately began to clean up the battlefield, leaving the seemingly bottomless abyss with a large number of sea beast bones and a field of giant crabs. Not long after Qin left the seabed, another group of treasure fish followed the smell and found it. Unfortunately, Qin had already left, but there were still a few giant crabs left in the sand. These were left by Qin on purpose. The treasure fish immediately fought for the sapphires in their eyes. When they finished fighting, Qin had already returned to the boat and set off to return to Sapphire Island. Let's have a crab feast today. Chapter 70 Shameless Edition. On the way back, Qin began to deal with these giant armored crabs. There were 169 giant armored crabs in total. It took Qin nearly 1,000 spider bombs. The eyes of each sapphire giant armored crab will turn into sapphires after death. The quality is determined by their strength in life and the number of gems they have swallowed. Qin, wearing a one-piece rubber suit, turned into a cold fish butcher. He used the dagger in his hand to cut open the eyeballs of the giant armored crabs with an expressionless face, and took out the hidden sapphires from them. This job is very demanding on skills. If you are not careful, the whole eyeball will burst. Especially the eyeball of the giant crab is extremely large, as big as a ball. The whole deck can hold a giant crab. His movements are as smooth as flowing water. The sharp dagger in his hand is like a toy that can be easily played with. With one cut, the turbid liquid flows obediently on the deck, leaving only a soft skin, which he throws to the blood spirit nailed to the deck. However, Not all giant crabs have liquid in their eyes. Some have thick liquid. And some even have solid. Chen Qing observed that the more solid the eyes are, the better the quality. The hardness of the solid inside the eyes of the royal sapphire giant crab is close to that of stone. However, under Chen Qing's great strength, not to mention stone, even steel can be easily broken. The sapphires in the giant crab's eyes were dug out, and all the sapphires were thrown into a bucket at the side. The giant crabs that were dug out of gems were handed over to the super vines for processing. But their speed was indeed a bit slow. Chen Qing increased the speed of digging gems, and the giant crabs were piled up one by one, and the boat sank a lot. Chen Qing sold most of the giant crabs processed by the super vines on the trading channel, and had to clear out the warehouse. Fortunately, it was edible, and the meat tasted good. Frequent consumption can slightly improve physical properties. Chen Qing kept some of the stronger giant crabs for himself, and sold the rest to survivors in the private channel. Some of them were still on the trading channel, and Chen Qing was still killing the rest. The super vines were not very good at killing fish, and their bodies were a bit bulky, so they were slow to dismantle the giant crabs. Chen Qing used to work as a part-time fish killer in supermarkets and back kitchens. The hourly wage was relatively high, and he was familiar with this job. The black knife of the black knife instantly turned into a tool for killing fish. The blade was extremely sharp. He broke the shell, removed the gills, cut the legs and chopped the crab. Chen Qing movements were extremely smooth, and the whole process was done in one go. The super vines on the side were responsible for packing the crab pieces and legs. The remaining scraps were given to the blood spirit if they could eat them, and thrown into the sea if they couldn't eat them. When the ship arrived at the port, Chen Qing had just chopped the last crab, and was full of the smell of the sea. The deck was also filled with the smell, and many strange-looking black birds were perched on the mast. Chen Qing threw a piece of crab meat into the air, and those black birds were very fast, and in an instant they opened their beaks full of sharp teeth and tore the book-sized crab meat into pieces and swallowed it. Not a single scrap fell. The creatures on the sea, even birds, have such strong fighting power. Chen Qing asked the super vines to clean the deck, and he moved all the crab meat into the kitchen warehouse. There were only 2 refrigerators in the kitchen, which were often full of ingredients, and could not hold so much crab meat. Even the warehouse could not hold so much crab meat, and the royal sapphire giant crab alone could fill up most of Chen Qing's boat. With so much crab meat, Chen Qing simply invited people he knew on the island to have a crab meat feast. Zhao Fuli and his friends were also invited. As for the preparation work, of course, it was handed over to Super Vine. Chen Qing went back to the room to wash off the fishy smell on his body. When he came out of the bathroom, Super Vine had already set up the barbecue grill. Zhao Fuli and his friends were originally working at the port, so they were the first to come. In addition to them, Chen Qing also invited the shipyard owner, Ariel from the Bounty Guild, Fire Monkey and his group of hunters, and One Eye and Tang from the recycling plant. About 20 to 30 people came here and there, and all gathered on the deck. However, Chen Qing, the master, did not come out, and they did not eat first, but helped the super vines to process the ingredients. The fire monkeys brought a lot of wine and seasonings. As for barbecue, they are hunters who have been sleeping outdoors every day. Ariel reluctantly bought a bouquet of flowers for Chen Qing, and the shipyard owner brought fruits and vegetables. Zhao Fuli and his friends did not come empty-handed, and they really brought secret barbecue. When Chen Qing came out, Zhao Fuli was arguing with Huoho about whose grilled food was more delicious. The warm yellow light shone on everyone's face, and everyone had a smile on their face. Good food does make people feel happy. However, Chen Qing tied up her hair that had been trimmed in the bathroom and frowned slightly, looking at Shangjiao, who was fanning the flames among the crowd. He didn't remember that he had invited Shangjiao. Chen Qing. Zhao Fuli's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Qing, and he immediately pulled him to judge. Speaking of barbecue, of course the food stalls in their dragon country are the best. Right? Chen Qing shook his head helplessly. Just try it and you know. Chen Qing smiled a little, motioning them to look forward. The superpower vine was carrying the processed crab meat, and other ingredients were coming up. Upon hearing Chen Qing's words, Zhao Fuli and Huoho's eyes instantly flashed with blazing flames of war. Who is afraid of who? The two said in unison, and quickly rushed towards the superpower vine. And the others followed without any prior agreement. Chen Qing grabbed Shangjiao close as he was about to join in the fun. I don't think I invited you. Did I? Chen Qing stared at Shangjiao with his dark eyes, and his tone was gentle but made people feel dangerous for no reason. But who is Shangjiao? He is so shameless. Alas, Yuan, the guy really didn't give me dinner. I can only come to eat yours. Shangjiao seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment, putting his hand on Chen Qing's shoulder and hugging him with a playful smile. Shangjiao's strength was terrifying, and Chen Qing couldn't break free at all. People who don't know would think that Chen Qing and Shangjiao have a very good relationship at first glance, but they almost had a conflict the day before. Shangjiao. As soon as Shangjiao finished speaking, the giant ship next to Chen Qing roared. Then Yuan, with a dark face, appeared in front of them. Looking at Shangjiao, who was still waving at him, Yuan felt embarrassed. Such a thing was actually told to outsiders. And what about not giving him food? Can the kitchen door stop him? When has he ever been really hungry? Hey Yuan, do you want to eat something? Shangjiao not only ate for himself, but also brought other people from the dragon pirates to eat together. He is really shameless. Chapter 71, A Lively Banquet. Chen Qing had a blank expression on his face. Shangjiao smelled strongly of alcohol. He must have drunk a lot. A drunkard. He had just taken a shower, and now his whole body was covered with alcohol. Sorry, Shangjiao sometimes has a childish temper. The short-haired girl Shuepa and Yuan, who had met during the day, came quickly. One took Shangjiao away, and the other apologized to Chen Qing repeatedly. It's okay, stay and eat together. Chen Qing shook his head. He had no problem with the dragon pirates. This pirate group was much more moral than all the pirate groups he had seen before. Dalia had already left. There was no conflict of interest, and it was okay to be friends. The fire monkeys and a group of bounty hunters over there could get along well with a few pirates. So can we buy some? Smelling the strong and overbearing fragrance coming from not far away, Shuepa thought for a while, and took out a handful of goldfish from his purse. Shangjiao was so happy for the first time since the death of Lady Moana. Everyone on the ship was drinking, so they might as well buy all of these. Shuepa and Yuan were in charge of the dragon pirates' purse and kitchen respectively, and they were the most important people on the ship. They could make some decisions for Shangjiao. Shuepa knew the giant armored crab that Chen Qing had caught, and it tasted pretty good among sea beasts. It doesn't matter. Today is a small banquet anyway. Can you invite everyone on your ship to come down and join us? Chen Qing pulled a chair over and sat down, raising a faint smile. It's not bad to be so lively occasionally. Okay, then we won't be polite. Shuepa could tell whether Chen Qing was sincere or not. The host said so, they were thick-skinned pirates. Why should they refuse? But Shuepa was already thinking about how to return Chen Qing favor. The dragon pirates were the strongest pirate group in the deep blue sea, and with their bad temper, they had many enemies. Pirates want to kill them. Hunters want to catch them. And other forces want to divide them. The pressure on the dragon pirates is indeed not small. They are not afraid. But the civilians in the territory protected by the dragon pirates. Pirates have never been moral people. The dragon pirates did not act like this before. They killed people without blinking an eye. And they were cruel and did everything they could, and dared to challenge the default rules of the deep blue sea. But since the dragon's base was attacked by the pirates, they completely changed some of their styles. Even if those pirates were retaliated by them later, they ended up in a very tragic way, but the dead could not come back. Now Shuepa and Yuan have been much more restrained in their behavior outside. They are very strong, but they have weaknesses. Some rules exist for a reason, and they are not yet able to go against the entire deep blue sea. What's more, the deep blue sea is backed by the Scarlet Sea. Shuepa looked at the group of people fighting and making noise in front of him with emotion. They were not like this before. Shangjiao didn't even bother to care about them. Chen Qing looked at Shuepa strangely. Can you be so emotional just eating a barbecue? The people in the dragon pirates are all weird. Young men, come and drink and eat meat. Shangjiao raised his arm and called out. The sharp teeth bit the iron skewers of crab meat into pieces in one bite. Zhao Fuli next to him silently moved away from him. What? Where is the wine? Is there any meat? It was like a zombie siege in an instant. Heads with bright green eyes popped out from the railings of the big ship next to them, all looking at the delicious food below. They howled like wolves, and immediately jumped off the boat, landing on the deck. Today's banquet? Chen Qing will pay for it. Shangjiao pointed the stick in his hand at Chen Qing, who was discussing something with Shuepa. For some reason, Chen Qing suddenly had a bad feeling. Thank you, Chen Qing. The long-legged people's uniform and overwhelming thanks attracted the attention of all the awake people in the port. And everyone's eyes were anxiously focused on Chen Qing's boat. Although he was not looking at Chen Qing still felt very embarrassed. If I had known earlier. Who is sick in the middle of the night? The pirates on the pirate ship next door were woken up and couldn't help but curse. Shang Jia's smile remained unchanged. He glanced lazily at the dragon members next to him and disappeared into the night. Soon, Chen Qing smelled a faint smell of blood mixed with the barbecue aroma. Shang Jia raised the wine barrel to Chen Qing and raised his eyebrows, as if he was asking Chen Qing for credit. Chen Qing didn't look at him, turned his head, and continued to discuss the world with Shuepa. Where were we just now? The requirements for opening the world. Shuepa is one of the important members of the Dragon Pirates, so he naturally knows a lot of things that others don't know. Although there are rumors outside that the world will only be opened when a strong person appears, this rumor is probably false. Shuepa's voice was a little low. He took a big sip of the wine, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Pirates are basically all alcoholics, even if they are not. They will drink. We haven't figured out the details yet. But there is a new rumor among the pirates recently. It is said that if you sacrifice the strongest, the world will be opened. A trace of hostility flashed in Shuepa's eyes. This rumor was obviously directed at Shang Jia. The dragon pirates are not as reckless as before, but if those people think that they have turned over a new leaf, they are very wrong. Do you really think that since they haven't attacked pirates much in recent years, any random sardine can provoke them? Shuepa sneered. Chen Qing concentrated on eating the charcoal grilled crab meat brought by Zhao Fuli. Zhao Fuli's cooking skills are really good. Chen Qing thinks he can eat one by himself. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Shuepa's heart is full of conspiracy against the dragon pirates, and he is very angry. Chen Qing next to him was eating happily, and the captain of the dragon pirates opposite was even happier. Until a survivor said he wanted to apply for the position of musician of the dragon pirates. Shang Jia was still interested. Until the survivor took out his swana. Until he played a song of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Zhao Fuli sprayed a mouthful of water on the face of the fire monkey, which was very lively. By the way, are you going to participate in Chen Qing Gemstone Hurricane Storm this time? Shuepa was shocked by the sound of the swana. And he was much more sober. Yeah. Chen Qing nodded. You are a mechanic. Right? Then I suggest you go to Emerald Island. Not Sapphire Island. Chapter 72 Wind Shadow Emerald. Emerald Island? Yes, a group of mechanical treasure fish have appeared on Emerald Island. As the original power of this world. The dragon pirates, Chen Qing's source of information is definitely not as good as theirs. However, mechanical treasure fish. Chen Qing has to admit that his knowledge is indeed too narrow. And this cognition has been appearing one after another recently. In this world full of extraordinary things, there are all kinds of things. There is a group of mechanical races living underwater. This is also a very normal thing. The mechanical fish are quite strong. All above E-level. But there are still many people watching them. The official name of this group of mechanical treasure fish is Fengying Jade. And they are extremely fast. They are transparent. And their interior is made up of cold mechanical parts. The core in the center is rich in color. Fengying Jade feeds on jade, which is similar to the giant armored crab. The higher the quality of the jade they eat, the more they eat, and the stronger they are. At the same time, the quality of the core jade is better. Core jade is a gemstone, and also a kind of mechanical power core, which has both beauty and strength. Wind Shadow Jade is the favorite fish of mechanics. Its parts are of excellent quality, and can be put into use after being disassembled. No one knows who made them. They have been living in the sea since people realized their existence. Mechanics have speculated about their reproduction method. They should absorb minerals from the ocean and grind them into parts bit by bit. These parts slowly form a new Fengying Emerald. After the little Fengying Emerald is born, it will separate from the mother body and upgrade itself. This statement has not been officially verified yet. After all, there are too many unknowns in this world waiting for them to explore. It was just a meal. Chen Qing got such important information from Shuepa. In terms of value, Chen Qing made a lot of money. However, neither of them took it to heart. Chen Qing did not think of taking advantage, and Shuepa did not feel that he was at a loss. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. People present here are all generous and open-minded, and it is very comfortable to get along with them. Even Shang Jia, a guy with a weird and changeable temper, is not a stingy person. When people get along with each other, there is give and take. The conversation between Qingqing and Shuepa was soon interrupted by the overbearing aroma coming from the barbecue grill. Zhao Fuli arrogantly put his hands on his waist and laughed up to the sky, and proudly showed off to Huoho. I am the 68th generation successor of Zhao's barbecue stall. You are just a small bounty hunter. And you dare to compete with me in cooking skills. 68th generation? Everyone except the survivors was stunned by Zhao Fuli, and they really thought he was the 68th generation descendant. Qingqing lowered his eyes and smiled. His eyes were full of smiles. At most, it was 4th or 5th generation. How many years had the barbecue stalls appeared in total? Huoho was very depressed. The cooking skills passed down from his family. He really couldn't compare. But Huoho's cooking skills were indeed good. Qingqing sniffed the fragrance in the air. This taste is simply not achievable in the previous world. Either Zhao Fuli has improved the recipe with the seasonings of this world, or Zhao Fuli's extraordinary ability is related to cooking. Shengjiao on the side stared at Zhao Fuli with interest. His idea was the same as Qingqing. A person with extraordinary ability related to cooking, if he doesn't lure people onto the boat, his name Shengjiao will be written backwards. Zhao Fuli didn't know that he had revealed his true colors just by making a barbecue. If he knew, he would definitely want to curse. How could they be so perverted? They almost exposed his true colors after just one encounter. The aroma of barbecue and seafood quickly attracted the nearby residents. A group of children gathered at the dock, looking carefully at the direction of Qingqing's ship. Even the pirates nearby were attracted by the smell of food. Both Qingqing and Shengjiao treated the civilians well. Seeing these civilians gathering, Qingqing asked the super vines to send some crab meat to distribute to them. The meat of these young giant crabs needs to be eaten as soon as possible. The refrigerator in the kitchen cannot prevent the energy in the crab meat from dissipating. The fresh crab meat is stringy and firm. Even without Zhao Fuli cooking skills, it is still tender, juicy and delicious. Qingqing and Shengjiao sat on the chairs and looked towards the sea at the same time. It should be dawn at this time, but the sky is still gloomy now, and the storm seems to be coming at any time. It looks like this year's hurricane will come early. Shengjiao put his hands on the back of the chair, sitting with his legs and feet stretched out, and said lazily, "Yeah." Qingqing responded casually, "Just looking at the sky, one can see the power of the Jim hurricane. How about telling a little secret about the Jim hurricane?" Shengjiao suddenly approached Qingqing, his dark purple eyes flashing with strange light. The gems brought by the Jim hurricane. The top quality ones can only be found in the storm. Shengjiao raised his eyebrows casually, dragging out a long tone, and smiling wantonly and arrogantly. "Little ones, get ready to set sail." Shengjiao stood up suddenly, and a large shadow covered Qingqing's vision. Not far away, a strong wind that had already formed had raised huge waves and was approaching Sapphire Island. The alarm bell on the island was immediately sounded, and the sharp and piercing alarm bell sounded throughout the island in an instant. The originally bustling port immediately became solemn. Under Shengjia's call, all members of the Dragon Pirates responded to their captain's call. They looked at Hurricane Storm with intense excitement, and exuded a cold and murderous aura. "Thank you for the banquet." Shengjiao patted Qingqing on the shoulder, and jumped onto the dragon ship. The other members of the Dragon Pirates followed Shengjia's steps, and in an instant the dragon ship was ready to go. The pirate ship sailed, and Shengjiao stood on the bow and stared at the hurricane storm in the distance, which was emitting a destructive aura. The excitement on his face could not be suppressed at all, and all the fighting factors in his body were mobilized. The terrifying black dragon left the port, and braved the hurricane without fear. "Where is Zhao Fuli?" Zhang Xiaohong and Xu Yin stared at each other. In the distance, Zhao Fuli, who was captured by the Dragon Pirates, wanted to cry without tears. His island infrastructure dream. He didn't want to be a pirate at all. Looking at the hurricane ahead, which was like an out-of-control beast wreaking havoc and raising huge waves, Zhao Fuli trembled in the arrogant laughter of the Dragon Pirates. Qingqing on Sapphire Island was not panicked in the face of the sudden storm, and remained calm, arranging and handling each item in an orderly manner. Fear and panic are useless. Chapter 73 Hurricane Storm is coming. The staff of Sapphire Island are obviously used to dealing with such situations. They appeared at the port and began to direct the situation at the first moment of the Sapphire Hurricane Storm. The civilians on the island are also used to it, and obediently listened to the arrangements of the staff. However, the survivors, after Zhao Fuli, one of the leaders, suddenly disappeared. They seemed to have become headless flies, and were very anxious. After all, this is someone else's territory. It's completely reasonable for the people of Sapphire Island to ignore them. Fortunately, after the negotiation of Shu-in and others, the survivors were arranged by the staff to take temporary refuge in the Bounty Guild. There were also a group of hunters who were drinking heavily in the Bounty Guild. Originally, the survivors were a little dissatisfied with being arranged in the Bounty Guild, which was so close to the storm. However, after seeing those bounty hunters, they immediately felt much more at ease. All the children were taken to a safer place for refuge. Sapphire Island is one of the few forces in the deep blue sea that is friendly to children. Chen-Ching outside was also arranged by the staff to spend 20 goldfish to buy a temporary prop. Floating bubble ball, blue, as the name suggests, a prop that can make things float in the air. This is used on ships. When the gemstone hurricane hits, once it breaks through the defense line of Sapphire Island, the first to suffer are the ships in the port. Chen-Ching has no shortage of this money. There is no need to save it. Floating with the ship above the central area of Sapphire Island, Chen-Ching felt the terrifying power of the gemstone hurricane storm more directly. The dark sky, the color of the gemstone hurricane storm is similar to that of the sky. It is an extremely rich black, and the storm seems to contain terrifying violent energy. Wherever the gemstone hurricane storm goes, the sea water is stirred up to form terrifying waves, which are even taller than the protective shield of the entire Sapphire Island. And in the huge waves, there was a destructive whirlpool that could devour everything. Chen-Ching watched a sea beast as big as an island being crushed and eaten by the whirlpool. In front of the gem hurricane, even those powerful sea beasts were equally weak and fragile. Except for the demon dragon that faced the powerful storm, their momentum was no less than that of the gem hurricane. The hull easily cut the storm in half, like a sharp blade. At this time, Chen-Ching had a clear perception of the strongest pirate group in Deep Blue. Zhao Fuli on the pirate ship saw this scene, and his annoyance and fear were slightly relieved. After all, he was able to cling to someone powerful, although he still wanted to be the island owner. The survivors hiding in the Bounty Guild had completely different feelings from Zhao Fuli. They are so strong. Why don't they stay to protect us? A survivor whispered, and the originally lively Bounty Guild suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their heads to look at the survivor. Ariel's eyes were filled with pity. Poor guy. Someone will definitely complain to the pirates of the Dragon Pirates. Besides, there are many people who want to become followers of the Dragon Pirates. The survivor's face immediately turned red, and he suddenly felt scared. But he should be able to live longer, after all. No one has time to take care of him now. They need to judge how powerful this hurricane is, and whether Sapphire Island is one of the routes of this hurricane. If so, I am afraid that the tragedy of 2 years ago will be repeated. During the hurricane, no place in the Gem Sea can be spared, and almost all will be affected. However, as long as it is not on the route, there will be no problem. It is relatively safe, and the protective shield on the island can handle it. However, this also means that the quality and quantity of gems in the sea area around Sapphire Island will not be very good. High risk often comes with high returns. The gem hunters on the island certainly hope that Sapphire Island is on the route of the hurricane, because they are much richer than those civilians. Chen-Ching in the sky observed the situation of the hurricane storm and preliminarily determined that this hurricane storm should be just a prelude. In this case, Chen-Ching continued to busy himself with his own affairs. He asked Grandma Swan to be the middleman and purchased a batch of materials for making environmental adaptation devices. It would take some time to deliver them. After giving some instructions to the supervines, Chen-Ching returned to the studio and continued to study the environmental adaptation device. He needed a better device. Chen-Ching gave all the 3 sets of devices he had made to Ming Rang, the person who had sold him the 3 blueprints. This was agreed upon. The workshop was filled with mechanical parts and fragmented metal ores. Chen-Ching began his new round of research. The biggest problem with the environmental adaptation device at present was the illumination and attack power. After diving into the deep sea, the light emitted by the adaptation device was all swallowed up by the environment. The visibility was too low. After all, he was not a true marine race, and it was easy to be attacked in this environment. There are many murlocs among the gem hunters in Gem Hurricane. Humans have too little advantage over them. Diamond Island, the farthest from Sapphire Island, is the territory of mermaids. The whole island makes a living on gems. The mermaids on Diamond Island are the top gem hunters. Everyone has his own specialty. Even the strongest pirate may not be able to beat them. They must be among Chen-Ching competitors. That batch of wind shadow emeralds is very popular. Chen Qing sat on a chair, with the drawings of the super shield whale, explosive war rabbit, and environmental adaptation device in front of him. The super shield whale can go into the water, but it is still a bit difficult to follow it to dive to such a depth. The deep sea environment will consume the energy of its protective shield. There is also the explosive war hunter rabbit. Chen Qing needs it to go into the water with him. The gem hunters on Diamond Island basically act as a team. Chen Qing will have a hard time against them. Comparing these drawings, Chen Qing kept scribbling and revising on the blank paper, devoting himself to it, and did not leave the studio for a whole day. No matter how violent the storm outside was, it would not affect him at all. Compared to Chen Qing's calmness, the atmosphere in the Sapphire Island's master's mansion was unusually depressing. Not only Sapphire Island, but also the island forces of the entire Gem Sea gathered together using virtual images, and everyone looked unhappy. This time, the Gem Hurricane was a little beyond their expectations. The entire Gem Sea was on its route, and according to the news from the Hurricane Research Institute, it was very likely to run back and forth in the Gem Sea several times. Not only that, the power of this hurricane is unprecedentedly terrifying. If it was only level 1 before, then this hurricane is level 10. With the defensive power of the current protective shield of the Gem Sea, it is very likely that it will not be able to survive this Gem Hurricane, and the entire island may be destroyed. Chapter 74 Not Trying Hard Enough. At this stage, the news about the Gemstone Hurricane Storm has been tightly covered up, and only they know about it. However, the problem cannot be solved by covering it up. Once the hurricane storm officially arrives, there will not be many people alive in the entire Gemstone Sea. Even the mermen and other sea creatures will find it difficult to avoid it. The danger of the Gemstone Hurricane Storm does not only exist on the sea surface. The meeting of all parties in the Gemstone Sea lasted for 18 hours, and no suitable solution was discussed. No one thought that the Sapphire Hurricane would be so terrible. Faced with natural disasters, humans are always powerless. After the meeting, a middle-aged woman in the island owner's mansion rubbed her eyebrows, and a trace of anxiety appeared on her face. As the owner of Sapphire Island, Mazen was unexpectedly an ordinary person. Master Mazen, what should we do next? The internal affairs officer beside him asked respectfully, looking at Mazen expectantly. After a full 18-hour meeting, Mazen had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. The whole meeting was a bunch of old men passing the buck. No one was willing to step up and take charge. When the Gem Alliance was first formed, it sounded pretty good, but now, when there was benefit, they all rushed to the front, but now when something went wrong, one ran faster than the other. Diamond Island and Crystal Island gained the most benefits from the Gem Alliance, but both of them acted like turtles. I heard before that Diamond Island and Crystal sent an adventure group to follow the Deep Blue Caravan to a newly discovered ruin in the Scarlet Sea, and they only came back last month. As soon as the adventure team came back, the 2 islands immediately began to build defense structures. Mazen sneered. I'm afraid Diamond and Crystal Islands are thinking of ruling the Sapphire Sea. Who would complain about having too many resources? They are gone. And even if there are new forces in the Sapphire Sea, they can't be better than them. Let them be ready to start the Ark project at any time. They are all deeply rooted forces in the Sapphire Sea, and they all have some trump cards in their hands. The Ark project is the biggest trump card of Sapphire Island. But once the plan is launched, it means that the entire Sapphire Island will no longer exist. Wait, contact Qinglan of Emerald Island first. Then, go find Chen Qing. Mazen seemed to have remembered something, and called the Internal Affairs officer, who was about to leave. Chen Qing? The Internal Affairs officer naturally knew who Chen Qing was. He was the most popular newcomer in the Deep Blue Sea. How many people were eyeing Dalia? But Dalia was intercepted by him, and sent to Lake Guang. The hunters and pirates of the entire island didn't even touch a hair of Dalia. Mazen was also thinking of treating a dead fish as a living one. As the island owner, he only wanted to develop the island. He knew everything that happened on the island. Chen Qing's talent for mechanics was indeed shocking. The island owner's mansion also had several senior mechanics, and even an engineering mechanic who specialized in fortifications. After a mechanic breaks through the advanced level, he will generally specialize in a certain direction, just like a fighter chooses a weapon, and become a master of mechanics of a certain school. For example, the engineering mechanics kept by the island owner's mansion, and other battlefield mechanics, arms mechanics, data mechanics. After Chen Qing breaks through to the advanced mechanic, he will most likely become a mechanic with the name of Extraordinary. The protective shield on Sapphire Island is a mechanical creation from the Scarlet Sea, and the mechanics kept on the island are specifically to maintain it. Mazin took a fancy to Qinqing mechanical talent, and hoped that Qinqing could bring him some unexpected surprises. After all, no one thought that he could send Dalia to Lei Guang, unless it is absolutely necessary. Mazin does not want to start the art project. Sapphire Island is different from other islands. There are almost no top-notch masters on their island. Mazin, the island owner, is even an ordinary person. The reason why they can become a neutral force in the Gem Sea is partly because of the lightning and the endless big pirates, such as the Gem Pirates. The other part is because of the Arkansas. The Ark cannot make Mazin a super master, but it can completely destroy the entire territory of any force in the deep blue sea. Staying on the boat, Qinqing, whose head was full of data, parts and metals, did not expect that he would be targeted by Mazin. The studio was full of waste drawings. Qinqing frowned, and he was stuck in a dead end. There was no way to solve it. The mini factory next door had already started to produce the 3 device drawings that Qinqing had researched before. Qinqing, who had been stuck with this problem for 2 days, stared at the drawings on the table, and slammed the pen on the table in a childish manner. As expected, I still need to read more books. I will regret not having enough books when I need them. Qinqing drank a cup of cold strong tea, which slightly relieved his depression. He had no idea how to combine the shield of the super shield whale with the membrane of the underwater device, or replace them perfectly. Whether it is the shield or the membrane, they are both the core of the blueprint, and they are conflicting. Qinqing tried several times, and the materials were wasted by hundreds of goldfish. In addition to frying himself with a charred face, there was no result. These 2 blueprints can only be compatible downward, not upward. The super shield whale is a blueprint of blue quality. Qinqing tried to downgrade and merge it in the middle. This was successful. A green quality super shield whale device has the shape of a whale, a shield, and the underwater survival function of the device. Unfortunately, it is green quality, which is not what Qinqing wants at all. And the explosive war hunting rabbit and the underwater device are completely incompatible. Qinqing, who tried to upgrade the green blueprint to a purple quality blueprint, attributed all the problems to his lack of effort. I still need to put in some effort to learn more. He never thought, if the mechanical blueprints are so easy to modify and upgrade, why are there still differences in quality? Being able to transform the green quality environmental adaptation device into blue quality, as an intermediate mechanic, he has already surpassed countless senior mechanics, and even school mechanics. 2 independent blueprints, he can perfectly retain their respective characteristics. Even mini school mechanics cannot do it, but Qinqing is still not satisfied. To some extent, the 2 blueprints were not compatible, and Qinqing was indeed not working hard enough. He did not think it was a problem of the compatibility of the blueprints. What a terrible woman. She was more talented than others, worked harder than others, but now she felt that she was not working hard enough. Just as Qinqing digested his failure and prepared to fight again, the internal affairs officer of the island owner's mansion came to the outside of Qinqing's ship quietly. But before he could speak, he was controlled by the super vines on the deck. I am from the island owner's mansion. I am not a bad person. Faced with the continuous contraction of the super vines, the internal affairs officer, whose face was red and unable to breathe, hurriedly shouted out his identity. Chapter 75 A-grade red quality giant marine fortification. Internal affairs officer? Island Lord's mansion? Qinqing had no impression of the almost invisible Island Lord's mansion on Sapphire Island. He just felt that they were a little more humane than other forces. Only a little. However, out of courtesy, Qinqing still let the super vines release the internal affairs officer, and simply packed up before going out to meet him. Although Qinqing's ship was floating in the sky, he had no peace at all these days. Who can resist the temptation of 100,000 goldfish? Not to mention the other bounties given by Moana forces. The pirates and hunters who remained on the island rushed one after another, all trying to kill Qinqing. Miss Qinqing. Right. I am Duo Luo, the internal affairs officer of the Sapphire Island's Island Master's mansion. The Island Master, Lord Mazin, would like to invite you to the Island Master's mansion. Duo Luo quickly tidied up her messy appearance before Qinqing came out, and said politely, Island Master? Yes. It's about the hurricane of the Gemstone Hurricane this time. Duo Luo revealed a little information to Qinqing. This level of information can be told to Qinqing, He believed that Chin was a sensible person. After all, with such a big bomb as Dalia, Chin could still go around without revealing any information. Okay. Chin did not refuse. He was on someone else's island now, so what right did he have to refuse? And Chin also wanted to borrow some books from them. The island owner's mansion, there should be a lot of books. Right? Duo Luo came up on a mechanical flying fish, which was made by the mechanics of the Lord's mansion. Seeing this mechanical flying fish, Chin desire to study it suddenly came up. Can I see this flying fish? Chin asked. Duo Luo smiled kindly and agreed happily. He knew the personalities of these mechanics, and they were always curious. This flying fish was made by the engineering machinery master of the island Lord's mansion. Even if Chin took it apart for research, he probably wouldn't be able to study it thoroughly. However, Duo Luo did not expect that. As soon as he started, Chin had already figured out all the details of this mechanical flying fish. It is not difficult to replicate, but Chin does not have some materials, but he can make a low-profile version. This mechanical fish is quite interesting. The appearance and shape are a bit similar to the flying fish of the 10-color pirates that Gao Yu took away. Let's go! Chin retracted his hand and nodded politely to Duo Luo. This flying fish was made by Xiaoli, the engineering machinery master of the island owner's mansion. Xiaoli has a good personality. He likes diligent students very much. Duo Luo opened the driving panel of the flying fish and took Chin to the island owner's mansion while reminding Chin Xiaoli, as a 32-year-old mechanic of the school, was definitely one of the top mechanics in the deep blue sea. Duo Luo didn't know how terrible Chin talent was. He was really reminding Chin kindly. Mechanics rely too much on talent. If there is a teacher, it will be much easier. Not only will there be someone to teach, but the teacher will reimburse the expenses. And you can also get in touch with many precious materials that you can't get in touch with in the past. Duo Luo knew that Chin was not short of money, but he should be short of systematic knowledge and connections. This happened to be what Xiaoli had. Duo Luo specifically reminded Chin of this for her own reasons. She knew that Chin was born a sea wanderer. Sapphire Island was the first island Chin landed on. As a very talented mechanic, Xiaoli could not stay on Sapphire Island for the rest of her life. She would leave Sapphire Island in another year. If Chin could become Xiaoli's student, then they might be able to discuss with Chin to let him replace Xiaoli and become the resident mechanic on the island. They are treated very well. Duo Luo was telling Chin about the generous treatment of the resident mechanics on Sapphire Island, and how good it would be if she became Xiaoli's student. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Chin just smiled politely at Duo Luo's recommendation. As one person chattered, and the other was silent, they soon arrived at the island owner's mansion. The island owner's mansion on Sapphire Island covers a very large area, but the building looks very ordinary, located in a remote corner of the island, and opposite the machinery recycling plant. When Duo Luo took Chin to the island owner's office, Xiaoli just came out of the room. Xiaoli was a cold-looking woman, wearing a vest and trousers with many pockets. Lady Xiaoli. Duo Luo's eyes lit up when she saw Xiaoli, and she enthusiastically introduced Xiaoli and Chin to each other. This is Miss Chin. Although she is a newcomer, she is a very talented new mechanic. Miss Chin. This is the Lady Xiaoli I told you about. Hello. Xiaoli nodded to Chin with a cold expression. I leave first. This sentence was said to Duo Luo, and Xiaoli left after saying it. Duo Luo touched her nose embarrassedly. Xiaoli is not like this usually. Maybe because of the protective shield, she was a little irritated. But now Duo Luo couldn't explain to Chin, so she just opened the door for Chin. In the room, Ma Zhan was waiting for Chin. It's urgent, so I just said it directly. Ma Zhan was a straightforward person. After inviting Chin to sit down, he went straight to the point. Chin didn't like beating around the bush either, so Ma Zhan's personality was more to his liking. This time, the danger of the gemstone hurricane will be 10 times greater than before. According to the current fortifications on the island, it is impossible to resist. Once the gemstone hurricane breaks through the fortifications, the entire island will be caught in the hurricane and completely destroyed. I asked you to come here for this. Ma Zhan handed over a simple diagram. Chin glanced at it. A giant A-grade red quality marine fortification. You think too highly of me. Chin pushed the diagram back. With his strength, he could only do odd jobs in this fortification at most. A giant A-grade red quality fortification and an A-grade red quality prop or mechanical creature are not of the same order of magnitude. Although Qin is quite confident in his strength, he is not conceited. Mazen specially called him here, definitely not to do odd jobs. For such a huge defense project, even if he was just doing odd jobs, Qin was very satisfied and would definitely accept it with pleasure. But if he was just doing odd jobs, Mazen would not have specially called him to the island owner's mansion to discuss it. No mechanic would refuse. Whether this project succeeds or not, all the professionals involved will receive a generous reward. Even if it fails, we will not hold you responsible for anything. If you fail, you can tell others that we have this blueprint. Mazen was sincere. This blueprint was obtained by chance by Sapphire Island and Emerald Island. They kept this news very secret. If it weren't for the hurricane of gemstones, they would never have taken it out. They simply don't have the ability to protect this blueprint. This will definitely attract the attention of the entire Deep Blue Sea, and even the Scarlet Sea. Chapter 76 Qin Request. Mazen asked Qin to come, of course. Not to let Qin take the lead, there are people in Sapphire Island and Emerald Island. However, although Qin was not asked to take the lead, he was indeed entrusted with an important task. Even if there is a mechanic association, the presence of mechanics in the Deep Blue Sea is still not very strong. There are only 3 branches of the Mechanic Association in the Gem Sea, which are located in Emerald Island, Diamond Island, and Pearl Island. In the Deep Blue Sea, mechanics are relatively stronger in the Treasure Sea. I need you to be in charge of these parts. All the materials, manpower, equipment, we have prepared everything. Mazen handed over dozens of disassembled drawings again. A huge marine defense structure, of course, cannot be covered by a small drawing. What Qin got was the redisassembled rubbings made by them. This work alone took 8 mechanical masters of the school for 2 years. Mazen and Qinglong discussed that this time the Gem Hurricane Storm was dangerous, but it was the best time for them to build this magnificent defense structure. With the Gem Hurricane in front, the other forces in the Gem Sea had no time to care about them. But this was undoubtedly a huge challenge. It was Xiaoli who suggested that Qin join in. Qin's strong performance in the Dalia incident made her successfully notice this newcomer. Xiaoli caught several of the mechanical spider bombs released by Qin. After Xiaoli disassembled the mechanical spiders and studied them carefully, she was amazed at Qin's skills. In addition, the explosive war rabbit and super shield whale that made their mark in the Dalia incident were enough to prove Qin's ability. Even though Qin's creativity was insufficient, Xiaoli did not dare to say that she could be better than him in assembling according to the blueprint. His strength was definitely far beyond his current professional level, and he was fully capable of being on his own. You can make any conditions you want. Mazen was very sincere. In terms of treating talents, he did not dare to say that he was the best. But he was definitely ranked among the best in the Deep Blue Sea. There were more masters of various professions and schools on Sapphire Island than just a few who were on the surface. Qin did not answer Mazen immediately, but carefully looked through the drawings he handed over. Qin was tempted by Mazen conditions. Even if there was no reward, when faced with such a huge mechanical fortification, no mechanic would refuse. But Qin did not like to promise things he was not sure of. This was good for everyone, so he needed to weigh it before making a decision. There was a thick stack of drawings, and Qin spent an hour to carefully analyze all the drawings. With my ability, these tasks are somewhat difficult for me. Hearing Qin answer, Mazen's face showed a smile. Qin said that it was somewhat difficult, which means that he was also certain. Don't worry. There are many extraordinary people with high spiritual attributes joining in this construction, Mazen said immediately. Of course, they are the assistants of Qin and other mechanics. Qin is indeed a little confident, and he is not bragging. Building mechanical fortifications according to the blueprints is like looking at the world from the shoulders of giants. The biggest problem with this fortification is actually the talent, ability and experience of the mechanics involved, whether they can understand the blueprints, and the collection of materials. I dare not say the former. But Sapphire Island and Emerald Island are definitely well prepared for the latter, since they accidentally got this blueprint 4 years ago. The 2 islands have begun to prepare for it. I have 2 requests. Qin put down the blueprints and began to bargain with Mazen. Money, he will not lack it. Materials, he will not lack it either. The only thing Qin lacks is knowledge, which is the least circulated thing in this world. I want books about mechanics. Sure, as long as it is not the only book that those mechanics have in their private collection, I can get you all the others. Mazen agreed to this request without thinking, which was within his expectations. I want to see the complete version of the fortification's drawings, not the copy. I want to see the original. Qin stared into Mazen's eyes, and said his second request slowly. The first condition was just an appetizer, and the following one was Qin focus. Sure enough, after hearing this request, Mazen hesitated, and even almost blurted out the word of refusal. The mechanics who had previously split and printed the drawings were all their own people. Qin was not only a newcomer, but also an outsider. Mazen had to consider the problem of drawing leakage. Qin's ability was not enough for Mazen to take such a big risk. However, Mazen frowned as he looked at Qin, who remained calm after stating the conditions. He was considering whether Qin was worthy enough to make him take such a big risk. Perhaps Qin had some trump card. I need to think about it. After hesitating for a moment, Mazen said in a deep voice. In fact, he was inclined to reject Qin. However, in view of Xiao Li's high evaluation of Qin, he was still willing to hold a meeting and respect Qin. Mazen wanted to discuss it with other mechanics. And he also needed the consent of Emerald Island for such an important matter as viewing the drawings. Of course. Qin nodded slightly. He understood Mazen's concerns. He also had his own concerns. Qin's biggest trump card was undoubtedly the assistant beehive. The assistant bee was tailor-made for this fortification. In addition, there was the bounty of the Moana pirates that had not yet been obtained. Qin could not put the assistant beehive in the open. This thing was something that every mechanic would want. After leaving the island owner's mansion, Qin did not go back to the ship mechanically, but went to the Bounty Guild first. Outside Sapphire Island, the gemstone hurricane was still raging in the surrounding seas. The terrifying waves continued to hit the protective shield of Sapphire Island. The people on the island had long been accustomed to this scene. This was just a prelude when Qin arrived at the Bounty Guild. Except for the pale-faced survivors, all the other hunters assigned to the Bounty Guild were in excellent condition. His arrival successfully attracted everyone's attention, the survivors' expectations, and the hunters' greed. Qin calmly passed by the jackals and took the bounty that Ariel had prepared long ago. All the bounties were in a space ring, a very simple black branch ring, which just fit Qin's size. Qin didn't expect this surprise, that his first space prop was not made by himself, but given by someone else. After getting the bounty, Qin went to the Sapphire Market to purchase a batch of new ingredients before returning to the ship. The first thing Qin did when he returned to the ship was not to check the bounty in the ring, but to start thinking about the relationship between the assistant beehive and the fortification. Chapter 77 News about the Mechanical Ruins. You should know that the assistant beehive in Qin's hand is a heavily damaged version, and there are only a few assistant bees in it. Even in this case, the assistant beehive can still reach the lavender quality. So if it is a complete version of the hive, can Qin assume that it is of grade A red quality? The grade A red assistant beehive is in the hands of Grandma Tazi, a former pirate from Sapphire Island, and the same grade A red giant marine defense fortification fell into the hands of the owner of Sapphire Island. The deep blue sea, basically, is not equated with red quality things. Throughout the history of the deep blue sea, it has never appeared. The existence of this level, even many forces in the Scarlet Sea will be jealous. Qin scattered his thoughts, whether there is any relationship between the two. If there is a relationship between the two, does it mean that there is a mechanical relic in the deep blue sea? When this idea emerged, Qin was shocked. Mechanical relics. If they are mechanical relics, are those old-fashioned mechanical creations in Granny Taozi recycling plant also? Does this have anything to do with the Treasure Sea Chunmingjian that Granny Taozi mentioned? The Treasure Sea can be said to be the base camp of the mechanics. In the base camp of the mechanics, is there a mechanical relic hidden? This discovery is really funny. Is this the legendary darkness under the lamp? However, Qin is not too optimistic about this possibility. Those mechanics are not stupid. Even if the mechanics are stupid, are the pirates in the Treasure Sea stupid? For the legendary treasure buried deep in the Treasure Sea, they have already turned the Treasure Sea over tens of thousands and hundreds of millions of times. Compared to the mechanics in the Treasure Sea not knowing the existence of the ruins, Qin is more inclined to believe that they know the existence of the ruins, but do not know how to enter the ruins. Granny Taozi and her pirate group have no reputation in the deep blue sea, and their strength is not enough to support them to enter the ruins earlier than the mechanics in the Treasure Sea. Similarly, Sapphire Island does not have that ability. Qin sat cross-legged on the deck, while dismantling the superpowered vines for inspection, while thinking carefully about the key points. Combined with what Granny Towsy said to him before she left. The mechanical ruins, under certain specific conditions, will open another entrance to the ruins. Or, under these specific conditions, something inside the ruins will flow out of the ruins. The adventure group of Sapphire Island got the blueprints, and Granny Towsy and her pirate group got the broken Kobe hive. Chin Ching was more inclined to the latter possibility, because if the door of the ruins was opened, then Sapphire Island would definitely not get only one blueprint. To confirm his guess, Chin Ching only needed to obtain the adventure journal of Sapphire Island and find out the situation of Granny Towsy pirate group going to the treasure sea. Moreover, as long as this matter was figured out, Chin Ching could also combine the two situations to infer the exact conditions for the treasure to flow out of the ruins. However, both the former and the latter were not easy to obtain. Sapphire Island will definitely keep this matter a secret. Even if they reveal the existence of the fortifications, they will not reveal this pie in the sky. It is even more difficult to find out about Granny Towsy and their unknown pirate group. Over the years, there have been more than tens of millions of pirate groups of all sizes traveling in the treasure sea. After closing the shell of the super vine again, Chin Ching repaired and replaced all the parts inside it. Although this is difficult to do, it is not difficult to complete. You can suddenly see the light by changing your mindset. First of all, there is a rough time and place when Granny Towsy and the others got the assistant beehive. Following this time and place, Chin Ching can check some local logs and should be able to get more accurate data. As for the data of Sapphire Island, if they can't get it from them, they can also get it from the treasure sea. The adventure group and the exploration group will definitely be recorded, whether official or unofficial. The preliminary preparation of such a fortification, 3 to 5 years is too little, unless Sapphire Island has other allies. Going forward along this time, as long as there is a little clue, Chin Ching can unravel the mystery. Finding similarities and differences, the general situation can definitely be analyzed from the data. Chin Ching, who was weeding and fertilizing the planting area, quickly determined his next plan. After the gem hurricane storm is over, he will set off for the treasure sea, and he can also visit Galyu and the others. The treasure of the treasure sea, is it actually a mechanical relic? If you think about it carefully, it is quite reasonable. If it weren't for the mechanical ruins gushing out of various mechanical-related outputs, the treasure sea would not have become the base camp of the mechanics. It is also because of the rumor of the treasure that the mechanics in the treasure sea can flourish. Salvage treasure. Ordinary pirates don't have the terrible physique of those big pirates, and they must rely on external forces. The flourishing development of the mechanics in the treasure sea, the feeding of a large number of metal machines, can keep the ruins active. This can be seen from the assistant beehive that Chin Ching obtained. To some extent, the mechanical ruins should be alive. The mechanics and mechanical ruins of the treasure sea complement each other. In this way, Chin Ching suddenly stopped fertilizing. The plants in the planting area have entered the growth period, and Chin Ching found several special extraordinary plants among them. But this is not important now. An idea suddenly popped up in Chin Ching's mind. Are the mechanics of the treasure sea unable to open the ruins? Or do they simply not want to open the ruins? Everything is still unknown. Chin Ching's lips curled up slightly, and he felt that the treasure sea should be very interesting. He was already impatient to go to the treasure sea. The second most popular profession in the gem sea is gem craftsman, gem designer, gem enchanter, and all other professions related to gems. As a sea with countless islands and seas, the most popular professions are of course pirates and hunters. Before heading to the treasure sea, Chin Ching needs to make sure he can survive the gemstone hurricane. He must be prepared for the worst. For example, the entire Sapphire Island is destroyed, and the ship is abandoned. Of course, this is the second worst possibility. Chin Ching does not want the Sapphire Island to be destroyed. He has just paid the deposit for the ship. Based on this situation, the assistant bees in the mechanical work area are working hard to manufacture the super shield whale. No matter what the situation is, Chin Ching must do everything he can to be at ease. Do your best and leave it to fate. This is also one of the life principles that Chin Ching follows. Chapter 78 Space Bounty Items. After sorting out the planting area, Chin Ching, who had sorted out his thoughts, returned to the machinery factory under the ship. With the machinery factory running day and night, the environmental adaptation devices in the warehouse have filled up a warehouse. The 3 models add up to a total of 693 pieces. After sorting out these devices, Chin Ching put some of them on the private channel for sale. He rarely looks at the chat channel now. The consultations there are basically of no value. Besides, Qin has been really busy recently. He has no time to spend on the survivors. Nor is there any need to do so. Qin still sells the basic material packages on the trading channel regularly. Some survivors are really unlucky. They didn't get any of the seas, but were all assigned to some uninhabited dangerous seas. However, this means that they have more opportunities. Whether they can seize the opportunity depends on themselves. If Qin has time, he actually wants to go to those uninhabited seas. After all, high risk means high returns. But this adventure must be put at the end. Qin's schedule is full every day. After packing up the things in the machinery factory, Qin checked and maintained the assembly line equipment again, with mechanical ants assisting. The assistant bee's hive is just below the machinery factory. Qin opened a passage between the two places to facilitate the assistant bees to enter and exit the machinery factory at any time. If something unexpected happens in the factory, they will come faster than Qin. A huge golden mechanical honeycomb hung from the ceiling. It almost occupied the entire floor. Sporadic assistant bees kept going in and out between the honeycomb and the warehouse, and one super shield whale after another took shape in the honeycomb. The assistant bees were very intelligent, and their mechanical attainments were also very strong. As long as there were drawings, there was almost nothing they couldn't make. In terms of making advanced machinery, they were the best helpers. After checking the situation of the honeycomb and the assistant bees, Qin left the work area. These tasks are boring, but they must be done regularly. After finishing all the to-do items, Qin, who was sitting in the restaurant eating dinner, was free now. While eating, he began to check the contents of the space ring. The black branches and leaves formed a circle around the slender fingers, looking simple and generous. Qin's mental power probed into the space, and the first thing he saw was a rotating red heart. Whoever saw this heart at first glance would recognize it as a human heart. In appearance, it is no different from a human heart. But in fact, it is a perfect heart made of machinery. C-grade, red, mechanical heart. Qin looked at the mechanical heart that was still beating in his palm. He did not easily use his mental power to explore this mechanical heart. There was no other reason. A mechanical heart with super high intelligence. The mechanical creations using it will improve and evolve themselves, just like humans. But it is also as fragile as a human heart. Please protect it carefully. Do you think the mechanical creations using it will give birth to a real soul? This heart, once you use your mental power to spy on it casually, it is very likely to become an idiot. If this level of stuff is given to Qin is undoubtedly a child who is seeking gold in the busy city. The reward given by the Moana pirates is a bit too high. Generally speaking, all the items or creatures in this world will not differ too much in level and quality. White, G-E green, E-D, blue, D-C, purple, C-B. Basically, they will not deviate from this range. However, this one in Qin's hand, a mechanical heart that was only C-grade but unexpectedly reached red quality. Its description is also very interesting. Mechanical creation and soul. What kind of terrifying existence must the person who created it be? Qin stared at the heart for a long time, and finally put it back to its original position in the space. Although Qin had an idea for this mechanical heart, it currently had no suitable place to go, so it could only temporarily gather dust in the space. In addition to this heart, there are some other things in the space ring. Not many. In fact, this heart alone is more than enough for Qin. He took out the other things in the space one by one and placed them on the clean and tidy dining table. 3 active B-level skill books, 3 passive skills, and a B-level gold quality blueprint. Skills: blueprint improvement. B-level and below blueprints can be modified. Skills: mechanical core invasion. Invade B-level and below non-self-made creations with mechanical cores, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling non-self-made mechanical creations. Skills: Legion manipulation. Control type skills, with huge mental power as support, can simultaneously manipulate a total of 10,000 B-level and below mechanical legions. Passive: high concentration. High concentration of mental power when learning manufacturing. Increase the speed of learning manufacturing. Passive: perseverance, even in the face of desperate situations. Dangerous and terrifying existences. Your will not be shaken. Passive: superb body. Enhanced body defense. Highly enhanced recovery speed. Reduced consumption of various functions when performing various consumption actions. Gold, blueprint, arsenal, construction blueprint of an armory, when built. Comes with 6 B-level combat machinery blueprints, random, plus a space ring with a total of 1,000 cubic meters. These are all the bounties that the Moana pirates gave to Chin. No wonder those pirate groups tried their best to capture Dalia. The things given by the Moana pirates were not much, but the quality was absolutely excellent. Even the little things that those superiors casually sprinkled from the gaps between their fingers would be useful to Chin and his people for life. These blueprint skills, plus the bounty given by Lei Guang before together, are enough for Chin to create a mechanical kingdom in the Deep Blue Sea. Not to mention ruling the entire Deep Blue Sea, but dominating one side is definitely possible. Chin quickly came up with a plan for these blueprints and skills. He was not planning to create a mechanical kingdom in the Deep Blue Sea, but he could transform his ship into a mobile giant super mechanical kingdom. It could attack or defend, and it could go up to the sky or into the water, and it could do anything. But the cost was despairing. However, Chin thought it was quite challenging. Let's set it as the next goal. Chin was in a very happy mood. On a small whiteboard on the wall, there was a new goal besides dominating the Deep Blue Sea. Build a mechanical kingdom belonging to Chin. Chapter 79 Mechanics Xiaoli. After dinner, Chin prepared to practice swordplay on the deck. He had to improve his mechanics, and his swordplay could not be neglected. The sword Chin was using was still the Black Sword from Black Sword. After all, it was Black Sword's weapon, and it was not a perfect match for Chin. It doesn't mean that the best weapon is the strongest, but suitability is also very important. There was no famous swordsmith on Sapphire Island, otherwise Chin would have forged a new one. I heard that when you ask these weapon masters to forge weapons, it is best to buy the materials yourself. Regarding his knife, Chin still needs to consider it carefully. This black knife of Heidao. Let's use it for the transition. Just when Chin was practicing with the super vines, Xiaoli figure appeared beside Chin boat. It was still the familiar mechanical flying fish. The flying fish Xiaoli was riding was black, and Duo Luo's was blue before. Compared with Duo Luo's 1, Xiaoli 1 was obviously more delicate. It seems that their discussion has yielded results. The person who came was Xiaoli, not Duo Luo, so Mazin and the others wanted to see what cards he had. Chin took the wet towel handed over by the super vine. The high-intensity exercise made him sweat all over, and the sweat flowed down the muscle lines of his body. Even his vest became sweaty. Sorry, I go in and wash up first. Chin nodded at Xiaoli. His eyes looked bright, without a trace of fatigue, and his whole body exuded a very strong breath of life. How to describe it? Among the mechanics Xiaoli has met, Chin looks the most healthy. He has a strong, regular, vigorous feeling. Mechanics are easily immersed in research. Once they are involved, they work day and night. They are often exhausted and depressed. After all, research consumes a person's energy. Adding various factors such as the environment, many mechanics are like pirates, like to drink. They get inspiration from alcohol. Xiaoli is the same. When they are most energetic, they are making machines, which is invisible to ordinary people. Although there are many strong mechanics, Chin is indeed a little different. Breaking the floating bubble, Xiaoli stood on Chin's ship and saw the transparent planting area at a glance. The plants in the planting area are full of vitality, and they are all working hard to grow. Xiaoli suddenly realized that it was this feeling. This child has not yet been infected with the bad habits of most mechanics. Superpower Vine brought Xiaoli a table and chairs, as well as various teas and snacks. Chin quickly cleaned himself up. He thought Xiaoli should have brought him good news. When Chin came out of the bathroom, he saw Xiaoli trying to disassemble the superpower vine for research. Understandable. When Chin saw the mechanical flying fish, he also subconsciously wanted to study it. But before he even had to get started, he had already figured out all the principles of the mechanical flying fish. Ahem. Excuse me. Xiaoli saw Chin coming out and coughed awkwardly. This mechanical vine came from the treasure sea, and Xiaoli had seen it before. Its production is very low, and it is usually used as an assistant in the homes or studios of the school mechanics. Mechanical vines are much more useful than those mechanical apprentices, who always make mistakes. As a mechanic of the engineering school, Xiaoli was very unlucky not to get it. Unexpectedly, she saw it here at Chin place. Could it be that Chin has some background that they haven't checked out? But it's unlikely. He was born as a sea wanderer. The past of these wanderers is blank. This was fished out of the sea. Qin smiled politely, and did not hide the origin of the super vine. Isn't this a proof of his strength in machinery? In the sea. Xiaoli nodded. He really didn't make a mistake. All mechanical creations thrown into the sea are abandoned, and the super vine was thrown into the sea, which must have reached the point where it could no longer be repaired. Qin was able to transform and reuse it, and successfully repaired it. His strength is indeed impressive. The two sat face to face, looking at each other in silence. Whether it was Qin or Xiaoli, they were both taciturn and didn't like to talk much. They preferred to observe and think more than to talk. So, the two of them were facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Lady Xiaoli, are you looking for me? In the end, Qin took the initiative to break the silence. He felt that if he didn't speak, Xiaoli might not take the initiative to speak. Xiaoli is fine. Qin took the initiative to speak, and Xiaoli was indeed relieved. He was even less talkative than Qin. When they met before, it was not that he was deliberately cold, but it was his personality. We agree to your conditions, but you need to prove it, Xiaoli said briefly. Qin understood what he meant. He wanted to see the original drawings, and he needed to prove that he was worthy. After all, that fortification was very important to Sapphire Island. Qin could understand. Xiaoli thought for a moment, and spoke again. He probably guessed that Qin had some hidden cards that he had not shown to others, so he argued with the mechanics of the island-based school on Emerald Island, and gave Qin this opportunity. Let's go! Xiaoli stood up quickly, and motioned Qin to follow him. Okay. Qin asked the super vines to guard the ship, and there was actually nothing valuable left on the ship. The beehive of the assistant bee had been taken away by him in the space, and the only thing left on the ship that was a little valuable was a mechanical factory. If there are blind pirates who come to cause trouble, Qin will have a reason to deal with them. Qin still has a big gap in his extraordinary points. Xiaoli took Qin all the way to the beach near the island owner's mansion, and opened an underground entrance from the beach. From the underground entrance, it took half an hour to travel, and after many turns and various means of transportation, finally arrived at a huge underwater base. Here, it was the secret base built by Sapphire Island and Emerald Island 3 years ago. At this point, even if Qin didn't want to join this construction, he had to join. Sapphire Island would not kill him. But if Qin could not prove his value, he would definitely not get the reward he wanted. This submarine base is located in the deep sea of the sea, and no one would come here, except for those extraordinary sea beasts. There are countless mechanical creatures coming and going. Compared with these mechanical creatures, there are not many humans in the base. Too many people and too many eyes. It is easy to get into trouble. Mazen and others still understand this principle. Otherwise, he would not have even brought Qin, a seedling, to use, because Qin has a clean background, and his usual style of doing things is reliable, and the outside world's evaluation of him is also good. Chapter 80 Start the defensive work. Xiaoli took Qin to a building in the center of the deep-sea base. Someone was already waiting for Qin there. It was a middle-aged man with messy hair and untidy beard who looked gloomy. He looked at Qin with a rather unfriendly look. You are Qin. The middle-aged man glanced at Qin from head to toe. His brows were furrowed as if he could pinch a fly to death. We can agree to your request, provided that you can complete the things on this drawing independently. We will provide the materials, but we will not give you any help other than the materials. You only have 1.5 days. No matter what method you use, as long as you succeed, we can agree to your conditions. The middle-aged man's tone was very aggressive, but there was a reason for his bad attitude. The gem hurricane itself came unexpectedly, and its power was rising sharply. According to the original plan of Emerald Island and Sapphire Island, the completion time of this fortification would be at least 2 years later. Now, because of the gem hurricane, Mazen and Qinglong had to take a big gamble and compress the time to 1 month. After all, once the gem hurricane arrives, they can't even defend the island. Without the island, what's the point of building this fortification? Moreover, the appearance of the gem hurricane is very likely to expose their deep-sea base to the public. They can't keep the blueprint of this fortification either. As one of the main persons in charge of this project, Brown Mingming, the middle-aged man in front of Qin, has been working overtime and restlessly for a whole week with various recovery potions. This was also the case for Xiaoli next to Qin and all the mechanics and superpowers in the deep-sea base. Everyone was working non-stop, using recovery potions to force themselves to keep their brains highly active. When Xiaoli brought Qingqing over, Qingqing saw that the water tanks were filled with recovery potions. They simply treated the recovery potions as water. Qingqing took the blueprint and glanced at it. It was a section of the fortifications. The difficulty is even higher than what Mazin had assigned to him before. This offshore defense structure looks like an island that looks like a giant turtle, and in fact, it is indeed a mechanical giant turtle. However, this mechanical giant turtle can at least meet the daily living needs of 100,000 people on it, and can be used for farming and breeding. It is usually a floating and movable island. However, once the defense mode is activated, this island will trigger two forms. One is a mechanical giant turtle, which is similar to the arc plan of Sapphire Island, and this is the worst case. The other is the Great Wall defense mode. The entire island will be fully extended without affecting the lives of the island residents. The defenses hidden inside the island will be fully extended to protect the Emerald and Sapphire Islands in the form of a city wall. The protective shield will cover the two islands, and will not affect the exchanges between the two islands, let alone the gemstone hurricane. Even if the lightning comes, it may not be able to break its defense. And the city wall is not just standing there to take the beating. How can fortifications without lethal weapons be protected? The entire giant turtle island is the biggest weapon. Of course, the entire fortification is not only this. Some of the fortifications will be built on the seabed and in the ocean. These fortifications can be built later. The most important thing now is the giant turtle on the island. Qingqing cannot touch the weapons of the fortifications. Whether it is the task assigned to him by Mazin or the task given to him by Brown, they have nothing to do with weapons. The task assigned to him by Mazin before was the position of the turtle's tail. Now Brown has upgraded it. It has become part of the turtle shell. Qingqing could only touch the outer shell. They would never trust Qingqing with the construction inside. When will it start? Qingqing looked up at Brown and said calmly. Now. Qingqing's calmness softened Brown's tone. What mechanics hate most is people who pretend to be incompetent. Xiaoli, take him with you. I'm going to receive a new batch of ore. Brown was a little irritated. No matter who doesn't sleep for days and nights, they will not be in a good mood if they work at a high intensity all the time. Especially Xiaoli and Brown, they both had a very heavy burden. Although they were already mechanics of the school, it was still very difficult for them to build a giant A-level fortification. If it was B-level, they could guarantee it with confidence, as long as they were given enough time. However, the current situation was purely forcing them to do something, and everyone would be worried. No wonder Brown was so irritable. Xiaoli took Qingqing on an underwater submarine, and it took another hour to reach the construction site of the real fortification. An extremely huge turtle was lying quietly in the deep sea. Compared with it, Qingqing and Xiaoli seemed so small. The submarine they were riding was like a pile of sand in front of the giant turtle. The protective shields around it isolated all the seawater. The submarine entered the protective shield. The atmosphere inside was extremely quiet, with only the clanging of metal. Xiaoli took Qingqing to the position he was responsible for, the right front leg of the giant turtle. The materials were piled up into a small hill, and all the tools were ready. Aircraft, portable mechanical tools, heavy machine tools, metal smelting plants, mini mechanical factories. Of course, there are also several large water tanks with various recovery potions. Everything is ready, just waiting to start. Xiaoli and the others arranged for Qingqing to do only a small part of it. Qingqing only needs to prove his strength. No one will disturb you while you work. Xiaoli nodded to Qingqing and whispered. Although they are very curious, they still have a basic moral bottom line. They would not pry into Qingqing's secrets casually. When you finish, the auxiliary mechanical tools will be assigned to you. Xiaoli said such a long sentence in one breath, which was really surprising. He himself was obviously not used to it. Neither of them was talkative, and the current situation did not allow them to waste time. After Xiaoli explained all the matters, she left quickly. After he left, Qingqing began to prepare. He had already seen the drawings, which was not too difficult for him. With the help of the assistant bee, he could finish the work within 2 days. The metal material used in the shell of this giant turtle is somewhat similar to that of the super vines, which is a higher level than the metal used by the super vines. I wonder if he can apply to take away any remaining ones, to upgrade the super vines. Qingqing changed into a special work suit and quickly got down to work. I didn't expect that the passive skill book in the previous bounty would be put to use so soon. Chapter 81. I want to see if it can be modified. When he got the blueprint, Qin had already arranged all the to-do items in order of priority in his mind. All the materials were ready, and those factories were not really of much use. Qin only needed to assemble all the parts step by step. This was a huge project. The differences between the parts were slight, the number was counted in billions. And it was extremely precise. If Qin was alone, 2 days might not be enough. He had never been involved in mechanical works of this scale before. So Qin made a model in advance to practice his feel. This thing was not his. So he had to be safe. It took Qin half a day to preset a model. And according to the model, Qin quickly planned a perfect schedule. After importing all the drawing data into the assistant bee's hive, Qin started the real assembly work. The assistant bee is a very good assistant, perfect. He and Qin have a perfect understanding. Qin is the real master of the mechanical hive, and his thoughts and ideas can be accurately conveyed to the assistant bees. Whether it is Qin or the assistant bee, they are very fast to get started. Each assembled part does not need any hesitation or consideration. They are placed in the most correct and accurate position. From beginning to end, there is no mistake. The most taboo for mechanics is mistakes. A slight difference, 1,000 miles of error. Especially in fortifications of this level. However, when Qin really got started, he finally understood why all the recovery potions had to be stored in water storage rings. The consumption of energy and spirit was too terrible. What stopped Qin was not his experience and talent, but the upper limit of his mental power. Even if Qin had passive blessing, he still drank potions like drinking water. One after another disgusting potions were constantly poured down his stomach. In the end, Qin felt that drinking them was just like drinking water. He got used to it. No wonder Brown was so irritable. Drinking such disgusting potions all the time really makes people feel uncomfortable physically and mentally. Qin was calm and began to finish the work of this stage calmly. In 2 days, Qin only completed 1,000th of the progress of the giant turtle's forelimb. It was indeed as Xiaoli said. No one came to contact and disturb him during the whole process. The whole base was as quiet as if no one was alive. It was boring and terrifying. According to the novel routine of Qin world, Qin, as a new mechanic, was suddenly assigned to such a level. At this time, he should encounter various obstacles and traps, especially from other mechanics in the base. But Qin stood on the aircraft and sighed invisibly. If there was any mechanic or extraordinary person in the base who had such extra energy, he would definitely become the person Qin admired the most. He was too busy with his own affairs, and his iron body couldn't bear it. If a helper came from heaven, it would be like a goddess descending to earth to save all living beings. With such high-intensity work, even with various recovery potions as supplements, his mind and body did not feel tired, but he still felt an indescribable fatigue. Qin didn't have such feelings yet. If he stayed a few more days, he should be the same as Xiaoli and the others. After finishing the work, Qin contacted Xiaoli and Brown to come for acceptance. Xiaoli came very quickly. After the acceptance, Brown, who was exhausted, looked at Qin with a kind look. Good. Xiaoli patted Qin's shoulder heavily, without saying another word. He cast a look of approval at Qin, and stuffed a thick stack of paper drawings and electronic versions, almost as tall as Qin, into Qin's hands. Then he patted Qin's shoulder again, nodded heavily to Qin, with hope in his eyes. Come on! He will send all the other mechanical assistants over later. Try to let Qin exceed the task, and help them reduce the burden. I want to see the original fortification drawings first. Now. Qin handed the drawings to the super shield whale next to him. The assistant bees were all in the super shield whale. Okay. Xiaoli thought about it, and didn't refuse. She asked Mazen to send it to Qin later. Mazen was very free. The reason why Qin wanted to see the blueprint so quickly was mainly because he wanted to see if he could cut off a part of the fortification first. Although the fortification was defensive, it was actually composed of 3 parts: defense, attack, and refuge. These 3 parts were probably 3 different systems. With just a few minor changes, they should be able to be separated. In particular, this fortification might have come from the same ruins as the assistant bee. That's why Qin had such a guess. He didn't know about this fortification, but he knew about the assistant bees. According to the scale of the 2 bases, these mechanics were going to assemble the entire fortification. This was a waste of time. Obviously, these mechanics were a little scared by the level of this fortification. They had enough time before. Now it's because of the gem hurricane, so they didn't dare to make any changes to the fortification. It's better to be safe than sorry. After all, their strength is far behind this fortification. Chen Qing is different. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. No matter how high the level of machinery is, it is still machinery. They all have something in common. Even if it is not, it doesn't matter. It will only waste a little time. But if it is, their workload will be greatly reduced. According to the current progress, even if they are given another year, they may not be able to complete the assembly of this fortification. Even if all of them work day and night. An unfinished A-level fortification is not as good as a complete fortification that abandons the attack and shelter parts. For the Emerald and Sapphire Islands, the most important thing is to avoid this gem hurricane. The rest, they can take their time. There are only 27 days left before the real gem hurricane. When Mazen came with the original manuscript of the fortification, Chen Qing was chewing nutrient blocks in the metal smelting plant. Chewing nutrient blocks. And directing the mechanical assistants. The drawings you want. Mazen handed a seemingly ordinary heavy stone slab to Chen Qing. Who would have thought that the drawings of the A-grade red quality fortifications were recorded on this stone slab? Chen Qing, our priority now is to complete this fortification. Why are you so anxious to see it? Mazen dissuaded him in a tactful way. He thought Chen Qing was worried about the future of Sapphire Island. He was afraid that he would not get the bounty. So he wanted to get the bounty first. Without Mazen instruction, Chen Qing had already opened the stone slab. A grand blueprint of the construction project instantly surrounded Chen Qing, unfolding around him, shocking him. At this moment, Chen Qing only had this blueprint of the construction project in his eyes. I want to see if this blueprint can be modified, he casually said to Mazen, not knowing how much impact his words would have on Mazen. Chapter 82 My ability can only go so far. Mazen looked at Chen Qing in front of him with a face full of shock. Does he know what he just said? However, Chen Qing's attention is now on the blueprint, and he turned a deaf ear to Mazen's words. Mazen just said a few words, and found that Chen Qing simply ignored him. For a moment, he felt helpless. Forget it. The child will know when he hits a wall. These children always think they can do everything. Mazen has also been young, so he naturally knows what they think. When he was young, Mazen had dreamed of destroying all the pirates in the world. But in reality, the biggest backer behind him now is just a group of pirates. Mazen smiled bitterly, and shook his head sadly. People always feel pain after hitting a wall, and then learn to do things. Have you found the book I asked you to find for me before? Chen Qing's cold voice suddenly interrupted Mazen thinking. Mazen looked up at Chen Qing. Chen Qing didn't even look at him, still focusing on his own work. Taking out a pen and paper, and quickly began to draw a blueprint on the drawing. This skill of his did surprise Mazen a little. Mazen had seen other mechanics working seriously and rigorously, with waste drafts everywhere. No one could draw a standard blueprint as easily as Chen Qing. And Chen Qing's posture could not be. Mazen had an incredible thought in his mind. Could Chen Qing really change this blueprint? But he is not even a mechanic of the school. Have you found it? Chen Qing raised his head, frowning slightly, asked as a matter of course. Mazen was used to his attitude. Whether it was Xiao Li or other professional masters, once they entered the working state, they all had this attitude. Although Mazen was the owner of Sapphire Island, he was used to this situation. After all, in this world, only strength is the real hard truth. What's more, Chen Qing looked like he had really found something useful. Transforming A-level blueprints. Mazen was in doubt, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. I have found it. Send it here now. I will check some information. After receiving the answer, Chen Qing lowered his head and continued to concentrate on drawing the blueprint. Mazen quickly asked his men to deliver all the books related to mechanics. The entire library was moved here by him, and the large bookshelves were filled with a wide variety of books. The books in this world are also very interesting. Not all of them are made of paper. Leaves, stone slabs, pearls, even some mechanical creatures, or some plants and living things, can become carriers of knowledge. Chen Qing searched through a number of books, and soon found the knowledge related to mechanical engineering and mechanical disassembly and reassembly. However, it was a pity that the highest level of knowledge that Mazen could provide was only D level. This knowledge was not enough to solve Chen Qing's current dilemma. Theoretically, it was absolutely feasible to split the three parts of this project. However, with Chen Qing's current knowledge reserves, there was no way to perfectly handle the finishing work after the split. If he was forced to modify the blueprint, some problems would inevitably remain. After closing the book, Chun Qing's face was a little solemn, which made Mazen beside him nervous. What happened? Mazen couldn't help asking. Chun Qing was only half his age, but he had a sense of trust in Chun Qing. It can be changed. But Chun Qing hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Mazen's surprised voice. Really? If Mazen hadn't remembered his identity, he would have rushed up and hugged Chun Qing tightly. However, Mazen wasn't very calm. Listen to me first. Chun Qing wanted to calm the excited Mazen. He couldn't improve the blueprint perfectly, he could only make it compatible with the bottom. In this way, the level and quality of the fortifications would inevitably be reduced, and might not meet Mazen requirements. No matter. Mazen waved his hands quickly, in a childish manner, looking like he wouldn't listen to anything. I will notify Qinglan, Xiaoli and Brown to come to the meeting right now. Chun Qing couldn't stop Mazen at all. Before he could stop him, Mazen had already notified everyone. Chun Qing was speechless. He could only continue to search for information to see if there was a better solution. Not long after, Chun Qing waited for a group of angry school mechanics. The leader was Brown with a very bad face. Even Xiaoli looked at Chun Qing with some disapproval. They all received the news from Mazen. They were so busy with work that they didn't even have time to sleep and rest. As a result, this new mechanic was causing trouble. An advanced mechanic. He was so ignorant. He thought that a helper came to help them share the work. But it increased their workload and wasted their time. Mazen was desperate and tried everything. He actually messed around with this mechanic. However, before these mechanics exploded, Chun Qing directly enlarged a blueprint and placed it in front of him. What is this? A blueprint suddenly appeared in front of him, and it looked quite realistic. Brown didn't get angry in a hurry. Xiaoli began to look at the blueprint seriously. It seemed interesting. Improved Blueprint of Fortifications, version 1. My ability can only go so far. Chun Qing spoke calmly. From the original fortification blueprint, it is composed of 3 parts in total. Each part has an independent system and core, and they do not interfere with each other. The only thing that connects them is. Chun Qing calmly narrated his transformation ideas, with reason and evidence, and in an orderly manner. He presented facts and made sense. The mechanics present were all professional, and the construction of this fortification would only benefit them and not harm them, whether from an emotional or rational point of view. Quietly listening to Chun Qing's narration was the best choice. Mazen on the side also breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and joy overwhelmed his mind, causing him to make a very irrational decision. Fortunately, Chun Qing managed to stabilize the situation himself, and no bad results were caused. The mechanics present were all trustworthy. Mazen handed the original blueprint to Chun Qing, so that he could explain it. The blueprint was unfolded again, and a group of mechanics from different schools began to discuss the blueprint with Chun Qing as the center. The more the mechanics listened, the brighter their eyes became. They looked at Chun Qing as if they were looking at some rare treasure. Poseidon, how could there be such a smart brain in the world? This is not that his ability can only do this. This is simply that he can do this. He is an intermediate advanced mechanic. Chapter 83. Listen to Chun Qing. Continue thinking along the lines of Chun Qing. Theoretically it is indeed feasible. It reduces their workload to the greatest extent, shortens the construction period, and greatly reduces the materials, relieving the financial pressure on the 2 islands. At the same time, it also guarantees the integrity of the defense part of the construction to the greatest extent. This is undoubtedly the best choice for Emerald Island and Sapphire Island. After all, what they lack is not lethal weapons, but creatures that can withstand the impact of the gemstone hurricane. The reduction in the quality and level of the fortifications was not so noticeable, and the 2 islands could still maintain the status quo. However, the only problem was that they had no way of guaranteeing the level and quality of the revised blueprints, and whether they could withstand the power of the gemstone hurricane. The mechanics could afford the cost of failure, but the Emerald and Sapphire Islands were not sure. The mechanics were still discussing, and suddenly there was a violent tremor in the deep sea. The tremor in the deep sea was not strong, and the underwater base was not greatly affected. Chun Qing and his friends were not affected either. A group of mechanics were discussing very intensely, and they were all very excited. They were also involved in the transformation plan of the A-level red quality blueprint, which was definitely a proud thing to say. Moreover, compared with Chun Qing, the experience and knowledge of these mechanics were indeed broader. When they met a student like Chun Qing who was smart, studious and talented, the mechanics wanted to teach him everything they knew. Their ideas were relatively simple, and a talent like Chun Qing must not be wasted. The Emerald and Sapphire Islands are really good at selecting people. The mechanics they found all have good personalities. Some are a little irritable, but none of them have bad intentions. For the enthusiasm of the mechanics, Chen is like a dry riverbed, and knowledge is absorbed by him like rainwater. The mechanics here are thriving, friendly and harmonious, and they have held a discussion and sharing session. The Sapphire Island above is not so lucky. When the seabed calmed down again, Mazen received bad news. The first gem hurricane storm has arrived. Just in the first gem hurricane storm, the energy of the Sapphire Island's shield has been reduced by more than half, and some devices have been damaged. And to make matters worse, because of the arrival of the gem hurricane storm, a group of extraordinary sea beasts are struggling to attack the Sapphire Island's shield, trying to go to the island to hide. Some sea beasts can survive on land. Every time a gem hurricane storm comes, humans have to face not only natural disasters, but also beast tides. What happened? Xiaoli noticed Mazen's mood change and asked. The shield's energy was half depleted, and some of the devices were damaged. Mazen sighed, but was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Chen was found. According to their original plan, the gemstone hurricane might have destroyed the entire island, and the fortifications were not built. Now there is a glimmer of hope. Just when Mazen was secretly relieved, the Qinglong communication from Emerald Island came. The territory of Emerald Island is much larger than that of Sapphire Island. It covers a total of more than 30 islands of various sizes. If Sapphire Island had not produced so many powerful people, it would not have been able to stand on equal footing with Emerald Island, Diamond Island, and Crystal Island. Mazen, how is the situation over there? Qinglong of Emerald Island is a young girl. Originally, the successor of Emerald Island should have been Qinglong Mother. But Qinglong Unreliable Mother went to pursue her dream of becoming a pirate, leaving her old mother and young daughter behind in her hometown. The last ruler of Emerald Island was Qinglong Grandmother, who died suddenly last year, which resulted in an unstable transition of power. Qinglong had just taken over the Emerald Islands not long ago, and the islands under his control showed signs of trying to seize power. So Qinglong had to give it a try. Mazen of Sapphire Island was his best partner. The strength of both sides was similar. Moreover, Qinglong Grandmother had cooperated with Mazen. Mazen knew that he did not have the strength to annex the Emerald Islands, so he continued to cooperate with Emerald Island. If Qinglong partners were those from Diamond Island and Crystal Island, they would have devoured Qinglong alive. Qinglong and Mazen. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are banding together for warmth. Not so good. Mazen shook his head and told Qinglong the truth about the situation on Sapphire Island. They were all on the same boat, so there was nothing they couldn't talk about. By the way, there is one more thing. Mazen quickly told Qinglong about Chen Qing's situation, which was definitely good news for them. On the other side of Emerald Island, Qinglong unconsciously showed a hint of joy on his face after hearing the news. Finally, there is good news that can make him breathe a sigh of relief. Qinglong is only 16 years old this year. He has been facing tremendous pressure since he took over the position of the Island Master of Emerald Island at the age of 15. Since Qinglong Mother left the Emerald Islands, the power of the Shus clan in the Emerald Islands has begun to be unstable. There were signs of this before Qinglong took over Emerald Island. The old and weak rulers, the immature successors, are all a piece of fat meat without an owner, and everyone wants to eat them. The huge pressure made Qinglong breathless, and he could only force himself to adapt and accept it. The fate of the entire Emerald Islands is on his shoulders, and he must not fall. If there is a good person among the wolves who are eyeing the Emerald Islands, Qinglong is willing to give up this power. But unfortunately, once the Emerald Islands fall into the mouths of those jackals, the fate of the civilians on the island will definitely change dramatically and fall into an abyss of no return. They will only continue to drain the vitality of the island and the civilians. Now, finally there is good news. Qinglong couldn't help thinking. As long as the fortifications are put into place, he can at least stabilize the interior of the Emerald Islands, so that it won't be a mess. Tell Brown, we on Emerald Island, all matters concerning fortifications, will be under Chen Qing control. As long as the fortifications can be put into place before the gemstone hurricane breaks out, I am willing to do it at any cost. Qinglong chose to give it a try. Chen Qing naturally heard Qinglong's words. He was a little surprised that the owner of the Emerald Islands was such a young child. However, it makes sense when you think about it. In the world of great navigation, those unreliable adults forced these young children to take on these responsibilities that did not belong to them too early. Qin was very perceptive. Although he did not know the situation of Emerald Island, he could see it from the cooperation between Emerald Islands and Sapphire Island. If the rulers were not weak, how could an archipelago with many islands cooperate with Sapphire Island on an equal footing? Chapter 84. Isn't it the job of a mechanic to solve mechanical problems? The first round of the Gem Hurricane made Mazen leave the deep sea base in a hurry. He couldn't stay at the bottom of the sea anyway. This is the deep sea after all. And Mazen is just an ordinary person. If he didn't rely on some special props, he couldn't walk freely in the deep sea base. The first round of the Gem Hurricane passed, and the deep sea base returned to peace again. But the mechanics didn't calm down so quickly. A group of mechanics, who were several hundred years old, were arguing fiercely. Although Qin drew a blueprint to separate the defense part, because of his knowledge and experience, he had to leave some hidden dangers in his blueprint. This is something Qin cannot solve at this stage. For these hidden dangers, the school mechanics all have their own ideas, and they all think their ideas are the best. Qin did not participate in it, and let them quarrel. It doesn't matter if they quarrel, as long as they can come up with a solution in the end. These mechanics started fighting after arguing. No one was convinced by the other, after all. They could not show convincing ability like Qin. They were all about the same strength. It was okay when they met each other before, but now they met, they had to exchange professional experience and prove their ability. When they escalated to fighting, Qin sat calmly beside them, drinking tea, reading books, and looking through materials. Don't say it, the mechanic's hands-on ability is really strong. Better than Qin. The mechanics noticed Qin standing beside them while they were fighting. They had mixed feelings. The scariest thing is this. Someone who is more talented than you works harder than you. It really makes people worried and anxious. Cough. Brown coughed awkwardly. The group of middle-aged people were also embarrassed. Being laughed at by a little kid, it really was. They were so much older than Qin, but they didn't set a good example at all. Are there any results? Hearing the fighting stop, Qin looked up at the others, his eyes were calm, and even had a hint of a smile. Xiaoli thought she might have seen it wrong, and looked more carefully. Qin had that expressionless dead face again. It must be an illusion. Faced with Qin's question, the mechanics looked at each other, and were busy fighting. Qin's transformation of the fortification blueprint made their long-term tense spirits relax, and all the emotions accumulated in their hearts burst out at once. That's why the mechanics' quarrel escalated into a fight. They knew it themselves. Continue the discussion? Qin closed the book. The dull voice seemed to hit their hearts, making them tremble. For some reason, Qin made them feel like they were back to the time when they were still studying under their teacher. Continue. Continue. Ah. Right. Right. The mechanics echoed and sat down on the long table that Qin had conjured up at some point. A large blackboard familiar to the survivors was pushed in front of the school mechanics. Teacher Qin class preparation began. A large amount of data and experimental materials were placed in front of the school mechanics. After a short vent, they still had to continue to devote themselves to their work. Qin and his team must solve these hidden dangers in the shortest time, and then start a new project. The school mechanics, who calmed down again, were still very reliable. After all, they had been around for so many years longer than Qin, so they all had some real skills. Without real skills, at most you can raise your professional level to senior mechanic, and there is no chance to enter the school. The deep sea base began to devote itself to work, and the Sapphire Island above was not idle either. Although the first round of the Gem Hurricane did not cause any damage to the island, due to the damage to the protective cover. If it is not repaired before the next round of Gem Hurricane, the Sapphire Island will be in danger. The survivors in the Bounty Guild saw this scene for the first time. The whole island was covered by dark sea water and storms, and the whole sea area was occupied by darkness. It was impossible to see anything outside the Sapphire Island. Even on Sapphire Island, due to the Gemstone Hurricane, the light was gone, and all the lights that were originally installed were no longer functional. The island could only rely on some special props to maintain weak visibility. The dim light, the lingering danger surrounding the island. The survivors trapped on Sapphire Island were filled with anxiety and fear, and the threat of death was always around. The only consolation was that at least in the darkness, some light could be seen occasionally. It was the glittering brilliance of the gems brought by the Gem Hurricane. This was not really a comfort. Wealth had to be obtained by being alive. The huge pressure made them breathless. The survivors tried desperately to contact Qin. Whether Qin was willing to help them or not, as long as he was there, it was good. As long as Chen was there, they would at least not panic like this. Chen, who had great strength, was undoubtedly the pillar of stability in their hearts. Unfortunately, Chen was still trapped in the deep-sea base. The pressure and responsibilities of the mechanics in the base are much greater than theirs. Especially Chen, who is highly expected by the mechanics. After all, the blueprint of the fortifications is of red quality A level, which is extremely exquisite, easy to disassemble, and difficult to finish. After a day, the mechanics could not come up with a perfect way to finish it. At most they could reduce the hidden dangers left by Chen. If they can't think of a solution, they can only use the current blueprint. Maybe we can change our thinking? Chen stared at the 3 versions of the current fortification blueprint, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. This road is blocked, then they can change another road, or open a new road by themselves. According to the current drawings, these parts are one of the hidden dangers. These 2 places are weak points in defense. This hidden entrance may become a breakthrough for the enemy. There is a problem with the energy transmission of this line. Chen pointed out the hidden dangers on the 3 versions of the blueprints one by one, and then opened the original blueprint again. I think we have made a mistake. Let's change our thinking. After the fortification is built, it will be a real entity. Abandon the idea that it is a blueprint now. We can't change the blueprint. But can't we make up for the hidden dangers of a mechanical building? Mechanic. Isn't it to solve mechanical problems? Chen asked back. His words immediately enlightened the mechanics, and they were instantly filled with inspiration. That's right, they had no way to further improve the blueprint, but a mechanical building. Isn't that what they are good at? What is the role of their mechanics? Isn't it to manufacture machinery and solve mechanical problems? And this fortification is a large-scale machinery. Chapter 85. How about, I will take you as my teacher. If you look at this blueprint as a machine, all the problems will be solved instantly. For these 2 weak points in defense, we can use Sapphire or to build a new wall in the inner wall. An engineering mechanic's eyes lit up, but his words were immediately refuted by Xiaoli. Sapphire or won't work, it conflicts with the material of the energy pipeline hidden in the inner wall, and it will definitely cause unstable energy transmission. And we don't have it here. It would be more appropriate to change it to glittering gold metal. Glittering gold metal can also stabilize the energy transport of energy pipelines. I remember that Chu Xijin has it in your collection. The mechanic of the school, whose name was called by Xiaoli, subconsciously covered his space props. Why is he still thinking about his personal collection? However, under the gaze of Xiaoli and Brown, Chu Xijin had to contribute his own collection. Forget it, in this situation now. I let Qinglong return it to him later. With such a beginning, mechanics from other schools expressed their ideas one after another. If they can't change the blueprint, they still can't solve the mechanical problem. The hidden dangers will be left, and the invaders can be caught off guard. For example, the hidden entrance, which can't be completed on the blueprint, was originally connected to the refuge part. The refuge part was demolished, and it was preserved. All the parts of the wall passage next to it are the same system as the defense. It is the same system as the refuge. It is a weakness. If you want to change it, you have to redesign the metal parts. It affects the whole body, and it is not a problem that can be solved by just repairing the door. But none of them has this ability, so they can only leave this weakness. Now, they can completely use this entrance to place a large number of heavy weapons and mechanical creatures. They only need to add a small room in the passage, which does not affect the original blueprint structure at all, but can use the energy pipeline planned on the original blueprint. Arrange heavy guards. This weak point suddenly became a trap. Thinking along this line of thought, all the problems seemed to be solved, and the mechanics burst into inspiration. A brand new 4-version blueprint was born one day after the joint efforts of all the mechanics. The most exciting thing is that this new blueprint was mysteriously recognized. A-level, deep gold quality, heavy marine fortification blueprint. At this moment, the mechanics of the school had a sense of reality. They actually created a new A-grade gold quality blueprint? Did they do this? Even if it was based on a red quality blueprint, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary school mechanics can do. In the past, they would not even dare to think about it. Everyone got a reward. As the leader of the transformation of this blueprint, Chen naturally received an extraordinary reward. The best reward for Chen is naturally a passive skill book, or something related to machinery. However, no one said what kind of reward they got from the mysterious hand. Their most important task now is to put this fortification into operation. The gratitude of the school mechanics to Chen is simply indescribable. This time, The blueprint modification has given them a glimpse of the next stage of the school mechanics. Summoning mechanic. A mechanic belonging to the sea. This is a title that can only be obtained by mechanics who have been recognized by the mysterious. Of course, their respective schools are still retained. Almost all the mechanics in the deep sea area stopped at the stage of school mechanics. And the summoning mechanics only walked in the Scarlet Sea area. Unexpectedly, they in the deep blue sea area have now glimpsed the road to this stage. All this is thanks to Chen. Anyway, my teacher's soul has returned to the sea. Otherwise, Chen, I will worship you as my teacher. Chu Xijin spoke out suddenly, like thunder in the plain. After a short silence, all the school mechanics exploded. No, do you still have any shame? Chen is an intermediate mechanic, how can you, a mechanic of a school, be ashamed? That's right. Chu Xijin didn't bother to care what others said. Will Chen achievements stop at summoning mechanic? To be honest, Chu Xijin worshipped Chen as his teacher, and he was afraid that Chen would not accept him. After all, he was the oldest and the least talented among this group of people. As a mechanic without much talent, Chu Xijin knew the importance of talent too well. Without talent, if he could have a good teacher, he might have a chance to break through to the summoning mechanic. But unfortunately, Chen answer was naturally a rejection. Sorry, I don't have the idea of accepting students. If you want to communicate about mechanics, I welcome you to come to me. Chen declined Chu Xijin's request. Students and teachers. This is a very serious relationship. Just like the apprentice and master in ancient times. They are bound for life. Chen thought that he didn't have the ability yet. Even if he had it, he wouldn't have such an idea. His tone was very gentle. But Chu Xijin heard a meaning that could not be refuted. What a pity. Chu Xijin sighed silently in his heart. After hearing Chen answer, the mechanics of other schools couldn't help but feel a secret regret in their hearts. It was because they were too old. Why not look for children with excellent talents among the children at home? The mechanics of the schools thought silently. If they don't want to be students, it's also good to be apprentices. At Chen age and level, it's a bit difficult for them to independently modify A-level blueprints, let alone independently manufacture a D-level mechanical creation. Although Chen rejected the idea of accepting students, fortunately Chen was still willing to continue communicating with them. Assigned tasks. Xiao Li, who had been silent all the time, said lightly, Chen path will definitely not be limited to the deep blue sea. Even if he wants to accept students. Even in the Scarlet Sea, there are many talented children willing to line up to be his students. The mechanics immediately became serious. The most urgent task now is to get the fortification built. They thought that when the fortification was built, they would be able to gain a huge amount of professional experience. The mechanics thought about it seriously, and felt that they still had to give Chen a gift, and a big gift. However, before they could pick up the good stuff from their space props, Chen took his task and left. The more they looked at Chen, the more they liked him. He was steady and down to earth. How could he not be their student or teacher? I have to find a way to build relationships. Or, pick two from the younger generation and give them to Chen as lovers? Those little guys are definitely not qualified as partners. It's just barely enough to be a lover. It would be best if I could give birth to a child with Chen blood. In this world of the extraordinary and mysterious, everything is possible. Chen, who has gone far away, has no idea that he has been remembered by all sides. If he knew, he would immediately distance himself from these mechanics. Chapter 86. Don't be afraid, give me half an hour. The workload of the new version of the blueprint is distributed. Each person only needs to complete 1/5 of the original work. This is undoubtedly good news. Chen subordinates are also assigned a supernatural power person. Chen does not know what the specific ability is, but his mental power is very high. The role of this supernatural power person is mainly responsible for assisting Chen to complete the assembly work. More specifically, when the mental power of Chen and other mechanics is exhausted, and the recovery potion has reached the critical point, the supernatural power person, under the command of the mechanics, assists in completing the assembly task. People with extraordinary abilities are very rare. Compared with ordinary professionals, they have more advantages. Assuming that the upper limit of E-level mental power is 100 points. People with extraordinary abilities have a higher probability than ordinary professionals to break through the threshold of 100 in the E-level mental power stage. Whether it is a profession or a person with extraordinary abilities, both talent and hard work are needed. Even among extraordinary abilities, there are differences in strength, and Qin is undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid. However, when talents are similar, effort is particularly important. Besides, in this world, talents are not immutable. In the long history of the ocean, there are records of people who move the mysterious with their day-to-day efforts and receive gifts from the mysterious. As a supernatural person, Qin does not need the assistance of supernatural people for the time being. Even if his mental power is exhausted, he has the assistance of the Assistant Bee, a mechanical creation that is suspected to be of A-grade red quality. Its self-repair ability is very strong. Bees have the instinct to collect flowers and make honey, and assistant bees also retain this characteristic. However, they do not collect flowers, but minerals, energy, and various mechanical-related items. The extraordinary people assigned to Qin were bored and had no idea what to do. He thought that he would be very busy under Qin, a mid-level mechanic, but he did not expect that he had nothing to do. The reason why the extraordinary people joined this project was mainly to exercise and improve their mental strength. For people with extraordinary abilities and professionals, strength is the most important thing. In order to improve their strength, they will do whatever it takes. The stronger they are, the greater their chances of surviving in this world. For fortifications of this level, the work is extremely tedious and delicate, which is very good for training their mental strength. Besides, being able to participate in this level of work is worth bragging about. Although they all promise not to tell anyone about this matter, it does not affect their sense of accomplishment. But Qin can't use him. This makes Yu a little depressed. The job he finally got is just sitting here drinking tea and eating. Alas, don't mention it, this thing is quite delicious. You won't feel sick no matter how much you eat. It's a very refreshing dessert. I wonder if I can ask Qin for a recipe. I open a specialty store when he returns to the Elemental Sea. Qin, who had just finished a section of work, noticed the gloom on Yu's face. If you think about it carefully, you will know why he is so unhappy. Although Qin can complete it by himself with the help of the assistant bee, but... Sorry, Miss Yu. Can you come over and help me? Qin's voice was clear without any emotion, and suddenly broke the silence. His voice fell into Yu's ears, like the sound of nature. I'm coming! Yu stood up suddenly, took out the aircraft and flew to Qin's side. Is there anything I can help you with? This section, these parts need to be embedded with mental power. I have already drawn the size. You can just follow the drawing and the scale here. All the gears in the inner wall are turning, and have already started to run, and they can't and won't stop. You must insert the parts into the gaps precisely and appropriately. This job is prone to failure, and is particularly demanding of skills. Qin arranged for an assistant bee to watch Yu nearby, even if there is a problem. The assistant bee can cover for him. As for Qin, he has to see what Qin wants to see him about. Since he started working, Qin has frequently received private messages from Qin, but because the assembly of that section of the fortification has already begun, there is no way to stop. So Qin only has time to see what Qin wants to see him about. If it wasn't a very urgent matter, I don't think Qin would come to him specially, and he would send private messages with such a high frequency. Opening the chat channel, there was indeed an accident with a survivor, and the entire private channel was discussing this matter. The matter was very simple, and very serious. A survivor killed a nobleman from a kingdom in the Treasure Sea, and he was now captured and prepared to be executed. The reason why he killed the nobleman was that the crazy nobleman captured many natives and survivors, and wanted to make them into potions. The noble family was somewhat famous in the Treasure Sea, and the survivors could not defeat them at all. Qin, desperate to find a cure, found Qin. The execution date of the survivor was 3 days later. Qin was well known among the survivors, because his name was widely known among the Aborigines. Qin also thought of giving it a try, in case Qin had a solution. Most of the survivors had retained excellent qualities under their education since childhood. Seeing injustice, they often help others since they entered this world. Although it is stupid, they are always deceived, and there is often no good result. However, as normal people with conscience, it is really difficult for them to remain indifferent when facing such a tragedy. Qin, boss Qin, I know this is very difficult, but as long as we can delay his sentence, 10 days will be enough. Within 10 days, Qin and his large group of survivors will all arrive at the Treasure Sea, and then they will directly rob the prison. Qin, what do you want? As long as we can do it. Please ask. We will do our best even if we can't do it. Qi, please. This survivor's matter is not big. Nor is it small. The treasure C. Qin really doesn't know anyone. If it's the jewel C, maybe he? Xiaoli and the others seem to be mechanics from the treasure C. School mechanics should have some connections. Right? Qin, don't be afraid, give me half an hour. To be honest, the moment Qin said don't be afraid, Qi, who had been staring at the chat channel and didn't dare to miss any messages, really burst into tears. The thin girl whimpered, crying loudly. The other survivors beside her saw Qinxian appearance, and their hands and feet suddenly became cold. Qin refused? A survivor shed tears. The survivor who was captured was the leader of their group of survivors. He was captured to cover them. Boss Qin told us not to be afraid. Give him half an hour. Qinxian sobbed and said intermittently. Chapter 87 Coolie Mechanics. After hearing Qinxian retelling, a group of young children were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately hugged each other and cried. They were so scared. Including the captured survivor, the oldest of these children was only 20 years old, and the youngest was only 12. Facing this cruel world, they were indeed so powerless. Fortunately, they met a group of very good adults. Other survivors in the private chat channel were also trying to help Qinxian and his friends find a solution, contacting contacts, providing weapons. And those nearby rushed over to help break out of the prison. Compared with the natives, the survivors are too weak. Not to mention that the survivors are still divided internally. And betrayal and harm are endless. It is rare that these children are so conscientious. And they will try their best to help. Qin is now in the Gem C. And is still trapped in the Gem Hurricane. He is definitely unable to rush over. And can only provide remote support. However, Xiaoli and others are now in the Gem C. Even if they are willing to help, they don't know if they can contact the Treasure C. When Qin went to find Xiaoli was still busy. With Xiaoli's tacit consent, the two worked together tacitly, and quickly completed the work in Xiaoli's hands. What's the matter? Xiaoli raised her head and drank a tube of red potion. And asked? A little kid killed a noble in the Treasure Sea and was caught. Qin briefly described the incident. Xiaoli frowned, thought silently, and then spit out a name and asked. The Dalia family? This family is notorious in the Treasure Sea. A notorious mad family. As a school of mechanics, Xiaoli and her friends are highly respected in the Treasure Sea and have extensive connections. Although they are not the same kind of people as those nobles. They have occasionally dealt with them once or twice, and they know each other more or less. Not to mention the mad family of Dalia. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Qin asked Qinxian, and as soon as the message was sent out, he immediately received a positive answer from Qinxian. Xiaoli pondered for a moment, and quickly contacted another school mechanic. This school mechanic had a conflict with the Dlugu family before, and they were deadly enemies. Today, Qin just gave him a reason to wipe out that crazy family. Qin. Xiaoli said that the kid you know was captured by the Dlugu family. The worst school mechanic looked at Qin with shining eyes. Qin is really his benefactor. He has a lot of hatred for the Dlugu family. Yet he can take this opportunity to wipe out the Dlugu family. The Barbaro family can at least take up 1/3 of the war machinery in the Treasure Sea. Qin told Barbaro about the current situation. Barbaro's face suddenly changed. How dare they do such a thing? Where are those children hiding now? They are in danger now. The Dlugu family has done such things before. After the incident, they gave up most of their wealth to save some of the core members of the family. Now that what they did in private has been discovered again, they must get rid of all the members involved in the incident. After all, if this matter is exposed again, the Dalia family cannot be solved by giving up their wealth. Qin remained silent. Qi and his friends are really lucky. He silently lent 2 super shield whales to Qi and his friends to hide. Their current situation is very dangerous. Don't worry, we won't let you work for nothing. Barbaro mistakenly thought that Qin's silence was dissatisfaction with the exchange conditions, and immediately put the reward on the table. Xiaoli kept her mouth shut, so there was no need to worry that he would tell anyone. We will give you 1/10 of the property of the Dlugu family. Of course, that being said, as to whether or not to give Qin 1/10, it was still up to them. If they gave, Barbaro would definitely give Qin a share. They are now in a cave on a reef in the Treasure Sea, probably east of the shipwreck island. It was really a pleasant surprise. Qin originally planned to pay Xiaoli some money as a favor. Unexpectedly, he didn't owe anyone a favor, but someone paid him a lot of money. Unexpectedly, he would encounter such a good thing while building fortifications on the seabed. Sure enough, when a person becomes powerful to a certain extent, even if he doesn't make money at all, money will come rolling in. Chen didn't have much hope for the reward promised by Barbara. It was up to them to decide whether it was more or less. His main request was to keep those children safe. After all, Qin Xian was a very powerful child. It would be a pity if he died. It's enough to ensure the safety of those children. Chen shook his head, not caring much about the money promised by Barbara. Don't worry. I promise you can see them alive in the treasure sea. Barbara smiled cheerfully and said that the money should be paid, and there was no need to owe Chen a favor. Those children helped their Barbara family so much, and they would naturally give them a certain reward. Their Barbara family is different from that crazy family. Xiao Li, who didn't say a word throughout the whole process, stood between the two and watched them contact each other. As the one who facilitated this transaction, Xiao Li would naturally receive a thank you gift from the two. He looked at Chen, then looked at Barbara, and quietly took up his tools and continued to work. This little episode would not affect the progress of the construction. Chen, who informed Qin Xian and the others of the situation, also went back to work, and Barbara did the same. This was just a little episode during the break. The three of them were very calm, and quickly put this matter behind them. However, the treasure sea on the other side caused an uproar because of this. The war between the two mechanic families is definitely a big event for the treasure sea. Especially one of the parties is the famous crazy Dalia family. The treasure sea, which has been quiet for a long time, is lively again. Qin Xian never thought that this matter could be resolved so quickly. Boss Chen is so terrifying. Chen name was widely circulated among the survivors in an instant, and his image became more and more mysterious and powerful. Such a strong man. I really want to know what kind of carefree life he lives. Chen, who is described by the survivors as powerful and mysterious, and who lives a carefree life, is still working diligently in the deep-sea base. All the mechanics of the deep-sea base and Chen, the intermediate mechanic, are simply used as machines that will not get tired in the fortifications. It is really miserable, working day and night, with basically no time to rest. It is more than just miserable. However, they don't feel miserable. Chen is immersed in the manufacture of machinery, and time passes quickly. When he once again pulled his mind away from work, nearly a month has passed. The 6th round of the Gem Hurricane is coming. Chapter 88. Being ordered in a time of crisis, the truth is revealed. The power of this gemstone hurricane is very terrible. The protective shield on Sapphire Island, which has been patched up again and again, has finally reached the critical point. If it can't hold up this time, even if the fortifications are built, Sapphire Island will completely cease to exist. Chen, the only one in the deep-sea base who has completed the task ahead of schedule and exceeded the target, was ordered by Mazin in a time of crisis, and was arranged to repair the protective shield. As long as we can bear the end of this round of gemstone hurricane, it will be enough. In the office, Mazin looked at the sky outside the window, holding the windowsill tightly with his hands. The darkness outside the protective shield was like a terrifying monster that devoured people, and it seemed that it would swallow up Sapphire Island at any time. The hurricane attacked the protective shield fiercely, and the sound of the shield shattering seemed to echo in Mazin's ears. Chen, all the personnel and materials on Sapphire Island will obey your dispatch, as long as you can make the protective shield survive this round of gem hurricane. Mazin closed his eyes. He did not dare to imagine what fate Sapphire Island would encounter once the gemstone hurricane broke through the protective shield. As a condition, I will give you a copy of the complete blueprint of the fortifications. Yes, Chen responded coldly, not caring what Mazin said. He was checking the instruction manual of the protective shield, trying to find some useful clues from it. The protective shield of Sapphire Island, like the fortifications, was of the same A level, but it was completely different in magnitude. However, even if it was a pale gold A-grade shield, Chen could not crack its blueprint structure for a while. After all, it was A-grade, especially in the current situation. Chen could only say that he would try his best. From the manual, the shield of Sapphire Island was actually similar to that of the Super Shield Whale. The shield was a super enlarged version of the Super Shield Whale. However, one was C-grade, and the other was A-grade. Even Chen felt a headache in the current situation. Even if he called up the group of school mechanics below, they would not have any good solution. In the terms of the game, the durability of the Sapphire Island shield is about to run out. And, the worst thing is, its durability limit will soon drop to 0. There is a very risky way. Chin closed the manual and looked up at Mazen. Are there any spare parts for the shield on the island? Mazen was about to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Chin, whose dark eyes stared at Mazen. I mean, all of them. Mazen did not answer immediately. He needed to think about it. Think about it. He already knew what Chin wanted to do, but it was too risky. Before the shield was attacked by the hurricane and collapsed automatically, they might have to damage the shield first. Mazen now faced two choices. Either one was a gamble. It was a bet on the life and death of the entire Sapphire Island. Or, bet that the shield could last until the fortifications were built. Or, bet that Chin can accurately and perfectly replace all the parts of the protective shield that are facing collapse with new ones. The former is a 10-10 loss, the latter is a 9-10 loss. Which one to choose, it is self-evident. Chin did not urge Mazen, but sat quietly on the sofa waiting for Mazen's decision. The current situation is indeed difficult to choose, and reality will not leave Mazen too much time. The time that passes bit by bit is all the life of the protective shield. Mazen rubbed his hair irritably, and picked up a lighter and cigarette from the desk. His fingers trembled slightly, and he couldn't light the fire several times. Go. Mazen threw the lighter and cigarette back on the table, and uttered two words weakly. After many twists and turns, the fate of Sapphire Island was handed over to Chin, a newcomer from the outside. It was amazing. With Mazen's consent, Chin immediately rushed to the area where the protective shield was located. The location of the protective shield was hidden in the civilian residential area of Sapphire. From the outside, it was no different from other civilian buildings. Most of the buildings in the civilian area are made of wood mixed with sand and stone, with a unique island style. However, Chin has no time to care about this now. The protective shield has reached its maximum threshold under the explosive attack of the 6th round of Gem Hurricane. At present, the protective shield is barely maintained by 5 senior mechanics employed by the island owner's mansion on Sapphire Island. 3 of them are Xiaoli apprentices. When Duoluo brought Chin here, these senior mechanics were already busy and exhausted, and they didn't know what to do at all. To be honest, the moment Duoluo said that Chin would take over here, they fled from the protective shield device building. The future of Sapphire Island is unknown, and they must make plans for themselves as soon as possible. Master Chin, Sapphire Island is in your hands. Duoluo bowed deeply to Chin and said solemnly. He was assigned a very important task by Mazen. To guard Chin, to guard the protective shield, and not let anyone affect Chin work. Even if he died, he would never let anyone break through his defense line. The seemingly peaceful Sapphire Island also has hidden dangers. Have someone control those mechanics. As soon as Chin arrived at the protective shield building, he quickly began to familiarize himself with the internal structure of the protective shield, various parts, and the drawings and experience left by the mechanics. However, within a minute, Chin's face became a little gloomy, and even his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of anger. Duoluo looked at Chin in shock. He did not question it, and immediately contacted Ma Zan and told Ma Zan Chin order. Mazen in the Island Master's mansion received Doro's message and slowly closed his eyes. It was expected, and it was reasonable. The cooperation between Sapphire Island and the Aqua clan was an eyesore to some people. However, there were also many people who coveted their Sapphire Island. Mazen now had no time to find out who was involved this time. The most urgent thing was to survive the Gemstone Hurricane. The mechanics who left the protective shield device building had not had time to find a way out for themselves or escape. They were surrounded by the Sapphire Island guards before they even had time to leave the civilian area. 2 of the mechanics cursed in their hearts. How could Mazen find them so quickly? They were obviously very careful. According to the original plan, at least Mazen should not find out before the 2 senior mechanics leave Sapphire Island. After they leave, the Sapphire Island's protective shield will completely collapse, and the entire Sapphire Island will no longer exist. The 2 mechanics couldn't figure out why it happened so quickly. They never thought that Chin's abnormal talent only took less than a minute to find the difference between the protective shield and the blueprint notebook left by Xiaoli and others. Chapter 89 Gambling on the Fate of Sapphire Island. Chin. who discovered the hidden traitor on Sapphire Island with one move. Did not think that he was too powerful, but thought that the mechanic who did it was too incompetent. Their move was too obvious. Qin stared at the blocked energy pipeline in front of him expressionlessly. So stupid. It was unclear whether this sentence was scolding the person who did it, or the other mechanics who were repairing the shield. While silently complaining, Qin began to use his mental power to clear the energy pipeline. After solving the energy transmission pipeline problem, the shield should be able to last a few more minutes. This is not an easy job. The energy transmission pipeline is very mild and has no aggression. The material used for its pipeline is the tailbone of the Dream Sky Salamander, which has very special characteristics. It is hard enough to withstand the transmission of huge energy, but it is unexpectedly fragile at the same time. It only takes a little aggressive mental power to easily destroy it. Once the aggressiveness of the mental power introduced by Qin exceeds the critical point that the pipeline can withstand, the pipeline will collapse immediately. Then the entire protective shield disappeared. The biggest problem Qin faced was that if the offensiveness of the imported mental power was not enough, then there was no way to clear the pipeline. He could either use mental power to flush out the special substance that was blocking the pipeline, or find a way to guide it out. The latter, Qin simply didn't have the time. Therefore, he had to be very careful to stabilize the offensiveness of mental power within a certain value, and could not be affected by any external factors, which would cause the mental power to change. This was a very dangerous job that tested the mentality of the mechanic. However, the more at this time, the calmer Qin became. Even his breathing and heartbeat did not change at all, and they were very stable. Panic would not bring any benefits. Fortunately, Xiaoli left some of her experiences in her notebook for Qin to refer to. Xiaoli acted very prudently. After taking over this job, she considered all kinds of unexpected situations that might happen. She conducted various experiments and tests during the time when the gemstone hurricane was not in effect, and recorded the data and information in detail in her experience notebook. Duo Luo, who was standing by, could not understand anything. She had no idea what kind of dangerous situation Qin was facing. Qin's mental power penetrated into the pipeline bit by bit. He did not completely trust the information in his mind, but chose to trust himself. Feeling the feedback from the inside of the machine, Qin steadily and rapidly increased the attack power value carried by his mental power. He gradually touched the critical point of the energy pipeline. It was not that Qin did not believe in Xiaoli's experience, but that he did not believe those who were playing dirty tricks only targeted the energy pipeline. In fact, the two mechanics did tamper with the experimental data. Even if Mazen found the problem before the shield collapsed, the mechanic who took over would never have the time or opportunity to try it in such a crisis. He could only repair it based on the experience left by Xiaoli. Again, the two mechanics would never have thought that they would encounter a pervert like Qin. The sixth round of gem hurricanes hit the shield crazily. Even Qin and Duo Luo, who were in the shield device building, could clearly feel the terrible storm. The whole island was affected and vibrated, and the devices were trembling slightly. Duo Luo was so scared that she was sweating coldly, and her heart was beating wildly, fearing that this would affect Qin's work. However, his worries were unnecessary, and Qin was still very stable. On the contrary, because of the craziness of the gem hurricane, he became more focused. The changes brought about by the gem hurricane did not affect him at all. In less than 5 minutes, Duo Luo seemed to have lived a lifetime. The oppressive and dangerous situation on the island made him a little anxious, and he was staring at the time passing on the clock every moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Duo Luo counted the time one by one, while Qin, who should have been the most nervous, calmly withdrew his mental power and solved it. The energy pipeline made of the tailbone of the Dream Sky Salamander is the component with the least wear in the entire defense device. The material is good. Qin put the Dream Sky Salamander on the hunting list. After solving the problem of the energy pipeline, then he had to start replacing parts. Qin chose to start with the most important parts. The most important thing in the protective shield is the power core. There are naturally replacement power cores on Sapphire Island. But the power core part is not just the power core, but also needs to be assembled with other parts. This is not a difficult task for Qin. With the help of the assistant bee, it can be done in less than a minute. The real difficulty is how to replace the new core. Qin has two choices. One is to use his own vitality to resist the gem hurricane storm, to use his mental power to support the protective shield of Sapphire Island, and replace the core before his vitality is consumed by the gem hurricane storm. This is of course impossible. Let alone Chen. All the people on Sapphire Island combined are not enough for the gem hurricane to consume. Second, it is still very dangerous. The mission Chen accepted, every action and every detail is dangerous. All his actions are a gamble on the fate of the entire Sapphire Island. The second option is to take advantage of the gap between the gem hurricane's attacks, the weakest moment of the attack, abandoned part of the Sapphire Island territory. Chen replaces the power core as quickly as possible. This process must not exceed 3 seconds. The best time is to compress it within 1 second. Chen directly informed Duo Luo of the situation. He needed the cooperation of other people on the island, and the humans in the abandoned area needed to be relocated. Hearing Chen calm voice speaking out the request, Duo Luo couldn't help swallowing. This is too dangerous. How could he make such a request so calmly? Although Duo Luo was frightened, he still retained his professional ethics over the years. Mazin said, "I'll listen to Chen, then he will definitely listen to Chen. No matter what Chen says." Doro immediately contacted his sister, who was on the front line of the shield. There was a traitor on the island. He didn't dare to trust other people, so he could only trust his sister. Amid the fierce attack of the gem hurricane, the communication on the island was not so smooth. Just in case, Doro and his sister had a double contact through virtual images and phone calls. The entire situation outside the protective shield was displayed in front of Chen and Duo Luo. However, the image transmission was also intermittent. The situation of the protective shield was not optimistic. There were obvious cracks on the transparent energy protective shield. Darkness invaded the island. Strong winds were howling on the island. Some buildings had been destroyed. Chen glanced at Duo Luo. All preparations had been made. Even his mental power was bound to the protective shield device. Once an opportunity was found, act immediately. Chapter 90, I thought it was so powerful. Currently, the gemstone hurricane is in the eruption period, which is very dangerous. However, there will be a very short and weak interval in the eruption period of the gemstone hurricane, which is fleeting. If it were not for the data verification of the Gemstone Hurricane Research Institute, Chen would not dare to try such a dangerous method easily. Feeling the energy fluctuations of the gemstone hurricane, Chen counted the seconds quietly in his heart. Chen did not put all his hopes on Dora's sister. He found the survivors, who were still on Sapphire Island. If we were to ask who would be the most afraid of the protective shield being damaged on the island, it would definitely be the survivors. They are different from the natives. There may be some people with ulterior motives among the natives, but the survivors are not worth being lured by the mastermind. Once the protective shield of Sapphire Island is broken, they will not be able to escape from Sapphire Island. In order not to die on Sapphire Island, the survivors will not tell lies. Instead, they will help Chen keep a close eye on the changes in the gemstone hurricane. The survivors on Sapphire Island are slightly stronger than the civilians. They may have some good stuff on hand. After Chen took the time to inform the survivors of the current situation of the shield, the survivors would let Chen repair the shield safely even if they had to kill people. The survivor named Zhang Xiaohong, who had been following Zhao Fuli before, actually provided Chen with a very interesting prop. At this time, there is indeed strength in numbers. Sonic Screaming Chicken, special biological item, a super annoying rooster, kicked out of the tribe for being too noisy. Once it senses danger, it will make a sharp crowing sound. The more dangerous it is, the louder it will crowing. But it is very weak, and tastes quite good. Chicken stewed with mushrooms is its final destination. The item is a good item that is very suitable for the current situation, but Chen glanced at the clock. There is not much time left for them, and now I can't care so much. Zhang Xiaohong quickly traded the props to Chen. As soon as the chicken appeared in front of people, it immediately made a crazy and sharp explosion. The horrible scream penetrated the protective shield device and spread far away. All the residents nearby were attacked by the sound waves. Its scream shattered all the glass windows in the building where the protective shield device was hidden. The sound became more and more intense, as if there would never be a limit. Duo Luo covered her ears in pain, and blood faintly flowed down her earlobes. He and Chen were the ones who were most directly attacked by the sonic wave. The sonic wave attack of the screaming chicken was quite terrifying. Chen frowned. The screaming chicken was indeed terrifying. However, the most terrifying thing was that its voice was still rising. It seemed that the danger of the gem hurricane storm was far beyond their imagination. But Chen could not do anything now. He had to focus all his attention on the power core and be ready to replace it at any time. The assistant bees also surrounded the power core. Once Chen-Ching released his mental power, they would immediately cooperate with Chen-Ching to dismantle the power core. Amid the continuous screaming of the screaming chicken, Doro could no longer hold on. Even the other parts of the protective shield could not withstand the terrifying energy of the gemstone hurricane. Starting from the outermost parts, they slowly disintegrated and collapsed one by one. First, the outer protective layer of the protective shield device shattered into small crystal-like pieces and fell to the ground. But this was not the most terrifying thing. Just when Chen-Ching put all his energy into maintaining the protective shield device, so that it would not continue to disintegrate and collapse, the upper floor of the building where the protective shield device was located suddenly. A shocking explosion occurred. A huge hole was broken in the building that hid the protective shield device, and the entire device was exposed to the sunlight. Several figures covered in black robes appeared around the hole. Chen-Ching's eyelashes trembled, and he looked up at the big hole in the ceiling. He happened to meet the eyes of the group of invaders. They looked at Chen-Ching arrogantly and smiled cruelly. He was very familiar with the explosion method and energy fluctuations of this explosion. It was a mechanical spider bomb, which he sold from him. The survivors also participated in this rebellion. Chen-Ching's eyes suddenly became cold. These guys didn't know how long they had been staring at the protective shield of Sapphire Island. He was not sure whether the survivor who gave him this prop participated in this operation. "Hey you two, good evening." "No, good evening." One of the invaders greeted Chen-Ching and Duo Luo with a smile. All the guards outside had been killed by them. Chen-Ching ignored the invaders, and after a light glance at them, he continued to focus on the protective shield device. The screaming chickens began to maintain a certain decibel, and did not continue to rise. The opportunity he was waiting for would soon come. Chen-Ching's indifference, and his attitude of not taking them seriously instantly angered the invaders. The faces of the invaders, who were smiling before suddenly turned sinister. "Damn it. It's these bastards." Duo Luo cursed in a low voice. He had recognized the identities of these black-robed people. They were the famous pirate hunters Cross Star in the deep blue sea. This group of people are not hunters who hunt pirates, but pirates and hunters. When there is no mission, they act as pirates, burning, killing and looting everywhere. When there is a mission, they act as hunters. This group of hunters is fundamentally different from the fire monkeys. The attitude of the fire monkeys towards civilians is gentle, while the missions they accept are all accompanied by the bloodshed of civilians. The Cross Star likes to kill most. Civilians, pirates, hunters, are all their prey. Bastards? The Cross Star member smiled sinisterly. A rocket launcher appeared on his shoulder, the muzzle aimed at the device and Chen-Ching. Chen-Ching's expression did not change at all. Even when facing the huge threat from the Cross Star members, the screaming chicken still did not change, and even showed signs of getting lower. It was at this time the gem hurricane was brewing a new round of crazy storm. Today, let's see who will become a bastard. Amid the crazy screams of the screaming chickens, the Cross Star members fired shells at Chen-Ching without hesitation. Even if Duo Luo wanted to block it, it was too late. The power of the B-level mechanical cannon was simply not something he could block. Thick and choking black smoke billowed up, emitting an unpleasant stench. The entire installation space was razed to the ground by the mechanical cannon. The moment the mechanical cannon touched the object, it immediately turned into thousands of sharp fragments, slicing it into pieces. And a huge explosion occurred at the same time. Not even a bit of debris would be left. "This mission is too simple," a member of the Cross Star sneered. "I thought it was so powerful." Chen-Ching. One after another, black shadows jumped into the room of the installation from the big hole that was blasted out. But, huh? Chapter 91. Different paths lead to different plans. The underground space where the protective shield is placed is very large and very high. Normally, they should not have landed so quickly. Right? The members of Cross Star looked at each other and felt something was wrong. One member squatted down and touched the ground, but only touched the smooth and cold protective shield. "What's going on?" The experienced members of Cross Star immediately scattered. The protective shield of Sapphire Island should have completely collapsed. "What the hell is going on?" Sapphire Island coastline. "Damn it. I was almost scared to death." The captain of the guard team collapsed on the ground, his heart still beating violently, and he picked up the weapon that fell on the ground with trembling hands. Just now, facing the jewel hurricane, he really thought he was going to die. The protective shield on the island suddenly disappeared and suddenly recovered. Yes, has it been repaired? The mechanic named Qin, has he repaired the protective shield? The answer is of course. No. Qin is not a god, how could he repair the shield so quickly? Although the shield was not repaired, Qin and Assistant B did replace the power core of the shield. The mechanical cannons of the Cross Star members all bombarded the shield of the Super Shield Whale. The power of the B-class mechanical cannon is really strong. Not only did the shield of the Super Shield Whale break, the Super Shield Whale was also directly scrapped. However, the scrapping of the Super Shield Whale bought Qin a few seconds, which was enough for Qin and Assistant B to replace the power core of the shield device. The protective shield device with the power core replaced can still support for a while. The remaining work can be handed over to the Assistant B for temporary maintenance. It can last until Qin takes action to replace the parts. As for now, Qin needs to deal with these invaders. The billowing black smoke dissipated. The Cross Star members hiding behind the bunkers in the underground space saw Qin standing in front of the device with a black knife. And Duo Lu, who had absorbed the black smoke and was unconscious, was taken by Qin to the protective shield of the Super Shield Whale for protection. Where does this woman come from? I've never heard of her before. The Cross Star member named Shining couldn't help but frown. What was going on? This woman's mechanical creation could actually withstand the Lotus Light Burst Cannon. Although their mechanical cannon was only light, its power was enough to bomb an island. Although they knew Qin's performance in the Battle of Dalia, they really didn't take Qin seriously. In the Battle of Dalia, this woman never had a direct conflict with the pirates and hunters from beginning to end. She had been using mechanical creations to create illusions to deceive the pirates and hunters. This shows that his strength is insufficient. At least, he certainly cannot beat by Xian and the others. If he cannot beat by Xian and the others, then naturally he cannot beat them either. How dared he have the courage to confront them head-on? Just relying on his mechanical creations? Is his talent so strong? But he has only started learning mechanics for more than a month. Right? Shining. The latest news. Lu Jin quietly approached Shining and whispered to him. The latest news. The mastermind behind the official war between the Dalia family and the Barbaro family in the Treasure Sea is the woman in front of him. Qin. It was he who single-handedly led the war between the two families. Both families are mechanical families. Qin is also a mechanic. To be able to lead the war between the two families, how terrifying must his mechanical talent be? If his mechanical talent is not strong, then this woman's scheming is undoubtedly terrible. This point can be seen from the Dalia War. The look in Shining eyes when he looked at Qin changed a little. Such a cruel and ruthless woman is in line with their Cross Star standards. Powerful, vicious. As for whether to absorb Qin into the Cross Star, it depends on Qin's specific performance. Shining glanced at Lu Jin. Lu Jin understood. It seems that they need to change some companions. As the center of the two people's discussion, Qin had no idea that the matter would be fanned by someone with ulterior motives, and finally spread like this. The mastermind behind the war between the two families. Anyone with a little brain would not believe it. The two families of Dalia and Barbaro have been resentful for a long time, and at the same time, there are conflicts of interest. It is only a matter of time for them to go to war. The reason why there has been peace for so long is that there is no justifiable reason. Without a reason, the Mechanical Association and other forces in the Treasure Sea will not allow them to go to war. The war is not just about the death of two families, but also involves a wide range of people. The scum of the Cross Star. They only want the world to be in chaos. And they see that others think the same way. The clear sees the clear. And the turbid sees the turbid. Qin's eyes fell on the ruins of the bunkers. His eyes were cold. As he raised the knife in his hand, the gravel around him began to tremble. Not good. The sniper of the Cross Star had sharp eyes, and immediately found something wrong with Qin. However, it was too late. Whirlwind blade slashed Qin disappeared on the spot, and a residual image shuttled around the Cross Star. A whirlwind with terrifying power suddenly rose from the ground. Some members of the Cross Star were caught off guard, and were repeatedly attacked by the whirlwind in an instant. The powerful storm dragged them, and the gravel in the storm seemed to have turned into sharp bullets, and attacked violently. The tendons of those members ruptured instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. This was the inspiration Qin got from the gemstone hurricane explosion. Qin's attack speed was extremely fast, and he was extremely agile. He shuttled quickly on the field, and almost only saw the afterimage, making it impossible for the Cross Star members to resist. And they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Soon, a group of black-robed people lay on the ground. Blood slid down the black knife and dripped on the ground. Chen slowly wiped the blood splattered on his cheek, and calmly looked up at the Shining and Gilded Cross Star members, who had not made a move. Shining and Lu Jin both smiled brightly, looking at Chen with eyes full of surprise. Exchanging a bunch of trash for a companion like this. It was really worth it. Join us? Chen. Lu Jin's eyes were fanatical, and he took a step forward to get closer to Chen. Sapphire Island is your territory. As long as you join us, we can leave Sapphire Island alone. And we can also tell you who wants to attack Sapphire Island. The Cross Stars are a group of villains. And villains certainly have no professional qualities. If you want to use this group of villains, you must be prepared to be attacked by them. Betraying your employer is just a matter of their thoughts. If Chen is willing to join them and become their companion, then they are naturally willing to help their companions deal with the enemy. Sorry. Chen responded to the cross with his blade swinging without hesitation, and his cold voice echoed in the empty underground space. If you don't share the same ideals, you can't work together. Chapter 92 Cross Star. Different paths. No cooperation. When they first heard Chen answer, Shan Yao and Lu Jin were still a little unresponsive. But they immediately understood what Chen meant. Don't reject so quickly? Shan Yao raised his eyebrows, and was not angry at Chen rejection. Shan Yao and Lu Jin certainly didn't think that Chen would join them immediately after they said so casually. This must be a long process. To deal with a tough guy like Chen, you must grind away his sharpness bit by bit, cut off all his weaknesses, let him completely collapse in despair, and then... Lu Jin glanced at Huan Kai, who had been standing quietly beside him, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. They always have a way. He likes such tough guys the most. Currently, there are only 5 members of Cross Star left on the field. These 5 people are the real core of Cross Star. Those killed by Chen are just consumables of Cross Star. The extraordinary points they contributed are also pitifully few. 13 people, and less than 30 extraordinary points in total, which is also quite disappointing. Chen pointed the knife in his hand at the other members of Cross Star, and his figure disappeared instantly. Chen never had the option to join them. If you try to get the skin of a tiger, you will be eaten by it one day. It seems that there is no harm in joining Cross Star, but... However, the people of Cross Star have no bottom line and are extremely cruel. If Chen joins them, can he be independent and unscrupulous in Cross Star? What Cross Star wants is that Chen will go along with them, and do all kinds of evil. They like to watch people like Chen struggle in pain. Inwi, give our new member a gift. A strange smile appeared on Shan Yao's face. When his name was called, Inwi once again raised the mechanical cannon. This time he aimed at Chen. When the mechanical cannon appeared, Chen immediately felt an extremely terrifying warning of danger. If he was hit by the mechanical cannon, he would become a real mess in the physical sense. Inwi stared at Chen, the arc on his face gradually widened. When the shells were fully loaded, he fired at Chen without hesitation. Welcome, our new companion, ha ha. As the mechanical cannon fired, Inwi let out a crazy laugh. What a bunch of lunatics. Black smoke filled the underground space, and a large number of mechanical spiders crawled out of Chen ring, spreading throughout the underground space. I really like him more and more. The mechanical spider exploded on the body of Lu Jin, and he did not move at all, allowing the bomb to explode, and blood splattered instantly. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, and Lu Jin's pupils were filled with blood, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. He really couldn't wait to see Chen collapse. The overwhelming explosions covered the sounds of everyone's movements, but Chen could still use the mechanical spider bomb to clearly distinguish the distribution of the Cross Star members. Chen figure appeared behind Inwi, and the sharp blade chopped down at his back. The black robe was torn, but only a shallow scar was left on Inwi's back. Dear, you can't kill us now. The sticky voice of Lu Jin sounded in Chen ears. Chen was unmoved. He punched Lu Jin on the waist and abdomen with his backhand. Cough cough. Lu Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt a sharp pain in his waist and back. He turned his head, and saw a cold mechanical rabbit face. It was the explosive hunting rabbit. It was true that Chen was a person, but he never fought alone. A mechanic, of course. He had to be good at using his own machines. The ears of the explosive hunting rabbit quickly attacked Lu Jin, and tried to restrain Lu Jin with 2 sides. But the next second, a dagger flew from nowhere, and cut off the ears of the explosive war rabbit. The metal fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Looking at Lu Jin again. He had been rescued by other members of the Cross Star. Chen Qing's expression did not change. It was expected. He could not kill these people from the Cross Star. Similarly, it was difficult for them to kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to break his bones. It was not a problem for Chen Qing to take one or two of them away. The rescued Lu Jin stared at Chen Qing unwillingly. His emotions were too stable, without any change. This is not fun at all. However, this is more challenging. Isn't it? Lu Jin thought about it, and suddenly became excited again. Shan Yao took a look at Lu Jin, and knew what this guy was thinking. Lu Jin's extraordinary ability. His extraordinary ability is indeed very compatible with his personality. It can be said that Lu Jin's personality was twisted little by his extraordinary ability. Lu Jin was not as perverted and twisted as he is now. At most, he just liked killing people, and enjoyed the pleasure of killing. Now, TSK. Chen Qing was completely targeted by Lu Jin. And he was bound to suffer a little. Let's go! Shan Yao retracted his gaze, and looked deeply in the direction of Chen Qing. He wanted to thank their dear sponsor for sending them such a good companion. Are you not taking him with you? Lu Jin asked unwillingly. They could take Chen Qing away. Let's take him with us. And persuade him slowly. Hinwei also said. We can take him with us. Who will go for the one-for-one trade? Shan Yao smiled slightly. And no one said anything. Chen Qing could still do the extreme one-for-one trade. No matter which of his true companions died. Shan Yao would feel sad. Both new and old companions are important. Besides, they don't want to die yet. Okay. Lu Jin pouted slightly unhappily, kicking the gravel on the ground from time to time. Let's go! Shan Yao left first, his eyes flashing with danger. Next, Cross Star was going to report the mission to the sponsor. The black smoke dissipated, and the members of Cross Star had long disappeared. Chen Qing took off the black mask on his face, and his head began to ache. It was not a good thing to be entangled by such a group of lunatics. Especially Lu Jin. He gave Chen Qing a very wrong feeling. Something was wrong mentally. All the relatively normal people in the Cross Star were killed by Chen Qing. Master Chen Qing? After the battle, Doro woke up from his coma in a trance. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he was still a little unresponsive. Are all the members of the Cross Star dead? No, the core members are gone. Chen Qing re-entered the shield of the Super Shield Whale, and began to repair and replace the parts of the shield device. Gone? Doro's eyes widened, and he immediately contacted Mazin to report the situation. Master Chen Qing is so strong, not only did he survive from the hands of the Cross Star, but he also drove them away. Doro selectively understood Chen Qing gone as drove away. Based on the previous style of the Cross Star, it would be strange if he didn't kill both of them. Chapter 93 The Only One, The World Atlas. Without the interference of Cross Star, Chen Qing repaired the shield device smoothly, and it took more than an hour to replace all the parts of the shield. The rebellion of Sapphire Island was caused by Cross Star. And the people behind Cross Star, they will not have a good end. On the way to thank the sponsor, the members of Cross Star were discussing Chen Qing. Do you think the new companion will thank us for the gift we gave him? Inui was naked, hanging upside down from the ceiling. The blood on his back had already coagulated, but he did not do anything about it. Although he fired 2 rounds at Chen Qing to welcome him. They really gave Chen Qing a welcome gift. Canceling the rebellion against Sapphire Island was their welcome gift to Chen Qing. Look, how thoughtful they are. The members of the Cross Star praised themselves without any guilt. I think he may not be able to understand our intentions now. But it doesn't matter. He will understand it soon, Lu Jin said with a smile. This was the case before the new companions joined. They were not grateful, but hated them. But it doesn't matter. Chen Qing will definitely change his mind soon. Just like Wan Sai. He can't wait to see the day when Chen Qing joins them. Chen Qing. HU. After solving the problem of the protective shield, Chen Qing returned to the deep sea base and began to help others complete the work. When he was about to install a part, he suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Xiao Li, who was standing next to him, glanced at Chen Qing and asked silently. Nothing. Chen Qing shook his head. He also felt strange. Why did he suddenly sneeze? He never thought that the thoughts of the Cross Star group would be so twisted and messed up. Canceling the rebellion against Sapphire Island was actually a gift to him. This was for Mazin and Sapphire Island. But they had to put it on Chen Qing. Besides, They killed people and did things. But they just didn't succeed. They even had the nerve to say that they canceled the action. Besides, Sapphire Island has nothing to do with Qingqing at all. The relationship between Qingqing and Sapphire Island is purely a transaction relationship. There is some affection, but not much, very weak. For this little affection, he still wants to sell himself to Cross Star? You think too much. They are really a group of lunatics. Qingqing didn't know that the members of Cross Star were so twisted in their psychology, and they insisted on giving themselves the title of Qingqing benefactor, and were ready to repay the favor. They really have their own set of theories of action, and they think they are particularly reasonable. But it doesn't matter, they have their own theories of action, and Qingqing also has his own code of conduct. No matter it is moral kidnapping or unreasonable harassment, it will be useless to Qingqing. The members of the Cross Star have been included in Qingqing kill list, and they are at the top of the list. These people must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Qingqing has no time to care about them now. Although the protective shield has been repaired, the fortifications are not yet there. The protective shield cannot withstand the next gem hurricane storm. Fortunately, the fortifications were about to be completed. Without the Cross Star, Qingqing and other mechanics were working very smoothly, and no problems occurred. Xiaoli and Brown were a little bit unbelievable. Just like that, the two stood in front of the fortifications that had just been completed, looking at each other. A little bit unbelievable. Are we done? Barbara was also a little dazed. It was not that they had never seen the world, but it was mainly because it was too smooth, which made people a little suspicious. There were so many messy accidents during the construction process. But when it was almost completed, there were no accidents at all, and the construction was completed smoothly. For example, the gem hurricane storm erupted again. The protective shield could not hold on, and the defense was almost completed. They rushed to finish the work at the last minute. How come there were no accidents at all? It was a bit uncomfortable. Yes, it's done, Qingqing replied calmly, and the system prompt sound rang in his ears. The professional experience that Qingqing gained from completing this A-level fortification allowed him to enter the ranks of senior mechanics. Moreover, Qingqing was only one level away from becoming a senior mechanic. Qingqing was now a senior mechanic at level 29. Apprentice mechanics had 10 levels. Junior mechanics had 15 levels. Intermediate mechanics had 20 levels. And senior mechanics had 30 levels. The next level of mechanics had 100 levels. As the main contributor to this fortification, Qingqing received a considerable reward. When the construction was completed, Qingqing received 5 B-level blueprints and 1 A-level blueprint as rewards, all of which were mechanical creations. He had not yet been able to collect all the materials, so they could only be kept in the bottom of the box for the time being. When he completed the blueprint, Qingqing received a collection of Atlas items. Unique, World Atlas, Special, to be activated an atlas that contains all the living and dead creatures in the entire ocean world. After activation, each time a certain number of atlases are lit up, a reward will be obtained for achieving a percentage of progress. This reward is absolutely the best of the best. The only drawback is that the atlas is not activated. If Qingqing completed an A-level mechanical blueprint independently as an intermediate mechanic, then it is estimated that the World Atlas obtained does not need to be activated at all, and there will even be other rewards for him. As for now, the conditions for activating this unique prop are quite harsh. It requires Qingqing to have 18,888 extraordinary points, which is simply crazy. I say you are crazy, it is not good enough to complete it successfully. A school mechanic rolled his eyes, a masochist. He will not be satisfied until something unexpected happens. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a bit too unbelievable? I didn't expect that we could finish it before the next round of Gem Hurricane Storm eruption. Barbaro laughed, looking at the fortifications in front of her with gentle eyes, as if she was looking at her favorite child. They poured a lot of effort into this fortification, and Barbaro spent many years here. With this fortification as a support, the next successor of the Barbaro family must be him. Barbara, as one of the candidates for succession to the Barbara family in the Treasure Sea, Barbara cooperated with the Sapphire Island and Emerald Islands in the Gem Sea to jointly conceal the A-level fortifications. Isn't it for this? After all, the family may not necessarily be his. But now, the family must be his. All this has to be thanked to Qingqing. All the mechanics' eyes fell on Qingqing, and Qingqing's eyes fell on the remaining materials for the fortifications. The fortifications have been completed, the remaining materials. Can he ask Mazen for a little bit? Chapter 94 Golden Magic Emerald, Cloud Sea Royal Sapphire. The good news of the completion of the fortifications brought Mazen and Shizqinglan deputy to the deep sea base. Because of the internal reasons of the Emerald Islands, Shizqinglan cannot leave the Emerald Island at this stage. If he leaves, other islands in the Emerald Islands are likely to take this opportunity to cause trouble. Moreover, the damage caused by the Gemstone Hurricane to the Emerald Island is no less severe than that to the Sapphire Island, or even more serious. Compared to the Sapphire Island, the Emerald Islands were far less peaceful. Even in the face of such external factors, they did not choose to work together. As for the completion of the fortifications, both Shizqinglan and Mazen were very happy. Therefore, the two agreed to Qinqing's request without much thought, and even sent someone to deliver the things to Qinqing's ship. The fortifications were completed, and Qinqing did not need to participate in the next matter, and it could be handed over to Mazen and Shizqinglan. They had relied on the recovery potion to survive for more than a month, and had almost no sleep. If the group of mechanics had not been watching this A-level fortification and holding on, they would probably have performed a sleeping performance for Mazen. They had to. After such a long night, when the fortifications were put down and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, everyone's fatigue seemed to emerge all at once. Indeed, after more than a month of sleepless nights, even with the recovery potion, their mental state had reached its limit. Qinqing and the others did not participate in the subsequent defense work. They all went back to wash and rest. Before leaving the deep sea base, Shizqinglan deputy gave each of them a piece of B-grade golden quality special jade. Golden magic jade. Eating can eliminate all hidden dangers in the body. Long-term wearing can slowly increase the value of mental power and refresh the mind. The golden round jade lay in Qinqing's hand. Before Qinqing made any move, another piece of jade appeared in his palm. Qinqing looked up in confusion, looking at Xiaoli, who was holding the jade in his palm. Eat one. Where the other? Xiaoli said briefly, coughed lightly, and added two more sentences. Thank you. 1. The golden magic jade in Emerald Island is very rare, and Emerald Island never shows it to the public. This time Shizqinglan took out so many golden magic jades, I think it was all the accumulated inventory. Based on the previous situation of Emerald Islands, even if golden magic jades were produced, Shizqinglan could not get two. Yes. Xiaoli said so. Qinqing happily accepted it. This thing is really rare. Just when Qinqing was about to put away the two pieces of jade, several pieces of golden magic jade appeared in front of him. He raised his eyebrows. Thank you, one of them. The mechanics said in unison, in perfect harmony. One thing at a time, Qinqing helped them reach the threshold of Songming mechanics, so they should thank him. If they rely on themselves, they don't know how many more years they will have to wait. The limit of the deep blue sea mechanic is the school mechanic. If they can enter the ranks of the Songming mechanic, they will dare to pull down the president of the Mechanic Association tomorrow, and let him be their little sister. Qinqing received 8 pieces of golden magic jadeite at once, enough for him to decorate his whole body. However, Qinqing does not like to wear jewelry, and needs to think about how to digest these golden magic jadeite. Other mechanics did not give the magic jadeite to Qinqing, but they have prepared other thank you gifts. As a school of mechanics, these people all have rich family backgrounds. After leaving the deep sea base, Qinqing returned to the ship, ate, washed, changed clothes, and went to sleep. The golden magic jade was washed by Qinqing while he was taking a bath, and then eaten into his stomach. After entering the mouth, the hard jade quickly turned into a warm current, flowing down, spreading throughout the limbs and bones. Qinqing narrowed his eyes, and the whole person was a little lazy, drowsy. Drinking so much recovery potion, it would affect the body to some extent. The golden magic emerald effectively eliminated all the side effects of overdosage of the recovery potion. Qinqing could finally have a good sleep. After more than a month of sleepless nights, Qinqing lay in bed and slept for 2 whole days and 1 night without any dreams. When he woke up, the Jewel Hurricane storm had not yet ended, and the other mechanics were still resting. However, with the A-level fortifications they built, both Sapphire Island and Emerald Island were safe. During the 7th round of the Gemstone Hurricane, the 2 islands survived safely. There will be no problems in the 8th and 9th rounds. There is even a sea passage between the 2 islands, which allows ships from the 2 islands to pass safely. After Qinqing woke up, he quickly packed up the supplies on the ship, went to the market store and other places on Sapphire Island to buy some, and then prepared to go to Emerald Island. Qin has already set his eyes on the foaming emerald of Emerald Island. And now is the right time to go to Emerald Island to make preparations. Qin spent a day buying and sorting out all the specialties of Sapphire Island. And he exchanged contact information with the mechanics. They all came from the major seas in the deep blue sea. And they were relatively well known in their hometowns. No matter what the considerations were, it was the best choice to maintain good relations with them. Before leaving, Mazen sent a complete replica of the fortification to Qin, and expressed his hope that he could stay on Sapphire Island as a mechanic on the island. Although Mazen knew that it was impossible for someone like Qin to be trapped in one place. For the future of Sapphire Island, Mazen still made this request with a faint hope, and promised a generous reward that he had never promised in his life. If it were not inappropriate, Mazen would have given his position as the island owner to Qin, as long as Qin was willing to stay. As expected, Qin refused. It was impossible for Qin to stay in one place for a long time. Maybe there will be a chance when he gets old. Just like the lightning. Mazen felt sorry. But he didn't bother her too much. With the current relationship between Sapphire Island and Qin, he could still contact him for help in the future. But if he kept bothering her. Before leaving, Mazen also gave Qin a high-grade sapphire. B-grade gold quality. Tian High Royal Sapphire, inedible. Processed into jewelry or inlaid. Can improve speed, mental strength and reaction speed. Sapphire Island's heritage is not as deep as Emerald Island. So Mazen could only give this one piece. After Mazen left, Qin drove the ship back to the port and sailed to Emerald Island with other merchant ships. He took on a small merchant ship escort mission by the way, saving money when necessary. It was just a side job anyway. Qin was very frugal. Chapter 95 Emerald Islands. Sapphire Island is not far from Emerald Island. It can be reached in about one night. The safe sea passage planned by the fortifications. The passage is dark on both sides. Nothing can be seen, like an abyss, which can swallow everything. It is terrifying. No wonder those small caravans have to hire guards. It is really scary. Qin took a nap, and after coming out of the studio, the supervines had already moored the ship at the dock of Emerald Island. Because of the landing of the fortifications, Emerald Island and Sapphire Island have regained their vitality. Now they don't need to worry about the gem hurricane breaking through the protective shield. Even though the sea is still surrounded by darkness, the island is still only illuminated by the dim oil lamps. But it does not affect the vigorous vitality bursting out of them. Emerald Islands are different from Sapphire Island. Sapphire Island is a very large plain island. The entire island is flat. Compared with Sapphire Island, the Emerald Islands have a much richer landform, with mountains, lakes, farmland, pastures. The Star Islands are located in the Gem Sea, occupying a large area of the sea. Compared with Sapphire Island, the Emerald Islands seem more peaceful. There are many pirates and hunters on Sapphire Island, and the violence is more serious. When Qin got off the boat, a port staff member came up to greet him immediately. This was sent by Qinlan. Mazen told Qinlan that Qin was going to Emerald Island. Qinlan thought about it, and knew what Qin was going to do. So he specially arranged staff to entertain him. All Qin normal consumption on the island was paid by him. Moreover, he would also help Qin catch the group of Wind Shadow Emeralds. Qinlan had no interest in Wind Shadow Emeralds. He just needed to firmly grasp the sea beasts that produce golden magic jade. But those old immortals on other islands were eyeing those Wind Shadow Emeralds. Because the fortifications were put into place, now the power on the Emerald Islands began to shift to the Shus family again. How could those old immortals be willing? The Emerald Islands are bound to start a period of chaos again. But this has little to do with Qin. He is here to capture Foaming Emerald. Even if Qinlan is killed, it has nothing to do with him. Rejecting the Emerald Island staff's follow-up, Qin wandered around the Emerald Island by himself. Due to the gemstone hurricane, Emerald Island also gathered a large number of pirates, hunters, and survivors. In the market, the lively and familiar hawking sounded. Stinky tofu. Stinky tofu. Delicious and non-stinky stinky tofu. A small stall passed by Qin, emitting a strong and overbearing smell. The other vendors and customers at the market all glared at the survivor. The survivor ignored them all. Beat him if you can, he has a license. Right. In addition to stinky tofu, there are also tofu pudding, barbecue, meat slices, whole grain pancakes. All of which are night market snacks that Qin is familiar with. Qin used to do this, He has done many jobs. Most snacks have been slightly adjusted to suit the tastes of the inhabitants of this world, only the stinky tofu still sticks to itself. Because of its unique smell, it has also attracted many pirates and hunters who dare to try it. Chin-Ching sat down at a table outside a dessert shop and ordered some desserts that were not too sweet. It was a jelly-like dessert made from nectar. Although it was nectar, it tasted surprisingly refreshing. Chin-Ching liked it very much after eating it on Sapphire Island. Sitting on the chair, Chin-Ching could observe the whole picture of the market on Emerald Island. Most of the people who came and went in this market were gem hunters. And the goods sold in the market were all materials that could be used during the gem fishing season. Underwater devices, weapons, submarines, and even gem baits. The most common items in the market were underwater devices, gems, and gem lures. If you want to catch more treasure fish, an underwater device alone is not enough. Gems are also indispensable. As for gem lures, they are usually used by civilians or children to fish for treasure fish near the coast. They can also make some money with this. It is not dangerous. And there is output. The sales of gem lures are quite good. The equipment that can appear in the market is mostly of low quality. Occasionally, good quality equipment appears, and it will be snapped up immediately. Chin-Ching sat at the door of the dessert shop, observed for a whole morning, and had a good idea of the market situation. The underwater devices in his ring space should be very popular. After paying for the dessert, Chin-Ching rented a stall at the market supervision office and prepared to start his business of buying things from the street. Although this kind of thing can be done by the supervine, it is more convenient to do it. However, the intelligence of the supervine is not high enough. After all, it cannot be like a real person. Chin-Ching needs to collect feedback from these gem hunters. And he also wants to buy some useful things at the market. For example, jade gems, other underwater devices, previous treasure fish distribution maps, jade distribution maps, etc. These gem hunters must have it. And they often know things that the official doesn't know. Just like Granny Towsy, who would have thought that a former ordinary pirate from decades ago would actually guard an assistant beehive. And the news of mechanical relics had been guarded in the mechanical recycling plant for so long. Even if there is no such surprise, it doesn't matter. Chin-Ching plans to recycle some underwater devices on the market and transform his underwater devices by combining the strengths of thousands of families. The materials collected from the deep sea base were enough for Chin-Ching to build an underwater device that could dive into the real deep sea. Chin-Ching placed 3 models of environmental adaptation devices on the table, which immediately attracted the attention of a large number of gem hunters. Now is not the time when there are the most gem hunters on the islands of the Gem Sea. When the gem hurricane is over, that will be the time when people are really crowded. There will be a big jam of ships sailing on the entire Gem Sea. At that time, that will be the time when Chin-Ching underwater device sells best. After all, underwater devices are consumables. The more gems the gem hunters collect, the more the underwater devices will be consumed. Facing the environmental adaptation device, with detailed numerical values and prices written on the cardboard by Chin-Ching, the gem hunters immediately became interested. Especially some low-level gem hunters. They are very interested in the improved version of the environmental adaptation device. The price is the same as other devices on the market. But the effect, if what Chin-Ching wrote is true, it will be 10% higher than the devices of the same quality on the market. Don't underestimate this 10%. With this 10%, the gem hunters can at least dive a few dozen meters more, leave the shallow water area, and enter the middle sea area. The difference is not just a little bit. Chapter 96 Retail and Wholesale. The prices of the 3 environmental adaptation devices are not high. The D-level light green quality is 5 goldfish, the D-level dark green quality is 30 goldfish, and the D-level blue quality is the highest 100 goldfish. The specific values of the device are stronger than the same level on the market, and even stronger than Chin-Ching expected before. This is Ming Rang feedback to Chin-Ching. Even the ordinary children on Ming Rang's ship, these devices on the ship can also walk freely in the sea. Chin-Ching had given all 3 sets of equipment to Ming before. Partly because of this high quality, low price, the stall was soon surrounded by gem hunters. Some people subconsciously wanted to bargain, even though they saw the words "no bargaining" specially marked on the paper. However, when his eyes swept over the knife in Chin-Ching's arms and his expressionless face, he silently swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Sometimes, silence is a very good virtue. Chin-Ching is not a pure businessman. If he were a businessman, then these gem hunters would definitely bargain, and bargaining is also part of the job of a businessman. But if you meet someone like Chin, selling goods is just a part-time job, who is actually a pirate or a hunter-adventurer, then few people dare to bargain. Especially the gem hunters in this market are all low-level hunters. Just like the hunter Xuanwei that Chin met in the black market of Sapphire Island. For some people, even if it is only a profit of 1 or 2 copper shells, it is worthwhile to exchange time for money. But for someone like Chin, bargaining is a waste of time. In the time it takes to say a word, he may have installed a set of low-level environmental adaptation devices. Facing Chin cold eyes, and the sharp aura emanating from his body, the gem hunters quietly lined up to pay and take the goods. However, all the environmental adaptation devices sold were of light green quality, and not even a single dark green quality one was sold. At the same time, another stall newly rented by Chin, which was specially used to purchase supplies, was also bustling with people. For each item, Chin, who has the appraisal skills, can accurately quote the price with just a glance. Those who are willing to sell can put down the items and take the money and leave. And those who are not willing can just take the items and leave. So far, there has been no item that Chin has spent time on. The items sold by those gem hunters are all F level, E level, and D level. There is not even a C level item. This actually has nothing to do with these gem hunters. In the deep blue sea, D level and below are the common situation. It was because the skill blueprints and materials that Chin encountered on the Sapphire Island were either A level or B level, either red or gold quality. Even the skills were mostly passive, which raised his standards. In particular, the people he interacted with were island owners, big pirates, and top hunters. He even dealt with the big pirate Lei Guang from the Scarlet Sea. Which newcomer could be like Chin? You know, for hunters and pirates in the deep blue sea, being able to get a B-level item in their lifetime is already a rare luck. That blue quality device, can I get a discount if I buy it in bulk? In silence, a young-looking gem hunter raised his hand and asked weakly. Chin raised his eyelids and paid a little attention to the gem hunter, but his hand did not stop collecting money and handing over goods. This gem hunter should be a survivor. Looking at his dress, he is somewhat different from the residents of Emerald Island and other gem hunters. How much? Chin raised his head and looked at the survivor, and asked calmly. His voice and temperament are always cold. Even if he doesn't show it specifically, he will give people a feeling of indifference and alienation. Ah? Yes. The survivor was obviously a little nervous when facing Chin's question, and he couldn't help but stand up straight subconsciously. We have 23 people, he answered stutteringly. 23 people. This group of survivors are quite rich. 100 goldfish is not a small amount for gem hunters. But this group of survivors is not very rich. Otherwise, they would not bargain with Chin here. For more than 50 sets. 98% off. One set costs 2 goldfish less. And 50 sets saves a full 100 goldfish. If so many blue quality devices can be sold at once, Chin doesn't mind giving up some profit. It's not easy for the survivors to get so many orders. Then, what if there are more? The survivor's eyes lit up instantly, and he started to calculate in his mind. The maximum upper limit is 95% off. Can I? The survivor wanted to bargain again, but Chin glanced at him, and he was so scared that he froze and dared not speak anymore. After Chin cleared out some of the inventory on hand, he closed the stall. Well, if I can order more than 1,000 pieces of light green quality at one time, can I also get a discount? A gem hunter saw the survivor's operation and waited until Chin closed the stall and the crowd dispersed. And then he bravely stepped forward and asked Chin in a low voice. Okay. What surprised the gem hunter was that Chin was surprisingly easy to talk to and readily agreed. It is true that retail is more profitable, but wholesale is obviously more worry-free. 1,000 light green environmental adaptation devices, sitting here. It is unknown how long they will be sold. Chin's goal has been achieved. Several injured and disabled gem hunters have been lingering in front of Chin's acquisition stall, but did not come forward, but waited quietly. They must have what Chin wants, distribution map, or high-quality gems. 1,000 pieces, according to the above price, 10% off. After all, this level of best-selling consumable mechanical creations are not commonplace. All the technology is in the hands of a fixed family or mechanics, and ordinary people can't touch it at all. The mechanical forces that jointly monopolize the profits of gem hunters are calculated to death. Let alone discounts. Not to mention being sold at a high price is already lucky. Even if there is a discount, it is not something that ordinary gem hunters like them can touch. During the gem salvage period, which gem hunter does not need to buy a device? Although there are other props that can replace the environmental adaptation device. Among the many props, mechanical creations are undoubtedly the most cost-effective. 10% off. The gem hunter's eyes lit up. There is a full 100 goldfish profit. How many goldfish can he earn by risking his life to salvage gems? My boat is at dock number 17. I have time at 8 o'clock tonight. Chin-Ching's voice was neither loud nor low, and some gem hunters around him silently took note. Yes. Yes. Thank you. The gem hunter bowed, and the joy on his face could not be concealed no matter what. After closing the stall, Chin-Ching walked towards the gem hunters who had been waiting. Chapter 97 for you. It's not a big problem. These gem hunters had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Chin-Ching coming, they immediately led Chin-Ching to a tavern they often visited recently. From beginning to end, Chin-Ching did not say what he wanted, and they did not say what they had. Both sides had an unexpected tacit understanding. There was a special private room in the quaint tavern. Chin-Ching paid the money and asked the boss to serve the common drinks and snacks. Unexpectedly, the owner of this tavern was a survivor from Dragon Country. Looking at the environment and menu in the tavern, you can tell at once that it is very unique. The survivors of Dragon Country are really good at adapting to the environment. We want 10,000 goldfish. You also need to help us customize a special mechanical prosthesis. And the quality cannot be lower than D grade. After the waiter brought the wine and snacks and closed the door and left, the 5 gem hunters, who had been silent, finally spoke out their conditions. This is one of our rewards. A gem hunter pushed a box to Chin-Ching with his only remaining arm. After you help us assemble the mechanical prosthesis, we will give you a distribution map of treasure fish in the Emerald Islands, and give it to you at that time. Wind Shadow Emerald, Beautiful Violet, Peach Spring Feather, Sky Grape Meat, these treasure fish distribution maps are all recorded. D-level. Chin-Ching was thoughtful. It seems that he has not made such a low-level mechanical creation recently. These gem hunters needed him to customize it, which meant he needed to create his own blueprints. This was Chin-Ching's first time, so it shouldn't be difficult. Chin-Ching already had an idea in mind, but the name of the treasure fish in the Emerald Islands was better than that in the Sapphire Islands. His silence made these gem hunters think that his request was too much. They were about to speak, ready to fight for it again. After all, except for new mechanics like Chin-Ching, they couldn't find anyone to assemble mechanical prostheses for them. As a team of experienced gem hunters, although they are not the top gem hunters, they are at least in the upper echelons. If they hadn't offended the people of the Mechanical Association, sigh, they didn't plan to tell Chin-Ching about this. If they told Chin-Ching, I'm afraid even this new mechanic would be scared away. However, they also paid enough. Okay. Chin-Ching simply agreed. These gem hunters were indeed sincere enough. Sea level, moonlight jade, purple can be worn, processed as jewelry or inlaid, will automatically absorb moonlight essence when night falls. Wearing it for a long time will refine the wearer's body and improve related attributes. It's a good thing. Chin-Ching has no plans to use extraordinary points to improve his physical attributes for the time being, so these external objects are indispensable. Come to me tomorrow night. Chin-Ching glanced at the time. He hasn't studied the relevant information yet. He has to go back and look through the book. However, most of the knowledge related to machinery is interoperable and not difficult to learn. Apart from other things, the explosive war rabbit assembled by Chin-Ching has certain relevant knowledge. Not today? The gem hunters heard Chin-Ching's words and couldn't help frowning. What if this mechanic goes back to check? No. Chin-Ching glanced at them and knew that there must be something fishy. But no matter what the fishy thing was, Chin-Ching was not afraid. He had the guts to fight the pirates and hunters of the entire deep blue sea when he first entered the game. Now, he would still be afraid of these seemingly insignificant gem hunters causing trouble? Although the word sounded a bit harsh, it was indeed true. If the trouble they caused was big enough, it would be impossible for him to sit in front of him and show him this moonlight jade. If no other gem hunter could come up with a better gem distribution map, then Chin-Ching would agree to their conditions. High returns, naturally worth taking certain risks. Chin-Ching did not give them a chance to refute, and they were not qualified to refuse. Chin-Ching was the only mechanic they had contacted who could solve their problems, and did not know the inside story. After paying for the drinks, Qin walked around the Emerald Islands and got familiar with the terrain. There were quite a lot of survivors on the Emerald Islands. Not only the survivors from Dragon Country, but also Sakura, Korean, Maoxiong. They could really be distinguished at a glance. After buying some materials at the market, Qin returned to the ship and began to search for information. He also went to Xiaoli and Brown to ask about it. Strictly speaking, mechanical prostheses are actually a branch of mechanical weapons. They are not limited to prostheses, but also include the exoskeleton that Qin used before. This greatly increases the combat power of the mechanic. The exoskeleton and mechanical arm of the leg have been abandoned by Qin. They have been gathering dust in the corner of the warehouse for a long time. Now Qin has dug them out again and started to study them. After receiving Qin's message, Xiaoli did not ask anything, and directly sent a bunch of books to Qin. Brown did ask a question. Why did he suddenly start studying this? He thought Qin would go the way of a battlefield mechanic, but he did not expect that he would go the way of a military school. Qin did not hide anything and told Brown about the matter. Brown was the island mechanic of the Emerald Islands, and he was born in Emerald Island, and he was familiar with this place. Brown, those gem hunters, they had offended Ergu of the Mechanical Association before, and were ordered to be banned. Brown, I didn't expect them to find you, but this matter is not a big problem for you. Brown, you can blackmail them. They are old hunters, and the money is not much. But the other things, you can decide. Brown knew a lot of inside information, and even taught Qin how to blackmail those gem hunters. Ergu is also a mechanic of the genre. He is always petty and vengeful. Those gem hunters accidentally offended him before, and he directly issued a ban in the industry, not allowing any mechanic to accept their tasks. Brown knew about this because it happened in Emerald Island. The mechanics of the genre are certainly not afraid of Ergu, but these gem hunters have nothing worth their help. Without benefits, why would the mechanics of the genre make enemies with mechanics of the same level for them? Of course, the mechanics below the school mechanics dared not offend Ergu, and no mechanic dared to help them. However, for Qin, this was really not a problem. Qin had come all the way to now, without the participation of the Mechanical Association, and he would not need it in the future, and it was not certain that the Mechanical Association would ask him for help in the future. In addition, because of the fortifications, Qin directly made friends with a group of school mechanics. If Ergu wanted to target Qin, the problem would be solved before he even got to Qin. Even if he got to Qin, would Qin still be afraid of a mechanic who had been a school mechanic all his life? Qin was not afraid of Lei Guang and Shangjia. Chapter 98 Hot Potato. Qin quickly started to read the information said by Xiaoli and Brown. Even if he didn't trade with those gem hunters, there was nothing wrong with learning these related knowledge. Moreover, Qin had some ideas for the subsequent gem salvage activities, and he didn't know if he could make it before the end of the gem hurricane. After all, this time it was not assembled according to the drawings, but Qin had to draw the drawings from scratch. After reading all the information, he picked out the useful ones, and put them in the studio, and reorganized the studio. Qin then took a look at the time. It was almost time. On the deck, there were several gem hunters waiting under Qin's ship. These gem hunters heard what Qin said before. They came here to try their luck. But this matter has not been spread. The gem hunters still have some brains and reason. Qin leaned on the railing of the deck, looking down. There were 11 gem hunters in total. The dock of Emerald Island was not as lively as that of Sapphire Island. The order of Sapphire Island was more chaotic, and civilian vendors were not allowed to approach the dock of Emerald Island. The dock was very quiet, except for some noises coming from the pirate ship occasionally. Come on board. Qin's voice was as cold as the night of Emerald Island. The gem hunters who had been waiting under the ship for a long time showed joy on their faces after hearing his voice. Except for the gem hunter who called Qin at the beginning and came here at Qin's invitation. The other gem hunters came here without permission. They were also quite nervous. Fortunately, Qin agreed to let them get on board. The supervines on the ship had cleaned up the room and prepared tea and snacks to facilitate Qin and the others' conversation. The gem hunters invited on board were arranged by the supervines to line up, wait on the deck first, and then enter the room one by one to meet Qin. This is a waste of time, but considering that none of these gem hunters carry money bags or space props, so they are likely to adopt a barter method, trading one by one, which is safe for everyone. The first gem hunter to enter the room was the one who asked Qin first. Qin likes to make quick decisions, pay money, hand over goods, and get the goods, simple and clear. His conditions are all on the surface, there is no room for bargaining. These gem hunters are also very sensible, they don't talk much throughout the whole process. Most of the items they take out for trading are high-end gems that they have kept in their bottom boxes. The types are not limited to the jade from Emerald Island, there are others, blue sea crystal, fish demon pearl, ebony skeleton diamond and so on. The names are nice. And the quality is quite high. Most of Qin needs to add some goldfish to them. But there are also gem hunters who bring goldfish. Among the many gem hunters, there is a gem hunter nicknamed Sea Urchin, who gave a special trading item. It is a mechanical blueprint. And, unexpectedly, it is an A-level blueprint. Light gold. Sword Dancing Mantis, A-level, not completely failed version, a combat-type munitions factory standard mechanical creation. With extremely rapid attack capabilities. And the ability to mimic camouflage. Because it is not a complete failure version. Sword Dancing Mantis has some uncontrollable factors. Please be careful. This is stolen goods. You can give it as you like. It's fine as long as it's good enough. I know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter how much you give. As long as it's good enough. Sea Urchin is quite self-aware. This thing is a hot potato in his hands. But if someone holds you responsible afterwards, it's none of my business. Sea Urchin was holding a cigarette, looking nonchalant, and he naturally put his legs on the table. Qin glanced at him coldly, and Sea Urchin quickly put down his legs in dismay. This woman looked really scary. Although there are problems with this blueprint. It is the first A-level blueprint produced by the Deep Blue Sea. Sea Urchin took a deep puff of smoke, and there was a barely perceptible gloom between his brows. If he had known that this thing was so tricky, he would never agree to the request of that dead woman Liv. However, Liv is still being hunted down, and her head is almost more valuable than Dalia. He has to sell this blueprint quickly. Sea Urchin is not a mechanic. Although he understands the value of this blueprint, he does not know how important it is. Qin stared at the blueprint and had some guesses in his mind. With the strength of the Deep Blue Sea mechanics, they definitely do not have the ability to create an A-level mechanical creation. Even if this is just a semi-failed version. Even if Qin is now a school mechanic. He does not dare to say that he can create an A-level blueprint. This blueprint is likely to be created by them with reference to some mechanical creations. Mechanical relics. But according to Qin's previous speculation, the attitude of the Mechanical Association towards mechanical relics may be more inclined to not touch the mechanical relics. But now such a blueprint has been leaked, it is very likely that there will be more than one. This blueprint is very tricky. Qin did not speak for a long time. He was weighing it. If Qin accepted this blueprint, it would definitely be a hot potato. However, a semi-failed mechanical creation blueprint, what Qin could learn from it, the experience he could gain is not just a little bit. Qin did not speak, Eagle did not dare to urge him. He was not like those gem hunters just now, he was very well informed. Eagle knew Qin's identity clearly, that's why he came to Qin. Qin was fully capable of eating this blueprint, it depends on whether he dares to eat it. The original owner of this blueprint should not be you. Hearing Qin's words, Eagle curled his lips. This was not nonsense, but Qin's next sentence scared him so much that he almost shivered. I mean, the person who stole this blueprint. Qin's eyes were sharp. And Haidan almost gave Li Fu away. Fortunately, he still had some reason. If he gave Li Fu away, that damn woman would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. After all, they have known each other for so many years. Haidan would not do such a thing. 10,000 goldfish. Qin pointed at the blueprint, and there was no expression on his face. The atmosphere in the whole room was very depressing. It was mainly Haidan who was depressed. He was just a broker with good information. And he occasionally acted as a thief. 10,000 goldfish, this is to get rid of the sea wanderers. Right? But, Sea Urchin gritted his teeth, he was also clear about the current situation. Both sides knew that this was a suicide price. But, there was no way. Sea Urchin wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible, and Qin also took certain risks. This thing, if not handled properly, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Okay. Sea Urchin hardened his heart, and agreed immediately. It's better to get money than to have no money, and no life to enjoy it. 10,000 goldfish. Sea Urchin took the money, and quickly left the Emerald Islands, and rushed to the Sapphire Island. And Qing stared at the drawings on the table, raised his eyebrows, and then dialed a familiar number. Xiao Li, I have something here. Chapter 99, The Beginning of War. Xiao Li was a little bit unbelievable when she received the news from Qing. Is the situation in the Treasure Sea so chaotic now? First, the crazy Dalia mechanical family used people to make medicine, and then the mechanics disobeyed the Iron Order of the Mechanical Association and secretly entered the mechanical ruins to study the mechanical creations inside. He has not returned to the Treasure Sea for only a year, and the Mechanical Association has become so rotten. Those mechanics are all dead. Right? Xiao Li was so angry for the first time, and also felt powerless. People outside don't know. Don't the people inside the Mechanical Association know? How terrible are those things in the mechanical ruins? They spent so much effort to reseal the mechanical ruins. The strength of the entire Mechanical Association has regressed by at least 100 years. Chu Xijin teacher also died in that disaster. Xiao Li was going to stay in Sapphire Island for another year, but in this situation, she couldn't stay even for a minute longer. She packed her luggage at the speed of light, and called several other school mechanics to say goodbye to Mazin. Mazin, who had no idea what happened, didn't even have a chance to keep them. Xiao Li came to inform Mazin, not to discuss with him. Soon, an inconspicuous boat left Sapphire Island and headed for Emerald Island. Qing on Emerald Island was replicating the blueprint. The original was for Xiao Li, and the replica could also be used. This blueprint Qing kept in his hand was definitely a time bomb, and it would explode soon. Qing wanted to keep this blueprint, but he didn't want to get involved in this dispute too early. It would be best to drag a third party in to muddy the waters. The Mechanical Association is undoubtedly the best choice. Even if his guess is wrong, it doesn't matter if this blueprint came from the Mechanical Association. A force that commands all mechanics must have more than one voice inside. An A-level blueprint is definitely not a small matter. If the Mechanical Association points its guns at Qing will not be afraid. The worst result is to overturn the table directly, expose the matter of the mechanical ruins, and completely muddy the water. Treasures full of dangers, whether pirates, hunters, or adventure groups, will be very interested. The Mechanical Association could not kill Qing quietly. If they wanted to kill Qing, they still had to consider Qing value. Qing had just finished copying the blueprint not long ago, and Xiao Li and her group rushed to Emerald Island, without alerting anyone or any force. They quietly boarded Qing's ship. Superpower Vine reported the news to Qing. When Qing came out, he saw a group of angry and sad-looking mechanics from the same school. However, they still forced a smile at Qing. I'm sorry to bother you again. Chu Xijin pulled the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. It's okay. This is the blueprint. The broker who sold it to me is called Sea Urchin. But he is not the one who stole the blueprint. The real thief should be in danger now. This matter is quite serious. So Qing said a few more words. Xiao Li nodded, took the blueprint handed over by Qing, and her face was terribly gloomy. This was not directed at Qing, but at the group of people in the Machinists Association. I will give you the reward in the form of materials. Next, it will be very messy. This thing is very dangerous. Xiao Li reminded Qing implicitly. She knew that Qing must have kept a copy. Although Qing was clear and reliable, he was a bit crazy like a gambler. This can be seen from the incident with Dalia and the fortifications. Xiao Li was a little worried. It was true that Qing was very talented, but once this thing was made, it was not something Qing could solve. It is useless to have a talent for mechanics. You need to have a strong force value, at least the level of the magic dragon. I understand. Qing heard Xiao Li warning and reminder, warning him not to try this blueprint casually. Remind him, the whole Treasure Sea will be in chaos next. The chaos in the Treasure Sea will inevitably affect other seas, and involve other seas. The deep blue sea has never been peaceful. The impact of war is undoubtedly terrible. Prices are soaring. Order is broken. And human lives are worthless. Xiao Li looked at Qing in front of her, and sighed softly in her heart. For them, war is a nightmare. But for young people like Qing, war is their opportunity. War is a big iron furnace, tempering people, and only the truly strong can survive. I will let you know if there is any news. Xiao Li nodded slightly to Qing, and left with other mechanics. They came in a hurry, and left in a hurry. When a cockroach appears in the house, there must be countless cockroaches lurking in the dark. It seems that soon, the war will break out completely. However, this is not something Qin Qing can decide. Even if there is no Qin Qing, there will be Zhang Qing and Li Qing, and things will break out sooner or later. If it is discovered early, there will be at least more time to prepare. Qin Qing looked at the night sky, and there was a storm outside the fortifications. He must also start preparing as soon as possible. In all aspects, the gemstone activity is the best time for him to accumulate initial capital. War is very costly. Qin Qing doesn't like war, and doesn't plan to directly participate in it, but once the war breaks out, some things are beyond his control. All he can do is to ensure that he has the power to protect himself in the war. It's time to start preparing for the military factory. Not only war machinery, but also food, medicine, various auxiliary machinery. The originally blank plan now has to be filled up again. Retracting his gaze, Qin Qing turned back to the studio. He had already decided to agree to those gem hunters. He needed the distribution map in their hands. Compared with the war, their little things were nothing. High-quality gems can be sold at high prices. Qin Qing needed a lot of money to prepare materials. Qin Qing sat in the restaurant after a sleepless night. He already had an idea for the mechanical prostheses of those gem hunters. It was not a big problem. Qin Qing had already drawn the draft drawings. More detailed details needed to be communicated with them. After breakfast, before Qin Qing got off the boat, he saw the gem hunters squatting on the dock, who also looked like they had not slept all night. The moment they saw Qin Qing, they looked at Qin Qing expectantly, like hungry wolves seeing meat, fearing that his answer would be the one they least expected. Come up. Hearing Qin Qing words, their eyes lit up instantly, and they almost cried. Although Qin Qing was ready to agree to them, he would definitely lower their conditions. He had no money, was very poor, and had a big gap, and was in debt. Chapter 100 Mysterious Sea Tribe. When will it start? As soon as they got on the boat, the gem hunters couldn't wait to ask. Qin Qing looked at them strangely. He just asked them to come on board to discuss, and he hadn't agreed yet. Maybe the doubt on Qin Qing's face was too obvious. The joy of the gem hunter suddenly faded a lot. It really wasn't so easy to achieve. These gem hunters were quite guilty, after all. They were still hiding something from Qin Qing, if he knew about this. Looking at the current situation, did he know about it? They carefully observed Qin Qing's expression, trying to find some useful clues from it. It was completely useless. Since meeting Qin Qing, he had almost the same expression, without any change. However, the next second, they were shocked by Qin Qing's words, and wanted to run away. I know about you and Urgel. The supervine pushed a chair over at the right time. Qin Qing sat down, and looked at the few people with cold eyes. The gem hunters also collapsed to the ground following his words. It's over. It's over. This was the only thought in their minds. In fact, these gem hunters were also full of vigor and vitality before. If it were them before, they would not be afraid of Qin Qing at all. The reason why they became what they are now is not entirely due to Urgel. Urgel only accounts for a part of it. The culprit is a treasure-grabbing fish sea beast, to be precise, the sea creature that ordered this treasure-grabbing fish. It and him completely destroyed their self-confidence and pride, and everything they were proud of, and turned them into what they are now. Urgel can only be said to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Don't be afraid. Qin Qing suddenly smiled. Maybe he wanted to express friendliness or something else, but in any case, in their eyes, Qin Qing now undoubtedly looks like a demon, just like the sea creature that made them crippled. The fear on the faces of several gem hunters was too obvious. Qin Qing was also helpless. I can agree to make mechanical prostheses as you said, but the goldfish. Qin Qing thought about the bargaining tutorial, at least cut in half. In this situation, he can start from 1/3. Right? As long as you are willing to help us make mechanical prostheses, goldfish. A gem hunter gritted his teeth and cut the meat. We can do without the goldfish. You are crazy. Hearing his words, the other gem hunters were going crazy. Who gave him the qualifications to answer such questions on their behalf? Have you forgotten that? This time, he will also come. The gem hunter smiled bitterly. They offended more than just Urgel, but also that sea tribe. He has always been petty, likes to torture people, and doesn't like to kill people, only likes to make people fall into an irreparable situation. It can be said that they offended Urgel because of him. Qin Qing helped them, no matter what the purpose was, but he would definitely be targeted if he knew about it. No matter what the result of Qin Qing's fight with that person was, Qin Qing would not die. If Qin Qing didn't die, what would be the end of their deception? Qin Qing is not them. He has no background to speak of. They can find out who they offended so quickly. Their fate will be even worse than now. It is better to confess. As long as they have mechanical prostheses, they can regain their fighting power and continue to salvage gems in the sea. Just be careful to avoid that person. Even if they are found by him again, they can save some money again. The gem hunter told Qin everything frankly. This person's style of doing things made Qin feel familiar. Cross Star. The guy called Lu Jin. But Qin was sure that Lu Jin was not a member of the Sea Tribe. Could this Sea Tribe be a member of the Cross Star? If so, I agree. Qin sat quietly on the chair, looking down at the few people. The gem hunters looked up at Qin. His eyes were like the abyss, bottomless and sharp. When he looked down at them, it seemed that the whole world was under his control. They used to be like this, before their spines were broken by that Sea Tribe. The gem hunters were a little stunned, as if they were looking at their past selves through Qin. But then, they immediately lowered their heads. They were just stray dogs now. How could they compare with others? Qin always felt that the way they looked at him was strange. But he didn't care much. Compared with him, Qin was more concerned about the Sea Tribe. If the Sea Tribe was really a member of the Cross Star, then it was really a case of searching for iron shoes everywhere. And it was easy to get it. He and the Cross Star had already formed a feud with the character of the Cross Star. Either they died or he joined them. And this matter would end. Fill out the form. The Supervine handed them a thick stack of forms. There were many questions on it, all related to their habits. The mechanical prosthesis was to replace their original limbs. Since it was to be tailor-made, Qin would definitely collect all the information. The human body has a low lower limit, a high upper limit, and a wide span. The mechanical prosthesis is completely the opposite, with a high lower limit, but a low upper limit. Qin was not sure what level they had reached before, but he would do it to perfection. As it concerns the future, the gem hunters quickly put away their useless emotions and began to fill out the questionnaire seriously. Qin returned to the studio to continue to improve the drawings, select polishing materials, and make parts. The gem hurricane storm has erupted for the 10th round. When the 11th round is over, the gem hurricane storm will almost be over. Qin has little time left, and he needs to work overnight. Fortunately, the mechanical prostheses of these gem hunters are not difficult to manufacture, and the difficulty is definitely much lower than that of fortifications. Qin asked the Supervines to temporarily set up a studio. He didn't like others to enter his studio, so he set up a new one in an empty room on the deck. When moving the tools to the new studio, the gem hunters were still filling out the information carefully. Qin began to make the basic framework of the mechanical prosthesis. He had just seen that these gem hunters preferred auxiliary tool-type mechanical prostheses rather than combat-type ones. They were probably scared by the sea creature. If he is really a member of the Cross Star, then the Cross Star is really harmful. When Qin finished making 2 frames, Supervine came in with a gem hunter and his questionnaire. Sit down. I can't guarantee the quality of the finished product. The minimum is D grade. It depends on your performance. Qin flipped through the thick questionnaire without raising his head. Yes. 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 According to the answers on the questionnaire, Qin modified the drawings, and it took less than half an hour to start making it. The gem hunter didn't dare to speak. But this mechanic got started so quickly. Is he really reliable?